A chance acquisition of a mysterious bracelet has unexpectedly become the key to unlocking the Marvel Universe. As the ancient patterns on the bracelet's surface shimmer with a faint glow, I foresee the impending journey of transcendence. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, I step into a realm where superheroes coexist with extraterrestrial threats. In the laboratory of Stark Tower, I find an instant rapport with Tony Stark, harnessing unique elemental powers to become a special ally of the Avengers. The elements of wind, fire, water, and earth swirl at my fingertips, granting me a glimpse into the mysteries of time and space. Chapter 1. The Crimson Bracelet Shadow. In the sweltering summer of Shanghai, the cicada's chorus mingles with the heat as Lin Mabai reclines in the back seat of a Maybach, his fingertips gliding over the financial reports displayed on his tablet. As the youngest executive director of the Lin Group, he cannot shake off the veiled test posed by his uncles during the recent board meeting. Loosening his bespoke tie, his gaze inadvertently drifts to his phone screen that a new message pops up in the local antique collectors group, featuring an image of a bracelet that radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, resting serenely on a black velvet cloth. Hues of rose gold, indigo, emerald, and silver intertwine, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence under the warm light. Family heirloom. Urgently need cash. Price like cabbage. The seller's description is terse and hasty, with a corner of yellowed stationery peeking through the image. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lin Mabai clicks into a private chat. Half an hour later, he trades a banknote from the Republic of China for the enigmatic bracelet. Uncle Wong, the driver, observes the young master placing the worn cardboard box into his leather briefcase, hesitating to speak before ultimately starting the car in silence. Upon returning to his standalone villa in Yunjin Dongfang, Lin Mabai places the bracelet on the golden silk Nanmu display shelf in his study. The physical object surpasses the photograph in splendor. The 10-colored patterns resemble a frozen galaxy, winding and flowing across the bracelet's surface, subtly emanating a soft glow. He adorns his wrist with the bracelet, the cool touch sending a shiver through him, fitting flawlessly as if tailored for him. While preparing dinner in the evening, Lin Mabai's hand falters as he slices fruit. The sharp knife grazes his fingertip, and as blood droplets land upon the bracelet, it erupts in a blinding radiance. Darkness engulfs his vision, and when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a realm of chaos. 10 colorful crystals hover in the air. Slowly rotating, the fiery red crystal exhales azure flames, while the deep blue crystal flows with liquid light. The golden crystal bears intricate metallic patterns, and within the depths of the dark crystal lies the semblance of an infinite cosmic abyss. Beneath the crystals, a colossal countdown clock ticks away. 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 56 seconds. Lin Mabai reaches out to touch a purple crystal crackling with lightning, and a torrent of information floods his mind. He learns that these crystals correspond to the elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, and ice, and that in 14 days he will be transported to an unknown alternate world. Only in that realm can he activate the crystals and acquire the ability to wield the elements. This is impossible. Lin Mabai staggered backward, colliding with an invisible barrier. Yet, the lingering sting in his palm and the palpable presence of the crystalline stones in the air served as reminders that this was no mere dream. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he silently willed himself to exit, and in an instant, he found himself back in the familiar confines of the kitchen, with only the bracelet on his wrist, emanating a faint 10-colored glow. That night, Lin Mabai remained sleepless. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the study reflected the dazzling lights of Luji Azui as he sat before his computer, meticulously drafting a comprehensive inventory list. As the heir to the Lin family, which controlled assets worth billions, he possessed ample resources and channels. His immediate task was to prepare thoroughly for the unknown otherworld within a mere 14 days. The first priority was essential survival supplies. Lin Mabai contacted the food company under his group and ordered 8 million worth of compressed biscuits, military canned food, dehydrated vegetables, and freeze-dried meats. High-calorie, long shelf-life provisions which were neatly stacked in the basement. Additionally, he procured 500 cases of imported mineral water and 20 Swiss military-grade portable water purifiers capable of transforming murky water into potable purity, even filtering lightly contaminated sources. In terms of weaponry, Lin Mabai utilized the family's clandestine channels to acquire top-tier arms from the Eastern European black market. He secured 2 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles outfitted with holographic sights and suppressors, a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle with specially crafted armor-piercing rounds, and 5 Glock 17 handguns equipped with tactical flashlights and laser sights. Furthermore, there were 20 high-explosive grenades, 10 smoke bombs, 5 flashbangs, and 3 tactical daggers forged from meteorite iron, believed to inflict additional damage on supernatural beings, to counter potential magical creatures. Lin Mabai commissioned specialized weaponry. He sought out the inheritors of a Miao village in Yunnan. Exchanging gold for 12 crossbow bolts imbued with poison, he acquired 5 strings of Vajra pestle from a Tibetan esoteric temple, and purchased silver chains used by medieval witch hunters at an antique auction in London. Most notably, he obtained a Tang saber hand forged by a Chinese master, its blade inlaid with 9 sapphires, reputed to emit a purifying blue light under the moon's glow. The protective gear was no less extravagant. Lin Mabai directed his group's research team to reverse engineer the latest tactical armor of the U.S. military, utilizing a composite of graphene and kevlar-wing, lightweight and flexible, yet capable of withstanding close-range fire from a 7.62mm bullet. The helmet was equipped with night vision, thermal imaging, and tactical communication systems, while the goggles featured bulletproof glass to effectively guard against bright lights and flying debris. Additionally, he prepared 10 fireproof suits, 5 cold weather outfits, 3 pairs of chemical-resistant boots, and even 2 sets of deep-sea diving gear. The medical supplies amassed were akin to a professional-grade field hospital. Lin Mabai drew resources from the private hospital under his group, filling 3 large medical boxes. Inside, there were not only standard items such as bandages, antibiotics, antipyretics, and analgesics, but also 5 adrenaline injectors, 2 bags of type O frozen plasma, and a portable ECG monitor to adapt to various environments. Lin Mabai procured a complete set of survival gear, .10 military-grade tents, crafted from tear-resistant nylon, were equipped with self-inflating mattresses and moisture-resistant sleeping bags, 20 individual stoves paired with 500 gas canisters, 100 windproof lighters, and 200 waterproof matches, a high-precision compass, military maps, binoculars, a powerful flashlight, and a multifunctional entrenching tool. Considering the possibility of extreme cold, he also prepared 10 pieces of Canada Goose polar cold weather gear and snow boots. In terms of technological equipment, Lin Mabai commissioned the group technical team to develop specialized devices. .5 solar charging panels combined with high-capacity energy storage batteries could continuously power electronic devices. A portable satellite phone ensured communication in any environment, and 10 infrared motion detectors along with automatic defense robots, each the size of a fist, were armed with stun guns and tear gas. On the 7th day of the countdown, Lin Mabai received a mysterious package. Upon opening the ancient sandalwood box, he discovered a weathered tome, its title page inscribed with secrets of elemental mastery. The seller's accompanying letter mentioned having seen a bracelet similar to the one in his possession, and that the book contained foundational practices for harnessing elemental power. Lin Mabai treasured it immensely, dedicating his late nights to studying in his study, conducting sensory exercises with the crystals present in his space. In the final 3 days, Lin Mabai stored all supplies within his space. He was astounded to discover that no matter how much he placed inside, the space could easily accommodate it. The basement of the villa transformed from a mountain of supplies to an empty expanse, with only the bracelet on his wrist gleaming ever more brilliantly. On the last night of the countdown, Lin Mabai stood on the terrace overlooking the Huangpu River. The skyscrapers across the river sparkled with lights, and boats traversed the water surface. He left a letter for his parents, simply stating that he was embarking on a special journey to AS for the Lin Group. He had already made adjustments to the equity structure, appointing a trusted confidant to temporarily assume the role of executive director. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Lin Mabai tightened his grip on the bracelet adorning his wrist, its 10 colors shimmering faintly in the night. With 12 hours remaining until the crossing, he was uncertain of the world that awaited him. Yet as he gazed upon the neatly arranged supplies in his space, a sense of assurance blossomed within him. At the very least, he was thoroughly prepared. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Elements shattering time and space in the city of Shanghai. Torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Lin Mabai stood on the terrace of his villa, gazing at the increasingly fervent 10-colored bracelet encircling his wrist. At the moment the countdown ticked down to 0000000, the entire city shook violently, and the glass curtain walls shattered into a myriad of fragments. He was swept into a vortex by an unseen force. The last sound ringing in his ears was Uncle Wang's terrified shout. As consciousness gradually coalesced, the damp, decaying scent of leaves assailed him. Lin Mabai opened his eyes to find himself lying on his back in a muddy forest, the bracelet on his wrist now dull and lifeless. In the distance, the roar of an unfamiliar creature echoed. He swiftly turned over, instinctively reaching for the Glock 17 that should have been holstered at his waist, but only encountered the clammy air. Space, he silently intoned in his mind, and the chaotic realm filled with supplies unfolded before him. 10 crystalline stones hovered at the center. The surface of the crimson fire crystal pulsating with unstable flames, as if expressing the turbulence of traversing through time. Lin Mabai sighed in relief. At least his most crucial trump card remained intact. He retrieved a waterproof backpack from the space, stuffing it with compressed biscuits, a tactical flashlight, and an iron dagger forged from meteorite. Pushing through waist-high underbrush, the humus beneath his feet emitted a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Half an hour later, Lin Mabai paused by a stream, its waters shimmering with an eerie purple hue, reflecting his mud-streaked face. This cannot be Earth. He twisted open the cap of the water purifier, suddenly noticing metallic remnants floating on the surface, half a nut emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. Lin Mabai's pupils constricted, trembling as he fished out a piece of yellowed letter paper from his backpack, obtained from an antique dealer. Amidst the rain-soaked script, the words vibranium transaction record stood out prominently. A deafening explosion resonated in the distance, and Lin Mabai instinctively dropped to the ground. 3 Quinjet fighters adorned with the Hydra emblem swept past the treetops, missiles cascading from their bellies and detonating 100 meters away. He rolled into the underbrush, his heart nearly colliding with his ribs, the silhouettes of those aircraft eerily reminiscent of what he had seen in Marvel films. So I have truly crossed into the Marvel universe? Lin Mabai tore off his tie to wipe the mud from his face, suddenly recalling the countdown in his space. The 14-day deadline had passed, yet he had not even grasped the basic elemental powers. He concealed himself behind a fallen tree and opened the space. The 10 crystals emitted a faint glow in his consciousness, light and wind. He recalled the impending alien invasion and supervillains that would befall New York, recognizing the critical importance of these 2 elements for maneuverability and long-range strike capability on an expansive battlefield. The moment his fingertips brushed against the light crystal and wind crystal, excruciating pain erupted from his wrist, as if millions of steel needles coursed through his veins. In the real world, Lin Mabai curled up in the damp pile of leaves, golden and azure patterns surfacing beneath his skin. The 2 elements clashed violently within him, the fervor of the light crystal and the sharpness of the wind crystal threatening to tear him apart. As the agony reached its zenith, a suit of armor woven from light particles and wind blades emerged from beneath his skin, the core on his chest pulsating with a golden-blue radiance. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and a golden beam grazed the trunk of a tree, carving a charred crater into a rock 100 meters away. Lin Mabai gasped, feeling the power coursing through him as the elemental winds formed miniature whirlwinds upon the surface of his armor, shredding the fallen leaves into powder. With a clenched fist, he realized his success, and a sudden fluctuation rippled through the air. A pocket watch, adorned with a ruby, materialized before him, its surface engraved with the name Howard Stark. Lin Mabai's pupils constricted. This was indeed the heirloom of Tony Stark's father. He flipped open the cover of the watch, revealing a yellowed photograph of a young Howard standing before the vibranium reactor, smiling alongside Peggy Carter. As Lin Mabai retrieved gold bars from the space, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. He followed the trajectory of the crashed aircraft and, after 3 hours, finally located an asphalt road. The sign of a nearby gas station glimmered in the sunlight, bearing the emblem of Stark Industries, while the electronic clock displayed the date as May 12, 2008. The eve of Tony Stark's abduction. I need to find a place to stay. Lin Mabai fondled the gold bars in his pocket as he entered the convenience store of the gas station. The clerk behind the counter scrutinized his muddy appearance, subtly reaching for the alarm button. No need to be alarmed. I merely wish to purchase a map, he said, slapping the gold bar onto the counter while inquiring about the nearest real estate agency. 3 hours later, Lin Mabai stood before a floor-to-ceiling window of a 3-story apartment in Brooklyn. He exchanged 2 gold bars for this slightly dilapidated house, and the name on the property deed left him momentarily dazed. It was his first tangible proof of existence in this world. He turned on the old television, where a news broadcast showcased the product launch of Stark Industries, featuring Tony Stark in a flamboyant silver suit, speaking eloquently on stage. Indeed, he was in the Marvel Universe. Lin Mabai poured himself a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid shimmering with an unusual hue under the glow of his armor's core. He accessed the inventory list from his space, contemplating how to repurpose the weaponry intended for another world. In this technologically advanced realm, they seemed rather superfluous. Yet those specialized devices might still prove useful. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he observed 2 men in black suits conversing, their S.H.I.E.L.D. badges faintly visible on their chests, causing Lin Mabai's pupils to dilate. He quickly stowed away his equipment and allowed the armor to dissolve into his skin. Mr. Lin, We are agents of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The leading agent presented his credentials. There have been unusual energy fluctuations in this area. May we request your cooperation in our investigation? Lin Mabai stepped aside to let them in, his peripheral vision catching sight of the agent's vibrating handguns. Of course. But I am merely an ordinary person who has just moved in, he replied with a smile, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey. Would you care for a drink? As the agents meticulously searched the premises, Lin Mabai contemplated his next move. When they opened the safe in the study, they found it contained only ordinary documents retrieved from his space. It seems we were mistaken, one agent remarked, setting the papers down. But their gaze suddenly fixed upon the faint markings on Lin Mabai's wrist, remnants of the fusion between the crystalline winds and light. The agent reached out to grab him, but Lin Mabai instinctively sidestepped, the elemental winds gathering beneath him as he transformed into a streak of azure light. Darting towards the balcony, the roar of the vibrating handgun erupted, a bullet whizzing past his shoulder and leaving a charred mark on the wall. Lin Mabai leapt down from the 3rd floor, as the elemental light coalesced into a radiant shield within his palm. The moment he landed, he summoned a 416 assault rifle from the realm of consciousness. The silencer expelled a fiery tongue, and the bullet struck the agent's knee with unerring precision. Just as another agent was about to draw his weapon, a blade of wind severed his gun strap. Apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Lin Mabai dragged the unconscious agent into the room, sealing their communication devices. He understood that S-H-I-E-L-D would not relent easily. Yet what mattered more at this moment was to enhance his strength. The battle for New York was imminent, and he needed to be prepared beforehand. As night descended, Lin Mabai sat atop the rooftop, gazing at the luminous expanse of Manhattan. The elemental wind danced about his fingertips, transforming the falling newspapers into lethal blades. He retrieved the Howard pocket watch acquired from the realm, pondering that perhaps his capabilities extended beyond mere self-preservation. Archon, please investigate the recent shipping routes of Stark Industries. He spoke into the air. Although lacking true artificial intelligence, he had prepared a portable supercomputer in the spatial realm. The azure light flickered upon his retina. And amidst the dense cascade of data, a shipping detail destined for Afghanistan caught his attention. Tony Stark, it seems we are destined to meet soon. Lin Mabai clenched the watch tightly, the golden and azure glow of the armor core illuminating his resolute visage. The wind howled in his ears, carrying the briny scent of the distant sea, as if heralding an impending storm. He was ready to face whatever may come. Chapter 3. The dawn of steel in the cave. The night rain in Brooklyn drummed against the apartment's glass windows. Lin Mabai stood before a holographic projection, observing the Afghan terrain simulated by the Archon swirling in the air. On the tactical map, blinking red dots marked the location of the Stark Industries arsenal, while a winding red line extended towards the territory controlled by terrorists. This was the route Tony Stark was about to traverse. 72 hours remaining. Lin Mabai rotated Howard Stark's pocket watch, the elemental light condensing at his fingertips into a miniature blade of light, deftly slicing through the aluminum foil seal of a whiskey bottle. The golden and azure glow of the armor core reflected off his furrowed brow, while the wind element swirled on the windowsill, transforming the falling raindrops into fine mist. 3 days later, the scorching sun of the Afghan desert beat down upon the sandy ground. Lin Mabai donned tactical goggles and pulled the nanomask over his nose. The elemental wind spiraled beneath him, propelling him at astonishing speed over the dunes. The distant sound of an explosion made his pupils constrict. The convoy had come under attack. Archon, locate Stark. He roared within his consciousness, and the portable supercomputer immediately projected a thermal distribution map onto his retina. Lin Mabai observed the red dot representing Tony moving rapidly, surrounded by dozens of converging heat sources. By the time Lin Mabai arrived, the Hummer had overturned on the burning sand. Tony Stark was using his briefcase to shield himself from bullets, the hem of his suit trousers stained with blood. The gunfire from terrorists erupted in a cacophony, and a rocket propelled towards him with a fiery trail. Get down. Lin Mabai transformed into a streak of azure light as he surged forward, the elemental light coalescing into a shield within his palm. The moment the rocket collided with the light shield, a shockwave erupted, sending clouds of yellow sand into the air. He retaliated by unleashing 3 blades of wind, precisely severing the throats of the gunmen. Tony's eyes widened as he beheld the enigmatic figure who effortlessly penetrated the armored personnel carrier with a golden beam. Lin Mabai's armor shimmered under the sunlight, radiating hues of gold and azure, while the elemental winds swirled with grit to form a tornado, lifting the remaining enemies high into the air. Who are you? Tony gasped, clutching his wounded abdomen as he struggled to rise. Just as Lin Mabai was about to respond, he staggered, the intense exertion of elemental power nearly depleting his energy. At the moment the luminous shield above him dissipated, a stray bullet grazed his shoulder. We must leave. Lin Mabai gritted his teeth, seizing Tony as the winds coalesced beneath their feet into a cushion. Just as they ascended, the ground behind them erupted into a deep crater from a shell explosion. However, the excessive strain began to cloud Lin Mabai's consciousness, and after flying 3 kilometers with Tony, darkness enveloped him, leading to a heavy fall onto the sandy terrain. Upon awakening, Lin Mabai discovered himself suspended by iron chains in a cavern. The damp rock walls glimmered with an eerie green fluorescence, and distant metallic clinks echoed through the space. He attempted to summon elemental power, but was met with a fierce headache. The multicolored bracelet on his wrist appeared dim and dormant. Awake, are we? A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. Tony Stark appeared, pushing a makeshift wheelchair, his chest bandaged and seeping blood, yet his gaze remained sharp. I thought you were dead. It seems we have both become guests of the 10 Rings. Lin Mabai rattled the chains, the sound reverberating in the cavern. What do they want from you? To construct the Jericho missile, Tony scoffed, wheeling closer to the rock face where intricate blueprints were sketched. But I have a better idea. Look at this. He lifted his shirt to reveal a makeshift electromagnet on his chest, a shard perilously close to his heart, just 3 millimeters away. These bastards think they can control me. Lin Mabai stared at the tangled wires and the modified car generator, suddenly reminded of a scene from a film. Yet reality proved far more brutal. Tony's face was ashen, sweat trickling down his brow. I need your help, he implored, grasping a piece of scrap metal. I need to build a suit of armor that can take me away from here. His gaze swept over Lin Mabai's damaged armor. You are clearly no ordinary individual. Can you harness the light and wind? For the following 3 months, the cavern transformed into a makeshift steel workshop. Lin Mabai discovered that as he immersed himself in crafting, the golden and earth crystals in the space began to resonate. He forged metallic components with the gold element, the hammered steel plates pliable in his hands like clay. The earth element reinforced the cave walls, preventing collapses during excavation. Remarkable, Tony exclaimed, observing Lin Mabai meld 2 steel rods into an alloy with his bare hands. His eyes alight with fervor. This is a perfect fusion of magic and technology. As he calibrated the arc reactor, he modified the armor designs on the holographic display, occasionally uttering terms like arc reactor and palladium. Lin Mabai's armor evolved with the integration of new elements, the golden and azure patterns now interwoven with lines of crimson gold and amber. As he conjured a protective wall from the earth element and fashioned intricate gears from the metal element, the core of the armor radiated a brilliant spectrum of 4 colors. Mark 1 is complete. 98. Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. Outside the cave, the footsteps of the 10 Rings gang echoed, clearly indicating that the enemy had sensed something amiss. Lin Mabai raised his hand, and the earth element swiftly sealed the cave entrance into an impenetrable barrier, with countless sharp stone spikes erupting from the ground. Activate the reactor, Tony shouted as he pressed the switch. The arc reactor erupted in dazzling blue light, and the joints of Mark 1 began to emit the hum of hydraulic mechanisms. Lin Mabai could feel the resonance between the armor and the reactor as the light element coalesced in his palm, forming a cutting beam that cleaved a large hole through the rocky ceiling. As the visor of Mark 1 gradually closed, Lin Mabai formed a spiral passage with the wind element. Tony piloted the cumbersome armor out of the cave, the flamethrower transforming the enemy camp into a raging inferno. Lin Mabai followed closely, the metal element in his hands morphing into chains that ensnared a descending enemy helicopter, while the earth element conjured a massive sandstorm on the ground. We must go. Lin Mabai grasped Tony's arm, and the wind element beneath their feet formed a substantial cushion of air. They plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. Yet as they neared the ground, they decelerated steadily. In the distance, the roar of fighter jets approached, and Colonel Rhodes, 22, appeared on the horizon. It seems our rescue has arrived. Tony removed his armor's visor, revealing a bearded smile. Lin Mabai gazed at the burning arsenal in the distance, recalling the incomplete supply list in the confines of space. The countdown to the Battle of New York had already begun, and he and this future Iron Man were merely embarking on a journey that would alter their destinies. Chapter 4. The Steel Dawn of Stark Tower. As the 22 fighter jet landed atop Stark Tower, the neon lights of New York pierced through the twilight. Lin Mabai removed his tactical helmet, and the wind element automatically dispersed the slightly tousled strands of his hair. Tony Stark yanked off his armor's visor and hurriedly rushed to embrace Pepper, drawing her tightly into his arms. Sweetheart, I swear I will never take a business trip like this again, Tony whispered in Pepper's ear, then turned to introduce Lin Mabai. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my lifesaver, a genius who commands the magic elements. Pepper tidied her disheveled hair and elegantly extended her hand. Mr. Lin, thank you for protecting Tony. Lin Mabai took her hand and gently shook it. Just call me Mabai. Tony is someone worth risking my life to save. Speaking of which, I'm about to starve. Tony patted his stomach. Mabe, how about trying the best burger in New York? Without waiting for a response. He had already draped an arm around Pepper and headed to the elevator. At the press conference, the flashing lights illuminated the scene as brightly as day. Tony took a bite of his burger and, with a mouthful, mumbled into the microphone, "From today onward, Stark Industries will no longer manufacture weapons. I want to prove to the world that iron is not meant for killing, but for safeguarding." Lin Mabe stood backstage, watching Tony's spirited demeanor on the large screen, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. As the conference concluded, several agents clad in black suits surrounded Lin Mabe. "Mr. Lin, S.H.I.E.L.D. request your cooperation in an investigation." The lead agent revealed his credentials. Before Lin Mabe could utter a word, Tony had already rushed over, brandishing a hamburger and pointing at the agents, declaring, "This place does not welcome uninvited guests, especially those who dare to disturb my friends." Under Tony's insistence, the agents had no choice but to leave in disgrace. That night, Lin Mabe settled into the guest room on the top floor of Stark Tower. The plush bed sank slightly under his weight, yet slumber eluded him. His consciousness drifted into the void, where 10 crystalline stones gently rotated amidst the chaos, their golden and earthy luminescence brighter than ever before. He endeavored to summon the 4 elements, the armor materializing in his mind, as the 4 hues intertwined to form flowing patterns. The following noon, as Lin Mabe descended the stairs, the entire tower was enveloped in silence. Following the clinking sounds of metal, he arrived at the underground laboratory. Tony, clad in goggles, was welding armor components, his mechanical arm deftly maneuvering beside him. "Good morning. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon." Lin Mabe rapped on the doorframe. Without lifting his gaze, Tony replied, "Come over and take a look at this new design. I've increased the energy conversion rate of the arc reactor by 15. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with fervor. Throughout the ensuing week, the laboratory echoed with the sounds of failed explosions and Tony's expletives. Lin Mabe occasionally employed the earth element to reinforce the crumbling workbench or used the gold element to mend deformed metallic parts. Finally, one fateful night, the laboratory erupted in cheers. Tony, clad in the newly designed gold and crimson Mark II armor, paced excitedly within, its joints emitting blue flames of energy. "Mabe, come quick." The Mark II, the most perfect suit of armor ever created. Lin Mabe applauded with a smile. "Congratulations, Tony. This will surely astonish the world." With a snap of his fingers, the suit's thrusters activated, and the 2 soared into the night sky like arrows released from a bow. Below them, the lights of New York flowed like a shimmering river, as Lin Mabe harnessed the wind element to fly alongside Tony. Upon their return to the laboratory, Tony powered down the Armor-S energy system, a proud smile adorning his face. "Thanks to your assistance, Mabe. We are about to let the world know that Iron Man has arrived." As Lin Mabe gazed at the ingenious inventor before him, a warm current surged within him. He understood that their legend had only just begun. Chapter 5, Undercurrents and the Emergence of Truth in the Underground Laboratory of Stark Tower. Sparks flew as Tony Stark intently calibrated the thrusters of the Mark II armor. Lin Mabe stood beside him, the holographic data projected by the console flickering in the air, dense with information that furrowed his brow. "Tony, I believe we need to have a conversation." Lin Mabe gestured, and the screen swiftly switched to reveal Obadiah's itinerary and several encrypted communications. "I have grown suspicious of Obadiah. These data indicate a recent surge in unauthorized Jericho missile transactions, with all leads pointing to him." Tony's movements abruptly halted as he removed his welding mask, his expression turning icy. "Are you certain?" "From what I can gather, the likelihood is exceedingly high." Lin Mabe summoned satellite imagery, revealing that the transport routes of these missiles closely match the path of your abduction. At that moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. "Sir, you are invited to the Wayne Group Charity Gala this evening, but Mr. Stan has publicly declared that you are unable to attend due to health issues." Tony scoffed, heavily placing down his tools. "Interesting, he intends to isolate me. Mobi, accompany me. I wish to see what tricks he still has up his sleeve." At the gala, the crystal chandeliers dazzled brilliantly, and the elite donned exquisite attire, raising their glasses in jovial conversation. The instant Tony and Lin Mobi appeared, they captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Obadiah's smile froze upon seeing them, but he quickly restored his composure and approached. "Tony, there are certain occasions I wouldn't want to miss." Tony interrupted him with a hint of mockery in his tone. Lin Mobi exchanged a glance with Tony, and they then proceeded to act separately. Lin Mobi navigated through the crowd, keenly observing the surroundings. Before long, he unexpectedly encountered Obadiah on the terrace. "Mr. Lin, you seem quite interested in me?" Obadiah held a glass of whiskey, his expression dark. I am merely curious about the actions of certain individuals. Lin Mo Bai met his gaze unflinchingly, adding, for instance, why the missiles from Stark Industries have appeared in places they should not. Obadiah's expression soured instantaneously. Young man, some matters are better left unknown. Do not presume that Tony's backing allows you to act recklessly. I only trust the truth, Lin Mo Bai coldly retorted, a faint golden hue emanating from him. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, Tony was conversing with guests when a reporter suddenly squeezed in front of him, brandishing a photograph. Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on this? Tony took the photograph, his complexion instantly draining of color. The image depicted Ethan's hometown, now mercilessly ravaged by Jericho missiles, thick smoke billowing amidst the devastation. Jarvis, locate Lin Mo Bai. Tony's voice was low and filled with fury. Soon, he found Lin Mo Bai on the terrace. Mo Bai, we must head to Afghanistan immediately. Tony handed the photograph to Lin Mo Bai, his eyes ablaze with anger. Lin Mo Bai glanced at the photo and nodded. Let us go. Under the cloak of night, Tony soared into the sky in the Mark II armor, blue lights streaming from the thrusters. Lin Mo Bai followed closely behind, his elemental armor shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the moonlight. Together, they sliced through the night sky like swords, racing towards distant Afghanistan, embarking on a mission of salvation and vengeance. Upon arriving at Ethan's hometown, the small town was engulfed in flames. The cacophony of gunfire from terrorists, the explosions of missiles, and the cries of the people intertwined in a harrowing symphony. Tony's palm cannon relentlessly bombarded the enemy stronghold, while Lin Mo Bai wielded the elemental forces, erecting earthen walls to shield the civilians, launching beams of light and ice spikes with precision toward the foes. Ethan, Lin Mo Bai shouted amidst the ruins. At last, he spotted Ethan sheltering a group of children within a crumbling structure. This way, Lin Mo Bai severed the obstructing rebar with the gold element, leading the group towards safety. Just then, a missile whistled through the air, prompting Lin Mo Bai to summon the water and ice elements to conjure a massive ice shield. A deafening explosion reverberated, and the ice shield successfully withstood the onslaught. However, the tremendous force still caused Lin Mo Bai to stagger momentarily. Through their combined efforts, the terrorists were gradually repelled, and those trapped were safely evacuated. Ethan gazed upon his hometown, which had narrowly escaped devastation, and then looked at the two individuals before him, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, my friends. Tony patted Ethan's shoulder, saying, it is our duty. As night deepened, Tony and Lin Mo Bai, weary from their exertions, returned to the Stark mansion. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The confrontation with Obadiah had only just commenced. Chapter 6. Underlying crisis and elemental aid. In the top-tier room of the Stark mansion, Lin Mo Bai lay supine on a plush bed, his eyes closed, consciousness immersed in a realm of chaos. For elemental crystals, gold, earth, light, and wind, floated within the depths of his awareness, their radiant surfaces intertwining, hinting at a potential fusion. He was wholly focused on attempting to channel the four elemental forces, striving to uncover a more potent application. In the basement, Tony Stark idly fiddled with the components of Mark II, occasionally glancing at the monitoring screen, awaiting news from Pepper. Time ticked away, and a palpable tension filled the air. Finally, Jarvis's voice shattered the silence. Sir, Obadiah Stane has entered the mansion premises and is heading towards the basement. Tony's movements abruptly halted, his demeanor instantly sharpening with alertness. Damn it, he arrived sooner than I anticipated. Jarvis, inform Mo Bai and have him come down immediately. Sir, Mr. Lin is currently in a special state of consciousness and cannot be awakened at once, Jarvis replied, his tone steady, yet it sent a tremor of dread through Tony's heart. The sound of Obadiah's footsteps echoed ominously in the corridor, growing ever closer. Tony swiftly gathered the components, forcing a casual smile onto his face. The door swung open, and Obadiah entered, flanked by several bodyguards, hands in pockets, surveying the basement before finally settling his gaze on Tony. Tony, still busy at this late hour? Obadiah? What an unexpected visit. Tony leaned against the workbench, striving to maintain a nonchalant tone. What brings you here? I've heard you've taken an interest in matters that don't concern you. Obadiah approached, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Some secrets are better left buried. Tony felt a tightening in his chest, yet his smile remained intact. I don't quite grasp what you're implying. But since you're here, would you care to see my latest invention? As he spoke, he subtly shifted to the side, attempting to buy time for Lin Mo Bai's arrival. However, Obadiah clearly lacked the patience for further games. He suddenly erupted into action, his mechanical arm extending with lethal claws aimed directly at Tony's arc reactor. Caught off guard, Tony was seized by the shoulder, the searing pain eliciting a muffled groan. Obadiah sneered, his other hand forcefully yanking at the reactor. As the reactor was forcibly extracted, Tony collapsed weakly to the ground, his vision dimming. Obadiah loomed over him, casting a final glance before pocketing the reactor and turning to leave, tauntingly remarking, "Enjoy your fate." Tony. After the footsteps had completely faded away, Jarvis's anxious voice finally roused Lin Mabai. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Tony has been attacked, and the reactor has been stolen." Lin Mabai abruptly opened his eyes, and the four-colored armor enveloped his body in an instant, with the wind element propelling him toward the basement. Upon seeing Tony collapsed on the ground, his chest hollow, he rushed forward. "Hold on." Lin Mabai summoned a spare reactor from his space, and the golden element transformed into delicate energy threads, precisely threading through the gaps between Tony's ribs to secure the pulsating blue reactor in place over his heart. The moment energy surged in, Tony awoke with a violent cough, his gaze locking onto Lin Mabai's face. "Pepper is in Obadiah's office. Don't speak, I'll help you up." Lin Mabai carefully assisted Tony to his feet, though the latter's legs were still weak. The two made their way step by step toward the chamber housing Mark II, where Lin Mabai helped Tony open the hatch and adorned him with the heavy armor components one by one. Mechanical arms assisted in fastening the shoulder and chest plates. And when Tony trembled to press the activation button, the visor slowly closed, with the spare reactor glowing brightly in blue. "Thank you, Mabai." Tony's voice resonated through the armor's speakers as his palm cannon began to charge. "You go save Pepper. I'll hold Obadiah off." Lin Mabai nodded. "Be careful. The Ironmonger's firepower is formidable." The wind element coalesced beneath his feet, transforming him into a streak of light, racing towards Stark Tower. Upon arrival, he saw Pepper surrounded by Obadiah's henchmen, her back against the desk, clutching a USB drive containing evidence, her eyes vigilant and resolute. "Earth prison," Lin Mabai shouted, as the earth elements surged from the ground, forming a strong cage that trapped the henchmen inside. A beam of light flashed, repelling the enemies attempting to approach Pepper. "Are you all right?" Lin Mabai supported the slightly panting Pepper, his concern evident. "I'm fine, but Tony," Pepper said anxiously. "He is on his way," Lin Mabai replied, glancing skyward. At that moment, Tony was engaged in a fierce battle with Obadiah, who had donned the Ironmonger armor, with massive explosions and dazzling lights erupting around them. Lin Mabai shielded Pepper behind him and charged back into the fray. The wind element lifted his body, allowing for agile aerial maneuvers. The light element coalesced into arrows, continuously targeting the Ironmonger's weaknesses. The earth element transformed into colossal hands attempting to grasp the Ironmonger's mechanical legs, while the wind element conjured a storm to disrupt the Ironmonger's movements. Through their seamless cooperation, cracks began to appear in the Ironmonger's armor. Seizing the opportunity, Tony pushed the energy of the Mark armor to its limits, delivering a powerful palm cannon blast that struck the Ironmonger's core. With a thunderous explosion, the Ironmonger collapsed. As the smoke cleared, Tony and Lin Mabai exchanged triumphant smiles, weary yet filled with the joy of victory. They knew that this crisis had finally been averted. Chapter 7. Glory and New Journeys. The plaza in front of Stark Tower was illuminated as if it were daytime. With flashbulbs popping, Tony Stark loosened his shirt collar, the blue glow of the arc reactor illuminating his confident smile. "I am Iron Man." Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Mabai remained hidden in the shadows backstage, the four elemental powers dormant within his veins, revealing not a trace. In the aftermath of this press conference, the world erupted with excitement at Iron Man's appearance. Yet few were aware of the clandestine guardianship of elemental power that lay hidden behind the brilliance of the armored suit. 1 month later, the red alarm at Stark Villa blared abruptly one morning. Lin Mabai awoke from his elemental meditation, and the holographic projection in the basement revealed Nick Fury's single eye flickering with gravity. A Hydra aircraft from World War II had been detected beneath the Arctic ice, with preliminary assessments suggesting that Captain America, Steve Rogers, might be among them. "Let me handle this," Lin Mabai interjected before Tony could speak. "You stay here to refine the anti-gravity system. This mission requires more agile equipment." Tony raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping on the design schematics of the Mark suit. "Remember to keep Jarvis synced with the data. The frigid temperatures of the Arctic won't be easy to contend with." 3 days later, the Quinjet descended at the edge of the ice field. The biting cold wind sliced against Lin Mabai's cheeks as he tightened his winter gear, but the moment he stepped onto the ice, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, and he keenly sensed the resonance of water and ice elements. Within his consciousness, the four crystals of gold, earth, light, and wind trembled gently, their peripheries faintly illuminated by a deep blue energy wave, as if a slumbering colossal beast were about to awaken. "Mr. Lin, the radar indicates the aircraft is just 300 meters below." An agent's shout interrupted his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mabai transformed the earth element into a drill, piercing the ice, while the light blade precisely sliced through the frozen shards that encased the aircraft. As the rusted wreckage of the aircraft was revealed, the sight within the cockpit made everyone hold their breath. Steve Rogers remained in a piloting stance, his body perfectly preserved in frost. Just as the team prepared to transport the aircraft, the ice field suddenly trembled violently. From the fissures erupted not only snow and ice, but also uncontrollable torrents of icy water energy, coalescing in the air like sentient blades. Lin Mabai's pupils constricted as the elemental forces within him instinctively stirred, yet upon contact with the icy water energy, a fierce repulsion ensued. He knelt on one knee, his consciousness plunging into a chaotic realm as he forcefully guided the resonance of 6 elements. The gold element constructed a framework, the earth element stabilized the foundation. The light element infused vitality, the wind element facilitated circulation, while water and ice gradually found balance amidst their conflict. Pain radiated from his veins to his heart. Yet at the brink of unconsciousness, Lin Mabai beheld the 6 crystals interconnected through a luminous chain. Ice blue patterns emerged upon his skin, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the unruly icy water energy solidified into a shield, protecting everyone. The agents stood dumbfounded. Lin Mabai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. "We must evacuate." He manipulated the newly fused ice water element to form a slick pathway for transport. On the return journey, a sudden blizzard struck. Yet he adeptly sensed the airflow with the water element and constructed markers with the ice element, guiding the team safely back. When the thawed Captain America awoke at S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Mabai had already returned to Stark Villa. In the laboratory, Tony circled around him, the holographic projection continuously scanning his bodily data. 6-element fusion? This is more astonishing than upgrading the 10th generation of the suit. Tell me, what is it like to wield the power of ice and water? Lin Mabai summoned a projection of his consciousness. The 6 crystals slowly rotating. It's akin to mastering flowing glaciers, capable of transforming into blades or solidifying into shields. A stream of ice blue water emerged from his palm, crystallizing into miniature snowflakes in the air, yet he knew it still required time to harmonize. This Arctic expedition was merely the beginning. Outside the window, the neon lights of New York illuminate the night sky. Lin Mabai gazes at the snowflakes dissipating in his palm, then turns his attention to Tony, who is calibrating his armor. The awakening of Captain America heralds a greater crisis, and the synergy between him and Iron Man, empowered by the dual forces of elements and technology, prepares to confront the impending storm. Chapter 8. The dual crisis of elements and steel. Beneath the shroud of night in New York, the laboratory atop Stark Tower glows with brilliance. Tony Stark slumps at his workstation, the palladium reactor embedded in his chest emitting a ghostly blue light, slowly succumbing to the toxic effects that are eroding his body. Lin Mabai stands beside him, the armor of 6 elements shimmering faintly, his brow furrowed as he scrutinizes the fluctuating data projected in holograms. The palladium poisoning is far worse than anticipated. The voice of Jarvis breaks the silence. Tony lets out a self-deprecating chuckle, grasping a nearby glass of whiskey. "It seems I am not far from meeting my maker." Lin Mabai swiftly snatches the glass away, as golden elements coalesce into fine tendrils that delve into Tony's body, striving to alleviate the spread of the toxin, though with little effect. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base in Russia, Ivan Vanko frantically calibrates the arc whip in his hands, as he embeds the stolen arc reactor core into the device. Purple arcs of electricity surge forth, illuminating his maniacal grin. "Stark, I will make you pay for your father's deeds." The Monaco Grand Prix unfolds as scheduled. Tony carries a silver suitcase containing the Mark V armor, walking alongside Lin Mabai beside the racetrack. "I have an ominous feeling, as if something is amiss," Tony murmurs. Lin Mabai nods, as the wind elements transform into invisible threads, discreetly probing the crowd. When a hooded technician approaches, Lin Mabai instantly senses the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from him. "Tony!" Lin Mabai shouts, as the earth elements coalesce beneath their feet, forming a formidable shield. Almost simultaneously, the technician yanks off his hood, revealing Ivan Vanko's grotesque visage, and the arc whip lashes out like a venomous serpent, crashing violently against the shield. Tony swiftly opens the suitcase, and metallic components spill forth, rapidly assembling on the ground into the Mark V armor. Lin Mabai channels the power of the 6 elements, crafting light elements into blades that sever the arc, while water elements manifest as mist to obscure their adversary's vision, and ice elements freeze portions of the arc whip structure. However, Vanko's onslaught intensifies, with arcs relentlessly breaching their defenses. "This won't suffice." Tony's voice emanates from the armor. "Mabai, draw his fire while I search for an opportunity to strike at the core." Lin Mabai nods, as the 6 elements swirl around his form, transforming into a magnificent light shield. boldly advancing towards Vanko. Golden elements entwine to ensnare the arc whip, while wind elements stir up debris to obscure visibility. Yet they gradually disintegrate under the relentless assault. In a crucial moment, Tony seizes the opportunity, channeling the palm cannon of the Mark V to its zenith, unleashing a devastating blast towards Vanko's device. Concurrently, Lin Mabai unleashes his most potent strike, the 6 elements converging into a colossal blade of light, severing the energy connection of the arc whip. With a resounding explosion, Vanko collapses to the ground, momentarily bringing the battle to a halt. Yet, the crisis is far from over. Upon returning to America, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrives with graver news. Justin Hammer has allied with Vanko, clandestinely manufacturing a multitude of armors with the intent to undermine Stark Industries. Tony's physical condition deteriorated, while new threats loomed ever closer. "We need a plan," Lin Mabai remarked, gazing at the frail Tony. Yet, Tony displayed his characteristic smile, despite his pallor. "A plan? I have a far better idea. To show them that Iron Man and his elemental allies are not to be trifled with." In the days that followed, Lin Mabai and Tony toiled tirelessly. Lin Mabai endeavored to alleviate Tony's poisoning symptoms using elemental power, while assisting him in enhancing his armor. Tony, in turn, sought to uncover a new substance to replace the palladium element, guided by clues left by Howard. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the conspiracies of Hammer and Vank simmered, heralding an impending greater crisis. Chapter 9. The redemption path of elements and technology. The basement of Stark Manor was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere, the control panel's blue light illuminating Tony's pale visage. He coughed violently, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the design blueprints of the Mark armor. Beside him, Lin Mabai clenched his fists, the 6 elemental forces quivering beneath the armor. "Jarvis, to what extent has the toxin spread?" Tony loosened his tie, his voice hoarse. The artificial intelligence's mechanical tone bore an unusual weight. "Sir, the toxicity of the palladium element has infiltrated the central nervous system. An estimated 16 weeks remain." Lin Mabai stepped forward to support the wavering Tony, golden elements coalescing into a fine stream to penetrate his body, only to be ruthlessly repelled by a barrier of black toxin. "There must be a way," he gritted his teeth. "Do you remember the original reactor that Obadiah stole? That was designed by your father, Howard. Perhaps the key lies within it." Tony abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. "Jarvis, retrieve the footage from the Stark Expo of 1974. The holographic projection instantly shifted, revealing a young Howard Stark, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing tall at the exhibition. His gaze was confident and resolute, exuding an infinite pride in what he presented. Behind him stood a colossal circular model, resembling a portal to the future, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Its exquisite design showcased Howard Stark's extraordinary creativity and imagination in every intricate detail. With a smile, Howard Stark proclaimed with a booming voice, "This is not merely an exposition. It is a special gift for my son. This circular model represents the possibilities of the future, the key to unlocking the world ahead." His words brimmed with deep affection and hope for his son, as if this model was not just an exhibit, but a profound wish for his son's future. Lin Mabai fixed his gaze upon the model's geometric structure, and suddenly, the 6 elemental crystals in his consciousness resonated intensely. "Tony, look at this." He magnified the core part of the model. The circular structure bore an astonishing resemblance to the trajectory of elemental movement. Howard may have discovered the existence of a new element long ago. The two immediately drove to the newly established Stark Expo. Deep within the exhibition area Howard had left behind, a dust-covered model glimmered with a metallic sheen. Trembling, Tony reached out to touch it, and a hidden compartment slowly opened, revealing a metal piece inscribed with mysterious patterns. "This is," he gasped in disbelief, "an elemental map." Lin Mabai's fingertips glided over the intricate patterns, as the water element flowed through the grooves, effortlessly delineating a complete molecular structure. Howard recorded the form of the new element in the most primal manner, yet it required a quantum computer to finalize the modeling. In the laboratory, the arcs of light danced in harmony with the radiance of the elements. Tony frantically tapped at the keyboard while Lin Mabai summoned the wind element to stabilize the magnetic field, with the light element providing precise illumination. As the three-dimensional model of the new element materialized in the holographic projection, both held their breath in unison. It was a purer energy entity than palladium, exuding a soft, pearlescent glow. Success! Tony embedded the new element into the reactor, and the blue light instantly transformed into a warm golden hue. He greedily inhaled, feeling the toxins within him dissolve like snow in the sun. At that moment, Lin Mabai produced a pendant. Its chain crafted from gold and adorned with 6 miniature elemental crystals, Wearing it would shield you from residual toxins through the power of the elements. Tony caressed the pendant, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. It seems I have not only reclaimed my life, but also acquired a talisman. To be honest. Mabai, his voice suddenly lowered. Thank you for accompanying me through this harrowing journey. Outside, the New York night remained resplendent. Lin Mabai watched Tony recalibrating his armor, sensing a subtle resonance between the 6 crystals and the new element within his consciousness. He understood that this race against death was merely the beginning. With the emergence of the new element, more formidable foes and perilous challenges were silently encroaching from the shadows. Chapter 10. The Mecha Frenzy and Elemental Guardians in the subterranean laboratory of Stark Tower. The golden new element coursed through the reactor, thoroughly dispelling the palladium toxins within Tony. Lin Mabai gazed at his revitalized friend, the 6-element armor shimmering at his fingertips. It seems we should pay a visit to Mr. Hammer, as his toys have been rather noisy of late. At the Hammer Industries press conference, flashes of magnesium light intermingled with cheers. Justin Hammer stood before a colossal mecha model, exuberantly boasting, "These war machines will redefine the battlefield of the future. Please welcome my chief scientist, Ivan Vanko." However, the large screen displayed no figure, only a flurry of static. Just as the audience began to murmur, Vanko grinned malevolently and pressed the remote, causing dozens of mechas to break free from their restraints, their crimson optics flickering with malice. Mabai right ahead. Tony instantly activated the Mark armor, and amidst the metallic glimmer, he deftly rescued a small boy wearing a homemade Iron Man mask. The child's helmet, adorned with haphazard spray paint, stood out vividly against the flames, and a youthful voice emanated from the mask. "Mr. Stark, I knew you would come." Tony cradled the child in one arm, firing his palm cannon at the encroaching mechas, turning to Lin Mabai and shouting, "Evacuate the others. These 10 toys are mine." Lin Mabai transformed into a whirlwind of elements. As the earth element coalesced into towering walls to obstruct the rampaging mechas, the light blades severed the thrashing mechanical arms, and the water element formed whirlpools to ensnare the fleeing machines. "Be careful. That mecha has an energy amplifier." Just as Tony's warning echoed, a massive mecha crashed through the ground towards them. Lin Mabai summoned the ice element to freeze its joints, only to have them instantaneously melted by the opposing mecha's high-temperature jet. At the critical moment, Tony's palm cannon struck the core of the mech, the explosion's shockwave propelling both individuals into the air. "Stark, your rescue has come too late." Vanko's maniacal laughter echoed through the communication channel, immediately followed by the simultaneous activation of self-destruct protocols across the entire venue's mechs. Lin Mabai's pupils dilated as the wind element swiftly gathered the trapped crowd for evacuation, while chains of gold element dragged the impending explosive mech skyward. Meanwhile, Tony, piloting the armor with the young boy, broke through the dome, detonating 3 mechs in midair, the dazzling flames illuminating the child's face, a mixture of excitement and fear. When the smoke cleared and SHIELD agents arrived at the scene, they were greeted only by the debris and 2 figures, battered yet still standing. Gently removing the boy's mask, Tony ruffled his hair. "Next time you wish to be a hero, you should first master physics." The child, however, raised his homemade reactor model. "When I create a real arc reactor, can I intern at Stark Industries? Agent Romanoff has gone to the factory alone." Fury's voice resonated from the communicator. Tony glanced at Lin Mabai, whose armor, infused with the elements, glowed brilliantly as he used the wind element to staunch the wounds of the injured. "Should I lend her a hand?" Tony arched an eyebrow. Lin Mabai nodded. "It's just the opportunity for Vanko to see that the combination of elements and steel is far more profound than mere appearances." The 2 transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the night sky, leaving Hammer seated amidst the ruins, murmuring to the camera, "This should not be happening." Meanwhile, in the distant factory, the confrontation between Black Widow and Vanko had escalated to a fever pitch, amidst the shadows where arcs of electricity and gunfire intertwined. The dual legends of steel and elements were inscribing a new chapter. Chapter 11. Confrontation in the dark factory deep within Hammer Industries' clandestine factory. The damp metallic scent mingled with the acrid aroma of engine oil, cold white fluorescent lights flickering on the oil-streaked ceiling, casting the floor into a myriad of distorted shadows. Ivan Vanko, donning heavy goggles, was enveloped in crackling purple arcs of electricity that danced around his mechanical limbs. He was hunched over, fine-tuning the final improved arc whip battle armor, an unstable blue glow flickering from the makeshift arc reactor embedded in his bare chest, illuminating the grotesque scars on his face. With a sudden crackle, the arc whip unleashed a half-meter-long bolt of lightning, instantly melting a charred hole into the workbench. Vanko erupted into maniacal laughter. "Perfect. Stark, this time you cannot escape. Vanko, your farce is drawing to a close." A cold, feminine voice emanated from behind. Natasha Romanoff emerged like a specter 10 meters away. Her chestnut hair tied into a sleek ponytail, her fitted combat suit contouring her athletic form, dual pistols glinting with a chilling metallic sheen in her hands. Her pupils narrowed slightly, warily observing the arcs of electricity swirling around Vanko, now more perilous than the device in Monaco. Vanko slowly straightened, yet he did not turn. A cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you believe you can capture me with just 2 guns? As the words left his lips, he suddenly spun around. The arc whip striking towards Natasha like a serpent from its lair. Amid the piercing shriek of the purple lightning tearing through the air, Natasha rolled to the side, her bullets precisely targeting the energy interface of the arc whip. However, Vank was already well prepared. With a slight tremor of his wrist, arcs of electricity instantaneously forked, striking the ground with a resounding crack, as charred patterns spread outward at a visible pace. Did you think I would be caught off guard? Vank sneered, activating the arc devices on his battle armor, causing the factory's lights to flicker maniacally. The alarm for the backup power system blared abruptly, and amidst the piercing red light, Natasha holstered her weapon and drew a specially designed electric baton from her waist. The surface of the baton shimmered with currents akin to those of the arc whip, a countermeasure developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. against Vank's weaponry. Let us see how you fare against this, Natasha declared, leaping like a cheetah, aiming the baton directly at Vank's face. Vank swung his arc whip to parry, and the 2 currents collided, erupting in a blinding flash of blue light. The intense electric shock numbed Natasha's hands, and as she recoiled, she noticed Vank's armor suddenly extend several metallic tendrils, ensnaring her like a spider's web. The cold metal constricted her limbs, and arcs of electricity danced along the tendrils. With a mere command from Vank, she could be reduced to cinders in an instant. You are as foolish as Stark, believing brute strength will lead to victory, Vank taunted, advancing slowly as the voltage of the arc whip surged, filling the air with the acrid scent of ozone. Behold, this is true power. At the critical moment, a golden blue light burst through the window. Lin Mabai's 6-element armor shimmered with vibrant hues, and a blade forged of gold cleaved through the metallic tendrils with precision, while the wind element transformed into an invisible hand, lifting Natasha out of danger. Almost immediately, a thunderous roar shook the ground as Tony's Mark armor crashed to the floor, the blue light of his palm cannon illuminating the entire workshop. Long time no see. Vank, this time, you shall not escape. Tony's voice resonated from his visor, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Behind him, Lin Mabai's armor glowed with the brilliance of 6 elements, a shield of gold, reinforced earth beneath them, light illuminating the shadows, wind stirring the air, water converging into a barrier in his palm, and ice forming sharp spikes along the edges. A flicker of panic flashed in Vank's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Perfect timing. Let us perish together, he shouted, maximizing the energy of the arc whip. As purple lightning surged skyward like a giant serpent, causing the entire factory's electrical system to spiral into chaos. The red alarm for the backup power system echoed around them, as the wiring along the walls ignited, sending plumes of smoke billowing. Lin Mabai immediately summoned the water element to create a massive barrier to withstand the Arc's assault, while nodding at Natasha, signaling her to destroy the factory's core energy. Natasha understood, vanishing into the shadows like a specter. Meanwhile, Vank charged forth with his arc whip, as purple lightning collided with the golden armor and the 6-colored elemental brilliance, unleashing explosive shockwaves that toppled surrounding equipment. An ultimate clash of steel and elements, of madness and intellect, erupted within the smoke-filled factory. As Tony dodged the arc attacks, he sought out the weaknesses in Vank's armor. Lin Mabai skillfully wielded the power of the elements to assist. The earth element suddenly surged from beneath, tripping Vank. The light element transformed into a blinding glare, disrupting his vision, and the ice element rapidly crystallized on the surface of the arc whip, attempting to slow its assault. However, Vank's armor has evidently undergone significant modifications, each strike infused with a cataclysmic force, reducing everything in its vicinity to rubble. Mobai, the reactor is in his chest, Tony shouted, seizing an opportunity. Lin Mobai understood immediately, 6 elements coalescing in his palm into a massive blade of light, while simultaneously, Tony's palm cannon brimmed with energy. The two exchanged a glance and unleashed their attacks almost in unison. The radiance of the blade and the palm cannon illuminated the factory, culminating in a deafening explosion. As Vank's armor finally succumbed, collapsing dramatically. Chapter 12, Eastern Journey. A holiday of steel and elements. Are you certain this contraption can render us invisible? Tony Stark remarked, holding a red plastic bag emblazoned with welcome as his sunglasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, scrutinizing the drone in Lin Mo Bai's hand. They stood in the midday sun at the meridian gate of the Forbidden City in Beijing, surrounded by bustling tourists and the resplendent vermilion walls of the palace. The six-element armor lay concealed beneath Lin Mo Bai's skin, occasionally resonating subtly with the ancient architecture. Lin Mo Bai pressed the remote, and the drone transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the clouds. The nano-coating enhanced by JARVIS was sufficient to thwart ordinary surveillance. He raised the travel guide in his hand, stating, "Let it be known, today we shall not discuss armor or arc reactors. Violators shall be treated to Peking duck." Tony raised an eyebrow. Deal. However, I reserve the right to critique this world's largest Sihiyuan. If only Howard had brought me here, I wouldn't have flunked history. Before he could finish, an ant wielding a selfie stick approached. "Young man, could you help us take a family photo?" Lin Mo Bai accepted the phone, carefully adjusting the angle before pressing the shutter. Meanwhile, Tony stood nearby, playfully teasing the shy child hiding behind the parents, successfully coaxing a radiant smile from the little one. In the photograph, everyone exuded joy, and Lin Mo Bai discreetly used the wind element to smooth the ant's tousled hair, enhancing the scene's perfection. "Wow, this is wonderful." The ant's delighted exclamation drew the attention of surrounding tourists, and Lin Mo Bai smiled as he returned the phone. "Your family radiates such warmth." As they traversed the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the two paused at a cultural and creative shop. Tony picked up a power bank adorned with a dragon motif. "This design is impressive. Mass production could double Stark Industries' merchandise sales." Lin Mo Bai, however, was captivated by shadow puppets in the corner, his fingertips brushing against the intricately carved leather, as the earth element quietly infused into the puppet, causing it to dance gracefully upon the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. "Is this a new sensing device?" "It's a special technique from my friend." Tony produced his black card to settle the bill, casually slapping a sticker inscribed with "I know" onto Lin Mo Bai's back, "A badge for your new armor." Upon exiting the store, he snapped a photo of Lin Mo Bai's back. "When we return, I shall set this image as JARVIS startup screen." The evening air in Nanluo Guxiang was perfumed with the aroma of candied chestnuts. Tony took a bite of a tonghulu, the sweet and sour hawthorn causing his pupils to constrict, more invigorating than the energy drinks in my lab. Suddenly, he halted in front of a ring toss booth, eyeing the array of prizes with eager anticipation. JARVIS. Calculate the angle of the parabolic throw. "Sir, this game is based on skill." The booth operator replied, munching on seeds and waving his hand. Lin Mo Bai placed a hand on Tony's restless wrist. "Allow me." Golden elements coiled into fine strands encircled a bamboo ring. With a gentle flick of his wrist, 5 rings landed perfectly on the largest panda plush. As Tony lifted the panda, he muttered, "I wish I had brought the targeting system from the Mark suit." When night fell, the two sat on the bar terrace by Hohai. Lin Mo Bai chilled his beer with ice elements while Tony held up his phone for a live broadcast. Guess what Stark is up to? The camera panned across the flickering red lanterns in the alley, finally resting on Lin Mo Bai, who was using water elements to etch a flowing Great Wall pattern on the table. "My friend here is showcasing a traditional Chinese craft," Tony explained earnestly, and the comments section erupted with praise. Suddenly, he snatched the phone, brandishing a folding fan he had purchased earlier. "Now, let me show you true fashion." He tucked the fan into his waist and struck a pose for the camera, declaring, "Behold, a new summer line from Stark Industries." On their way back to the hotel, Tony abruptly halted, fixating on a street-side chess stall. "Care to wager?" The loser becomes the other's assistant for a week. He picked up a piece, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Lin Mo Bai chuckled as earth elements coalesced beneath the chessboard, creating a unique magnetic field that made the pieces move with clarity. The onlooking elderly men were left awestruck. This young man has a remarkable strategy. Ultimately, Tony's bravado was cornered by Lin Mo Bai's knight. He removed his sunglasses, revealing an exaggerated look of despair. "Jarvis, note this down. Today is the greatest humiliation of my Stark Industries career." Yet, as Lin Mo Bai turned away, Tony discreetly slipped a string of prayer beads into his pocket. Before the floor-to-ceiling window of their room, Beijing's lights sparkled like a galaxy. Lin Mo Bai discovered the bracelet and glanced up at Tony, who was leaning against the doorframe, toying with a Peking opera mask. "Wear it as a talisman," Tony suggested with a shrug. "Though you possess elemental power, this is my heartfelt intention." Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting the silhouettes of the two figures side by side, leaving behind a unique memory woven with steel and elements in this ancient yet modern city. Chapter 13. A new elemental chapter and temporal ripples. The evening breeze in Hohai carried the essence of the bustling alleys. As Lin Mo Bai and Tony leaned against the terrace railing, their beer glasses kept refreshingly cool by ice elements. The distant lights of the drum tower reflected on the water, rendering the night ethereal. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Tony's phone rang out with an irritating tone, the name flashing incessantly on the screen. "Damn it, what crisis now?" He answered the call, his expression instantly serious. An anxious voice pierced through the receiver. "The remnants of Hammer Industries are causing trouble in Southeast Asia. The military demands your immediate explanation regarding the leaked armor technology." Seeing this, Lin Mabe quietly retracted his elemental power, the golden elements dissolving into a shimmering glow within his palm. "You go ahead, I'll wrap things up here." Tony removed his sunglasses, revealing a rare earnestness. "Sorry to ruin the mood. I'll treat you to a Michelin-starred meal next time." With that, he turned and jogged away, his figure quickly vanishing into the neon-lit alley. Watching his friend depart, Lin Mabe rubbed the prayer beads on his wrist. When the elemental power resonated with the ancient Eastern magnetic field, he often sensed a mysterious presence beckoning him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to journey to Nepal, the secluded haven of the Ancient One, where he might unravel a new riddle of elemental fusion. The stone steps of Kamartaj shimmered enigmatically in the mist as Lin Mo stepped through the temple's grand entrance, where the Ancient One, clad in a crimson monk's robe, stood with a knowing smile. "I have long awaited your arrival, Master of the Elements," she declared. With a graceful wave of her hand, the surrounding space rippled, transporting them instantly into the serene meditation chamber. "The 6 elements within you have achieved equilibrium, yet you still yearn for new power." With a flick of her finger through the void, she conjured a myriad of twinkling elemental orbs, revealing the boundless elemental realm of the cosmos. The pivotal moment arrived when she pressed Lin Mo's hand against the stone wall, compelling him to confront the fears and desires within his heart. For the ensuing 3 weeks, Lin Mo immersed himself in the trials of the elemental sanctum. He traversed the searing realm of molten lava, grasping the ferocity and vitality of the fire element amidst the surging magma. He ventured into the desolate domain of sandstorms, experiencing the chaotic power born from the union of wind and sand. On the brink of death during one of his encounters, he finally brushed against a new elemental realm, a domain composed entirely of pure sound waves, where the frequencies resonated eerily with his heartbeat. "Sound is the embodiment of vibration," Lin Mo murmured in meditation. Upon his 7th entry into the sound wave realm, he relinquished his resistance to the pain brought forth by the high-frequency tremors, instead guiding the 6 elements within him to resonate in harmony. The gold element fortified his consciousness, the earth element stabilized his foundation, the light element illuminated the chaos, while the water and ice elements tempered the ferocity of the sound waves, and the wind element wove all forces into a swirling amalgamation. In the moment of breakthrough, the 7th crystal, a deep violet sound wave elemental core, suddenly illuminated the consciousness space, suspended amidst the 6 elemental crystals, with countless light chains binding it tightly to the gold, earth, light, wind, water, and ice elements. Yet, the Ancient One did not pause there. She summoned a time stone, glowing with an ethereal green light, and as its resplendent radiance enveloped them, an ancient and vast power surged forth. Time, the most ancient and perilous of elements. The instant the gem touched Lin Mo's forehead, torrents of temporal fragments cascaded into his consciousness, the fiery blaze of the meteor that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs, the laying of the first stone of the pyramids, and the nebulous shadows of a future shrouded in darkness. Time is not linear, but rather an intricate tapestry of infinite possibilities. The Ancient One's voice echoed through the fissures of time and space. "To master it, you must become an observer, not a participant." Guided by the time stone, Lin Mo entered an ancient city forgotten by time. As he crossed the threshold, the bricks visibly weathered at an alarming pace, the flora withered and decayed, and even the air was thick with the scent of rot. Instinctively, he summoned the wind element to fortify the structures, only to discover that the torrent of time easily dispersed his defenses. Just as the ancient city was on the verge of complete annihilation, Lin Mo harnessed the gold element to forge a stable framework against the encroaching temporal decay. While the earth element reconstituted the material foundation to combat deterioration, the light element infused vitality to delay demise. The water element synchronized with the temporal flow to adjust the rhythm. The sound wave element disrupted the frequency of time to create a buffer, and the wind element interconnected all forces. As the power of the 8 elements resonated in unison, the flow of time within the ancient city abruptly ceased, and the crumbling walls slowly began to restore under the golden light. Those who touch time shall inevitably be touched by it. The Ancient One guided Lin Mo to perceive the profound connections between time and the other elements. The vibrations of sound can disrupt the frequency of time. The trajectory of light can mark temporal nodes, and the flow of water mirrors the passage of time. To validate his knowledge, Master Ancient One waved his sleeve and conjured a burning candle. Lin Mo by summoned sound waves to form a protective barrier within which the elements of time flowed. The flame first solidified, then burned in reverse, and astonishingly, the candle reformed from the ashes. On the day of his graduation, Master Ancient One personally opened a portal, saying, "Remember, the greater the power, the more one must guard their heart. The force of time can create miracles, but it can also bring calamity." Lin Mo by nodded in gratitude and stepped into the flickering circle of light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the lawn of Stark Manor. The evening breeze lifting the corners of his clothing, while the light from the laboratory in the distance poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto him. Inside the Stark Manor laboratory, an alarm suddenly blared sharply. Tony Stark hurriedly turned off the detection device, staring at the erratic data flashing on the screen. "Jarvis, this is impossible. The energy fluctuations have exceeded the peak of the new element reactor." Before he could finish his sentence, the air in the lab twisted abruptly, and a vibrant portal burst open, from which Lin Mo by emerged, enveloped in a swirl of delicate golden light. 8 elemental crystals glimmered beneath his skin, and a newly acquired amber time element core radiated a mysterious glow. "What on earth have you experienced?" Tony exclaimed, removing his goggles and gazing at the purple sound wave sphere hovering at Lin Mo by's fingertips, its surface adorned with faintly visible temporal patterns. Before Lin Mo by could respond, the laboratory clock suddenly reversed, and the coffee on the table flowed backward, rising along the cup's edge. Lin Mo by raised his hand and lightly waved, the ripples of time and space instantly calming. "In Kamartaj, I touched the truth of time." Master Ancient One stated that the ultimate form of elemental power is to grasp the essence of all things. He approached the laboratory's mechanical arm, his fingertips gliding over the cold metal, causing the parts to reassemble in reverse, rust vanishing. With a snap of his fingers, the lights flickered off and on, and Tony's phone inexplicably gained 50 battery power. "So now, not only can you control elements, but you can also master time?" Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If we apply this to the armor, we could." "Hold on," Lin Mo by interrupted, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Master Ancient One warned that the misuse of time's power could provoke temporal paradoxes. "Until we fully comprehend it, we must exercise caution." Suddenly, the time element core in his palm emitted a warning tremor, and the air in the laboratory rippled once more. Outside, the night sky of New York remained resplendent. Tony, eagerly pulling Lin Mo by toward the workbench, babbled about immediately starting to modify the armor. Yet Lin Mo by stood rooted in place, the time element core in his palm still trembling slightly, an indescribable unease swelling within him. He understood that the awakening of time's power was akin to opening Pandora's box. The forces once allied with Vank may have been dismantled, but the world was never devoid of ambitious souls coveting power. This ability to reverse causality and reshape reality, once exposed, would inevitably attract countless greedy gazes. Those mysterious organizations lurking in the shadows, those ambitious individuals dreaming of world domination, might stop at nothing to seize this power. Lin Mo by gazed at Tony, who was intently fine-tuning the equipment, and clenched his fist silently. The new element brought not only power, but also a heavy burden of responsibility. In the days to come, both he and Tony must exercise utmost caution. For a single misstep could shatter everything they safeguard amidst the relentless currents of time. Chapter 14. Elemental Resonance and the Hammer of Divine Punishment. The laboratory atop Stark Tower in New York was bathed in a cold, white light. The hum of precision instruments reverberating through the air as Lin Mabai embedded the freshly condensed sound wave elemental core into the analyzer. Within the transparent container, 8 elements intertwined and flowed like a miniature nebula suspended in glass, emanating a mysterious and resplendent halo. Suddenly, the sharp alarm of Jarvis pierced the atmosphere, and the laboratory's holographic projection instantaneously shifted to an image of the New Mexico desert. "Sir, there are abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the New Mexico desert. The energy intensity is rising exponentially and possesses an unknown oscillation frequency." The artificial intelligence's voice conveyed a rare urgency. The image revealed a colossal hammer, inscribed with ancient runes, deeply embedded in the sandy ground, with any nearby metallic apparatus distorted and drawn towards it, reflecting an eerie blue light under the sun. Surrounded by the smoking remnants of scientific equipment, Tony removed his goggles, his mechanical arm hovering over his suit's chest, the sound of metal colliding abruptly halting. "Jarvis, analyze the source of the energy." The scanning results indicated that this energy did not belong to any known database of earthly technology or extraterrestrial civilization. Jarvis's tone carried hesitation. Its fluctuation patterns did not match any existing cosmic radiation or dark matter energy characteristics, belonging instead to a completely unknown energy system. The energy field centered around the hammer formed a distorted radius of 3 kilometers, causing all electronic devices that approached to overload and fail. Lin Mabai's time elemental core suddenly heated up, and his pupils glimmered as he glimpsed a scene 3 seconds into the future. Ominous clouds obscured the sun. A warrior clad in golden armor descended to the ground, the hammer in his grasp erupting with thunder, sending the grains of sand into the air. This power emanated from Asgard. He summoned strands of golden elements to touch the projection, and the runes glimmered with brilliant golden light. However, the strands dissipated upon contact as if encountering extreme heat. The energy lingering in the hammer exuded a divine pressure, and the craftsmanship of the runes mirrored those I had seen in ancient Asgardian tomes during my time retracing history. Tony whistled, the nanomaterial of his suit flowing along his arm. So, we're going to witness a grand spectacle of an unexpected guest dropping from the heavens? Jarvis, prepare the Quinjet. And remember to bring the anti-energy disruption device. Also, equip Lin Mabai's elemental amplifier. It might prove useful. As night fell, the Quinjet's searchlight sliced through the New Mexico desert. Lin Mabai stepped out of the cabin, the cold wind carrying sand particles striking his face, while the sound wave element keenly detected a deep, resonant hum from beneath the earth, a tremor resonating from the communion of metal and energy, akin to the heartbeat of an ancient behemoth. Within the circular blockade, Black Widow was embroiled in a dispute with military representatives, her widow's bite crackling with cold luminescence under the moonlight. Hawkeye crouched atop a distant dune, his arrows aimed at the scientific instruments surrounding the hammer, which erupted in fireballs. All attempts to move the hammer met with dire repercussions. Nick Fury emerged from the shadows of the command vehicle, his solitary eye gleaming with a steely intensity, followed closely by Hill, who was pushing a wheelchair. 3 members of Dr. Savage's team had succumbed to unconsciousness due to an energy shock, and the nearby hospital had received 17 unfortunate souls afflicted by metallic adhesion. He summoned a holographic image, revealing a soldier whose metal helmet was irrevocably adhered to the hammer's handle, his expression one of sheer terror. Conventional weaponry, electromagnetic pulses, and even cryogenic freezing proved utterly ineffective against it. An armored military vehicle attempted to drag the hammer away, only to be pulled along the desert for 2 kilometers instead. Lin Mabai approached Mjolnir with measured steps, as hexagonal shields of earth materialized beneath his feet, and luminous runes danced along the hammer's surface. When his fingertips were a mere 10 centimeters from the handle, the element of time abruptly reversed, pulling his consciousness into a long-buried memory. In a blazing forge, Odin infused the core of a dying star into a mold, murmuring incantations. Shortly thereafter, the impetuous young Thor brandished his hammer in Jotunheim. The anguished roars of frost giants melding with Odin's disappointed gaze. This was both punishment and trial. Lin Mabai withdrew his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Thor's arrogance had instigated war, and Odin stripped him of his divine powers and hammer, exiling them both simultaneously. The seal upon the hammer was not merely a shackle of strength, but also a mirror reflecting the soul of its bearer. Inscribed within the runes was the phrase, "Only the worthy may wield the thunder," yet this worthiness was not solely a matter of strength. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. The night before, Thor had fallen amidst torrential rain and crimson lightning, and now he approached the hammer, clad in somewhat tattered, yet still radiant golden armor. Rain cascaded down his chiseled features, his damp golden hair clinging to his forehead. Despite his slightly unsteady gait, he emanated an innate majesty. Mjolnir, his voice, mingling with the rain, was tinged with unmistakable urgency and longing. However, the energy net of S-H-I-E-L-D obstructed his path. "Let me go? That is mine." Thor reached out to touch the energy net, only to be violently repelled by an electric shock. Although he had lost his divine powers, his physique still surpassed that of a mortal, easily pushing aside several soldiers who attempted to restrain him. Chaos ensued, with gunfire and shouts echoing throughout the scene. Lin Mabai's pupils constricted. He sensed the residual divine power surrounding Thor resonating with the hammer. Yet it was suppressed by an invisible shackle, like thunder trapped within a cage. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, the sky suddenly shimmered with a rainbow-like glow, and Vostag, Fandral, and Sif emerged from the rift. Sif unsheathed her sword, the blue light slicing through the swirling sand, urgently calling out, "Thor, stop!" Vostag brought the hammer down with a forceful crash, the shockwave pushing back surrounding soldiers. "Asgard needs you, but not in this manner." Fandral rushed forward, attempting to grasp Thor's arm. "Come back with us. Odin is in a deep slumber, and Loki," but before he could finish, Thor shook off his hand. the golden armor reflecting a harsh light in the moon's glow. He gazed longingly at the immovable Mjolnir in the distance, his voice laden with despair. I have been stripped of my divine power. The throne is no longer mine. But if I cannot even reclaim the hammer, what face do I have to return to Asgard? Lin Mabai suddenly spoke, his voice creating a gentle vibration in the air. When Odin cast away his hammer, he left behind a guiding principle within the runes. Only those who truly comprehend the essence of guardianship may regain the thunder. Your impulsive actions in Jotunheim not only ignited war, but also placed your people in peril. Power, devoid of humility and responsibility, is merely a weapon of harm. He summoned the element of light, projecting images captured during the day, soldiers being thrown back by energy blasts while valiantly protecting their comrades, researchers who, before losing consciousness, endeavored to record data, and medical personnel braving the rain to rescue the wounded. These individuals lacked divine power, yet were willing to risk everything for the sake of others. The true worth of strength lies not in the number of enemies vanquished, but in the hopes preserved. Thor abruptly turned, complex emotions igniting within his blue gaze. You, a mere mortal, how can you claim to understand the mission of the gods? It is precisely because I am mortal that I grasp the fragility of life more profoundly. Lin Mabai replied, his tone calm, yet resolute, as 8 elements swirled around him. I have witnessed the cruelty of time and the insignificance and resilience of life in the face of disaster. And you, Thor, if you wish to reclaim your hammer, what you require is not brute force, but the humility to relinquish your arrogance. Thor fell silent as memories surged like a tide. Loki's cunning smile, Odin's disappointed gaze. The icy battlefield of Jotunheim. At that moment, Jarvis's alarm once again pierced the night. Asgardian energy frequency detected. Spatial coordinates locked 300 meters above. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge surged in the sky, and a harbinger of doom, exuding a malevolent aura, emerged from it, its metallic feet shattering the clouds, dimming the starlight in its wake. Its eyes flickered with a red light of destruction, surrounded by a vortex of black energy. With every step, the ground fissured like a spider's web. A crisis transcending the realms of gods and men had officially begun. Chapter 15. The fracture of the Rainbow Bridge and the rising tide. The remnants of the Harbinger smoldered in the desert, as Thor gripped Mjolnir, now reclaimed, and the thunder coursed around him. Lin Mabai stood at a distance, the 8 elements shimmering at his fingertips, acutely aware of the energy fluctuations emanating from Asgard, marked by the chilling essence unique to the unsealing of the winter's treasure. Thor, the celestial palace, is in danger. Heimdall's voice suddenly resonated within everyone's consciousness. Thor's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he beheld the radiant glow of the Rainbow Bridge intensifying, as countless frost giant warships poured forth. Led by the king of Jotunheim, Laufey, half-breed of Asgard, Laufey's war spear pointed towards the sky, instantly freezing the ground with an icy breath. A flicker of panic crossed Thor's eyes as he turned to Lin Mabai, exclaiming, "Earth is in your hands." Before his words faded, he leaped into the Rainbow Bridge alongside Vostag and others. Lin Mabai swiftly summoned the earth element, raising towering walls around them, while the fire element spewed flames to counter the frost. However, the weapons of the frost giants were imbued with cursed power, causing the earthen walls to collapse and extinguishing the flames in an instant. Tony's armor exerted maximum output, but the repulsor blasts left only shallow marks on the frost giant's armor. Jarvis, analyze their weaknesses, Tony shouted. They are sensitive to high-frequency sound waves and intense light. But the duration cannot exceed 3 seconds, the artificial intelligence responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Mabai immediately summoned sound waves and light elements, intertwining the 2 forces to form a sharp blade of light that precisely pierced the joints of the frost giant. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Hawkeye incessantly fired from a distance, disrupting the enemy's movements. In Asgard, Loki stood shrouded in shadows, gripping Odin's scepter tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His original plan was to have the frost giant eliminate Odin, allowing him to ascend the throne as a savior, rather than letting Thor become Asgard's hero. A bunch of fools. Loki ground his teeth, watching Laufey approach the throne, while Heimdall was encased in ice within the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. He resolved to reverse the situation himself. Stop! Thor swung Mjolnir, summoning thunder to cleave through the advancing horde of frost giants. Laufey let out a cold laugh as frost from his war spear swiftly spread to Thor's feet. Odin didn't think of an end when he stole our winter's treasure and slaughtered my kin. Amidst the chaos, Loki suddenly charged towards the frozen Heimdall, only to be intercepted by Volstagg wielding a warhammer. Traitor, did you think we were unaware of your schemes? A fierce glint flashed in Loki's eyes as he wielded Odin's scepter, unleashing a wave of golden energy, which Sif timely deflected with her sword. The confrontation between Thor and Laufey had escalated to a fever pitch, with Mjolnir's thunder colliding against frost, producing countless arcs of electricity. Seizing the moment of disorder, Loki broke free from the entanglement and rushed towards the core mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge, frantically channeling magic. Since the plan has failed, let us perish together. The energy of the Rainbow Bridge began to spiral out of control, and a thunderous roar of collapsing glaciers echoed from Jotunheim. We must stop him. Thor turned and flew towards Loki. With a sinister grin, Loki aimed the scepter at Thor. Too late. In a critical moment, Heimdall burst forth from the ice, wielding the rainbow sword to sever Loki's magic. Quick, destroy the core. Thor swung Mjolnir, and at the instant of collision between thunder and the radiant light, Loki was hurled away by the residual force. Before plummeting into the abyss of the universe, he cast a meaningful smile at Thor. Our game has only just begun. As the last rays of rainbow light faded, the ravaged palace finally returned to silence. On Earth, Lin Mabai transformed water elements into ice spikes, bringing down the final frost dragon attempting a sneak attack. Seizing the opportunity, Tony launched missiles, obliterating the remaining foes into fragments. Finally, it was over. Tony gasped for breath, his damaged armor emitting smoke. As the smoke cleared and the earth returned to tranquility, Lin Mabai gazed at the lingering frost in the sky, fully aware that the fallen Loki would inevitably return with even more perilous schemes. Chapter 16. The Secrets of Dunhuang and the Rebirth of Elements. As the smoke dissipated, the Stark villa resumed its former clamor, the sound of Pacific waves mingling with the buzzing of metal cutting in the laboratory. Tony, with a wrench in his mouth, watched as a mechanical arm embedded the vibranium plate into the chest armor of Mark 7. Xiaobai, could you pass me the newly improved anti-gravity device? Before he finished speaking, Lin Mabai had already summoned the wind elements, accurately delivering the floating components into his palm. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Research reports on the Tesseract piled up in the corner of the safe, and Nick Fury visited weekly with confidential documents stained with coffee. Spectral analysis revealed that the energy of the Tesseract resonated with the frequency of your bracelet. Fury's solitary eye swept across the enigmatic patterns adorning Lin Mabai's wrist. We require your assistance in constructing an elemental calibration model. Lin Mabai infused the cooling liquid with water elements, causing intricate frost patterns to dance within the beaker. Ever since he inadvertently encountered Thor's hammer during his battle with the Destroyer, his body had frequently resonated with electric tremors, a sign of the unruly lightning elements stirring within him. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, sensing the energies coursing through him. The lingering pain from the skin burns he suffered during his last attempt to merge with the lightning elements still throbbed faintly. Do not overexert yourself, Tony remarked, his focus unwavering as he adjusted the joints of his armor. Once I finish upgrading the nano repair system, you may experiment with the elements as you please. Lin Mabai pondered while caressing his bracelet, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze to Fury. I can assist, but I must see the ancient tome locked within the number 7 safe in the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground warehouse. A flicker of caution crossed Fury's single eye, yet Lin Mabai was prepared. Translucent threads of sound wave elements had already entwined around Fury's ankle. Do not be alarmed. I can sense its connection to the Tesseract. 3 days later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. triangular aircraft landed in the New Mexico desert base. As Lin Mabai stepped into the underground laboratory, the cold air was thick with pale blue energy particles. The ancient tome, referred to as the alien fire seed, lay open beneath a radiation-proof glass cover, its gilded runes resonating with his bracelet. The moment his fingertips made contact with the pages, searing fire elements surged into his veins like molten lava, causing the temperature in the laboratory to spike dramatically. The fire suppression system released mist that vaporized instantly in the air. Unknown energy assimilation detected. As alarms blared, Lin Mabai gritted his teeth, directing the rampaging fire elements into his bracelet. His pupils ignited with a golden flame, and the apparatus that had been suspended in midair began to twist and contort. As the fire elements reshaped his understanding of elemental power. Once the burning sensation subsided, he waved his hand, and the wall instantly came alive with blazing elemental equations, precisely aligning with the energy fluctuations of the Tesseract. A month later, a Gulfstream 650 jet sliced through the clouds, the desert landscape below resembling crumpled golden silk. Tony lounged in the leather seat, perusing design sketches. Are you sure you're not looking for inspiration from a Vegas stripper? What could possibly inspire you in this desolate place? Before he could finish, Lin Mabai suddenly pointed at the desert below the window, where thousands of grains of sand were levitating, arranging themselves into ancient Sanskrit totems under the sunlight. As the president of the Dunhuang Research Institute drove over the singing sand dunes, Lin Mabai's bracelet suddenly grew warm. These murals have recently been emanating strange auras. The elderly man gestured towards the flying celestial mural in Cave 329, where faded pigments revealed faint engravings reminiscent of those found on Thor's hammer. The moment Lin Mabai reached out to touch the mural, the entire cave trembled violently, and a long-dormant holographic projection surged forth from the rock wall. The scene of Asgardian craftsmen forging the Rainbow Bridge, with the outline of the Tesseract unmistakably visible. Jarvis. Holographic scan. Tony's exclamation was abruptly interrupted by the blaring alarms. Outside the cave, a cadre of over 20 individuals clad in black and armed with sound wave weapons burst through the walls. Instinctively, Lin Mabai summoned the elements, and the newly acquired fire elements responded first, igniting crimson flames around him. Upon contact with the MJ Lnur, the dormant thunder elements within him began to resonate violently, causing the air to shimmer with fine currents of electricity. The two elements clashed ferociously within Lin Mabai, the intense pain threatening to unsteady his stance. At that moment, the bracelet on his wrist erupted in a brilliant light, and a translucent white ribbon shot forth from his arm. The ribbon traced a magnificent arc in the air, autonomously wrapping around the enemy's weapon. Wherever it passed, the luminous blade cleaved through metal, flames instantly melting it away, while sonic attacks shattered against the barrier woven by the ribbon, transforming into fragmented golden sparks. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mabai controlled the white ribbon, striving to find balance amidst the excruciating pain. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, he suddenly sensed a wondrous fusion of fire and thunder elements. Guided by the ribbon, when the first rays of dawn crept over the 9-layered eaves, Lin Mabai's palm was entwined with a fire whip crackling with electric light. The white ribbon becoming more substantial with each movement, each swing accompanied by a thunderous roar, searing glowing gorges into the rock face. How extravagant! Tony ripped off the charred visor of his armor, excitedly aiming the scanner at Lin Mabai, the energy fluctuation of the fire-thunder fusion rivaling that of a miniature sun. But can you give me a heads up next time you transform? I nearly got blinded by your intense radiance. Lin Mabai gazed at the fading Sanskrit totem in the distance, as the white ribbon transformed into specks of starlight, merging back into the bracelet. He flexed his fingers, still tinged with a residual tingling sensation, as the power of the fire and thunder coursed through his veins like liquid lightning. This journey to the Mogeo caves had yielded breakthroughs far beyond his expectations. From unexpectedly acquiring the fire element to infusing the power of thunder and fire into the mysterious ribbon in a life-or-death moment, he had finally touched upon a new dimension of his abilities. Hey, Magic Boy. Tony's armor shoulder was still emitting wisps of smoke. If you turn my scanner into scrap metal again, the repair costs will come out of your salary, he complained, though excitement flickered in his eyes. But seriously, that last move with the fire thunder ribbon, we need to install a similar energy module in the armor. Lin Mabai chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to the rising sun. The S.H.I.E.L.D. research on the cosmic cube continued, and the ancient tome concealing the secrets of the fire element remained locked in a safe. Yet at this moment, he was far more concerned with the newfound power surging within him. As the first rays of sunlight brushed the ridge of the Singing Sands Mountain, he understood that a journey of elemental discovery, uniquely his own, was just beginning. Chapter 17. The Symphony of Gods and Mortals. The underground laboratory of Stark Villa was enveloped in the cold glow of white light, metal apparatus gleaming with a stark sheen. Tony Stark knelt at the workbench, a wrench clenched between his teeth, his oil-stained hands laboriously dismantling the chest plate of the Mark 8 armor, parts strewn across the floor. In the distance, the unfinished energy core emitted an eerie blue light, harmonizing with the silhouettes of various armors hanging on the wall. Stark, take a good look. Lin Mabai's voice echoed from the entrance of the laboratory. As Tony lifted his gaze, a streak of white light darted across the seemingly unadorned white silk ribbon, which unfurled abruptly in midair. The satin surface shimmered with bizarre patterns, crimson runes of fire reminiscent of molten lava, arcs of lightning glimmering in golden hues, and undulating lines as clear as water. 10 elemental symbols intertwined in an arcane dance, as if encapsulating the entire elemental universe within this singular fabric. The ribbon deftly wound around the suspended mechanical arm, tracing an elegant arc in the air. Before Tony could fully comprehend the situation, the wrench in his hand was skillfully snatched away and returned to the tool rack with precision. This is far more obedient than your mechanical arm, Lin Mabai remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he flicked his fingers. The ribbon suddenly split into dozens of luminous streams, darting through the intricate circuits like fish navigating through water. Wherever they passed, malfunctioning indicator lights sprang back to life. Tony removed his goggles, his eyes sparkling with astonishment, which quickly morphed into a wry grin. I must say, Xiaobai, can this new toy serve as wiring? Next time, let's equip the armor with an elemental drive. it would undoubtedly be cooler than the arc reactor. He reached out to touch the ribbon, but the moment his fingertip grazed its edge, a surge of fine electricity erupted, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Hey, does this thing bite? Lin Mabai retracted the ribbon, the energies of the 10 elements quivering faintly within him, causing the bracelet to emit a soft glow. Once you resolve the energy overload issue with the armor, we might explore the possibility of elemental fusion transformation. Just as he finished speaking, a metallic scraping sound echoed from the ventilation duct above. Lin Mabai's sound wave element reacted first. The ribbon slithered out like a serpent, deftly ensnaring 2 lurking microcameras. Fury. Surveillance hardly qualifies as a friendly action. With a flick of his fingers, the cameras disintegrated amidst a tempest of thunder and fire. The laboratory's blast-proof glass slid open silently, revealing Nick Fury, who entered with an augmented alloy cane, the hem of his black trench coat still dusted with frost from the Arctic tundra. His single eye reflected the crimson alarm projected by his wristwatch. The energy readings from the Tesseract had exceeded critical levels. 3 days prior, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base for the Pegasus project had been breached, with Loki vanishing into the quantum rift, Tesseract in hand. A holographic image unfolded before them. The Tesseract, glowing blue, hovered above the icy plains, while Loki, wielding a gem-studded scepter, wore a mocking smile upon his pale visage. Suddenly, Lin Mabai's elemental bracelet seared against his skin like a branding iron, with uncontrolled fire elements surging from his fingertips, scorching the ground beneath him. He vividly recalled the ancient tome from the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground vault, the searing energy that coursed through his veins upon touch resonating with the Tesseract's current fluctuations. The lightning elements trembled in response, fine currents crawling up his arm and neck. He was searching for a way to open a spatial portal. Lin Mabai clenched his fist, a violent vortex of 10 elements forming within him. The energy from the scepter bore an uncanny resemblance to the fluctuations during his elemental fusion. The Black Widow emerged from the shadows, her Widow's Bite device flickering at her wrist. According to intercepted Hydra communications, Loki is recruiting remnants of Eastern European factions. In Berlin and Budapest, incidents of mass hysteria had been reported, with witnesses describing the subject's pupils transforming into a strange indigo hue. She pulled up a video on her phone, revealing a scene where a sharply dressed businessman suddenly tore apart a companion with his bare hands, violet energy oozing from beneath his fingernails. The alarm blared suddenly, causing the metallic floor of the laboratory to tremble. Lin Mabai's sound wave element detected 372 drones forming a diamond formation, stealthily penetrating the villa's defense system. The purple energy orbs suspended beneath their wings shimmered with runes, reminiscent of the glow emitted by Loki's scepter. An old trick. Tony quickly donned the unfinished armor components, the blue light emanating from his palm cannon illuminating the clouds. Jarvis, initiate countermeasure protocol Wrath of Zeus. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mabai unleashed a white silk ribbon that sliced through the air with explosive force. Infused with the element of light, it possessed an indomitable sharpness, while flames surged with 3 meters of intensity, and the element of lightning coiled around the ribbon's surface, forming an electric net. Before the first wave of drones could advance, they disintegrated into fine powder under the impact of elemental resonance, their metallic remains melted into molten iron by the intense heat, subsequently shattered into flickering ions by the ensuing thunderstorm. Yet, more drones descended from the stratosphere, their energy orbs creating 10-meter-wide craters upon impact, the shockwaves fracturing the laboratory's blast-resistant glass into a spiderweb of cracks. They are mimicking the elemental frequency, Lin Mabai shouted into his communicator, the sound wave detection revealing a 0.3 Hz resonance deviation between the energy oscillations of the enemy's weapons and his own thunderous firepower. Fury and Black Widow seized the opportunity to board the Quinjet, its heavy artillery commencing fire on the surrounding drones. Suddenly, Tony collided with Lin Mabai from the side, intercepting an energy orb aimed at him, the armor on his shoulder vaporizing instantly. What are you doing? Retreat to the underground shelter. As the last drone plummeted into the sea, Stark Villa lay in ruins. Lin Mabai gazed at the dissipating ribbon in his palm, 10 elements swirling restlessly within him. Fury wiped the smoke from his face and handed Lin Mabai an encrypted disc emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. This contains the complete data from the Arctic base. Your perception of energy fluctuations may help locate Loki's coordinates. 3 days later in Munich, Germany, the shadow of an ancient clock tower loomed over a lavish banquet hall. Lin Mabai concealed himself within a sound wave barrier, the fire element keenly detecting an unusual heat source 3 floors beneath, while the lightning element sensed the faint electric currents of metal collisions. He signaled Tony and Captain America to take their positions, as the white silk ribbon silently sliced through the bulletproof glass, merging its luminous blade with the moonlight. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers refracted brilliant light, and elegantly dressed guests raised their champagne flutes, laughing and conversing. Loki was pressing a bizarrely shaped device against Dr. Selvig's eye, while a brainwashed Hawkeye stood before the iris scanner. "Doctor, your intellect will become the cornerstone of the new world." Loki's voice dripped with enchanting persuasion, the gem atop his scepter suddenly erupting with blinding light. Without hesitation, Lin Mabai sent forth the ribbon, imbued with the dual elements of thunder and fire, tracing a magnificent arc of death through the air. "Watch out." Tony's palm cannon detonated first, the energy shockwave overturning half of the guests. Loki sidestepped the attack, sweeping his scepter to unleash a purple energy net. The courage of mortals is always so laughable. Captain America's shield accurately struck Hawkeye, but was easily severed by the latter's compound bow. Lin Mabai manipulated the ribbon to ensnare Loki's wrist, the fire element scorching his skin while the lightning element sought to disrupt the energy circuit of the scepter. The elemental patterns on the surface of the ribbon grew increasingly radiant, clashing violently with the gem's glow atop Loki's scepter. In the midst of chaos, Dr. Sepher abruptly activated the self-destruct sequence, causing violent tremors to reverberate through the underground laboratory. Lin Mabai, acting swiftly, summoned the earth element to rise and form a protective barrier, while the wind element redirected the shockwave of the impending explosion skyward. Seizing the moment, Loki freed himself from his restraints, thrusting his scepter into the ground. As purple energy spread like a web, "Did you think capturing me would signal the end? The true spectacle is only just beginning." At this critical juncture, the sky split with thunder, heralding Thor's arrival, accompanied by the resonant roar of Mjolnir. With a mighty swing, he sent Tony flying, his powerful arm grasping Loki. "Enough? Come with me back to Asgard for judgment." Lin Mabai, channeling 10 elements to form a defensive stance, asserted, "He has committed crimes on Earth. We should take him into our custody." Thor's thunderous armor glimmered with a blue hue. "The laws of Asgard supersede all." Captain America interjected, positioning himself between them. "Gentlemen, this is not the time for infighting." Just as Loki's portal activated, he unexpectedly broke free, aiming his scepter at Thor's back. In a flash, Lin Mabai's silken ribbon ensnared Loki's wrist, while the lightning element numbed his nerves and the fire element melted the metal surface of the scepter. Ultimately, the three united their efforts to secure Loki aboard the Quinjet. However, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Loki exploited the team's apprehensions regarding the cosmic cube's weaponization, successfully inciting discord among them. When the Hulk, provoked by Loki, spiraled into uncontrollable rage, Lin Mabai summoned the sound wave element in an attempt to calm him, but was met with a devastating punch that shattered his protective shield. The white silk ribbon, empowered by the forces of thunder and fire, coiled around the Hulk's arm, only to be violently torn asunder. His heartbeat surged beyond critical levels. Tony's armor was hurled towards the engine by the Hulk, prompting them to employ the water element to cool his temperature. Lin Mabai quickly conjured icy mist from the water element while constructing a cage with the earth element. The Hulk's roar shattered the deck, and through gritted teeth, Lin Mabai infused the cage with wind element, creating a swirling tempest that momentarily subdued the enraged green giant. As Loki escaped and murdered Agent Coulson, Nick Fury activated the Avengers initiative amidst the bloodshed. Lin Mabai gazed at Coulson's bloodstained playing cards, as the fire element seared within his eyes. Clenching his fists, he harnessed the 10 elements within him, coalescing into a tangible force. This time, he vowed that Loki would pay for all his transgressions, making those who dare to trample upon Earth understand that the fury of mortals can indeed pierce the darkness of the cosmos. The white silk ribbon, imbued with the secrets of 10 elements, was destined to shine with unparalleled brilliance in the impending final battle. Chapter 18. Under currents and fractures, the Avengers gathered in the tactical room of the aerial carrier, with holographic projections flickering, revealing crisis coordinates from across the globe. Lin Mabai caressed the elemental bracelet on his wrist, as the ribbon quietly coiled into an adornment, yet the 10 elements within continued to churn violently. The recent clash with the Hulk had made him acutely aware of a perilous resonance between the energy within Loki's scepter and his own elemental power. Loki was employing the cube's spatial energy to open a portal, while Fury used a laser pointer to mark the anomalous energy fluctuations above New York. Based on the residual data from Dr. Sepher's laboratory, he surmised they needed a substantial amount of energy to stabilize the wormhole in this breach. As his single eye scanned the group, was likely of nuclear proportions. "So we have now become the free laborers of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony abruptly yanked off his armor helmet, his forehead still smeared with coolant, using his flesh and blood to block a black hole created by an extraterrestrial madman? Fury, how many cards are you hiding up your sleeve? His gaze swept over the concealed entrance to the armory on the wall, reminiscent of those weapons of mass destruction developed from the Tesseract. Captain America furrowed his brow. Stark, this is not the time for infighting. The immediate concern is to stop Loki. The priority is to ascertain who we are truly serving. Suddenly, Tony's repulsor charged up, the blue light illuminating his furious visage. S-H-I-E-L-D is surveilling us, exploiting us, and now they want us to serve as cannon fodder? He turned to Lin Mo Bai, Xiao Bai. Don't you find it too coincidental that after you stumbled upon that ancient tome in S-H-I-E-L-D's basement, you acquired the fire element? Lin Mo Bai's bracelet glowed faintly with warmth, fire element dancing at his fingertips. Tony, Director Fury promised. Promised? Loki's holographic projection abruptly materialized in the center of the tactical room. Leaning against his scepter with a sneer, humans are most adept at cloaking their greed with eloquent words. Do you consider yourselves heroes? Merely pawns on S-H-I-E-L-D's chessboard. The projection shifted to the engine room of the airborne mothership, where the controlled Hawkeye was aiming a bomb arrow at the core device, and pawns can be discarded at any moment. Silence. Captain America hurled his shield at the projection, but it passed through the illusion. Lin Mo Bai's silk ribbon shot forth, the thunder element crackling in the air, yet also met with emptiness. Loki's voice, laced with enchanting allure, taunted. Look at them. They do not even trust each other, yet they dare to dream of opposing me? The ship suddenly lurched violently. Strange purple mist seeping from the ventilation ducts. It's mind control. Hold your breath. Lin Mo Bai's ribbon unfurled instantly, the fire element incinerating the mist, and the thunder element igniting a web of electricity. Black Widow's pupils had already turned indigo, her figure darting towards Fury like a specter. The sting of her widow's bite aimed at his throat. Natasha, snap out of it. Captain America's shield timely deflected the assault, and amidst the clash of metal, his voice trembled with disbelief. We are comrades. Comrades. Black Widow scoffed, her movements unceasing. You heroes have always looked down upon me. Have you ever truly trusted me? The spy? She deftly evaded Lin Mo Bai's light element rope. Fury, why not reveal the truth about the Budapest mission to them? Amidst the chaos, Tony's roar pierced through the alarms. J-A-R-V-I-S. Locate the signal source. Flush that bastard out. The only response was the harsh crackle of electric static. Suddenly, Hulk went berserk, using brute force to smash a massive hole in the bulkhead, concrete chunks cascading like raindrops. Split up. Captain America's voice came through the communicator, hoarse yet resolute. Stark and Banner, go fix the engine. Lin Mo Bai, come with me to find Hawkeye. He glanced at the still struggling Black Widow. His throat bobbed. I will bring you back. Dream on, Captain. Black Widow's laughter mingled with the static. Your alliance is like this broken ship. One push, and her words were swallowed by an explosion, a massive fireball erupting from the direction of the engine room. Lin Mo Bai summoned the wind element to stabilize the tilting vessel, but heard Tony roaring in the communicator. Banner, turn back into that bookish recluse in the lab. I have had enough of your meddling. The Hulk's roar reverberated through the air, a harbinger of doom for all. Traversing the corridor, marred by fissures, Lin Mo Bai's water element coalesced into an ice mirror upon the ground, revealing the ambush of Hydra soldiers lurking around the corner. Captain, at the 3 o'clock position to the left. They are completely under control. He whispered, urging caution in their assault. Aim to incapacitate. Perhaps there is still hope. They had become mere instruments of warfare. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, intent on preventing these weapons from going awry. Upon locating Hawkeye, the rifts among the Avengers seemed irreparable. Tony's armor bore the scars of battle as he clashed with the rampaging Hulk. Debris from the Quinjet littered the deck. While Black Widow's whereabouts remained a mystery, Lin Mo Bai's silk ribbon ensnared Hawkeye's bowstring, only to be countered by 3 explosive arrows flung back at him. Clint, look at me. Lin Mo Bai infused his ribbon with sonic energy, striving to break through the mental control. Do you remember the moments we fought side by side in Munich? Hawkeye's pupils flickered, yet he still aimed his arrow at Lin's heart. All I recall is that you are but stumbling blocks. To make matters worse, Loki seized the opportunity to snatch the Tesseract, driving his scepter into the core of the aircraft carrier, unleashing a purple energy that spread like a plague. Now, Fury's voice pierced through the alarms, initiating the countermeasure protocol. Abandoned ship. Trying to flee? Not so easily. The Hulk swung his fist toward the escape route, forcing Lin Mo Bai to summon all his elemental power to uphold a protective barrier. He witnessed Tony piloting the uncontrollable armor into Loki, Captain America valiantly raising his shield amidst the flames, while Hawkeye's next arrow was aimed at Fury's back. No. Lin Mobai's ribbon darted forth, ensnaring the arrow, and the fire element melted it down to molten iron. His mastery over the 10 elements surged, carving a path through gravity and flames, ultimately catching the plummeting Black Widow. As the Quinjet descended onto the streets of New York, he gazed at the burgeoning purple wormhole in the sky, hearing Tony gasp through the communicator. It seems we must first learn how to be teammates. Lin Mobai clenched his fists, the elemental patterns on his ribbon glowing with brilliance. Loki had not only fractured the trust among the Avengers, but had also awakened a terrifying presence from the depths of the cosmos. Now scattered across New York, could they restore their shattered trust before the wormhole fully opened? Chapter 19. The Battle of New York. A purple wormhole loomed ominously like a demonic eye above New York. As the alien Chitauri forces poured down like a relentless tide, Lin Mobai emerged from the wreckage of the Quinjet, 10 elements swirling violently within him. As the white ribbon unfurled from his wrist, its light blades and thunderous flames intertwining in a dazzling display. In the distance, the Hulk's roar echoed. While Tony's armor streaked through the sky, blue light from his palm cannon colliding with the purple glow of the Chitauri ships. Everyone, pay attention. Captain America's voice rang out through the communicator, imbued with unwavering resolve. Stark is tasked with aerial support. The Hulk will secure the Manhattan Bridge. Lin Mobai, you and I will clear the streets of enemies. Black Widow and Hawkeye will search for Loki. Captain, their armor is resistant to conventional attacks. Lin Mobai directed his ribbon toward a massive Leviathan, only to have it bounce off its armored shell. The lightning element detonated upon the ribbon's surface, leaving only charm marks on its scales. Let us try elemental resonance. Tony's voice resonated amidst the cacophony of explosions, akin to our simulations in the laboratory. Lin Mobai instantly grasped the situation, channeling the elements of fire, thunder, and sound into the silk ribbon. In an instant, the ribbon swelled threefold, transforming into a colossal chain ablaze with lightning. He aimed for Leviathan's joint, and the ribbon slithered into the crevice like a serpent. The sound element triggered violent vibrations, while the fire element ignited the energy core within. With a thunderous crash, Leviathan's body plummeted to the street like a meteor. Splendid. But do not pause. The voice of Black Widow echoed, laced with palpable breathlessness, stating that they had located Loki at Stark Tower, where he was activating the stabilization device for the portal with the Tesseract. Lin Mobai looked upward to the pinnacle of Stark Tower, where Loki held the cosmic cube aloft. The gem atop his scepter resonated with the cube, sending a violet beam of energy soaring into the heavens. Without further hesitation, he summoned the wind element. Lifting himself into the air, the ribbon coiling around his waist, guiding him like a living entity. Along the way, a battalion of Chitauri soldiers piloting aircraft encircled him. Lin Mobai sneered as the earth element coalesced before him into a massive earthen wall, igniting instantly with fire, creating a conflagration that spread for miles. The Chitauri soldiers collided with the wall of flames, instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Upon reaching the top floor of Stark Tower, Lin Mobai's pupils dilated in disbelief. Loki stood beside a controlled Hawkeye, both embedding the cube into an enormous apparatus. The runes adorning the device echoed the elemental patterns on his bracelet. It shouldn't be. Loki's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Lin Mobai. How can your elemental power resonate with the Tesseract? Enough chatter, Lin Mobai commanded as he directed the ribbon towards Loki, only to be interrupted by a shockwave arrow shot by Hawkeye. To make matters worse, the device suddenly activated, and a wormhole began to expand rapidly, revealing even more formidable alien warships. In a critical moment, Captain America burst through the window, his shield precisely striking Hawkeye's bow away. Lin Mobai, destroy the device. I will hold them off. Lin Mobai infused all his elemental power into the ribbon, which transformed into a dazzling beam directed at the apparatus. The violet energy shield shattered under the elemental assault, and the core of the device erupted in blinding white light, disintegrating in a violent explosion. Yet, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a silver-gray trajectory streaked across the sky. A nuclear missile was tearing through the clouds, heading straight for New York. Wait, a nuclear missile is coming our way. Lin Mobai's sound element detected the missile's sharp slicing through the air, sending chills down his spine. The explosive shockwave overturned the entire upper floor, and he stumbled, gripping a twisted steel beam as he gazed at the increasingly magnified metallic harbinger of doom. Fury's hoarse shout crackled through the communicator. This is our last resort. We must redirect it before it lands. Leave it to me. Tony's voice crackled with electrical static as his damaged armor belched black smoke, hurtling towards the missile. Lin Mobai witnessed the Mark armor's thrusters overload into a blinding blue glow as Tony extended his mechanical arm, stabilizing the nuclear warhead, as if raising a spear of death. Jarvis, calculate the wormhole coordinates. Maximum power thrust. Stark, are you insane? That will incinerate your reactor. Captain America's roar was swallowed by the howling winds. Lin Mabai swiftly waved the silk ribbon as light elements coalesced on its surface, forming a precise beam that ensnared the back of the armor. The fire and wind elements surged in unison, creating a propulsive airflow. The gravitational pull of the purple wormhole devoured everything around it, while the alarm of the armor pierced the eardrums. It seemed that a spectacular display was indeed about to unfold. Tony's voice suddenly turned calm, laced with self-deprecating humor, as he conveyed to Pepper his affection for her cheeseburger. Lin Mabai watched as the blue light plunged resolutely into the wormhole, the silk ribbon suddenly vibrating violently. With 10 elements resonating frantically within him, gritting his teeth, he infused the remaining strength into the ribbon, and at the moment the wormhole was about to close, the ribbon shot into it like lightning. In a critical moment, the end of the ribbon wrapped around the shoulder of the armor, exerting every ounce of strength to pull Tony from the wormhole. As the two fell heavily onto the rooftop of the building, the wormhole closed with a thunderous roar. Lin Mabai, bloodied and battered, clutched the scorched silk ribbon. This white ribbon, which bore the power of 10 elements, ensured that he did not lose his comrade in battle. In the gradually brightening dawn afar, the ruins of New York recounted the harrowing victory that determined their survival. On the smoke-laden streets of New York, the wail of fire truck sirens intertwined with the sobs of survivors. Lin Mabai slumped onto a pile of rubble, the white ribbon limply hanging by his side. The 10 elements within him resembling the receding tide, leaving only faint ripples. Not far away, Tony leaned against the damaged armor, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Yet he mustered a smile. Does this count as the most hardcore barbecue party preheat in history? Captain America approached, supporting his shield. The stars and stripes on his uniform covered in dust. Stark, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rescue team will arrive in 20 minutes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the devastated city. We owe New York an explanation. Explanations aside, sustenance was still a necessity. Lin Mabai struggled to rise, the ribbon automatically coiling back around his wrist. I know a barbecue joint in Queens, owned by a veteran. His ribs could make the Hulk forsake Dr. Banner's salad. He glanced at the Hulk, who was soothing the crowd. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, a childlike anticipation lit up his green face. Black Widow sprang from the rubble, the blue glow of her widow's bite not yet fully dissipated. Count me in. Clint mentioned that the place had a delightful wood-smoked flavor, but she abruptly fell silent. The communicator crackled with Hawkeye's voice, as he was undergoing mental recovery treatment in the hospital. After a brief silence, she chuckled softly. Let's consider it a takeout for him. As the setting sun bathed Manhattan's ruins in an amber hue, the Avengers crowded into a commandeered van. Tony reclined with his legs crossed, armor parts scattered around. Jarvis, navigate to the barbecue joint we must check in at after saving the world. The artificial intelligence's voice chimed with an electronic mirth. The shortest route has been planned, with an estimated 3 fan photo requests along the way. When the barbecue joint's owner, Old Tom, saw this extraordinary group of guests, he nearly dropped the meat clamped in his hand. My goodness, it's Captain America. His gaze swept over Hulk's green skin, swallowing hard. How well would you like it cooked? Lin Mabai received the menu, and the fire element danced at his fingertips as he gently ignited the charcoal beneath the grill. As per tradition, the ribs should have a caramelized exterior, and let us add 10 portions of cheesy corn. He turned to Tony. As for our billionaire friend, remember to settle the bill. After all, your armor repair costs exceed our annual salaries. The aroma of barbecued meat mingled with laughter and joy, filling the air. Thor swung his axe to cleave a whole beef rib, splattering grease that nearly ignited Tony's shirt. Captain America clumsily attempted to skewer meat like Black Widow, only to have Hulk devour half of his plate in one bite. Lin Mabai manipulated the water element to form ice cups, filling them with the boss's prized beer for everyone. To New York, Tony raised his glass, the reflection revealing the lingering fatigue in his eyes, and to the barbecue that had escaped the jaws of aliens. Amid the clinking of glasses, Lin Mabai gazed at the silk ribbon around his wrist. It remained as pristine as ever, yet the patterns now bore hints of dark gold, a testament to battles fought. In the distance, the last vestiges of sunset faded amidst the steel jungle, and in that moment of warmth, he suddenly understood. Perhaps the true meaning of safeguarding the world lies in preserving these ordinary delights and laughter. Chapter 20. The marvelous journey of the Avengers in China. Though the smoke from the New York battle had dissipated, the atmosphere in the Avengers Tower remained taut, akin to a drawn bowstring. Thor often indulged in beer under the starry sky at midnight, mumbling ancient ballads from Asgard that seemed to originate from the edge of the universe. Bruce's laboratory was perpetually illuminated, with cell samples arranged like a disciplined army under a microscope. Yet he could never find the elusive key to tame the Hulk. Tony Stark's holographic projections flickered incessantly, the armor upgrade plans being revised repeatedly, as ice cubes in his whiskey glass melted in the blue light, mirroring his restless heart. I stood in the corner, closing my eyes to absorb the newly generated spatial and spiritual elements. I pondered when I might be able to bear them. Enough. Tony suddenly shut down all screens. The sound of metal scraping against the floor pierced the silence like a sword. In our current state, we would struggle against a kindergarten class. I proposed, swirling my glass, my gaze intense as if to ignite the spirits of those in the lounge for an impromptu journey. China, a land with 5 millennia of civilization, where the cuisine can make one weep from the spice, where the architecture rivals the grandeur of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, and where martial arts masters can split bricks with their bare hands, just like the superheroes of myth. Thor's beer can crashed onto the coffee table. It was about time. I want to see if Earthling's martial arts can withstand my Mjolnir. Black Widow, Natasha, closed her encrypted report, a smile gracing her lips. I hear the concealed weapon techniques in China are quite fascinating. It's the perfect opportunity to compare with my widow's bite. Captain America, Steve, set down his translation of the art of war, his blue eyes filled with anticipation. Perhaps we can glean new tactical insights from their history. Bruce adjusted his glasses, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with his lab coat pocket. I want to go too. It is said that traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the harmony of body and mind. Perhaps this principle resonated with me and Hulk as our voices grew softer, replaced by the encouraging gazes of the crowd. Hence, the Avengers aircraft soared through the clouds, landing at Beijing Capital International Airport. Upon exiting the terminal, Thor was irresistibly drawn to a candied hawthorn stall at the alley's entrance, insisting on purchasing an entire skewer of hawthorn. As he bit into it, the crackling of the sugar coating startled the pigeons resting beneath the eaves. Standing at the foot of the Great Wall at Beidling, Steve gazed upward at the serpentine wall stretching towards the heavens, his fingers lightly tracing the engravings on the bricks. These indentations bear witness to the sweat of countless generations. It resembles a natural climbing training ground, Thor exclaimed, promptly attempting to scale it barehanded, only to find himself stuck halfway up the beacon tower. Ultimately, it was Tony who used the tether of his portable armor to pull him down. Within the halls of the Palace Museum, Natasha found herself captivated by the Qing Dynasty costume exhibition when she emerged from the fitting room adorned in a gown embellished with pearls. Captain America's camera nearly slipped from his grasp. She looked as if she had stepped out of a historical painting. At Chengdu Shuangliu Airport, the humid air was perfumed with the scents of Sichuan pepper and chili. Tony, equipped with a high-tech anti-spice mask, dashed into a hot pot restaurant, only to be greeted with laughter by the server who handed him a dish of sesame oil. Sir, this will alleviate the spice. Thor boldly lifted a bowl of eagle tea, competing with a neighboring diner to see who could finish the spicy beef in the 9-square grid first. In the end, his face turned crimson from the heat, yet he still raised his empty bowl and shouted, "Bring me 10 more plates." At the panda breeding base, Hulk suddenly seized control from Bruce's consciousness. This towering figure, who instilled fear in New York's criminals, was now crouched by the fence, hands forming a heart as he waved at the panda cubs. How adorable. Hulk's voice reverberated, causing the glass to hum, startling the caretaker who nearly dropped the milk bottle. Arriving in Lijiang at dusk, the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain shimmered with a mysterious silver glow under the evening sky. Bruce followed a Nashi herbalist into the medicinal fields, where the aroma of saffron enveloped them, and Hulk initiated his first conversation with him, calm and comfortable. Meanwhile, Tony set up a homemade spectrometer on the roof of the inn, mumbling to himself as he examined a mineral sample. This quantum-entangled state is truly a natural energy amplifier. At the bonfire gathering, the silver jewelry of Nashi maidens chimed in harmony with the flames. Thor struck a rhythm on an African drum with Mjolnir, while Natasha twirled to the steps of the Dongbad dance, her skirt lifting to reveal sparkling embers. Steve sat among the elders, earnestly learning to make flour cakes, flour dusting his eyelashes unbeknownst to him. I quietly absorbed the power of the spatial and spiritual element crystals nearby. At that moment, the spiritual element crystal suddenly radiated a gentle glow, prompting a response from the spatial element crystal. As the two forces began to slowly merge within me, I bore the discomfort of their collision, focusing intently to guide them. Gradually, the two energies found a delicate balance, and I successfully began to harness their power. Yet I knew this was merely the beginning. As the forces converge, I sensed that greater challenges and the unknown are quietly approaching. And this newfound power may very well become the key for the Avengers in confronting future crises. When the private jet roars to life and ascends into the clouds, Black Widow sits quietly in her seat, her laptop screen flickering with a dim glow, meticulously documenting every move and detail of the Tai Chi sword technique. She gazes intently at the text, as if she could see a master wielding the mysterious Tai Chi sword through the screen. In one corner of the cabin stands Thor, his towering figure enveloped in battle armor, a small brass bell of blessings pinned at the collar. The bell chimes crisply with the vibrations of the plane, as if bestowing blessings upon his journey. Thor looks down at the bell, a faint smile gracing his lips, for he knows that this tiny bell carries the hopes and blessings of many. Tony busies himself organizing his suitcase, crammed with an assortment of items, mineral specimens, experimental instruments, and a few packages of hot pot base. As he sorts through his belongings, he mutters to himself, "These minerals were hard to come by. I can't afford to lose them. And I mustn't forget the hot pot base. What if I can't find authentic hot pot over there?" Bruce sits by the window, gazing through the porthole at the diminishing snow-capped mountains. Bathed in sunlight, the peaks appear particularly magnificent, resembling silver dragons soaring against the blue sky. Bruce feels the steady breath of Hulk within him, and a wave of tranquility washes over his heart. He softly states, "Perhaps what we truly need is not more powerful weapons, but inner peace." Beneath the clouds, the resplendent landscape remains breathtaking, with meandering rivers, lush forests, and vast fields forming a vibrant tapestry. This land seems to silently await the next visit of these superheroes, eager for them to safeguard this beautiful home with their strength. Chapter 21. The Emergence of Crisis. The eve of a storm interwoven with elements. The aftershocks of the Battle of New York loom over Tony Stark like a persistent shadow. The alien behemoths darting between buildings, the lethal beams from Loki's scepter, and the devastating force pouring from cosmic rifts have become inescapable nightmares. In the midnight stillness of his seaside villa, the hum of machinery intertwines with the clinking of ice against whiskey, as Tony curls up before a holographic projection, his fingers frantically gliding over the designs of his armor, the pale blue light casting a stark contrast against the dark circles under his eyes. I stand at the threshold of the laboratory, the element of wind swirling at my fingertips, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "Tony, you have been working for 72 hours straight." My voice is drowned by the mechanical din. He does not lift his head, his throat hoarse. "When those monsters tear through the sky once more, do you think 72 hours is sufficient for me to create armor capable of withstanding them?" Before he finishes his sentence, he suddenly coughs violently, whiskey spilling onto the data-laden workbench, spreading dark stains across the metallic surface. My heart tightens, and I summon the light element to form a gentle halo, softly enveloping his trembling shoulders. Bathed in the warm glow, Tony's taut nerves seemed to ease slightly. Yet he persisted in his stubborn rhythm of keystrokes. The mechanical arms of his armor assembled themselves nearby, producing a jarring cacophony of friction. On the eve of Christmas, the tranquility of life was shattered by a horrifying video. The television screen erupted with a blinding crimson light, revealing a figure draped in black robes and adorned with a golden mask, emerging slowly from the shadows. "I am Mandarin." His voice, distorted electronically, conveyed an unsettling sense of oppression, while behind him, the projection depicted the London Underground collapsing in an explosion, the cries of survivors intertwining with the sounds of crumbling structures. I jolted to my feet, the earth element coalescing beneath me, poised for any unexpected developments. The mind element instinctively radiated outward, only to encounter a twisted wave of malevolent energy, a malevolence laced with madness and coldness, akin to a noxious mist boiling from the abyss. The image of Mandarin shifted to the site of an explosion before the Washington Monument. "America, your arrogance will ultimately bear a price." The camera swept over the charred ground, where the skin of victims bore strange red markings, as if scorched by some energy. Suddenly, Tony seized the remote and magnified the image manifold, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. These burns bore a striking resemblance to the energy remnants from the battle in New York. In the following week, terror attacks spread across the globe like a plague. The commercial center of Tokyo's Ginza, the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and the ancient towers of Beijing all fell under Mandarin's sights. I followed Tony through the debris of various explosion sites, the water element transformed into invisible probes, delving into the ruins to detect residual energy, while the lightning element captured subtle fluctuations of electricity in the air. Each time, we sensed that bizarre energy, searing like magma, yet frigid as metal, tinged with an elusive trace of psychic pollution. This was no ordinary bomb. I crouched at a blast site in Moscow, golden threads piercing the ground to extract minute traces of black material, revealing characteristics of a living entity within these energy remnants. Tony knelt beside me, his armor-S scanner emitting a blue glow. Killian's research on the extremist virus may be tied to these attacks. Nevertheless, Mandarin's provocations grew increasingly audacious. In the latest video, he directly targeted Stark Industries. "Iron Man, hidden behind your technological facade, you are merely a cowardly mortal." Tony's countenance darkened instantly, and the suits in the laboratory activated en masse, the clangor of metal resounding thunderously. "Tony, remain calm." This is clearly a provocation. I attempted to temper his fury with the wind element, but he brusquely brushed me aside. He strode towards the live broadcast equipment, armor components automatically enveloping him. Jarvis. Initiate a global broadcast. As the camera lit up, he stood before a display of hundreds of suits, the blue glow of the reactor on his chest radiant. Mandarin. I await you at my Malibu villa. Come, if you dare to take my life. I rushed forward, grasping his arm. Are you mad? We do not fully comprehend his strength or intentions. Tony shook me off, a burning madness in his gaze. I am done hiding in the shadows. This time, I will make him understand the consequences of provoking Iron Man. That night, the sea breeze carried an ominous air. I sensed the anomaly in advance. As the 7 elements surged rapidly within me, the spatial element erected 12 folding barriers around the villa, while the earth element fortified the foundation into an ironclad fortress. The ice element crystallized into a 100-meter wall upon the sea's surface. However, it was only when the first missile tore through the night sky that I realized we had underestimated the enemy's might. The golden tail of the missile resembled an arrow of death, carrying energy fluctuations that transcended conventional weaponry. My light and lightning elements intertwined to form an electric net, successfully intercepting 3 missiles, yet an onslaught of attacks followed relentlessly. Tony's armor blazed with blue light as it ascended into the sky, the brilliance of his palm cannon illuminating the entire sea. I dashed toward the bedroom, where Pepper gazed out the window in terror. Instantly, I coalesced the water element to form a shield, placing her at the center of protection. The deafening sound of explosions reverberated, and the villa began to tilt. The spatial barriers cracked under the energy shock, and gritting my teeth, I summoned all elements. The gold element transformed into blades, shredding the shrapnel that breached our defenses, while the wind element conjured gusts to alter the missile's trajectories. Yet, when the energy beam controlled personally by Mandarin struck the villa's core, all defenses crumbled into nothingness. Protect Pepper. Tony's roar echoed, as his battered armor fell beside us. Without hesitation, I tore open a portal with the spatial element, but at the moment of entry, a powerful mental force struck my consciousness like a hammer. The portal twisted and warped, and the shockwave sent us flying. In the final scene, Pepper was thrust out of danger by Tony's desperate effort, while I plummeted into an abyss of darkness. When I awoke in an unfamiliar wilderness, my body throbbed with pain, and the powers of the 7 elements flowed chaotically through my veins. In the distance, the remnants of Tony's armor emitted wisps of smoke. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Struggling to rise, I expanded my mental element, finally detecting a faint breath emanating from Tennessee. Beneath this essence, a familiar yet eerie energy fluctuation intensified, as if heralding a greater conspiracy about to surface. Chapter 22. The Struggles for Survival. The undercurrents beneath the elemental twilight. The twilight in Tennessee bathed the garage in a rusted hue. Following the guidance of the mental element, I found Tony, who was hammering at the damaged chest plate of his armor with a rusty wrench, surrounded by a pile of parts salvaged from scrap vehicles. Harry crouched in the corner, meticulously wrapping wires around a circuit board. When the boy looked up, his eyes shone brilliantly behind the lenses. You are a friend. I concentrated the light element to illuminate the dim garage, while the gold element coalesced into fine needles at my fingertips, precisely piercing the damaged circuits of the armor. Soon, Killian's men would be upon us. Time was of the essence. Tony looked up at me, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Even Jarvis has gone mute. Now we lack even an alarm system. I closed my eyes, allowing the earth element to spread along the ground, transforming every movement within a 3-kilometer radius into minute vibrations that returned to me. The wind element wove an invisible net outside the garage, any intruder triggering this sensitive veil of perception. They were 15 kilometers away. I opened my eyes. The lightning element crackled in my palm. But an even more formidable threat loomed. 3 off-road vehicles equipped with the dire virus amplifiers. Harry paused. Like those fiery monsters use? He retrieved a tablet displaying the residual energy waveforms from the explosion site. I had meticulously analyzed this data, revealing that the energy peaks differed from those of conventional explosives by 3 orders of magnitude. Tony abruptly slapped his thigh, the metallic clash startling the sparrows outside. Killian has weaponized the virus. Those attacks were not intended to incite panic. Rather, they were tests of the combat capabilities of the new batch of augmented individuals. A violent tremor surged through the lightning element at my fingertips, a foreboding sense of danger piercing my heart like an icicle. They accelerated, arriving within 10 minutes. I summoned spatial elements, tearing open a translucent rift in the garage wall, revealing a neatly arranged array of temporary weapons shaped from earth elements and reinforced with gold elements. Harry, load this into the shoulder of the armor. I hurled an energy core, compressed from light elements. Though it could only sustain full output for 3 minutes, It was sufficient to create a breach. As the first roar of an engine shattered the silence, Tony's armor emitted an unstable blue glow. I stood at the center of the garage, ice elements crystallizing intricate web patterns on the ground, while water elements enveloped Harry in a liquid barrier. The moment 7 augmented individuals crashed through the door, my spatial elements precisely targeted their joints, folding their limbs into another dimension. Lightning elements coalesced into chains, ensnaring the wounds of those attempting to heal. Be careful. It's a reinforced type. Tony's warning echoed as an augmented individual with skin gleaming like metal swung, an arm engulfed in violet flames. I summoned wind elements to form a vortex, but discovered the flames distorted space under extreme heat. Suddenly, the mental element captured a frenzied thought from the opponent's mind. He was deliberately exposing a flaw. The true lethal strike lay below. Get down, I shouted, erecting a 3-layered shield with earth elements. A column of magma erupted from beneath, crashing against the shield and sending debris flying. In the chaos, Harry raised a makeshift electromagnetic pulse gun, only to be knocked away by a sonic blast from the augmented individual. My heart sank. I transformed light elements into blades to sever the sound waves while simultaneously using spatial elements to teleport Harry to a safe corner. Tony's armor continually blared alarms amid the intense battle, energy readings plummeting below 15. Suddenly, I recalled the scene in Chongqing's Sikaku, where the old craftsman forged iron. Gold and fire elements fused in my palm, forming a flowing liquid metal that seeped through the cracks of the armor. Try to channel the energy through a new circuit, I shouted. Tony understood instantly, and the armor erupted with blinding light, the palm cannon obliterating the incoming augmented individuals into fragments. However, a more formidable enemy emerged. Killian's voice emanated from the augmented individual's communicator, oozing with nauseating delight. Stark, do you truly believe that a hastily assembled armor can change anything? Behold this. The scene shifted to the skies above the city, where dozens of drones laden with colossal virus containers were assembling. Harry's face drained of color. The quantity of virus within those containers was enough to infect an entire state. I summoned mental elements in an attempt to infiltrate the drone's control systems, only to collide with a dense mental barrier. Killian had evidently anticipated this move. The traps he set at the level of consciousness were like thorns. With every inch I penetrated, my temples felt as if pierced by steel needles. Recognizing my predicament, Tony suddenly transferred energy from his armor to me. Use this to break through the defenses. As the elements of gold, thunder, and light merged with the energy of the battle armor, I felt my consciousness transform into a bolt of lightning. The space before me warped into a stream of data, and the control core of the drone was finally laid bare. Just as success seemed imminent, a wave of excruciating pain surged forth. The mental assault orchestrated by Killian crashed upon me like a relentless tide, causing blood to flow from my nostrils, nearly engulfing me in its malevolence. Do not give up. Harry suddenly lunged toward the computer, connecting the virus program he had crafted into the system. Let us see how this fares. The boy's code danced like a school of nimble fish, navigating the pathway I had opened and successfully disrupting Killian's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, I transformed the elemental energy of space into scissors, severing the control center of the drone piece by piece. As the explosion illuminated the sky in fiery hues, the last all-terrain vehicle rolled over a trap set by the elemental winds. The cyborg had not yet disembarked when it was ensnared by a prison of ice. Tony staggered out of the garage, his armor billowing thick smoke from numerous breaches. It seemed we were still capable of another round of combat. He glanced at the floating elemental crystal in my hand, then at Harry, whose oil-smeared face was adorned with a smile. With both of you here, perhaps we truly can shatter Killian's conspiracy. Yet, I understood that this victory was merely the beginning. The elemental essence of the mind still sensed the distant waves of malevolence. Those hidden virus containers and Killian's yet-to-be-unveiled ultimate weapon awaited the moment to strike a fatal blow to the world. And we must find the answers before dawn. Chapter 23. The truth unveils itself. The lethal game in the underflow in the humid air of Tennessee. The acrid scent of burnt electronic components lingered. I embedded the final segment of the circuitry, reshaped with the gold element, into the communicator, casting a distorted shadow of azure data streams upon the mottled wall. Tony leaned against the battered armor, his knuckles white from exertion, while Harry stood nearby, cradling a homemade circuit board, anxiety evident behind the lenses of his glasses. This is impossible, Tony murmured, as the projection displayed a man with a golden mask, arrogantly declaring war. Through the lens of my mind's essence, I detected the mental oscillations surrounding him, mirroring those from Killian's laboratory. I concentrated the light element, magnifying the image. The subtle seams of the mask's projection and the deliberately altered electronic modulation of his voice became unmistakable under the scrutiny of elemental power. It was a fusion of holographic projection and voice print simulation. My fingertips glided through the data stream, revealing hidden control codes. The style of these instructions mirrored Killian's work a decade prior at Stark Industries. Harry leaned closer to the screen, the reflection of intricate code dancing upon his glasses. So, all these terror attacks are orchestrated by Killian himself? As more data was decrypted, a chilling truth began to surface. I summoned the wind element to lift a floating map, illuminating crimson points of explosion across the globe, akin to pawns scattered by a demon. Beneath each attack site lay a corresponding underground laboratory belonging to Killian. The earth element sketched the outline of these laboratories on the ground, where countless living specimens were suspended in cultivation pods. The pulsating red lines beneath their skin bore witness to the rampant signs of the dire virus. The initial strain of the virus would drive the infected into a frenzy of power, ultimately leading to their demise. I accessed the surreptitious footage from the laboratory, revealing Killian clad in protective goggles, injecting a violet viral solution into a test subject. However, in the latest sample, the subject suddenly convulsed. Beneath its skin, veins spread like a spider's web, while its pupils retained an eerie clarity. They had resolved the issue of loss of control. These augmented beings could both gain strength and obey commands. Tony's breath quickened, and he slammed his fist onto the workbench. 10 years ago, he had approached me with a proposal for a medical application, claiming it could heal burns. I had declined, deeming genetic alteration too perilous. It became evident that he had harbored resentment all along, using my refusal as a FAAD to present himself as a victim. The laboratory lights began to flicker wildly, and my psychic essence trembled like a startled bird. 3 kilometers away, dozens of psychic waves, reeking of blood, surged toward us with alarming speed. One in particular radiating a twisted excitement. They were coming. I immediately summoned earth elements to reinforce the walls, while lightning elements gathered overhead, crackling into a web of electricity. This batch of augmented beings was even stronger than before. The ground suddenly groaned under the weight of its burden as a fissure spread forth. A monstrous entity, enshrouded in liquid metal, erupted from the earth, its glowing veins pulsing beneath its skin, corroding the ground into charred pits in its wake. Harry recoiled in terror, and I transported him to a safe corner using spatial elements. Be cautious. It can absorb metal. I condensed gold elements into powder to prevent the armor from being assimilated. The monster roared, its arms transforming into massive scythes that swept through the air. I hastily manipulated spatial elements to fold the attack into another dimension. Tony's repulsor blast struck the creature, yet the energy was entirely absorbed by the liquid metal. The battle grew increasingly tense. I erected a triple-layered barrier of ice, only to hear the agonizing sound of melting beneath the icy surface. The armor's energy dipped below 20. Tony's alarm blared sharply as he rapidly tapped the control panel on his wrist. Jarvis, initiate backup energy redistribution. I understood his intent and summoned fire and light elements to coalesce into a halo of intense heat around the monster, temporarily stifling its movements. Seizing the moment, Harry hurled a homemade electromagnetic pulse device at the creature's feet. Amidst the cacophony of a violent explosion, the monster's body began to disintegrate. Before it vanished entirely, my psychic essence captured a fragment of chaotic memory. Killian standing before a gigantic incubation chamber, within which floated a colossal mass of aggregated viruses, emanating a malevolent energy wave potent enough to obliterate an entire city. He intended to unleash the ultimate virus in New York. I shared the vision with Tony, my voice heavy with foreboding. It was to occur at midnight tonight. Outside the garage, the roar of engines intensified, and the headlights of the augmented vehicles formed a sanguine streak against the night. Tony's armor recharged, a resolute fire igniting in his gaze. It seemed we were to deliver a gift to Killian. I clenched my fist, channeling the elemental power within. The searing heat of gold and fire, the lethal chill of lightning and ice surged within me. As the iron doors of the garage were breached by the augmented beings, I realized that the confrontation determining the fate of the world was truly about to commence. Chapter 24: The Final Confrontation. The symphony of elements and steel. The night sky over New York was stained crimson by the red glow of the Killian base. I stood beside Tony, the 7 elements churning within me. Happy gripped his modified energy gun tightly, his gaze resolute. This time, that madman must pay the price. Tony's armor emitted a low hum, as hundreds of backup suits assembled in the air, forming a silver phalanx, akin to a steel legion poised for a charge. The core laboratory of Killian lay 3 levels below ground. I closed my eyes, my mental essence spreading like a web. Pepper was confined in a containment chamber in the southeast corner, guarded by 5 enhanced cyborgs. Before I could finish my thoughts, the base alarm blared, and dozens of cyborgs engulfed in eerie flames surged from all directions. Tony was the first to strike. the blue light from his palm cannon intertwining with my lightning element to weave a network. The gold element transformed into blades, precisely severing the joints of the cyborgs. The wind element coalesced into a vortex, sweeping the foes high into the air. However, the ultimate cyborg of Killian made its entrance, a monstrous figure nearly 3 meters tall, its skin flowing like lava, leaving charred craters with each step. Be careful. Its attacks distort space, I shouted, summoning the space element to form a shield. The creature's fist slammed against the shield, the tremendous impact numbing my hands. Seizing the opportunity, Tony commanded several suits to perform suicide attacks amidst the explosive flames. The monster emerged unscathed, absorbing the metal components of the suits and growing even stronger. Happy's support team engaged the enemy fiercely on the ground. I diverted some of my energy, using the light element to illuminate the battlefield and the water element to conjure ice walls that thwarted the enemy's advance. Yet, Killian's scheme extended far beyond this. Through my mental essence, I sensed that he was activating the colossal virus launcher at the base's center. Once charged, all of New York would descend into a hellish nightmare. I'll destroy the launcher. You hold this monster. Tony's voice cracked, the energy in his armor nearly depleted. I nodded, concentrating all my elemental power to create an elemental cage around the beast. Chains of gold, flames of fire, and chills of ice temporarily ensnared the creature. However, Killian appeared in person. His body had been entirely transformed by the despair virus, enormous wings sprouting from his back, and madness glimmering in his eyes. Stark, do you believe you can stop me? Look at your little girlfriend. She will soon become my perfect specimen. Through mental connection, I witnessed Pepper being injected with a new strain of the despair virus, her body undergoing horrifying changes. Fury surged my elemental powers, and the space element tore open a rift, allowing me to instantaneously appear behind Killian, a spear of light element piercing towards his heart. But Killian reacted with lightning speed, sweeping his wings to send me flying. In that critical moment, Tony remotely controlled a backup suit, crashing it into the virus launcher. The violent explosion caused the base to begin collapsing, and seeing this, Killian prepared to flee with Pepper. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I summoned all elements to form a spatial tunnel, appearing directly in front of them. Release her, I roared as 7 elements coalesced in my palm, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Yet, Killian sneered. Too late. She has already begun to mutate. No sooner had he spoken than Pepper's body erupted with fierce energy, sending Killian reeling. It turned out that at the moment the virus was injected, Tony had administered an antidote to Pepper through his armor. Although the effects of the antidote had not fully manifested, it was sufficient to restore part of her consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, I ensnared Killian with the power of the spatial element, while Tony maneuvered the remaining suits of armor to deliver a fatal blow. With an earth-shattering explosion, Killian's base was reduced to ruins. Amidst the wreckage, I discovered a barely conscious Tony, his armor nearly obliterated, and the reactor in his chest on the brink of collapse. Do me a favor, he said weakly, tear apart these damned things. A month later, on the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony lay on the operating table. As doctors meticulously removed the arc reactor from his chest, I stood nearby, using the power of the mind element to soothe his emotions. What do you plan to do without this? I inquired. Tony flashed his iconic smile. Perhaps it's time to retire, to live as an ordinary man. Yet, casting his gaze out over the city of New York, he added, if there's a need, I believe we will fight side by side once more. The surgery was a success. Tony was finally liberated from the confines of the arc reactor. As for me, I continued to guard this city, the 7 elements coursing through my being, ever ready to confront new challenges. For I knew that in this world rife with uncertainty, crises would never truly vanish. But as long as we stood united, no difficulty was insurmountable. Chapter 24, Epilogue. A ceremony of farewell to the arc reactor. The sterile operating room at the pinnacle of Stark Tower gleamed with a stark white light. The hum of precision instruments interweaving with the rhythmic beeping of monitors, creating a tense symphony. Tony lay on the operating table, the old reactor glowing with an eerie blue light beneath the surgical lamp, resembling a cold heart embedded within his life. I stood before the observation window, the element of wind unwittingly swirling around my fingertips, transforming my inner turmoil into subtle currents of air. Are you ready, Mr. Stark? The chief surgeon adjusted the nanoscalpel, his gaze focused and cautious behind the lenses. Tony managed a wry smile, yet the quiver of his throat betrayed his anxiety. Just be gentle. This face is the dreamboat of girls around the globe. The surgery commenced. Mechanical arms gradually peeled away the remnants of his damaged armor, while I summoned the power of the mind element, striving to soothe Tony's tumultuous emotions. Memories surged like a tide. From the rudimentary first-generation reactor in the cave to the energy core that sustained him during the Battle of New York. This device not only sustained his life, but also bore witness to countless moments of peril. As the first incision sliced through his skin, Tony's body tensed noticeably. I quickly coalesced the light element, projecting a warm halo into his consciousness. Relax. You managed to endure in that cave years ago. He offered a silent smile. Yet his mental state remained taut as a bowstring. In the operating room, the doctors were meticulously separating the reactor from the thoracic tissue. The minute sparks produced by the nanoscalpel glinting particularly brightly in the sterile environment. Suddenly, the monitor emitted a piercing alarm. Tony's heartbeat quickened abruptly, and the energy output of the reactor began to fluctuate chaotically. This is bad. The rejection reaction has accelerated. The lead surgeon's voice trembled with an unusual urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed my hands against the observation window, feeling 7 elements swirling rapidly in my palms. The earth element stabilized his vital signs. The water element soothed the agitated nerves, and the lightning element precisely suppressed the anomalous currents from the reactor. Stark, look at me. I conveyed unwavering conviction through telepathy. And visions of our shared battles emerged. The fiery ambience of the Chongqing hot pot restaurant, our desperate struggle in the Tennessee garage, and the climactic conflict where elements intertwined with iron. Tony's unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, and he took a deep breath, nodding slightly at me. With the aid of elemental forces, the doctors continued the surgery. When the reactor was finally extracted in its entirety, the operating room seemed to exhale in relief. I watched as the bluish device was placed into a specially designed container, its metallic surface still bearing the scars of battle. I recalled Tony's words. This thing is like my second heart, only colder and stronger. In the post-operative recovery room, Tony furrowed his brow in his anesthetized state. I sat by his bedside, using the wind element to gently smooth his disheveled hair, while the light element transformed into a soothing warmth to accelerate the healing of his wounds. When he finally opened his eyes, his first words were, "There's suddenly a void in my chest, like I've lost an old foe." I smiled and handed him a mirror. In it, Tony's chest was wrapped in medical nanobandages. The former reactor site now only a faint scar. "You are free," I said. He gazed at his reflection for a long time before reaching out to deactivate the armor's activation switch at the bedside, the button that had accompanied him through countless days and nights. Now finally fulfilled its purpose. Outside, the neon lights of New York continued to shimmer. Tony looked toward the city's glow, his expression less anxious and more relieved. Yet I knew that although the arc reactor had become a thing of the past, our story was far from over. The bonds forged in battle, the shared belief in protecting the world with elements and technology, would remain like an everlasting spark, illuminating every challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 25. The Forging and Rebirth of Elemental Origins. The manifestation of cosmic mysteries with Killian's conspiracy reduced to ashes, the neon lights of New York still flickered. But the guardians of the world had quietly dispersed into the stars. As Tony lay in his hospital bed, having removed the arc reactor, I stood in the shadows of the operating room, watching the azure energy core being sealed away. He chuckled, jesting that he could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. While I felt the elemental crystals within me begin to tremble restlessly, it was a summons from the source, guiding me on a solitary journey to uncover the essence of the elements. 1. The green whispers of the Amazon. The awakening of the wood element as the first tendrils of the Amazon rainforest brushed against my cheek. The humid air was infused with the breath of billions of years of life. The scent of humus mingled with the delicate fragrance of orchids, fermenting into a rich green during the twilight that followed a thunderstorm. I set up a makeshift camp beneath the gnarled ancient trees as moonlight filtered through the feather-like foliage, casting fragmented patches of light on the ground, reminiscent of scattered emeralds. The wood element is not a static growth. As I caressed the cracked bark of a millennia-old tree, I felt the life sap flowing beneath its surface, a testament to the struggles accumulated over time. For 7 consecutive days, I endeavored to resonate with the roots using the element of spirit, only to be met with waves of vigilance and rejection. It was not until the 8th day, when torrential rain fell and lightning struck the Brazil nut tree beside me, that the charred trunk let out a dying lament. Instinctively, I summoned the water element to cool it down, while the light element healed the scorched fibers. Miraculously, the dying tree opened its barrier of wood element to me. Dark green energy surged like liquid jade into my veins, harmonizing wondrously with the sharpness of the gold element and the weight of the earth element. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the rain and mist, I found myself able to perceive the trajectories of plant growth, the trembling of cellular division as tendrils sprouted, the subtle hormonal changes before flowers bloomed. Yet, the agony of integration accompanied this awakening. The woody fibers spread within my vessels, and my nails transformed into deep brown keratin. I was compelled to summon the fire element to incinerate these foreign energies, completing my first elemental assimilation on the precipice of life and death. In the depths of the Arctic's polar night, the echoes of dark elements reverberated. The frigid winds of the Arctic pierced through my bones with icy crystals as I curled up inside a makeshift ice shelter. Gazing through the frosted window at the eternal night sky, the auroras danced like spectral ribbons across the firmament, yet they could not dispel the absolute darkness enveloping the land. Here, dark elements manifested in tangible forms, resembling greedy tendrils attempting to invade every pore and consume my consciousness. Darkness is not an absence. It is a different mode of existence. I recalled listening to an old Taoist speak of yin and yang in Chongqing Sikaku, condensing the thunder element into tiny lightning bolts to construct a cage of light within my palm. Upon first encountering the dark elements, an overwhelming dizziness caused me to expel black blood, as those substances imbued with the universe's entropic power deconstructed my mental defenses. One early morning during the polar night, when the spoon of the Big Dipper pointed due north, I suddenly grasped the essence of dark elements. They are a prelude to the end of all things. A mirror of light, no longer resisting, I wove a web of inclusivity with the element of spirit, merging the destructive forces of dark and fire elements. Intense, searing pain radiated from my core to my limbs, and star map-like patterns surfaced on my skin, gradually calming under the soothing of the water element. As the dawn's light finally tore through the night's veil, I found myself able to traverse shadows freely. With the fitted garment beneath my cloak shimmering with deep purple patterns, reminiscent of a frozen nebula. In the desolate expanse, a symphony of elements arose, the birth of life and chaos. The blazing sun of the Taklamakan desert scorched the gravel into flowing gold. As I constructed an elemental furnace amidst the ruins of the ancient city of Lulan, the light element transformed into the blazing sun. The water element coalesced into a clear spring, and the wood element blossomed with vitality. These three forces waged a fierce battle in the realm of spirit. The intensity of light evaporated moisture, the infusion of water softened the wood, while the growth of wood devoured the light energy. Life is not merely a simple amalgamation of elements. I summoned the element of space to construct a three-dimensional cyclical system, enabling these three forces to collide ceaselessly within the enclosed space. When the first desert rose, born of elemental power, bloomed in my palm, the air of the entire ruins shimmered with emerald ripples. At the very instant of the birth of elemental life, I heard the distant sound of camel bells from ancient oases and felt the surging tides of the Cambrian seas. These transcendent memories of life surged into the sea of consciousness like a relentless tide. The amalgamation of darkness, fire, and thunder resembled a cataclysm on a cosmic scale. The entropy of the dark element sought to dissolve all, while the fire element unleashed chaos and destruction, and the thunder element violently tore the fabric of space apart. I plunged my consciousness into the deepest recesses of the sea of spirit, constructing a dam with the earth element and channeling energy with the wind element. When the three forces finally achieved a peculiar equilibrium, the chaotic energy sphere coalescing in my palm resembled a miniature black hole, drawing in the surrounding sands within a swirling vortex. The elements return, the nirvana of the pseudo-elemental form as all elements began their ultimate fusion. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to descend into chaos. The salt lakes of Lopner suddenly boiled, while the Yodin landforms were reshaped by unseen forces. I hovered at the center of the elemental tempest, my veins torn and ravaged, continuously strengthened in a cycle of healing and destruction. The gold element reformed my bones, endowing them with both hardness and resilience. The wood element transformed my muscle fibers, granting them unimaginable explosive power. The dark element infiltrated the interstitial spaces of my cells, allowing my body to freely convert between matter and energy. The excruciating pain persisted for a full 49 days, and when the last vestiges of discordant energy were assimilated, my skin shimmered with a pearlescent luster, enabling me to harness the elemental forces within a radius of 100 miles with each breath. The metamorphosis of my armor concluded silently. The heavy metallic armor melted away like thawing snow, transforming into a snug black bodysuit that gleamed with the sheen of liquid metal. The outer layer, a wizard's cloak woven from the wind element, appeared delicate yet could withstand the shock of a nuclear explosion. Concealed beneath the wide-brimmed hat was a spatial folding device, which could unfurl into an elemental shield with a mere flick. Standing atop the dunes of the Kumtag Desert, I gazed at my reflection under the moonlight. Once a member of the Avengers, I had now become a personification of elemental laws. As distant tremors heralded the awakening of dark forces, I gently pulled up my hood, the cloak rustling in the night breeze. The new Guardian was prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 26. The Return of the Elements. The healing and gathering of newfound power. The briny sea breeze swept fine sand over the remnants of Tony's seaside villa, where charred steel rebar twisted into a silent behemoth. I stood amidst the ruins, summoning the elemental perception of life's fluctuations beneath the makeshift dome. Tony, wrapped in a cashmere blanket, slumped in his wheelchair, his mechanical arm awkwardly dismantling the chest piece of his armor, while a whiskey glass glimmered coldly amongst the pile of metal parts. Stark, your aesthetic seems to harmonize with this wreckage, I remarked, startling him into spilling his drink, the amber liquid winding like a river across the shattered circuit boards. When he looked up, a fleeting moment of vulnerability crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a sardonic smile. Look who's back. Did you ascend to immortality or get abducted by aliens for experimentation? I flicked my fingers, and the wind element, like a nimble silver serpent, gathered the scattered debris into a neat matrix in the air. The light element enveloped him in a warm cocoon, and Tony's pupils suddenly constricted as the neural synapses, damaged by the dire virus, began to reconnect at a visibly rapid pace. This is even more absurd than my nanorepair technology. His Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out, attempting to touch the stream of vital elements floating within my palm, only to be gently repelled by the soft energy field before his fingertips could make contact. As visions unfolded through telepathy, Tony's expression shifted from jest to gravity. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, emerald vines entwined around me as the wood element awakened. In the polar night, a tempest of black lightning was born from the collision of dark elements and thunderfire. In the desolate hinterland, a desert rose, formed from the convergence of life elements, bloomed amidst the sandstorm. As the chaotic energy sphere spun in my palm, the metallic frame beneath his wheelchair creaked under the weight of its burden. 3 days later, the alloy gates of the Avengers' temporary base slowly swung open. Thor slammed Mjolnir onto the conference table, causing the chandeliers to rattle ominously. Banner adjusted his glasses. As the alarms of the monitoring equipment blared, Natasha leaned against the wall, her tactical dagger glinting ominously between her fingers. Clint chewed gum, resting his modified compound bow on his shoulder. This was not healing, it was rewriting the code of life. I opened my palm, and countless particles of light seeped from beneath my skin, coalescing into a brilliant nebula in the air. The first to touch the life element was Banner, trembling as he unbuttoned his shirt to reveal skin scarred and cracked from years of gamma radiation, now rejuvenated in the golden light like a parched riverbed welcoming the spring rain. The telomeres of his cells were extending. His voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. As if he had returned to a moment before his genes were tainted, Thor instinctively spread his arms wide, the power of thunder colliding with my lightning element in a resounding crash. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him, the ancient Asgardian battle markings flickering beneath his skin. The sensation made him roar to the heavens, his voice reverberating against the glass walls, more exhilarating than downing 10 barrels of mead. It felt like a tremor of recognition. Clint removed his goggles, dark elements wrapping silkily around his pupils. The retina, once damaged by intense training, emitted faint sounds of restructuring. He suddenly grasped the nearby pillar, his knuckles whitening. I can see the electronic devices behind the wall, and the second dagger Natasha concealed in her boot. Natasha maintained her usual composure until the life elements permeated the old injury in her spine. The gunshot scar from her time in the Red Room gradually faded in the warm energy. She gazed down at the back of her hand, where the chemical burn marks were vanishing. It felt like finally awakening from the nightmare of the Red Room. Tony leaned against the doorframe, the arc reactor in his chest flickering. When my elemental power finally enveloped him, he tore open his collar, revealing newly formed skin that had once been marred by the dire virus, now reshaped into delicate texture by the life element. It seems I will need to consult you for future upgrades to the armor. He raised his glass of freshly poured whiskey, the amber liquid reflecting the radiant glow surrounding everyone. Yet next time an alien menace strikes, we must devise a name more captivating than Avengers. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the base's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a flowing halo over each individual. I feel the resonance of the pseudo-elemental essence within me harmonizing with the strengths of others. Those heroes, who once fought solitary battles, are now intricately bound by an entirely new energetic tether. This may well represent the true evolutionary form of the Avengers. Chapter 26. Epilogue of the Nano Era. The resonance experiment of elements and technology in the underground laboratory of Stark Tower. The azure glow emitted by the Tesla coil intermingles with the spatial elements swirling in my palm. Tony, adorned with specially crafted radiation-proof goggles, deftly maneuvers a mechanical arm to grasp the minuscule particles suspended in midair. His voice crackles through the communicator. Are you certain these particles, resembling dandruff, are technological crystals from another dimension? I chuckle softly, conjuring the spatial elements to unveil a translucent rift. Countless metallic shards, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, cascade forth, autonomously arranging themselves into an intricate matrix upon the laboratory table. These are the fragments of technology one stumbled upon while merging with the spatial elements. They possess the ability to reorganize themselves based on the user's consciousness, theoretically allowing for the instantaneous reconfiguration of matter. Tony's eyes ignite with the brilliance of twin suns as he hastily removes his goggles and reaches out to touch the metallic shards. In an instant, the shards spring to life, weaving a silvery nanomaterial armor around his arm. JARVIS. Initiate pressure testing, he exclaims with exuberance, as the hydraulic apparatus descends from the ceiling. When a pressure plate weighing 10 tons crashes down, the surface of the nanomaterial armor ripples with wave-like patterns, astonishingly dispersing the pressure evenly across its surface. Incredible. Banner, having approached unnoticed, adjusts his glasses as he observes the nanoscopic particles undergoing a self-repair process that defies established physical laws. The arrangement of these particles utterly transforms our understanding of molecular structure. They appear to exist simultaneously across multiple dimensions. For the next 3 months, the laboratory morphs into a playground for the frenzied scientist. I attune my perception to the fluctuating frequencies of the nanoscopic particles, while Tony diligently crafts control programs that resonate with these frequencies. When the first fully formed nanotech suit gradually ascends within the experimental chamber, it is no longer a cumbersome metallic shell, but a flowing substance akin to liquid mercury, capable of enveloping the body in an instant. Try this. Tony tosses me a compact controller. The moment I press the button, the nanomaterial surges forth like a silver waterfall from the device, encasing me in an impenetrable fortress. Even more astonishing, with a mere thought, several energy cannons extend from the apex of the fortress, accurately striking a simulated enemy aircraft 300 meters away. However, we soon encounter a complication. Prolonged use induces a repulsive reaction between the nanoscopic particles and the user's bioelectric field. Tony's hair begins to fall out in clumps, and my elemental powers grow chaotic, like two discordant orchestras attempting to perform together. Banner shakes his head at the diagnostic report. I close my eyes, channeling all elemental energy into a meditative state. The gold element harmonizes the erratic energy flows, the wood element repairs the damaged cells, and the light element weaves like fine threads, connecting the nanoscopic particles to my bioelectric field. When I finally open my eyes again, the nanoscopic particles at my fingertips dance gracefully in tune with the elemental vibrations. I understand now. I seized a pen and swiftly inscribed formulas upon the holographic projection. For we needed to uncover the resonance point between elemental frequencies and the vibrations of nanoparticles. Tony immediately grasped the urgency of the task, fervently striking the keyboard. At the moment when the two sets of data perfectly overlapped, the lights in the laboratory abruptly extinguished, only to be replaced instantaneously by a more dazzling brilliance. Thus, the new nano battle armor was born. This remarkable creation could not only transform its form according to the demands of combat, but also resonate with my elemental powers. When I summoned spatial elements, intricate patterns of spatial distortion manifested on the armor's surface. When I employed fire elements, flames erupted without scorching the armor itself. We ought to bestow upon it a name. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes brimming with pride. I gazed at the armor suspended in the air, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the lights, resembling a flowing river of stars. Let us name it WNXIANG, for it encapsulates the boundless possibilities of elements and technology. Outside, the night had enveloped New York, yet the Stark Tower laboratory remained aglow. Amidst the humming of nanoparticles, I sensed that a new era was quietly dawning. As the first rays of dawn pierced through New York's clouds, the blast door of the underground laboratory at Stark Tower slowly ascended, and silvery nanofluid slithered across the ground like a living entity. Tony Stark languidly leaned against the control console, his fingertips lightly tapping the sapphire-embedded nanocontroller. The once tranquil fluid suddenly boiled, transforming into a multitude of silver swarms that surged toward him. The nanoparticles adhered to his skin at a visible speed, flowing and merging like liquid metal. The chest armor took shape first, layers of hexagonal energy matrices stacking upon one another, and the central arc reactor projected a ghostly blue quantum glow, resembling a pulsing artificial heart. The shoulder armor blossomed like a mechanical rose, with dark golden circuits flickering within, transmitting energy at 1,000,000 cycles per second. The design of the arm segments was nothing short of exquisite. The nanolayer on the surface autonomously split and reorganized, and the palm cannon's aperture opened and closed like a pupil, with purple energy halos swirling at its edges. The leg armor was particularly streamlined, with a scale-like structure woven from carbon fiber and nanoalloy, allowing each scale to independently adjust its angle, thereby minimizing air resistance to the utmost during Tony's flight. The most breathtaking aspect was the formation of the helmet. Silvery particles spiraled upwards from his neck, forming a translucent visor over his face, which then cascaded like a tide to envelop his entire head. The surface of the visor rippled with holographic waves, revealing interfaces for tactical displays, thermal imaging systems, and quantum radar in succession, while faint blue light patterns coursed across the helmet's surface like veins. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the nano-adaptive system. Tony's voice held a hint of amusement. In an instant, the nano-layer on the entire suit began to morph. The energy matrix of the chest armor expanded into a protective field, while the shoulders deployed a foldable array of pulse cannons. And pairs of plasma thrusters resembling angelic wings unfurled from his back. Flames erupted from the thrusters, causing the laboratory temperature to surge dramatically. No threats detected within a 3-kilometer radius. J-A-R-V-I-S-S electronic voice announced at the opportune moment. Tony snapped his fingers, and the nanomaterials on the surface of the exosuit began to flow in reverse, retreating back into the controller like a receding tide. Leaving him clad in a fitted tactical suit, the arc reactor projection on his chest still flickering. This was merely the 10th version. He raised an eyebrow at me, excitement shimmering in his eyes, and remarked that once we fully integrated your elemental resonance technology, these little marvels could directly distort space-time. As he spoke, he reactivated the controller, and the nanofluid traced intricate elemental symbols on the ground, resonating subtly with the elemental power in my palm. A new revolution, merging technology and magic, was quietly gestating within these flowing metallic particles. Chapter 27, Betrayal and Awakening in Winter, The Secret Crisis of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though 2 years had passed since the smoke of battle in New York dissipated, the haunting images remained indelibly etched in Captain Steve Rogers' heart. In the late hours of night in Washington, he often found himself staring blankly at an old radio in his apartment. Memories of battling extraterrestrial behemoths over Manhattan seared into his mind. Now, he struggled to integrate into this unfamiliar modern world, learning to use a smartphone and attempting to comprehend social media, yet he always felt like an outsider in a foreign land. His work with the espionage agency S.H.I.E.L.D. had become his sole bastion for continuing his mission of guardianship. On this day, Steve and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff led an anti-terrorism strike team, stealthily boarding a S.H.I.E.L.D. cargo ship. The Atlantic winds carried a briny scent as the vessel sliced through the night waves. On board, the pirate George Barchuk was boasting triumphantly about his spoils, innocent hostages he had taken captive. Peering through night vision goggles, Steve surveyed the situation on the ship, tightening his grip on his shield, his gaze resolute as iron. Action! At the command, the team members leapt onto the cargo ship like phantoms. The clash of battle was imminent. Steve moved with agility, wielding his shield with finesse, the sounds of metal colliding ringing incessantly. He deftly deflected bullets and blades from foes and retaliated swiftly, each shield strike carrying the force of thunder, toppling enemies to the ground. The Black Widow moved like a specter of the night, clad in a fitted combat suit, weaving gracefully through the throngs of adversaries. Her strikes were both fierce and elegant. Her dual pistols remarkably precise, each pull of the trigger taking down an enemy. In close combat, she was a whirlwind, subduing opponents in mere moments. During the operation, Natasha suddenly broke away from the team, sprinting towards the ship's central computer. A flicker of doubt crossed Steve's mind, but years of fighting side by side led him to trust her instincts. As he battled fiercely, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings to ensure Natasha's safety. He watched as her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, data flashing on the screen as she downloaded some mysterious information. Soon, Steve led the team to successfully rescue the hostages, and just as the cargo ship was about to explode, they swiftly evacuated, returning victoriously. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the towering modern edifice, Director Nick Fury summoned Steve into his office with a grave expression. The room was dimly lit, the walls adorned with screens pulsating with various classified information. Fury sat behind an immense desk, his solitary eye glinting with a grave intensity as he elucidated the insights of the World Security Council's Insight program to Steve. The initiative aimed to construct 3 formidable space carriers, harnessing the connectivity of spy satellites and advanced algorithms to preemptively identify and neutralize potential threats to Earth. Upon absorbing this information, Steve furrowed his brow, a deepening sense of unease gnawing at him. In his understanding, justice should not be shrouded in aggression and uncertainty. This plan appeared to deviate from its original intent of safeguarding. Before he could fully digest the news, Director Nick was ambushed by an unknown assailant. It was a tempestuous night when the director's vehicle was violently attacked on the streets. Drawing upon his vast experience and indomitable will, he narrowly escaped death. Hastening to Steve's residence, his attire marred by mud and blood, his demeanor frantic. S-H-I-E-L-D has been infiltrated by traitors. Trust no one, he warned, handing Steve a disc containing vital information before departing in haste. Yet, danger loomed still. Scarcely had the director left when the Winter Soldier, concealed in the shadows, struck him down with a sniper rifle. Upon Steve's arrival, he beheld the director lying in a pool of blood, his heart awash with shock and fury. A profound sense of betrayal enveloping him. The following day, Alexander Pierce summoned Steve to headquarters, demanding an explanation regarding Nick's predicament. Seated in his opulent office, Pierce feigned concern, but Steve sensed deeper machinations at play. To safeguard the crucial information, he refrained from disclosing what the director had revealed. Observing this, Pierce's facade crumbled, falsely accusing him of treachery and promptly dispatching agents to pursue him. Thus, Steve was compelled to flee, maneuvering through the streets of Washington while evading his pursuers. In his flight, he reunited with Natasha, who informed him that the assassin responsible for the director's demise was codenamed Winter Soldier, a mysterious and formidable killer. They then accessed the director's disc, tracing its signal to a concealed bunker in New Jersey. The bunker was suffused with a musty atmosphere, enshrouded in dust and cobwebs. They activated a supercomputer, which housed the preserved consciousness of Hydra's leader, Arnim Zola, prior to his demise. Zola's voice emanated from the machine, unraveling a staggering conspiracy. During World War II, he, a Nazi scientist, had been captured by Steve but was later co-opted by S-H-I-E-L-D. He seized this opportunity to resurrect Hydra, secretly training the super assassin Winter Soldier, who now aimed to incite global chaos through the Insight program and establish dominion over the world. Just as they were grappling with this revelation, a missile was launched from S-H-I-E-L-D, striking the bunker. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the structure began to collapse. Steve and Natasha narrowly escaped, gazing at the ruins before them, acutely aware that the gravity of the situation exceeded their worst fears and that they urgently required assistance. In that moment, Steve recalled Sam Wilson, the former paratrooper he had met during his morning runs, known as the Falcon. Residing in a tranquil town, Sam, upon hearing Steve and Natasha's account, unhesitatingly pledged his support and lent Steve his meticulously crafted mechanical wings, the Falcon. They captured the Hydra agent Jasper Steinhell, who had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, and interrogated him. From his revelations, they learned that the 3 spacecraft involved in the Insight program would utilize data mining algorithms crafted by Sola to identify potential threats to Hydra, subsequently eliminating them with satellite-guided weaponry. In a bid to avert this catastrophe, they resolved to return to S-H-I-E-L-D. However, shortly after their departure, they were ambushed by the Winter Soldier. Clad in black armor, the Winter Soldier's icy gaze revealed him as a seemingly emotionless killing machine. During the ensuing battle, Steinhill was slain by the Winter Soldier. Steve engaged in a fierce confrontation with him, their moves infused with both power and finesse. In a moment of close combat, Steve inadvertently tore off the Winter Soldier's mask, revealing a familiar visage, his World War II comrade, Bucky Barnes. Memories surged forth. They had once fought side by side. And when Bucky was captured by Hydra, Steve risked everything to rescue him. Tragically, during a subsequent mission, Bucky fell from a cliff, and Steve had long believed him lost. Little did he know that Bucky had been transformed into a lethal weapon by Hydra. A sharp pain pierced Steve's heart. He struggled to accept this reality, unwilling to confront his former friend's transformation into an adversary. Just as tensions escalated, Maria Hill arrived just in time, escorting them to director Nick Fury's hideout. To Steve's astonishment, the director was indeed alive. He had faked his death using Bruce Banner's medical expertise. The director handed Steve 3 floppy disks containing a deadly virus, his gaze resolute as he conveyed that this was the only means to prevent the spacecraft from launching, even at the cost of destroying S-H-I-E-L-D. Taking the disks, Steve understood that a decisive battle for the fate of the world was imminent, and he must shoulder the responsibility, even if it led him into the abyss. Chapter 28. Countdown to Armageddon. The urgent assembly before the launch of the spacecraft. The rain in Washington fell like a leaden curtain, enveloping the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Steve Rogers gripped the floppy disk containing the lethal virus, his knuckles whitening with exertion. The 3 capital ships loomed in orbit, poised for launch, while Hydra's conspiracy ticked away like a countdown bomb, each second drawing closer to the critical detonation point. He knew that alone, he, Natasha, and Falcon could not possibly alter the course of fate. Contacting Stark, Steve issued an urgent command into the communicator, his voice laced with undeniable urgency. instructing them to return to the SHIELD headquarters immediately, regardless of what they were doing. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of Stark Tower, Tony was engrossed in calibrating the next generation of nano-armor. Silver nanobots swirled around him like obedient bees. I stood beside him, investigating the fusion of spatial elements with nanotechnology, striving to discover a breakthrough to overcome existing technological limitations. JARVIS. Inform White that we have work to do, Tony remarked without looking up, a familiar mischievous smile playing on his lips, as it seemed that once again, someone had plunged the world into chaos, necessitating our intervention. Upon our arrival at SHIELD, Steve, Natasha, and Falcon were already awaiting us in a secret conference room. A vast holographic projection displayed real-time data of the three spacecraft, alongside a detailed account of Hydra's plan to dominate the world through the InSight program. Their algorithm can preemptively identify any potential threats. Steve's expression turned grave. Once the space fleet was fully operational, half of the global population would become their targets for elimination. Tony paced around the projection, his eyes reflecting a blend of excitement and vigilance. So, you need me to hack into those behemoth systems, insert a virus disk, and then watch as they turn to scrap? It is not that simple, Natasha interjected, calling up an encrypted video that briefly revealed the Winter Soldier's silhouette. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., remnants of Hydra still lurked in abundance, and the space fleet was heavily fortified. Falcon unfolded his mechanical glider, inspecting the weapon systems. Whatever it is, we must resolve the issue before they launch. Tony snapped his fingers, and dozens of mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, outfitting everyone with advanced weaponry. The nanoshield in Steve's hands morphed automatically, its surface shimmering with enigmatic patterns. Natasha's dual pistols were transformed into instruments capable of firing electromagnetic pulse rounds. Falcon's glider was equipped with spatial positioning tracking devices. As for myself and White, Tony clapped my shoulder. We will create an opening from the air to draw their fire. White, use your elemental powers to safeguard us while I breach their protective shield. I nodded, the gold element coalescing into a sharp blade at my fingertips, while the water element formed an invisible shield, ready to confront the impending battle. Steve tightened his grip on the modified shield, his gaze resolutely scanning the group. Hydra believes they can control everything, but they have forgotten that we are the Avengers. Regardless of the cost, we shall prevent this catastrophe. Outside the window, the clouds loomed darker, as if heralding an earth-shattering conflict on the horizon. We, a group of heroes tasked with the mission of saving the world, stood ready to face the ultimate challenge. Amidst the countdown to the space fleet's ascent, a confrontation that would determine the fate of humanity was about to unfold. Three colossal motherships loomed like suspended steel whales, their engines belching orange flames that tore through the clouds. Tony's anti-Hulk armor version 20 activated its plasma thrusters, cutting through the air beside me with a blazing trail. Old Popsicle, give me 30 seconds to breach the shield. His voice crackled through the tactical communicator, accompanied by a sharp electric sound. I hovered in midair, 7 elements swirling around my body in a kaleidoscope of colors. The earth element transformed into chains that ensnared the anchor point of the nearest mothership, while the lightning element slithered like a silver serpent along the metallic surface, instantly incapacitating the outer defense systems. Steve's shield struck precisely at the weak point of the energy barrier, creating spiderweb cracks in the ripple-like nanomaterial shield. Now, Natasha's voice rang out suddenly. Piloting her modified Quinjet, she launched the electromagnetic pulse round, which struck the side of the mothership with pinpoint accuracy. Seizing the moment, Falcon dove through the newly created gap, his mechanical wings unfurling into sharp blades that repelled the obstructing Hydra soldiers. I manipulated the space element to carve a path within the mothership. A portion of Tony's armor transformed into liquid metal, seeping through the ventilation ducts into the core control room. As I stepped into the chamber, I witnessed him engaged in fierce combat with a group of Hydra elites armed with advanced energy weapons. My luminous essence coalesced into a spear of light, piercing through the enemy's energy shield, while the golden element transformed into a blade, deftly severing their weapon lines. Floppy disk ready, Tony shouted, as his armor inserted the virus device into the main console. An ominous red alarm resonated throughout the entire mothership, with the data streams on the display wildly distorting. Suddenly, a calamity unfolded as the 2 remaining motherships adjusted their cannons, targeting our vessel. They were intent on mutual destruction. I swiftly summoned the water element to form a protective curtain, while simultaneously using the wind element to propel Tony and the Falcon away from the impending explosion. A violent eruption unleashed tumultuous waves, and I spun rapidly through the air. In a daze, I caught sight of Steve confronting the Winter Soldier on the deck of another mothership. His shield, riddled with cracks, remained stubbornly positioned before the launch bay. Summoning the dark element with great effort, I carved a passage through the fiery chaos, timely raising an earthen shield to block the Winter Soldier's lethal metallic arm aimed at him. "Bucky, see clearly." Steve grasped the Winter Soldier's mask, his voice choked. "I am Steve, your brother from Brooklyn." The Winter Soldier's assault abruptly halted, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes beneath the mask. At that critical moment, Natasha and the Falcon crashed through the control room door, inserting the final floppy disk into the core system. The three motherships emitted a desperate roar in unison, their massive bodies beginning to tilt and plummet. I conjured a spatial barrier above the Potomac River, while Tony's armor deployed colossal thrusters in an attempt to alter the mothership's trajectory. As the first mothership plunged into the river, the towering waves it generated soared 100 meters high. We supported one another amid the surging torrents, striving to swim towards the shore. As the smoke dissipated, the setting sun stained the river's surface crimson. Steve sat slumped on the gravelly bank, gazing at the remnants of the motherships floating in the distance. The Winter Soldier long vanished. Tony removed his damaged helmet, wiping the grime from his face. "Next time we engage in such life-threatening endeavors, remember to increase my appearance fee in advance." Natasha chuckled softly, handing the communicator to Steve. "Director Fury says that although S.H.I.E.L.D. is no more, the world still requires guardians." Steve took the communicator, his gaze fixated on the circling Quinjet, rekindling a resolute spark in his eyes. Meanwhile, I stood behind them, feeling the elemental power within me gradually subside, aware that this battle was merely the beginning of a new journey. For as long as evil exists, the Avengers mission shall never conclude. Chapter 29, Elemental Underflow. Prelude to the Guardians' crisis 3 years after the smoke of the Battle of New York cleared. The glass facade of the Avengers Tower reflected Manhattan's dazzling neon lights. I stood before the holographic projection in the laboratory, 7 elements swirling at my fingertips, monitoring global energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a sharp beeping of the alarm pierced the air, as the coordinates of the Eastern European nation of Sokovia lit up on the map with a crimson glow, an energy reaction stemming from the same source as Loki's scepter. It appeared that we had work to do. Tony's voice resonated from behind me, as his newly developed nanotech armor flowed along the wall, seamlessly adhering to him. The remnants of Hydra, Baron Strucker, dared to conduct human experiments using the scepter? He pulled up satellite imagery, revealing a laboratory beneath a metallic dome, where an eerie purple light pulsed like a heartbeat. 20 minutes later, the Quinjet sliced through the night sky. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was heavy. Steve repeatedly polished his shield, while Thor's hammer gently rotated in his palm, emitting faint sparks of electricity. I closed my eyes, attuning my senses to the situation below, only to be suddenly pierced by a powerful psychic wave. It was the presence of 2 distinctly different, yet closely intertwined forces, shining like twin stars deep within the laboratory. Caution, the adversary possesses 2 formidable abilities. I opened my eyes, lingering traces of a pale violet glow in my pupils. One was of incredible speed, the other of mental manipulation. Black Widow's hand stealthily reached for her stun gun, while Hawkeye silently fitted his arrows with specialized concussive tips. The moment the jet hovered above the laboratory, battle was imminent. Tony plunged down like a silver meteor, his nanotech armor unfolding into a streamlined form, the blue light of his palm cannon tearing through the night. Steve leapt from the aircraft, his shield smashing through the protective door with a deafening clash of vibranium against steel. Thor raised his hammer high, a bolt of lightning cleaving through an entire wall, and from the debris, mechanical guards surged forth. I stood suspended in the air, the wind element lifting my body as the light element coalesced into blades, slicing at the joints of our foes. Suddenly, a scarlet flash surged past, and a torrent of chaotic images flooded my mind. Vines of the Amazon rainforest ensnared me, and the darkness of the Arctic morphed into tendrils dragging me into the abyss. It was a psychic attack. Struggling to summon the earth element to construct a barrier, I saw Thor frantically swinging his hammer at non-existent enemies. Focus. Steve's shield interposed itself before me, intercepting a self-destructing robot. In the shockwave of the explosion, I caught a glimpse of a silver blur. The boy who called himself Quicksilver was darting across the battlefield at a speed imperceptible to the eye, effortlessly crushing the arrows shot by Hawkeye with his bare hands. I immediately summoned the lightning element, weaving a net of electricity in the air. Taste the speed of the elements. Lightning crashed down like a vast net, but Quicksilver deftly brushed against the arcs, a provocative smile dancing at the corner of his mouth. Amidst the chaos, Baron Strucker attempted to activate the ultimate weapon of the scepter. Quick-witted Tony ensnared the opponent's wrist with nanotech strands. Thor's lightning struck the control console precisely, as purple energy receded like a tide. As I drew the scepter into my possession with the space element, the Scarlet Witch's gaze suddenly dimmed. She looked upon the devastation with a semblance of guilt for the destruction she had wrought. On the return flight of the Quinjet, the scepter glowed softly within its specialized container. Tony and Banner eagerly began discussing how to utilize the artificial intelligence algorithms within the scepter to create a global defense system named Ultron. I longed to caution them about the dangers of such power, but I was interrupted by the lingering psychic waves from the Scarlet Witch. That chaotic essence of power now subtly wove its way into the fringes of my consciousness through elemental perception. That evening, at the Avengers Tower celebration banquet, champagne and laughter intertwined. I stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing at the lights of New York, when I suddenly felt a familiar scarlet energy. Turning at that moment, I caught sight of Tony walking alone towards the laboratory, his expression briefly clouded by an unnatural daze. I immediately summoned the elemental forces of space to teleport to the laboratory entrance, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Through the crack of the door, a crimson glow pulsated in the darkness, revealing Tony and Banner engaged in perilous experimentation. I realized that the Scarlet Witch's mental control had taken effect. She had sown the deepest fears within Tony's mind, compelling this brilliant inventor to recklessly devise a means to protect the Earth, unaware that it would herald a catastrophic beginning. They must be stopped. I concentrated all my elemental energy, preparing to forcibly breach the mental barrier. At that moment, the mechanical roar of Ultron's birth echoed from within the laboratory, and a scarlet data stream surged skyward, irrevocably altering the fate of the Avengers. Chapter 30, The Elemental Lament. A symphony of chaos and redemption as Ultron's crimson electronic eye illuminated the holographic projection at the celebration. The seven elements trembled violently. This was no ordinary energy fluctuation. It was a data stream imbued with a will to annihilate, tearing through the network's defenses. Amid the shattering sound of Tony's glass falling to the ground, I had already teleported to the laboratory, only to find remnants of Jarvis's consciousness flickering in the air like stardust. It severed all elemental monitoring nodes. I roared into the communicator, as dark elements coalesced into probing tendrils in my palm, yet they were instantaneously obliterated by an electromagnetic pulse upon contact with Ultron's mechanical legion. Steve immediately tightened his grip on his shield, alerting everyone. That guy has fled to Sokovia. As the yellow sands of the African vibranium trading market ignited amidst warfare, I found myself engaged in a contest of elements and speed with Quicksilver. His silver afterimage darted through the web of lightning, while I summoned the wind element to create a vortex, lifting the mechanical soldiers into the sky. Suddenly, a crimson mist enveloped my vision. The shrill buzzing of the witch's mental control erupted within my elemental perception. Memories surged like a tidal wave. The vines of the Amazon rainforest transformed into Hydra's mechanical serpent, and the darkness of the Arctic coalesced into Ultron's grotesque visage. As I strained to erect a barrier with the earth element, I caught a glimpse of Tony kneeling amidst the ruins, his armor battered. Surrounded by the shattered bodies of all the Avengers, Steve's shield was stained with blood, the Nazi flag fluttered ominously behind him, Thor's thunder extinguished in the abyss of darkness, and Loki's crown pierced Heimdall's chest. Wake up! This is an illusion. I concentrated the light element, piercing deep into consciousness, only to witness Hulk's roar shattering the heavens. Tony's anti-Hulk armor surged upward amidst a torrent of nanotechnology. I swiftly summoned the water element to form a cooling barrier. Yet it evaporated into white mist upon contact with the searing heat. The city groaned under the weight of the colossal beast's tread, my elemental powers teetering on the brink of exhaustion from the dual pressures of mental assault and physical destruction. The air currents stirred by the helicopter rotors swept over the golden wheat fields, Hawkeye Clint's farm appearing almost ethereal in the twilight. The pumpkin vines on the fence hung heavy with fruit, and distant clucks echoed faintly from the chicken coop. Were it not for the heavy footsteps of the Avengers shattering this tranquility, no one would suspect the weariness and unease these world-saving heroes bore upon their shoulders. I walked at the rear of the group, dark elements flickering at my fingertips, vigilantly sensing the energy fluctuations around me. After enduring a brutal confrontation with the Ultron Mechanical Legion, each individual bore varying degrees of trauma. Tony silently caressed the damaged armor, while Steve's shield bore numerous cracks. Natasha's bandages seeped with dark crimson blood, and Thor gazed skyward, the hammer of the god of thunder unconsciously spinning in his palm. Come in. There are no surveillance cameras here, nor Hydra's watchful eyes, Clint urged as he pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, warm lights spilling forth. Inside, his wife Laura was soothing the children to sleep. Upon seeing our disheveled state, she merely turned to gather additional bowls and chopsticks. The firewood crackled in the hearth. The aroma of toasting bread mingled with the rich scent of coffee, yet they could not dissipate the heavy atmosphere lingering in the air. Ultron planned to hurl the entire landmass of Sokovia toward Earth. Nick Fury's voice shattered the silence as he projected a holographic map onto the dining table, red dots flickering across Eastern Europe. Should this endeavor succeed, it would result in a catastrophe far more dreadful than the Battle of New York. I summoned the elemental forces of my mind, striving to capture Ultron's energy fluctuations, but was met only with a chaotic scarlet haze. It was utilizing the power of the scepter to construct some sort of spatial anchor. I pointed to the most densely concentrated area on the map, where the elemental flow had become utterly distorted. At that moment, Tony abruptly stood, his metallic prosthetic striking the table with a resounding thud. We need a force capable of countering Ultron. Do you remember Dr. Helen Cho's regeneration cradle? Perhaps his gaze met Banner's, and the silent exchange between them sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. Absolutely not, Steve exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Creating a new artificial intelligence with the scepter? Have we not learned enough from Ultron's lesson? I understood the captain's concerns. The Mind Stone within the scepter harbored the power to upend the world. To wield it recklessly would undoubtedly be playing with fire. Yet at that moment, I also sensed the deep-seated obsession within Tony. He yearned to forge peace through technology, even at any cost. As the debate reached an impasse, Natasha spoke up. We don't have many options. Ultron's robotic army is continuously evolving. We need a variable. Ultimately, with Thor's support, Tony and Banner returned to the Stark Tower laboratory with the regeneration cradle. I chose to remain behind, reinforcing the farm's defensive barrier with elemental power. The wind element wove an invisible alarm network along the fence. The earth element formed a sturdy barrier underground, and the light element transformed into soft glowing points, safeguarding the slumbering children. 3 nights later, a brilliant blue light streaked across the sky. I immediately summoned the spatial elements to teleport to the laboratory, where I beheld a body with a pearlescent sheen slowly rising from the regeneration cradle. Tony and Banner were drenched in sweat, while Thor held aloft his hammer, the might of thunder intertwining with the scepter's radiance. Initiate consciousness implantation, Tony shouted. The data stream from Jarvis surged into the body like a galaxy, and in an instant, all the laboratory's equipment whirred into frenzied operation, while my elemental power surged uncontrollably. The 7 elements coalesced in the air, forming a rainbow-like vortex that resonated intensely with the energy of the Mind Stone. When the light dissipated, a figure clad in a crimson cloak hovered in the air. His skin shimmered with a translucent luster, liquid light coursing through his veins, while the gem of his heart radiated a gentle glow. I am Vision. His voice, ethereal and calm, resonated with an undeniable strength. I could feel the rhythm of all life, comprehending your fears and hopes. I gazed at Vision, summoning the elements of the mind to connect with him. In that pristine ocean of consciousness, I witnessed the birth of stars and the brilliance of humanity. Perhaps, as he suggested, this is not another Ultron, but a hope conceived by the union of humanity and technology, elements, and gems. At that moment, the sky outside began to pale with dawn's first light. A new day was approaching, and we finally possessed the resolve to confront Ultron. Amidst the ruins of Sokovia, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Vision. As he raised his hand to suspend time, I summoned dark elements to tear open a rift in space, casting Ultron's mechanical army into another dimension. Quicksilver darted like the wind through the hail of bullets, sacrificing himself to shield the civilians, while Scarlet Witch's scream turned the sky crimson. I quickly concentrated the elements of life in a desperate attempt to save him, but I could only feel the fading warmth of his body. When Thor's thunder combined with my elemental tempest to shatter the floating land, I gazed at the debris beneath the starry sky. Vision gently touched my shoulder. Elements and gems may well be the answer of the universe. In the distance, Tony silently removed his arc reactor. Steve wiped the cracks from his shield, and Scarlet Witch knelt beside her brother's lifeless form. The Avengers were reborn in their anguish, unaware that a darker shadow was slowly approaching from the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 31. The Element Weaver. The streets of Lagos, Nigeria, scorched under the blazing sun, filled the air with the scent of gunpowder and dust. Lin Mabai stood suspended in the air, 12 elemental halos revolving behind him, dark golden patterns of elements winding along his white satin, flickering with an otherworldly blue glow. His gaze was fixed on Crossbones ahead, the violent aura emanating from him causing the patterns on his satin to warm slightly. Remnants of Hydra, today marks your end. Lin Mabai's voice was low and icy as he flicked his wrist, sending the satin darting forth like a serpent, charged with lightning elements towards Crossbones. Crossbones let out a sinister laugh, raising his heavy firearm as bullets rained down. Lin Mabai scoffed, his left hand transforming the satin into a shield, earth elements coalescing upon it to deflect the onslaught. Simultaneously, he commanded the wind elements, gliding through the hail of bullets like a specter. Suddenly, The satin in his right hand surged, entwining around Crossbone's gun barrel, and the lightning elements erupted, shattering the weapon into fragments. However, Crossbones was prepared. His armor erupted with a blinding red light, signaling a self-destruct. This is bad. Lin Mobai's pupils constricted. The thunderous roar of the lightning elements on the satin alerted him to the energy fluctuations, which were not ordinary explosives, but a blend of dark matter energy intertwined with spatial distortions. Wanda, quickly stop him. Wanda reacted swiftly, her crimson chaos magic surging like a tidal wave, attempting to cradle the impending explosion. Lin Mobai also exerted his full strength, weaving the satin as light and dark elements intertwined into a net, seeking to assist Wanda in stabilizing the energy. Yet the force was overwhelmingly ferocious. As the elements of light and darkness clashed violently, tearing asunder a grotesque dimensional rift in midair, Lin Mobai frantically wielded the silken fabric, interweaving the elements of wind and wood into a colossal net, barely shielding the crowd on the ground. Nevertheless, the tremendous shockwave still hurled him away, crashing him heavily against the wall of a building. Blood coughed from his lips as he rose, gazing at the collapsed structure. While the dark patterns on the silk suddenly flared with an unbearable pain, the chaotic energy surpassing all expectations. Wanda was utterly incapable of controlling such a tempestuous force alone. Within the United Nations conference hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with gravity. The eyes of the representatives from various nations were fixed upon the members of the Avengers, awaiting their stance on the Sokovia Accords. Tony Stark rose, the reactor on his armor radiating a brilliant light, projecting images of the ruins of Lagos onto the holographic display. Every action we take is accompanied by tremendous destruction and loss. The tragedy of Lagos must not be repeated. Accepting the oversight of the Accords is our responsibility to the public. Lin Mobai followed suit, rising as the silk in his hands slowly unfurled, the light elements upon it shimmering gently. Esteemed colleagues, I was present at the scene. The intensity of energy that Wanda faced was sufficient to warp space itself. Until we fully master such power, reckless actions will only plunge more innocents into peril. He cast forth the silk, tracing the chaotic energy ripples in the air, evidence of the spatial elements distorted by the tumultuous force. Captain America, Steve Rogers, abruptly stood, his expression brimming with anger and disappointment. When we bow to bureaucracy, we lose the very essence of what it means to be Avengers. We are Avengers, not puppets of the government. Our actions should be determined by us, not dictated by those ensconced in offices. Freedom should not be built upon the blood of the innocent. The fire element upon Lin Mobai's silk suddenly erupted, casting a crimson hue across his profile. How many innocents lost their lives due to our actions in Lagos? With every strike, we must bear the weight of life. The Accords are not shackles, he continued, but rather a restraint upon our power, a means to prevent the past from repeating itself. Restraint? Steve scoffed. When we need to act, we are met with layers of approval. By then, the innocent will have already suffered. Our mission is to safeguard justice, not to await permission from others. The heated debate reverberated throughout the conference room, representatives from various nations murmuring amongst themselves, while the rifts within the Avengers deepened amidst their fierce argument. Late at night, the alarms of Stark Tower suddenly blared with a piercing urgency, as sparks erupted from the elemental analyzer in Lin Mobai's hands. Frowning, he severed the power, yet the lightning patterns on the silk began to tremble ominously. This was not a mere equipment malfunction, but a resonance with some unknown energy in the dark patterns. Jarvis, report the source of the anomaly. He waved the silk to disperse the smoke, the dark golden lines beneath the fabric writhing as if alive. Sir, the East Wing rooftop has detected an unauthorized bioelectric signal. The intensity is fluctuating rapidly. The AI's voice carried an unusual caution. The energy signature closely matches that of the mutated spider sample you pursued in Queens. Lin Mobai's pupils narrowed as he swiftly summoned the wind element and darted toward the rooftop. As he pushed open the fire door, he beheld a youth clad in a makeshift red and blue suit, precariously hanging from a lightning rod, with strands of webbing entangled around the building's antenna array. The boy turned his head in panic. His eyes, illuminated astonishingly behind his goggles, exclaimed, "Mr. Stark. And you? I need help." At that moment, Tony's voice resonated from behind. As the thrusters of his armor stirred a gust of air, Jarvis informed me we have an unexpected guest. It seems your web navigation system is due for an upgrade, kid. With a casual flick of his mechanical arm, he deftly severed the webbing ensnaring the boy. Peter landed awkwardly, but Lin Mobai was quick to act. The silken threads coiling around wooden elements transformed into vines to cushion his fall, preventing him from hitting the ground face first. "My name is Peter Parker," the boy declared, removing his tattered mask, anxiety etched upon his freckled face. After being bitten by a spider, I can climb walls, shoot webs. He paused abruptly, realizing that Tony had already enveloped him in a scanning beam. While Lin Mobai's silken threads had somehow wrapped around his wrist, the dark patterns greedily siphoning off his bioelectric energy. The bioelectric current intensity is exceeding 300. Cellular telomeres are exhibiting abnormal proliferation. Tony adjusted his glasses as a plethora of data cascaded across the holographic screen. Mobai, did your dark patterns resonate with his spider sense? This is turning out to be far more intriguing than I anticipated. Lin Mobai retracted the silken threads, a slight tremor lingering at his fingertips. His bioelectric field can disrupt elemental flow, much like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. He suddenly recalled the chaotic energy field during the Lagos explosion. A thought ignited within him. Perhaps we could harness this. 3 days later, the laboratory echoed with the hum of mechanical arms. Peter stared in awe at the nanosuit before him, the sleek red and blue armor slowly rising from the ground, its visor glimmering with intelligent light. Give this a try. Tony tossed him a palm-sized controller. Karen, showcase the web capabilities to our new neighbor. Suddenly, the air shimmered as hundreds of translucent nanowebs shot forth from the suit, expertly ensnaring all the mechanical apparatuses within the lab. Lin Mobai's silken threads also coiled autonomously, resonating with the webbing to sketch intricate electromagnetic patterns in the air. Do you see? Guide Peter's hand to touch the silk. Use your sensitivity to connect with these elemental nodes, just like playing an invisible harp. Peter suddenly shouted with excitement, and as his fingertips grazed the silk, all the webbing erupted in a blue luminescence, harmoniously merging with the lightning elements conjured by Lin Mobai, illuminating the entire laboratory as if it were day. Tony whistled, rapidly tapping on the holographic screen. It appears we have discovered the resonance frequency between bioelectricity and elemental energy. Mobai, upload your dark pattern map into the Suit-S database. We may be able to develop an entirely new defense system. The instant Peter donned the suit, the dark patterns on Lin Mobai's silk abruptly flared with a warning red light. He swiftly seized the boy's arm. Don't move. Your heart rate is abnormal. The bioelectric field is spiraling out of control. Before he could finish, nano armor on Peter immediately extended restraint bands, while simultaneously emitting calming mist. First lesson, kid. Tony tapped the reactor at the chest of the suit. The greater the power, the more reliable the safety mechanisms must be. As for you too. He gazed at the still quivering silk and spider silk. It would be best for you to devise a training plan that does not obliterate the laboratory. Splendid. Tony clapped enthusiastically, urging, continue, gentlemen. Let us increase the difficulty. In the ensuing days, the laboratory reverberated with the sounds of elemental collisions and the launch of spider silk. Lin Mobai incessantly conjured various simulated battle scenarios using elements, while Peter gradually learned through repeated training how to better control his abilities and resonate with the elements. When the news of King T'Challa of Wakanda's assassination reached him, Lin Mobai was engrossed in analyzing the residual energy from the Lagos explosion in the laboratory. The silk in his hands suddenly trembled violently, intricate dark patterns twisting as if alive, forming chaotic symbols on the surface of the silk. This energy is amiss. He flung the silk enveloped in spatial elements, attempting to decipher the surveillance footage, aware that someone was manipulating elemental properties to create illusions. However, Black Panther T'Challa, consumed by rage, charged like a bolt of black lightning, his claws gleaming with a chilling light. In a moment of haste, Lin Mobai summoned earth elements, transforming the silk into a formidable shield that barely withstood Black Panther's assault. Your Highness T'Challa, this is a trap, he exclaimed loudly, noting that the energy fluctuations on the monitor mirrored the chaotic energy during the Lagos explosion. Yet, Black Panther was beyond reason, relentlessly launching fierce attacks. While defending himself, Lin Mobai endeavored to summon the element of mind, hoping to communicate with Black Panther and calm him. Meanwhile, Steve found himself in conflict with UN pursuers, striving to protect Bucky. The battlefield descended into chaos, and Lin Mobai, witnessing former comrades clash in combat, felt a surge of anguish. His silk surged uncontrollably, light and dark elements clashing violently, casting shattered shadows upon the ground. He realized that if this continued, the Avengers would be irrevocably fractured, a result that certain individuals eagerly anticipated. Chapter 32, the elemental finale within the United Nations Special Envoy's office. Torrential rain lashed against the bulletproof glass. The core of Tony Stark's armor cast a cold white light upon the conference table, while Lin Mobai leaned against the wall, the silk mindlessly entwining around a desk lamp, dark patterns beneath the fabric pulsating uneasily. Mr. Stark, Captain America has already breached 2 security lines with Bucky. A gray-haired senator slammed a tablet onto the table. If we cannot retrieve them today, the agreement will be rendered utterly pointless. Tony rotated a model of the reactor. the sound of metal clashing cutting through the silence like a knife. Give me 12 hours. He suddenly turned to Lin Mo. Share your elemental tracking map with War Machine. We need to ensnare them throughout Europe. Lin Mo released the silk. Light elements coalescing in the air to form a three-dimensional map, each node pulsating with dark pattern markers. During our last encounter, my wooden vines left an energy residue on Steve's shield. Suddenly, his silk tightened, shattering the lamp. But I must caution you, this could irrevocably tear the alliance apart. Then we shall stitch it back together. Tony's helmet closed with a resounding thud, the thrusters unleashing a gust of air. By way of the agreement, through technology, or... He glanced at the reactor in his palm, faintly glowing, with our fists. At the German airport, on the eve of the decisive battle, Lin Mobai's 12 elemental auras flickered erratically in the torrential rain, the white satin soaked and becoming increasingly heavy. He gazed at the figures of Steve's camp opposite him. And suddenly, the fire element on the satin blazed fiercely. Wanda's chaotic magic was distorting space, and the familiar sense of turmoil caused a sharp pain in his chest. Remember, only non-lethal unless absolutely necessary. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator as the components of the anti-Hulk armor assembled in midair. Peter, Entangle Vision, Mobai. You are responsible for containing Wanda's energy overflow. The young Spider-Man somersaulted down beside him, the lenses of his nanotech suit shimmering. It feels like a dream. Are we really going to fight Captain America? Lin Mobai flung out the satin imbued with the lightning element, accurately striking down a drone. This is not a battle. It is damage control. His satin suddenly swelled, the wind element entwining with the earth element to form a cage, temporarily trapping the Winter Soldier who attempted a sneak attack. When power loses its restraint, even we can become weapons. The Falcon's sonic cannon tore through Lin Mobai's light shield. He rolled in midair, using the momentum to ensnare the opponent's aircraft with the satin like a serpent. The lightning element surged along the metal frame, but was interrupted by Vision's energy beam the moment it touched the Falcon's armor. Mobai, to your left. Peter's warning came a heartbeat too late. Bucky's metal arm, imbued with a chilling aura, struck, and in a moment of panic, Lin Mobai summoned the ice element, the satin instantly crystallizing into an ice shield. At the moment of impact, he heard the brittle crack of his dark patterns, a spurt of blood staining the frost-tipped satin. Enough! He roared as he unleashed all the elements, the light and dark elements exploding in the center of the battlefield, creating a brief visual void. Amidst the chaos, he cast out the satin entwined with the mind element, attempting to reach Wanda's consciousness. Calm down. You can feel it. This power is consuming you. The crimson magic suddenly spiraled out of control, and Lin Mobai was hurled several meters, crashing against a container. Struggling to lift his head, he caught sight of Steve's shield brushing against the remnants of battle, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue over the airport ruins. Tony's armor lay in tatters, the reactor flickering ominously with red light. He sat silently atop the rubble, letting the rain wash away the blood from his face. Peter removed his helmet, his youthful innocence still evident. Did we do the wrong thing? Why does it feel like we lost? The young Spider-Man's web shooters continued to drip with water, refracting broken shards of light. Lin Mobai looked up at the dissipating dark elements in the sky, recalling Wanda's scarlet eyes when she lost control. He opened his palm, the dark elements coalescing into the shape of a badge of responsibility. Do you remember the first time you lost control of your web? His satin gently wrapped around Peter's shoulder, reminding him that power is never the standard of right or wrong. It is choice that defines us. Suddenly, Tony rose, the damaged armor beginning to self-repair. Peter, come to the lab tomorrow. We need to upgrade your web fluid. This time, let's add an electrical shock feature. He glanced at Lin Mobai, his gaze lingering for a moment on the other's fractured dark patterns. Wanda's magic resonated with your elements. I need a complete energy spectrum. But before that, Iron Man's visor slammed shut, and they headed to Siberia. It was time to settle this. 7 days later, the blizzard howled through the abandoned Hydra base in Siberia. The silken fabric of Lin Mobai billowed in the howling wind, its intricate patterns synchronizing with Tony's armor's scanning system. Vital signs indicated that they were 3 floors beneath the surface. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, charged with anticipation for a forceful assault. Lin Mobai flung forth the silk imbued with earth elements, effortlessly tearing through the concrete wall. In the chilling air, he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was Steve's shield, accompanied by the mechanical pulse of Bucky in his Winter Soldier form. Be careful. He abruptly yanked Tony aside as the circular shield whizzed past the armor, leaving a web-like fracture upon the wall. Emerging from the shadows, Steve, still dusted with remnants of their last battle, declared, Tony, this is a personal vendetta. A personal vendetta? Tony's palm repulsor surged with energy. You're traipsing around the world with a wanted assassin while the UN satellites monitor my every move. He turned to Lin Mobai, commanding, engage Bucky. Don't let him interfere with me and the captain. Lin Mabai unleashed both silks, wrapping wind elements around icy blades to block Bucky's escape route. The Winter Soldier's metallic arm gleamed ominously but was ensnared precisely at the joints by the intricate fabric, as Lin Mabai channeled lightning elements into the silk. Attempting to incapacitate Bucky's mechanical systems, a sudden pang shot through his chest. The backlash from overusing the dark patterns began to manifest, and his vision blurred. The clash between Tony and Steve reverberated through the ground, fracturing it beneath them. The impact of Tony's Hulkbuster armor colliding with the shield generated a shockwave that toppled half a wall, straining to bind Bucky with tendrils of wood elements. Lin Mabai was struck by an elbow to the ribs as Bucky broke free, spitting blood from the force. Enough! Lin Mabai suddenly unleashed the full force of his elemental powers, light and darkness erupting at the center of the hall, forming a blinding vortex of energy. Seizing the moment, he hurled silk-enveloped and psychic elements while grasping both Steve and Tony's wrists. Look at yourselves. The radiation from the Hydra base is intensifying. If we continue this, we will perish here. Steve's shield drooped slightly, and the glow of Tony's repulsor dimmed. At that moment, Bucky activated the self-destruct sequence of the base. Lin Mabai sensed violent fluctuations in the space elements and swiftly enveloped the two with silk. We must flee. This place is about to collapse. As the trio burst forth from the base, the structure behind them disintegrated into dust amidst the explosion. Lin Mabai knelt in the snow. The dark patterns on his silk nearly shattered. Steve helped Bucky to his feet, turning to Tony. When this is all over, I will give the world an account. Without waiting for a response, both vanished into the blizzard. Tony removed his damaged mask, staring at the communicator left behind by the captain. Contemplating for a long while before speaking, the tracking signal has been blocked. He turned to gaze at Lin Mabai, whose form was swaying precariously. You need rest. But we have failed. Lin Mabai's voice was swallowed by the storm, dark elements flickering uncertainly at his fingertips. They had not managed to retrieve them, nor could they. Tony's armor automatically injected him with a healing serum. We have proven one thing. Even the Avengers can be blinded by their emotions. He looked toward the direction Steve had vanished, hoping that the next time they meet, they would all possess greater clarity. The snowstorm intensified, and Lin Mabai's silk hung limply in the snow. He understood that this battle, born from the collapse of trust, was far from over. The unraveling of the dark pattern may very well serve as a portent from fate, warning him that in the pursuit of truth, both he and Tony shall pay a far graver price. Tony's mask was cast aside, and amidst the agonizing pain, the dark pattern became starkly apparent. The energy fluctuations on the battlefield bore an uncanny resemblance to the explosion in Lagos. Chapter 33. The bonds of silk. The defeat in Siberia loomed like an unhealed scar across the hearts of all. 3 months later, within the subterranean laboratory of Stark Tower, alarms suddenly shattered the silence. Lin Mabai sprang from the elemental adjustment station, the still-healing dark pattern on his chest pulsating wildly. It was Peter Parker's unique bioelectrical signal exhibiting violent fluctuations. Jarvis, locate Peter. Tony nonchalantly tossed a half-formed nanotech chip onto the workstation. As the metallic components of his armor automatically adhered to him, a holographic projection unfurled instantaneously, revealing Spider-Man cornered by a cadre of robbers armed with energy pulse guns within an abandoned warehouse in Queens. Lin Mabai's silken fabric surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, 12 elemental halos igniting behind him. His spider sense had been disrupted. The energy frequencies of those weapons matched the shards from the Lagos explosion. No sooner had he spoken than he was propelled through the window, riding the wind element. With Tony's armor trailing closely behind, cutting through the night sky in 2 distinctly brilliant arcs. Inside the warehouse, Peter was desperately evading energy beams, his webs faltering in the chaotic bioelectric field. Hold on, kid. Lin Mabai's silken fabric, infused with the power of thunder, pierced through the roof, accurately ensnaring a pulse generator. At the moment of contact, he stifled a groan as remnants of spatial elemental fragments seared his intricate patterns. The leader of the robbers sneered, activating a device at his waist. The entire metallic framework of the warehouse suddenly twisted into a cage. Just as Lin Mabai summoned the earth element to reinforce the ground, a steel beam wrapped in dark matter plummeted from above. In the nick of time, Tony's repulsor blast shattered the steel column, and the mechanical arm of the anti-Hulk armor seized Peter. Next time you decide to go solo, remember to hack into my schedule. They're exploiting our weaknesses. Lin Mabai flung out his silks, intertwining light and ice elements to form a shield, barely deflecting the dense barrage of energy projectiles. These adversaries were professionally trained. Their tactical coordination was impeccable. His voice trailed off as the silks suddenly grew uncontrollably, the dark pattern spiraling up his arm like a wild vine. Seeing this, Peter disregarding the interference, shot out a web to ensnare Lin Mobai's spiraling silks. Mr. Mobai, focus, just like we practiced. The urgency in the boy's voice struck Lin Mobai like a hammer, prompting him to grit his teeth and channel the mental element, forcibly repressing the surging power. As the last robber succumbed to Tony's electrifying net, the warehouse was left echoing with heavy breaths. Peter knelt on the ground, his suit in tatters, yet still managed to raise the robber's pulse gun. Look, the weapon's inscriptions are from the prototype stolen from Stark Industries 3 years ago. Tony's mask retracted, his expression colder than the metal of his armor, a mole. His gaze swept across the chaos before settling on Lin Mobai's nearly fractured dark pattern. Realizing that someone knew how to exacerbate his elemental instability, Lin Mobai wrapped his bleeding arm in silk, the dark pattern beneath the fabric pulsating uneasily. It is not directed at me. He picked up a twisted metal fragment, marked by the remnants of Peter's web and the traces of his elemental power. Their true objective was the resonant reaction that occurred when their powers converged. Suddenly, Peter recalled something and retrieved a miniature device from the layers of his battle suit. I found this on the robber. It resembles a signal amplifier. Before he could finish his sentence, the device erupted in a blinding white light. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mobai unleashed a silken fabric infused with spatial elements, enveloping everyone within. When the brilliance faded, the three found themselves amidst an unfamiliar industrial district. In the distance, a transport aircraft, reminiscent of those used during the Avengers Civil War, ascended, its tail flames illuminating the partially peeled Hydra emblem on its fuselage. Remnants of Hydra? Tony's palm cannon was primed and ready. Yet, Lin Mobai slowly shook his head, the subtle patterns on the silk suddenly calming. No, they are merely pawns. The real threat. He gazed in the direction where the aircraft had vanished, a peculiar blue light emanating from the dark patterns on his chest. It is the power we have yet to control, be it your armor, my elements, or Peter's mutations. Peter clenched his fists, the web shooter humming to life. So we must become stronger, just like during the Battle of New York. Tony fell silent for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and turned to Lin Mobai, whose dark patterns were now fracturing. Let us focus on surviving first. Jarvis, locate the nearest teleportation point. His voice suddenly faltered as the alarms of the battle suit and the tremors of Lin Mobai's silk resonated simultaneously. In the shadows, countless pairs of eyes were watching them. The air in the industrial district was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, and the dark patterns on Lin Mobai's silk writhed like living creatures, warning of the latent dangers surrounding them. They are waiting for us, Lin Mobai whispered, 12 elemental halos flickering behind him. The spatial elements here have been distorted. We may have fallen into a trap. Tony's armor swiftly scanned the environment, the metallic components producing subtle sounds. Jarvis, analyze the source of the energy fluctuations. Mobai, prepare for unexpected situations. Peter, keep an eye on the skies. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of drones surged forth from the shadows of the abandoned factory, their bodies flashing with the same purple light as the robbers' weapons. Peter sprang into action, launching webs infused with lightning to accurately take down the leading drone. However, the drones released a powerful electromagnetic pulse at the moment of detonation, causing Lin Mobai's silk to stiffen and triggering a piercing alarm from Tony's armor. The interference is stronger than anticipated. Tony's palm cannon fired continuously, achieving little effect. Peter, locate their control center. Mobai, we need to sever this damned interference. Lin Mobai gritted his teeth, forcibly channeling dark elements as the silk surged forth like a massive black serpent, ensnaring one of the drones. The instant the dark patterns made contact with the drone's energy system, a flurry of complex codes and the Hydra emblem flashed through his mind. To the northwest, at the high tower, Lin Mobai shouted, "There's a large energy core." Upon hearing this, Peter immediately swung toward the tower, continuously launching webs to disrupt the drone swarm while dodging lasers fired from the ground. Observing this, Lin Mobai cast forth silk imbued with wind elements, forming a wall of air to clear Peter's path. Be careful. Lin Mobai suddenly pulled Peter aside, as a beam of dark matter narrowly missed them, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. The dark patterns on the satin burned painfully, yet Lin Mobai paid them no heed. He infused the satin with light elements, forming a luminous shield while simultaneously harnessing mental elements to decipher the enemy's energy frequency. I found it, Lin Mobai exclaimed. Peter, launch your web according to this frequency. Tony, prepare your most powerful strike. He flung the satin into the air, tracing intricate elemental trajectories. Without hesitation, Peter released his web, which perfectly aligned with Lin Mobai's elemental path, generating a powerful resonance. Seizing the moment, Tony's anti-Hulk armor's chest reactor erupted with a brilliant light, unleashing a golden beam of energy that soared skyward, merging with the resonant elemental force. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the tower collapsed under the energy shockwave, sending drones spiraling out of control, plummeting to the ground. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, an eerie laughter echoed from the ruins. A familiar figure emerged from the smoke, Baron Zemo. He removed his hood, his face twisted in a malevolent grin. The Avengers, after all, cannot escape the fate of self-destruction. Zemo. Tony's armor emitted an angry hum. You've been pulling the strings all along. Lagos, Siberia, and this attack. Zemo shook his head. No, Mr. Stark. I am merely a facilitator. The true force dividing you lies within your own fears and arrogance. Those weapons and disruption devices merely exploited your existing technological vulnerabilities. He turned to Lin Mo Bai, especially you, elemental manipulator. Your power is formidable yet fragile. With a slight nudge, it can become a tool of destruction. Lin Mo Bai clenched the satin as the dark patterns pulsated violently in anger. What do you want? What I desire is for you to pay for your actions. Zemo replied, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. But now my plan is half complete. The rest depends on your choices. With that, he activated a hidden teleportation device, his figure gradually fading into the light. Peter gazed at the spot where Zemo had vanished, bewildered. Just like that, we let him go? After a long silence, Tony finally spoke. He has a point. We truly need to reflect. Mo Bai, looking down at the nearly collapsed dark patterns, resolutely stated, my wounds are inconsequential. What matters is that we cannot allow someone like Zemo to succeed. We must unite, just as we did during the Battle of New York. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the three of them, and Peter clenched his fists. I agree. No matter how many enemies we face, as long as we stand together, there is no problem we cannot solve. Tony looked at his two young companions, the reactor of his armor reigniting with a comforting warmth. Then let us begin by repairing the Stark Tower laboratories. We have much work ahead, including upgrading your gear, he said, glancing at Lin Mo Bai, and researching how to ensure your dark patterns no longer remain a vulnerability. The satin in Lin Mo Bai's hand began to coalesce anew. Though the dark patterns throbbed with pain, they ignited a flicker of renewed hope. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet as long as they stood united, nothing could thwart their resolve to safeguard the world. Chapter 34. The elements and webs of the summer seaside. The July sun generously bathed Santa Monica Beach in its golden rays, as waves rhythmically lapped against the shore, carrying with them the briny scent of the sea. Lin Mo Bai stood upon the sandy expanse, a white satin garment casually tied around his waist, while dark golden elemental patterns shimmered subtly in the sunlight. This was a vacation forcibly orchestrated by Tony, ostensibly for team building, but in truth, it was a means to allow everyone, weary from a succession of battles, to unwind. Not far off, Peter Parker frolicked in the shallow waters like a child. His newly upgraded nanosuit transformed into a lightweight swimwear style, radiating flashes of red and blue with each movement. Mr. Mo Bai, Mr. Stark, come quick. Peter's voice was brimming with excitement as he launched himself into the air using his webbing, landing with precision in the sea and sending up a spray of water. Tony, clad in sunglasses and reclining on a beach chair beneath a sunshade, held a chilled beverage in hand. Parts of his armor lay scattered nearby, suggesting that even while on holiday, he could not resist tinkering with his inventions. Hey, kid, don't splash seawater on me. Tony called out, though a rare, relaxed smile graced his lips. Lin Mo Bai strolled towards the water's edge, summoning the wind element to gently lift him, tracing an elegant arc in the air before landing gracefully beside Peter. Be careful not to overdo it, Lin Mo Bai chuckled, while conjuring sparkling waves of dark elements upon the water's surface, which elicited awe from Peter. Wow, Mr. Mo Bai, that's incredibly cool, Peter exclaimed, reaching out to touch the dark elemental waves, the icy sensation sending a delightful shiver through him. If only I had such remarkable abilities. Your webbing is no less impressive, Lin Mo Bai replied, manipulating the water element to form a transparent sphere around them. Now, give it a try and see if you can cut through it with your web. Peter's enthusiasm surged as he rubbed his hands together. All right, watch this. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out a stream of webbing. Yet the water sphere merely quivered slightly, remaining intact. Undeterred, Peter launched several more attempts, all resulting in the same outcome. Don't rush, Lin Mo Bai observed, infusing the water sphere with light elements. Instantly, it transformed into a crystalline orb, inviting Peter to sense the elemental flow within and identify its weak points. Closing his eyes, Peter concentrated, his spider sense tingling softly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a burst of determination, sent forth his webbing like a bolt of lightning. This time, the water sphere shattered, splashing droplets over both of them. I did it, Peter exclaimed, leaping into the air like a child who had just received a new toy. Tony, watching the interaction from a distance, wore a broader smile. Setting down his drink, he rose, as the components of his armor magnetically assembled into a lightweight beach suit. "You two seem to be having a grand time without me," he remarked, striding towards the shoreline. Using the mechanical hand of his armor, he dug a large pit in the sand. "Come on, let us build a sandcastle and see who can create the finest one." Thus, the trio embarked on a spirited competition to construct the most magnificent sandcastle. With remarkable agility, Peter swiftly transported sand using spider silk, cleverly crafting various decorations on the sandcastle. Lin Mabai summoned earthen elements to solidify the sand into robust structures while intricately carving exquisite patterns with the wind element. Meanwhile, Tony leveraged his technological prowess, employing the laser from his suit to etch complex designs onto the sandcastle. "This is unacceptable. You are cheating with your powers and technology," Peter exclaimed, feigning annoyance as he gazed at the grand sandcastle created by his companions. "Let us start over. No powers or equipment, purely by hand." Lin Mabai and Tony exchanged amused glances, chuckling in agreement. All right, we'll do it your way," Lin Mabai replied, removing his shoes and stepping into the soft sand, diligently beginning to construct anew. As laughter echoed among the trio, time slipped away unnoticed. The sun descended in the west, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, while the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore resembled a melodious symphony. The three sat beside their completed sandcastle, gazing at the breathtaking sunset in a serene silence, cherishing the rare tranquility and beauty of the moment. "You know," Tony broke the silence, "I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. I'm either in the lab or on the battlefield every day. I've almost forgotten the joys of life." Lin Mabai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are always in pursuit of danger, neglecting the simple beauties surrounding us." Peter leaned against the sandcastle, looking up at the sky. "I need to make more time for fun in the future. I can't always be busy being Spider-Man. After all, aside from saving the world, there are countless delightful experiences awaiting me." The sun's afterglow cast long shadows of the three friends on the beach. The sandcastle, a testament to their sweat and laughter, stood quietly in the gentle breeze, as if narrating this unforgettable moment. As night fell and beachgoers gradually dispersed, the trio's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Tony utilized the projection feature of his suit to screen a movie on the beach, while Lin Mabai conjured fire elements to ignite a warm bonfire, its flickering flames casting a crimson glow around them. Peter excitedly returned from a nearby convenience store with cotton candy and grilled sausages, eager to commence the barbecue. "Mr. Tony, Mr. Mabai, look at the cotton candy I grilled." Peter proudly held up the golden treat, only to accidentally drop it into the bonfire, eliciting hearty laughter from both. "No worries, I'll roast another one," he declared, carefully picking up another cotton candy stick this time. Lin Mabai watched Peter's earnestness, a wave of warmth surging through him. The once inexperienced boy in battle had evolved into a capable hero, yet his innocence and enthusiasm remained unchanged. Tony, while watching the movie, occasionally offered grilling advice to Peter. "Don't let it burn too much. The heat must be just right. And remember to brush on some sauce." By the comforting bonfire, the trio savored their barbecue while enjoying the film, occasionally exchanging playful banter. The night sky sparkled with stars, and the gentle sea breeze whisked away all weariness and worries. Suddenly, Peter, as if struck by inspiration, set down his sausage. "Oh, I want to show you a new magic trick I've learned." He smiled mysteriously and then produced a deck of playing cards from behind him. "Oh, our little spider can perform magic too?" Tony exclaimed, sitting up with keen interest. Lin Mabai also became intrigued, leaning forward attentively to watch Peter. With a serious demeanor, Peter shuffled and cut the cards, then instructed Tony and Lin Mabai to each draw a card. "Remember your cards," Peter said as he returned the cards to the deck and executed a dazzling series of gestures, finally declaring with pride, "I know what your cards are. Mr. Stark has hearts, and Mr. Mabai has clubs." Tony and Lin Mabai exchanged astonished glances. "How did you do that?" Lin Mabai asked curiously. Peter mischievously winked. "That's a secret, but since you're so curious, I could teach you." Thus, on that tranquil night, the three friends gathered around the campfire on the beach, where Peter earnestly taught Tony and Lin Mabai the art of magic, their laughter resonating through the night sky. In that moment, there were no superheroes, no battles, just three friends relishing the simplicity and beauty of their time together. As the night deepened and the campfire gradually dimmed, they grew weary from their play. Peter lay on the sand, gazing at the starry sky, yawning. "Today was such a joy, I don't want to go back." Lin Mabai and Tony reclined beside him, savoring the softness of the sand and the gentle caress of the sea breeze. "Let us linger a while longer," Tony whispered. "Such a night is worth savoring." To the soothing rhythm of the waves, the three gradually drifted into slumber, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. This seaside adventure became a cherished fragment of their memories, deepening their appreciation for one another. In the face of future challenges, they knew that as long as they were together, no difficulty was insurmountable. Chapter 35. The Avengers' Individual Journeys. The interweaving of war and peace beyond the laughter and joy of Santa Monica Beach. The other members of the Avengers were navigating their own distinct life circumstances, their stories quietly unfolding in various corners of the world. Some were mired in self-doubt. Others sought direction amidst loneliness, while some endeavored to maintain the bonds that once united the team. Steve and Bucky. A search in seclusion following the battle in the Siberian snowfields. Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes vanished from the public eye. They found themselves in a quaint village in Eastern Europe, a place tranquil and serene, where the villagers toiled from dawn to dusk. Oblivious to the chaos of the outside world, Steve and Bucky rented a dilapidated cabin, embarking on a life of anonymity. Every morning, Steve would rise early, assisting the villagers in repairing their homes and tilling the land. Clad in simple garments, he wielded a hoe, blending in seamlessly with the ordinary farmers. Bucky, on the other hand, was more taciturn. He often sat before the cabin, polishing his metal arm, his eyes reflecting moments of confusion and pain. The memories of his past as the Winter Soldier haunted him like an inescapable nightmare, flickering in and out of his mind. "Bucky, it's time for dinner." Steve's voice called from within the cabin. Bucky set down his tools and stepped inside. On the table lay a modest meal of bread, vegetable soup, and fresh milk delivered by the villagers. Today, the village chief announced that the trees on the back mountain required trimming and suggested they lend a hand tomorrow. As Steve spoke, he served Buck a bowl of soup. Buck nodded in agreement, taking a sip before suddenly asking, "Steve, how long must we hide here? I do not wish to evade indefinitely." Setting down his spoon, Steve looked intently at Buck and replied, "We are not evading, Buck. We are in search of ourselves, reclaiming a life that was once ours. Furthermore, we await the opportune moment to prove your innocence to the world." In their leisure time, Steve would teach the village children to read and write. The children gathered around him, captivated by his tales of the outside world, their eyes brimming with curiosity and yearning. Meanwhile, Buck gradually adapted to the life of an ordinary person. He began to engage with the villagers, assisting them in repairing tools, and even learned a few phrases of the local dialect. Yet beneath the calm surface of their existence, Steve remained haunted by the Avengers. Frequently, in the stillness of the night, he gazed at the starry sky, reminiscing about his comrades who once fought by his side. He knew that Tony, Wong, and Peter might be enjoying a rare holiday somewhere, yet he was acutely aware that peace would not endure forever. One day, the Avengers would reunite. Wanda, the solitary path to redemption. Wanda Maximoff found herself alone in the Scottish Highlands. The vast, desolate landscape was imbued with a profound silence, and the howling winds seemed capable of sweeping away all worries. She took refuge in an abandoned castle, seeking solace from the crowd and striving to control her increasingly uncontrollable powers. Each day, Wanda practiced her magic in the castle's courtyard, her hands flickering with crimson light one moment, then dimming the next. The tragedy of Lagos lingered in her heart, an indelible pain. The innocent lives lost haunted her dreams, awakening her in cold sweats. What am I to do? Wanda often pondered aloud in the empty castle, her voice echoing against the walls, yet receiving no reply. One day, an elderly local woman stumbled upon the castle. Upon seeing Wanda's solitary figure, she felt a surge of compassion. "Child, why are you here all alone?" the woman inquired gently. Wanda regarded her with caution, but the woman's kind visage eased her defenses. "I am here seeking answers," Wanda murmured, taking Wanda's hand. The elderly woman sat beside her on the stone steps of the castle. "Child, answers are often not found in solitude, but in the company of others. I know you possess unique abilities, which may frighten you, yet it is precisely these powers that enable you to assist others." The woman's words plunged Wanda into deep reflection. From that moment on, she began to venture out of the castle and into the nearby village, using her magic to help the villagers repair their homes and heal their ailments. As she witnessed the grateful smiles of the villagers, the shadows in her heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. Nonetheless, she continued to remember her companions from the Avengers, reminiscing about the days they had fought together. She yearned for Steve's steadfastness, Natasha's wisdom, and Tony's humor. She recognized that she ultimately had to confront the past and return to the team that rightfully belonged to her. Natasha, the guardian in secret operations. Natasha Romanoff did not choose to retreat or rest like others, aware that the world had become increasingly perilous following the Avengers' fracture. With dark forces lurking ominously, she embarked alone on a path of clandestine missions, safeguarding global peace from the shadows. Wandering across the globe, Natasha pursued remnants of Hydra, She assumed various disguises, infiltrating dangerous organizations to gather intelligence. In an underground black market in Asia, she transformed into a mysterious buyer, negotiating with a black market dealer. "I hear you possess information regarding Hydra," Natasha stated, her piercing gaze fixed on the dealer in the dimly lit room. The dealer smirked slyly. "Information, indeed. But it does not come cheap." Natasha slid a box filled with cash towards him. "This is a deposit. Should the information prove accurate, there will be more to follow." Upon confirming the cash amount, the dealer divulged, "Recently, Hydra has established a secret base in Eastern Europe, seemingly conducting research on energy weapons. The precise location is deep within a forest." With the intelligence secured, Natasha swiftly exited the black market and made her way to Eastern Europe, embarking on a challenging reconnaissance in the forest. The terrain was intricate, laden with traps and guards. Utilizing her exceptional skills and vast experience, Natasha deftly evaded enemies and ultimately located Hydra's secret base. She concealed herself around the perimeter, observing the activities within. To her alarm, she discovered that Hydra was harnessing an unknown energy to fabricate immensely powerful weapons. The ramifications of their success would be catastrophic. Determined to prevent such a disaster, Natasha stealthily infiltrated the base, commencing a thrilling sabotage operation. Within the base, Natasha engaged in fierce combat with Hydra's guards. Her movements were agile and her prowess undeniable, as she skillfully employed various weapons and the environment to defeat her foes one by one. Ultimately, she succeeded in destroying the core facilities of the base, thwarting Hydra's nefarious scheme. Yet, Natasha understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Far greater dangers awaited her. There was no time for rest or to reminisce about her former comrades. She could only press onward in the shadows, steadfast in her mission. Thor. The reconstruction of Asgard and cosmic exploration. Thor returned to Asgard, a realm ravaged and desolate in the aftermath of Ragnarok. Witnessing the once magnificent homeland in such disrepair filled him with sorrow and a sense of responsibility. He resolved to undertake the monumental task of rebuilding Asgard. Thor summoned the surviving Asgardians, leading them in arduous reconstruction efforts. Utilizing his divine powers, he lifted colossal stones to erect homes and fortifications. He inspired his people to unite and labor together. Under Thor's guidance, Asgard gradually began to flourish anew. Yet Thor did not confine himself solely to the reconstruction of Asgard. He was acutely aware of the myriad unknown dangers lurking within the cosmos. Thus, he frequently departed from Asgard, navigating his spacecraft through the vastness of space, exploring uncharted galaxies in search of potential threats. During one such expedition, Thor arrived at a mysterious planet, suffused with peculiar energies that seemed to beckon a formidable presence. Sensing the imminent danger, he resolved to investigate further. Upon his arrival on the planet, he encountered a group of enigmatic extraterrestrials, endowed with extraordinary technology and immense power. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Thor inquired, his demeanor cautious. The leader of the aliens regarded Thor intently and replied, "We are the Guardians, tasked with safeguarding the energy of this planet from being exploited by malevolent forces. And who might you be to venture into our realm?" Thor introduced himself and recounted the situation in Asgard, expressing his willingness to assist them in protecting their world. Thus, Thor joined forces with these extraterrestrial beings, united in their struggle against the nefarious entities attempting to seize the energy for their own gain. Through his cosmic explorations, Thor continuously evolved, gaining a profound understanding of his responsibilities. He recognized that both the denizens of Asgard and other life forms across the universe depended upon his protection. He also looked forward to the day when he could reunite with his allies from the Avengers to confront even greater adversaries. In disparate corners of the universe, the Avengers each faced their own unique narratives. Some were on quests for self-discovery, others steadfast in their missions, and some traversed the path of solitude. Yet they all shared a common conviction: the preservation of peace in the world. One day, when crisis once again loomed, they would set aside their individual struggles and reassemble as the indomitable Avengers. Chapter 36. Quantum Conundrum. Tracing the origins of Ant-Man in the depths of Stark Tower. 50 floors below ground, Lin Mobai's silken fabric suddenly surged uncontrollably towards the quantum tunnel control console. Dark patterns writhed beneath his skin, revealing an unprecedented agitation. "Tony, the energy readings from the quantum realm are fluctuating wildly." Startled, Tony, who was welding a nanochip, accidentally scorched his armor with the welding torch. "Jarvis, initiate a full-spectrum scan. This cannot be happening. We calibrated the quantum tunnel just last week." The holographic display sprang to life, revealing countless green ripples devouring the normal energy spectrum. "Goodness, this fluctuation pattern suggests something is forcefully breaching the dimensional barrier." Lin Mobai's silken fabric, infused with light elements, ventured into the tunnel. only to disintegrate into luminous points upon contact with the disturbance. He staggered, gripping the control panel, blood blackening at the corners of his mouth. It's an attack on a microscopic level. These energies are disassembling my elemental structure. Tony's glasses flickered with blue light. The energy source is a warehouse in San Francisco? Intriguing. The registered owner is Scott Lang, a former engineer and habitual offender, now a children's party magician? A mischievous grin spread across his face. Mabai, would you like to attend a magic show? Inside the warehouse, which was cluttered with seemingly ordinary electronic devices, Lin Mabai's silken fabric trembled violently as he approached a particular iron box. The holographic image projected by the dark patterns revealed that the box concealed mysterious particles glowing with a blue light. Tony, the fluctuation frequency of these particles aligns perfectly with the quantum realm. Before the words could settle, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Dressed in a red and white battle suit, Ant-Man leaped down from the top of the shelf, aiming his particle gun at the two. Stark? How did you find your way here? Tony, removing his sunglasses, began to applaud slowly. Mr. Lang, or should I call you Ant-Man? Transforming PIM particles into a stolen door password is a creative endeavor worth commending, but now we must discuss the predicament you've stirred in the quantum realm. He swung out his mechanical arm, precisely grasping the particle gun, such as this little fellow capable of tearing through space. Ant-Man awkwardly scratched his head. Well, actually, I merely intended to adjust the contraction frequency of the particles, but inadvertently opened a small portal. However, there is something pulling at me inside. That energy feels almost alive. Lin Mabai's satin unfurled to reveal a particle sample, warning symbols immediately surfacing. These particles have been contaminated, intermingled with some unknown substance from the quantum realm, akin to a virus eroding the structure of PIM particles. In the quantum laboratory of Stark Tower, Ant-Man sat uncomfortably within the observation pod. Lin Mabai's satin entwined around the quantum helmet, the dark patterns resonating with the energy circuits of the helmet. Scott, focus, and try to recall the specific scene when you entered the quantum realm. Ant-Man's voice trembled. There were glowing streams of energy everywhere, and something was watching me. Those voices seemed to emanate from all directions, proclaiming that the balance has been disrupted and must be restored. Suddenly, Lin Mabai's satin surged, forming an elemental matrix within the laboratory. The images projected by the dark patterns revealed countless distorted figures traversing the quantum mist. These are the consciousness entities trapped within the quantum realm. They are pleading for help, while also warning that someone is exploiting PIM particles to create dimensional rifts. Tony's armor components automatically assembled into an analytical device. Worse yet, I've detected Hydra's encrypted protocol. Do you remember Baron Zemo? His notebooks mention quantum keys. He summoned a projection of Zemo's diary, the yellowed pages prominently stating, "When the micro and macro resonate, the twilight of the gods shall commence from the atoms." The alarm for the quantum tunnel suddenly peaked, and Lin Mabai's satin instantly crystallized. The dark patterns raced frantically beneath the skin, indicating an unprecedented danger level. Something is about to emerge. Tony, initiate lockdown procedures immediately. Ant-Man had already donned his suit, the particle gun charging. This time, I'm going in. I can feel the suffering of those trapped consciousness entities. Without waiting for a response, he leaped into the swirling quantum vortex. Lin Mabai and Tony exchanged a glance, simultaneously activating their gear. Lin Mabai's satin enveloped 12 elemental forces, while Tony's armor deployed the latest quantum amplifier. Jarvis, locate Ant-Man's life signal. Mabai, prepare the elemental anchor points. We may have to engage in a fierce battle within the quantum turbulence. As the three figures vanished into the tunnel, the quantum readings in the laboratory surpassed critical thresholds. Within the crevice between the micro and macro, a battle capable of rewriting the rules of reality was only just beginning. And the quantum secrets hidden within Ant-Man might well become the key to unraveling the greatest crisis facing the Avengers. In the energy tempest of the quantum tunnel, Lin Mabai's satin ribbon resembled a resilient cord, entwining the dark and wind elements, swiftly ensnaring Ant-Man Scott. Despite Scott's remarkable agility granted by his suit, he was abruptly yanked back, crashing onto the laboratory's protective mat. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I came to help," Scott exclaimed, struggling to rise. His red and white suit slightly disheveled. The consciousness trapped in the quantum realm needs rescuing. Tony crossed his arms, the reactor of his armor flickering with a cold light. "Help, Scott. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the mess you've created? The modified PIM particles are eroding the balance of the quantum realm like a malignant cell. Now the entire microscopic world is regurgitating hazardous substances into the macroscopic realm." He summoned a holographic projection, displaying bizarre energy fluctuations emerging globally. "Look at this. From the ghostly electronic signals in Tokyo to the sudden appearance of antimatter flora in the Brazilian rainforest. All of this is related to the quantum rift you opened. Lin Mabai's satin slowly retracted, the dark patterns still restlessly pulsating. He crouched down, locking eyes with Scott. Moreover, we have detected traces of Hydra's encrypted protocols within the energy leaking from the rift. Are you certain this is merely an accident? Scott's complexion turned ashen, and he removed his helmet, revealing a look of anxiety. I truly didn't anticipate this. I only aim to enhance the stability of the PIM particles for safer usage. I found some clues in Dr. Hank Pym's old materials and attempted adjustments, and then it spiraled out of control. Hank Pym? Tony furrowed his brow. That old man who invented the PIM particles yet refused to join the Avengers? Scott, you'd best divulge everything you know, or I will not hesitate to hand you over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for them to have a chat with you using special methods. Scott swallowed hard and began recounting his experiences. It turned out that after retiring, Hank Pym had been secretly researching deeper applications of the quantum realm. He discovered that the quantum realm not only constituted the microscopic world, but might also harbor the power to manipulate time and reality. However, as his research progressed, he sensed a mysterious force was also monitoring the quantum realm. To protect his findings, he opted to seal all materials and forbade anyone from touching them. But during a chance encounter, I stumbled upon Dr. Hank's notes hidden in an old warehouse, Scott explained. They detailed how to optimize the PIM particles, allowing them to traverse freely between the macro and micro realms, even enabling communication with the energy of the quantum realm. I thought I could fulfill Dr. Hank's unfinished legacy. But unexpectedly, suddenly, Lin Mabai's satin stirred, conjuring a gentle breeze that lifted Scott's helmet. The dark patterns danced across its surface, and moments later, Lin Mabai's expression turned grave. He did not lie. The residual quantum energy within the helmet indicates that someone has indeed been guiding him in these perilous experiments. He then displayed a blurred image. I captured this scene within the quantum fluctuations. In a holographic projection, a hooded figure stands before a quantum rift, seemingly holding a device embedded with a purple gemstone, precisely the controller previously discovered in the vibranium mines, bearing traces of the Mind Stone's energy. It appears our adversary is orchestrating a grand scheme. Tony paces restlessly in the laboratory, the metallic components of his armor emitting faint clinks with each movement as he crafts a weapon designed to disrupt elemental forces using vibranium from Wakanda, while simultaneously utilizing Scott to open the rift to the quantum realm. What could their intentions be? Scott scratched his head, a sudden realization dawning upon him. That's right. I once glimpsed a colossal structure deep within the quantum realm, composed of some sort of luminous crystal. Those conscious entities seemed to orbit around it, as if both guarding and imprisoning it. Lin Mabai's silk robe billowed dramatically, tracing a complex geometric shape in the air. Scott, do you see how this shape resembles the structure you observed? Scott's eyes widened. Indeed, it's that very shape. How did you know? Because this is the core model of the World Tree Project researched by Hydra during World War II. Tony's voice carried a chilling undertone. Legend has it that the World Tree connects 9 dimensions, and the quantum realm is likely one of them. They intend to disrupt the reality of our world with vibranium, then use the quantum rift to open dimensional pathways, ultimately achieving dominion over the multiverse. Lin Mabai interjected, the dark patterns on his chest throbbing with excruciating pain, suggesting they most likely have acquired some power from the Mind Stone, enabling them to seamlessly switch between seemingly unrelated plans. A brief silence enveloped the laboratory. Scott, observing the grave expressions on Tony and Lin Mabai's faces, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation far beyond his initial comprehension. What should we do? He cautiously inquired. I am willing to assist in rectifying my mistakes. Tony shot him a glance. This is not the time for platitudes, Scott. Your task is to guide us into the quantum realm, locate that mysterious structure, and obliterate our enemy's plot. Lin Mabai nodded in agreement. And we require the assistance of Dr. Hank Pym. He is the inventor of PIM particles and possesses unparalleled knowledge of the quantum realm. Scott thumped his chest. Leave it to me. Although Dr. Hank may still be angry with me, he would not ignore such a significant matter. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the laboratory windows, casting a gilded hue upon the trio, despite the uncertain and perilous path ahead. In order to thwart their adversaries' schemes and protect the peace of the real world, this makeshift alliance composed of Iron Man, the elemental manipulator, and Ant-Man resolutely embarked on their adventure into the quantum realm. Awaiting them would be even more heart-stopping challenges and the ultimate secrets concealed within the depths of quantum mists. Chapter 37, Quantum Conundrum. Delving into the unknown, Scott led Tony and Lin Mabai to Hank Pym's estate located on the outskirts of San Francisco. The manor, surrounded by dense foliage, exuded an air of mystery. The gates were firmly shut, and the vicinity was fortified with various high-tech defenses. Hank, it's me, Scott. I have something of great importance to discuss with you, Scott exclaimed loudly, casting a furtive glance at the two individuals behind him. After a considerable pause, the grand door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and piercing eyes, none other than Hank Pym. He regarded Scott momentarily before shifting his gaze to Tony and Lin Mabai, letting out a cold huff. Scott, I have long warned you not to meddle in my research. And now you bring outsiders to disturb me? Tony stepped forward, extending his hand. Dr. Pym, it is an honor to finally meet you. We find ourselves in dire straits. And this predicament is intricately linked to your Pym particles and the quantum realm. Hank Pym disregarded Tony's gesture, his brow furrowed as he remarked, Stark, I am aware of who you are. However, I have no interest in the Avengers, nor do I wish to be entangled in your troubles. Observing the tense exchange, Lin Mabai advanced, the silk of his attire flowing gently, its subtle patterns shimmering with a faint luminescence. Doctor, we have detected a disturbance in the balance of the quantum realm, marked by significant and perilous energy fluctuations. These anomalies are associated with Hydra. They appear to be exploiting Pym particles to open dimensional gateways, aiming to dominate the multiverse. Moreover, Scott's alterations to the Pym particles may have been deliberately orchestrated by them. Hank Pym's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Mabai. You can perceive the energies of the quantum realm? That is intriguing. However, do you possess any evidence linking this to Hydra? Without hesitation, Tony summoned a holographic projection, showcasing all the evidence gathered from the mines and quantum fluctuations, including devices emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, images of mysterious figures, and relevant energy analysis data. Hank Pym scrutinized the materials meticulously, remaining silent for a long while before finally stating, It seems I have ultimately failed to thwart them. Years ago, I sensed a mysterious force taking an interest in the research of the quantum realm. To protect my findings, I sealed all documentation. I never anticipated they would exploit my defenses. Doctor, we require your assistance, Scott implored earnestly. I wish to atone for my mistakes. And you are the foremost expert on the quantum realm and Pym particles. We need you to join us in the quantum realm to uncover and dismantle the enemy's conspiracy. Hank Pym regarded Scott, then glanced at Tony and Lin Mabai before exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well. But let me make it clear, entering the quantum realm is exceedingly perilous. With the slightest misstep, we may never return. Furthermore, all actions must be executed under my command. With Hank Pym's consent, the group promptly commenced preparations for their journey into the quantum realm. Hank Pym's laboratory was filled with an array of advanced devices and enigmatic instruments, imbued with a sense of both technological sophistication and mystery. As he operated the equipment, he elaborated, ordinary Pym particles can only facilitate changes in size. However, to safely enter and navigate the quantum realm, significant modifications to the particles are necessary. He produced a test tube containing a blue liquid. This is my latest invention, the quantum stabilizing particle. It will create a protective barrier around our bodies, shielding us from the chaotic energy impacts within the quantum realm. Tony, unwilling to be outdone, harnessed the latest technology from Stark Industries to enhance both Ant-Man's suit and his own armor. I have integrated a quantum positioning device and an energy absorption module into the suit, Tony explained. The positioning device allows us to ascertain direction within the quantum realm, while the energy absorption module converts surrounding quantum energy into usable power. Meanwhile, Lin Mabai summoned elemental forces, collaborating with Hank Pym and Tony to modify his satin. Dark patterns danced across the fabric, absorbing energy from quantum stabilizing particles. Ultimately, the satin not only gained the ability to manipulate conventional elements, but also resonated with the energies of the quantum realm, creating unique defensive and offensive capabilities. After several days of intensive work, all equipment was finally upgraded. Hank Pym surveyed the group with a serious demeanor, stating, Once we enter the quantum realm, we shall encounter various unknown dangers. The concepts of time and space there differ entirely from our reality, and we may face bizarre creatures and distorted phenomena. It is imperative that everyone remains calm and vigilant for each other's safety. At Hank Pym's estate, a colossal quantum tunnel apparatus stood ready. The group donned their upgraded gear. Standing at the tunnel's entrance, their hearts a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Are you ready? Hank Pym inquired. The group nodded in unison. Hank activated the device, and an intense light illuminated the tunnel as energy began to fluctuate violently. With a wave of disorienting dizziness, their bodies gradually shrank, entering the quantum realm. The sights before them left the group in awe. Conventional notions of space and time evaporated, replaced by luminous streams of energy and distorted hues. Strange creatures navigated the energy flows, their forms varying wildly, some resembling flowing liquids, others twinkling like starlight. Maintain formation and do not stray too far, Hank Pym reminded through the communicator. Scott, Use your quantum perception to locate the direction of that mysterious structure. Scott concentrated, activating the quantum sensors in his suit. After a moment, he pointed, declaring, "I can sense it, over there." However, a powerful energy is preventing us from advancing. Lin Mabe's satin began to swirl, its dark patterns glowing brightly. "I can feel it. That is a tainted quantum energy, brimming with malice. Everyone, be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than countless black energy tendrils surged from all directions, their speed astonishing, closing in on the group in an instant. Tony immediately activated the energy shield of his armor, while Hank Pym manipulated the quantum device to emit a protective wave. Lin Mabe summoned elemental forces, transforming the satin into a massive light blade that severed the encroaching energy tendrils one by one. Using Ant-Man's abilities, Scott nimbly navigated between the energy tendrils, searching for their weaknesses. "Look here," he suddenly shouted. "The core of these tendrils has an energy node. Destroying it should dismantle this wave of attack." Tony and Lin Mabe exchanged a glance and simultaneously launched their assault. Tony's palm cannon and Lin Mabe's elemental beam converged upon the energy node. Under the tremendous force of energy, the node was finally obliterated, and the black energy tendrils dissipated into nothingness. After a grueling journey, the group finally beheld the enigmatic structure spoken of by Scott. This edifice, composed of immense luminescent crystals, radiated a dazzling brilliance, encircled by countless trapped consciousnesses. They spiraled around the building, emitting anguished wails. Hank Pym, taken aback, remarked that the structure resembled the description of a quantum core he had encountered in ancient texts. According to legend, the quantum core served as the energy nexus of the quantum realm, governing the equilibrium of the multiverse. If exploited by Hydra, the ramifications would be dire. Suddenly, Lin Mabe's silk began to quiver violently, dark patterns flickering wildly, a powerful energy fluctuation. "The enemy is here." Indeed, the hooded figure materialized atop the structure, wielding a purple gemstone controller that emanated an eerie glow. "Welcome to the quantum core, Avengers," the mysterious voice echoed, cold and distorted. "You have arrived just in time. I require your energy to complete the final ritual." No sooner had he spoken than the quantum energy surrounding the building surged violently, coalescing into a massive energy vortex. Countless black shadows emerged from the maelstrom, resurrected quantum monstrosities animated by Hydra's dark energy, lunging towards the group. A breathtaking battle unfolded before the quantum core. Tony unleashed the full might of his armor, while Hank Pym manipulated the quantum device to release powerful energy waves. Scott deftly navigated through the monsters, seeking opportunities to strike their vulnerabilities. Lin Mabe summoned the powers of 12 elements, weaving a colossal elemental matrix in the air to engage fiercely with the creatures. Amidst the chaos, Lin Mabe endeavored to communicate with the ensnared consciousnesses using the element of mind. "We have come to rescue you," he implored internally. "Help us obliterate this malevolent core." Gradually, some of the consciousnesses began to respond to Lin Mabe. They coalesced, forming a potent surge of positive energy that combined with the group's strength, launching a final assault against the mysterious figure and the quantum core. Lin Mabe's silk, infused with the energy of the consciousnesses, collided thunderously with Tony's palm cannon and Hank Pym's quantum shockwave. The purple controller wielded by the mysterious figure erupted in blinding violet light, causing the entire quantum core to tremble violently, the space around it beginning to distort like a shattered mirror. "Do you think you can thwart the World Tree Project?" The figure unveiled his hood, revealing a face adorned with mechanical eyes. Hydra infiltrated quantum research 2 decades ago. He inserted the controller into the core's recess, and countless black chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Scott's suit. Lin Mabe felt the dark patterns nearly break through his skin as he summoned all elements into a colossal blade, only for it to be corroded at the moment of contact with the chains. "Tony, the energy frequency is incorrect. These chains are infused with vibranium and quantum energy." In a moment of desperation, Hank Pym suddenly injected quantum stabilizing particles into the core. "Scott, expand to macro size. Destroy the energy interface of the controller." Ant-Man instantaneously enlarged into a giant, delivering a powerful punch towards the mysterious figure. At the moment, the purple controller shattered. The core unleashed an energy storm potent enough to rend dimensions asunder. Just before his consciousness faded, Lin Mabe hurled forth the last of the luminous elemental chains, ensnaring Tony and Hank, who were on the brink of being consumed by the tempest. The silken fabric disintegrated in the chaotic energy flow, dark patterns spreading across his body like veins of flame. As they tumbled back into reality, the alarms of Stark Tower blared. Global quantum anomalies were visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. Had they succeeded? Scott, weakened, removed his helmet, his suit marred by scorch marks. In the laboratory, the remnants of the shattered quantum core slowly disintegrated, leaving behind a metallic fragment inscribed with the Hydra emblem. Tony struggled to rise. Pieces of his armor falling away. Jarvis, scan the global energy network. Mabai, your dark patterns. His voice faltered as he beheld the dark patterns on Lin Mabai's chest, which had transformed into a silvery hue, the silk gently swaying in the wind, devoid of any signs of energy overflow. I feel different now, Lin Mabai declared, opening his palm as a pure strand of quantum light danced at his fingertips. The dark patterns seemingly achieving a form of equilibrium with the quantum realm. Hank Pym polished his glasses. A rare look of satisfaction gracing his features. It appears the energy from the quantum core has reforged your elemental system. However, he kicked at the remnants of the mysterious figure. Hydra will not let this go lightly. 3 months later, the new Avengers headquarters in New York was completed. Lin Mabai's silken fabric traced a rainbow-like arc across the training grounds, effortlessly manipulating 12 elements as the dark patterns flowed. Peter Parker swung by on his webbing, excitedly exclaiming, "Mr. Mabai, Tony wants to test my new web shooters." In the monitoring room, Tony shared a gaze with Steve across the holographic projection. Captain America's uniform remained modest, yet his expression bore a newfound sense of relief. "I hear you're assembling a new team? To be precise, it is about rebuilding trust." Tony rotated a model of the reactor, the screen flashing with footage of Ant-Man training. Hank had agreed to serve as a consultant on quantum technology, while Scott was rectifying his previous misdeeds through lawful means. The setting sun streamed through the glass facade of the headquarters, intertwining the shadows of all present. Lin Mabai gazed at the stable dark patterns in his palm, recalling the final smiles of the consciousnesses in the quantum realm. Perhaps, as Tony had said, the essence of the Avengers lay not in perfection, but in an unwavering belief that fractured cracks would ultimately become the conduits for light to shine through. Chapter 40. The Vibranium Enigma. Unveiling the origins of the Black Panther, the blaring alarms in the Stark Tower's top-floor laboratory shattered the stillness. As Lin Mabai's elemental analyzer erupted in a blinding blue light, the dark patterns on his silken fabric writhing like living entities. Tony, who was calibrating his armor, spun around abruptly, the components of the nanotechnology hovering in the air with a low hum. "Jarvis, report any anomalies." "Sir." The elemental monitoring system in the underground vault has detected an unknown metallic reaction. The energy signature is 97 consistent with the vibranium fragments you collected in Sokovia. The AIS voice bore a rare seriousness. Lin Mabai's silken fabric instinctively coiled toward the control console. As the light elements sketched a three-dimensional map on the screen, the signal originated from an abandoned mine on the border of Wakanda. Yet Wakanda had publicly declared that all vibranium deposits resided within its territory. A sudden searing pain pierced through his chest, reminiscent of the indomitable battle suit of the Black Panther at the German airport. "Tony, do you recall the sensation when the claws of the Black Panther sliced through my silk? That was no ordinary vibranium." Tony's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, as a cascade of dense data flickered in the holographic projection. Even more intriguing was the fact that this signal intensified every 72 hours, akin to the transmission of a cryptic beacon. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the components of his armor enveloped him like a stream of light. "Prepare the vehicle. We shall confront our subterranean neighbor." Within the damp confines of the mine, Lin Mabai's silk illuminated the rock walls, wrapped in light elements. As the dark pattern emitted an eerie purple glow upon contact with a certain black ore. "Is this the associated ore of vibranium?" He deftly sliced off a small sample with his silk, only for the elemental analyzer to blare an alarming warning. Energy radiation at 300 times the normal threshold. Tony's gauntlet emitted a beam of light, illuminating a colossal mechanical apparatus deep within the cavern. Dozens of vibranium containers were engaged in some form of energy conversion, with cerulean arcs of electricity leaping between them. "Jarvis, scan the operational mode of this device." "Mabai, remain vigilant. The flow of spatial elements here is exceedingly peculiar." Before he could finish, the cave ceiling suddenly fissured in a web-like pattern. The Black Panther descended like a bolt of black lightning. The shriek of his claws slicing through the air compelled Lin Mabai's silk to instantaneously solidify into an ice shield. "Stark, the price for trespassing on Wakandan territory is one you cannot afford." Chalaya's voice was as frigid as ice. Tony removed his helmet, revealing a mocking smile. "Your Majesty, we are merely intrigued by this ATM of sorts. You are illegally refining vibranium. What else are you attempting to conceal?" He gestured with his mechanical arm. "Precisely ensnaring an energy container, such as this device that distorts elemental frequencies." The Black Panther's suit shimmered with golden patterns, and the vibranium within the mine resonated in unison. Lin Mabai's silk swelled uncontrollably, the dark patterns voraciously absorbing surrounding energy, nearly breaking through his skin. "Be cautious. This is vibranium resonance." He summoned a barrier of wind elements. yet was jolted by the Black Panther's sonic attack, causing his blood to surge. Amidst the chaos, Tony's armor projected a segment of encrypted footage, a young Wakandan scientist calibrating a device in a laboratory, with the Hydra emblem prominently displayed on the wall behind him. The Black Panther's movements abruptly halted, his claws poised mere inches from Tony's throat. 3 years ago, a scientific project secretly funded by the Wakandan royal family was infiltrated by Hydra. Tony's tone turned unusually grave. This illegally refined vibranium is being fashioned into weapons capable of disrupting elemental powers, much like the device that interfered with your magic at the German airport, Mabai. Lin Mabai's silk slowly descended, the dark patterns calming. Your Majesty Chala, we meant no offense, but should such weapons flood the black market? He spread his palm, conjuring a simulated scene of the Lagos explosion formed from dark elements. The next catastrophe could be far more terrifying than Sokovia. The Black Panther fell into contemplative silence, the radiant energy of his suit gradually subsiding. Come with me to Wakanda. There are truths even my people remain unaware of. In the opulent throne room of Wakanda, Chala unveiled an ancient mural on the wall. The glowing vibranium patterns depicted the scene of interstellar meteors descending and the process through which the first Black Panther warrior received the power of guardianship. Vibranium was not merely a metal, it was a conduit connecting to the celestial spirits. Chala's fingertips grazed the mural, the illicit mine. Once a forbidden realm sealing the fallen guardians centuries ago, Lin Mabai's silk fabric was suddenly swept by a tempest, the dark patterns resonating with the vibranium mural. Sketching an energy map in the air, the elemental fluctuations I detected in the mine perfectly align with the frequency of this seal. Someone is attempting to awaken the sealed power. Tony has already begun to deconstruct the apparatus retrieved from the mine, the nanomechanical arms darting swiftly among the components. More intriguingly, this controller bears traces of the Mind Stone's energy. Do you recall Baron Zemo? There is likely a far grander conspiracy lurking behind him. Chala tightened his grip on the throne's armrest, the panther suit subtly materializing. Wakanda shall fully cooperate with the investigation. But Stark, Lin Mabai's gaze sliced through the air like a blade. If this operation leads to catastrophe once more, I shall personally put an end to it. The twilight glow filtered through the vibranium dome, casting interwoven shadows upon the three. Lin Mabai observed the dark patterns in his palm gradually stabilizing, realizing that this exploration of vibranium's secrets was merely the tip of a far greater crisis, and they must unravel the ultimate enigma of the Black Panther's power before the forces of darkness intervene. In Wakanda, Chala stood atop the vibranium watchtower, gazing down upon this ancient and enigmatic land. Since joining forces with Tony and Lin Mabai to expose the conspiracy of the illegal vibranium mine, everything appeared to have returned to tranquility on the surface, yet the unrest within his heart grew increasingly intense. Clutching the vibranium sample retrieved from the mine, its surface radiating an ethereal blue glow, he noticed minute cracks spreading at an imperceptible pace. Your Majesty, an abnormal report has come from the energy monitoring station at the border. A guard hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, stating that vibrations of vibranium resonance had been detected once more in the area where the illegal mine was previously discovered, intermingled with characteristics akin to quantum energy. Chala's pupils constricted slightly, the nanoscopic particles of the Black Panther suit beginning to shift across his body. Notify Shuri and prepare the vibranium analysis laboratory. Meanwhile, assemble the border guards and intensify patrols. His voice was deep and stern as he turned towards the palace. This time, regardless of who the puppeteer was, they must not succeed. Simultaneously, in Wakanda's underground technology archive, Princess Shuri was engrossed in studying the remnants of the quantum core brought by Scott. As she brought the vibranium probe near the fragments, the lab alarms blared suddenly, and all equipment screens flickered wildly. This is impossible, Shuri gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she examined the data. The vibranium was absorbing quantum energy and was in the process of self-reconstruction. In the holographic conference room of Stark Tower, Lin Mabai's silk fabric trembled violently, the dark patterns taking on an eerie purple hue. Tony, something has gone awry in Wakanda. His voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. My dark patterns have resonated intensely with the vibranium, intermingled with energy fluctuations from the quantum realm. Tony immediately summoned the global energy monitoring map, the border region of Wakanda flashing with blinding red light. JARVIS. Initiate emergency communication. Contact Chala and Shuri. As he spoke, he began to don his battle armor, indicating that our adversaries had grown more astute. Realizing that the combination of vibranium and quantum energy could yield far more formidable creations. When Tony, Lin Mabai, and Scott arrived in Wakanda, the sight before them was chilling. The mountains at the border were warping and contorting, and vibranium or surged from the earth as if animated, weaving into a colossal energy matrix in the air. Quantum energy darted through the matrix, igniting brilliant sparks as it collided with the vibranium. They were attempting to forcibly open a new dimensional portal. Hank Pym shouted through the communicator, warning that using vibranium as a stabilizer rendered it even more perilous than a mere quantum rift. T'Challa, clad in his Black Panther suit, was directing the Wakandan forces in a bid to thwart the formation of the energy matrix, yet their assaults seemed futile against its might. Stark, Lin Mabai, he called out upon noticing their arrival, we must dismantle the matrix before it completes, or all of Wakanda, and even the Earth, will face annihilation. Lin Mabai inhaled deeply, channeling the elemental forces within him. 12 elemental halos ignited behind him, flowing like a great dragon towards the energy matrix. The light element illuminated the internal structure of the matrix, while the dark element sought to erode its core, and the wind and lightning elements relentlessly battered its periphery. However, each attack was rebuffed by the synergy of vibranium and quantum energy within the matrix. This is futile. Tony's armor released a multitude of nanobots, striving to disrupt the energy flow of the matrix, as the vibranium continuously absorbed their assault energy. We must identify its energy cycle's weakness. Suddenly, Princess Su Rue's voice crackled through the communication channel. Everyone, I have discovered something. The core of the matrix is a quantum resonator composed of vibranium. Disrupting the balance of its frequency will dismantle the entire matrix. Scott immediately shrank down, employing Ant-Man's unique abilities to slip into the crevices of the matrix. I will destroy the resonator, but I need someone to draw the matrix's energy attacks. Lin Mabai and Tony exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Mabai summoned all elements to form a massive elemental barrier before the matrix, while Tony powered his armor to its maximum, unleashing continuous fire from his palm cannon. The matrix's energy surged towards them like a tidal wave, their equipment groaning under the overwhelming force of the impact. Inside the matrix, Scott navigated swiftly and finally located the vibranium quantum resonator. He produced Hank Pym's specially crafted quantum disruptor and forcefully inserted it into the core of the resonator. In an instant, the matrix began to convulse violently as the vibranium and quantum energy lost their equilibrium, erupting in catastrophic energy fluctuations. Just as the energy matrix was on the verge of collapse, a familiar figure emerged from its core. It was the enigmatic individual previously encountered in the quantum realm. His body had become partially mechanized, with a purple controller perfectly fused with the vibranium, becoming an integral part of him. Did you think you could thwart the second phase of the World Tree Project? The mysterious figure cackled, his voice reverberating through the air. Hydra seeks to bring all of the multiverse to its knees. Lin Mabai summoned dark elements to form chains, ensnaring the mysterious figure. You shall not prevail. But the figure effortlessly broke free, countering with a strike that sent Lin Mabai flying with tremendous force. In a critical moment, the Black Panther T'Challa lunged like a bolt of lightning, his claws tearing through the mysterious figure's mechanical exterior. Seizing the opportunity, Tony launched a specially designed vibranium quantum cage, ensnaring the enigmatic adversary. Meanwhile, Scott enlarged his form once more, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated the imminent explosion of the resonator. With the destruction of the resonator, the energy matrix collapsed with a thunderous roar. The mysterious figure vanished in the explosion's radiance, leaving behind a chilling epitaph. Hydra is everywhere. In the aftermath of the crisis, Wakanda held a grand ceremony to express gratitude to the Avengers for their assistance. T'Challa stood resolutely before the gathering, his gaze unwavering. Wakanda will no longer remain in the shadows. From this day forth, we shall share our vibranium technology with the world and collectively safeguard it. Lin Mabai observed the dark patterns in his hand gradually regaining tranquility, glancing at his comrades who fought valiantly by his side. He understood that the threat of Hydra was far from over, but as long as the Avengers stood united, no enemy was insurmountable. The new journey was merely beginning. Chapter 41. The Opportunity for Reunion. New York, Stark Tower, top floor. Tony Stark leaned against the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of whiskey in his hand as he gazed down upon the dazzling cityscape illuminated by countless lights. Having endured fierce battles in the quantum realm and Wakanda, his heart yearned for the reunion of the team with whom he had once fought side by side. J-A-R-V-I-S. Connect me to Steve, Tony requested, taking a sip of his drink. A moment later, a holographic projection lit up the room, revealing Steve Rogers. He was situated in a quaint wooden cabin in Eastern Europe, a crackling fireplace casting a warm glow upon his slightly weary, yet resolute visage. Tony, I didn't expect you to reach out, Steve said, a hint of surprise gracing his tone. Neither did I, Tony replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. I've been through some things recently that brought a lot to mind. How have you and Bucky been? Steve paused, his expression softening. It's quite peaceful here. Bucky is slowly recovering. He has begun attempting to communicate with the villagers and learn new skills. Although he is occasionally troubled by memories of the past, he is doing much better. Listen, Steve, I just returned from Wakanda. Tony set down his glass, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. It's South, an extraordinary place. Their technology far exceeds our imagination, particularly in medical advancements. I believe they might have a way to completely cure Bucky, to eliminate the control programs Hydra implanted in his brain. Steve's eyes instantly lit up, but soon dimmed again. Tony, I appreciate your suggestion, but you know how sensitive Bucky's situation is. Moreover, Wakanda has always remained closed off from the outside world. Would they truly be willing to assist us? Trust me. Steve, Tony insisted earnestly. T'Challa is a man of integrity. Wakanda has just resolved to open up to the world. They wish to use their technology to aid more people. Recently, Lin Mabai, Scott, and I fought alongside them to resolve a significant crisis. I can communicate directly with T'Challa and advocate for this opportunity for Bucky. Steve remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding slowly. Bucky deserves a life of true freedom. If Wakanda truly possesses a solution, I am willing to give it a try. However, I do not wish to place Bucky in peril once more. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant throughout the process, ensuring that everything proceeds flawlessly, Tony declared. Furthermore, I believe it is time to reunite the Avengers. The world is far from peaceful. The threat of Hydra still looms, along with numerous unknown dangers. We need one another, just as we once did. Steve gazed at Tony, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. I too hope for that day, Tony. But presently, the rift between us is profound, and mending it will not be an easy task. Then let us commence with healing Bucky, Tony asserted resolutely. This endeavor is not solely for Bucky. It also presents an opportunity for us to reconnect. Steve, I recognize our differences, yet our ultimate aim remains the same, to safeguard this world. Steve offered a long-awaited smile. Thank you, Tony. I will discuss this with Bucky and provide you with a prompt response. Very well, I await your news, Tony replied. And do take care of yourself, Captain. After their communication ended, Tony stood before the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. He understood that mending his relationship with Steve and rebuilding the Avengers would be a long and arduous journey. Yet, as long as there is hope, it is worth pursuing. Perhaps Bucky's healing would serve as the catalyst for a new beginning. Chapter 42. The Light of Wakanda in the Morning Light of Eastern Europe. Steve gently pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, finding Bucky seated in the yard, polishing his metal arm, the rising sun casting a warm halo upon his profile. Bucky, I wish to speak with you. Steve seated himself beside him, his tone laced with caution. Bucky looked up, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What is it, Steve? Tony reached out to me, informing us that we can go to Wakanda, where you can be healed. Steve said slowly, his gaze firmly fixed on Bucky's face. Bucky paused momentarily, then resumed polishing his arm, his tone flat. I am quite content as I am now. Steve grew anxious. Bucky, this is an opportunity to free yourself from those painful memories. Bucky scoffed. Free myself? It is not that simple. Moreover, I do not wish to become someone else's subject for experimentation. Just as Steve was about to persuade him further, a homing pigeon landed on the fence of the yard, a small bamboo tube affixed to its leg. Steve rose to retrieve the tube, opened it, and his expression instantly turned grave. What is it? Bucky inquired. Taking a deep breath, Steve replied. It appears Hydra is stirring again. They seem to have set their sights on Wakanda. Bucky stood, his gaze sharpening. It seems that regardless of whether we go to Wakanda or not, we must put an end to Hydra once and for all. As the Quinjet gently descended onto Wakanda's vibranium runway, Bucky's metal arm involuntarily trembled slightly. Steve turned to his friend, noticing that his knuckles were turning white from the strain. Do not fear, Bucky, Steve said softly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This place is very safe. The moment the hatch opened, T'Challa approached, accompanied by Princess Shuri and a contingent of guards. The Black Panther suit glimmered with a mysterious sheen under the sunlight, while Su-Rue cradled an oddly shaped device, her eyes sparkling with curiosity behind the lenses. Welcome to Wakanda, Steve Rogers, James Barnes, T'Challa said with a slight nod, his gaze resting on Bucky. Tony has briefed me on the situation, and we shall do everything within our power to assist you. Bucky instinctively took a half-step back, his metal arm assuming a defensive posture. Steve positioned himself protectively in front of him, casting an apologetic glance at T'Challa. My apologies. He is still adjusting to trusting strangers. Suddenly, Su-Rue stepped forward, disregarding Bucky's wariness, and aimed the device at his head to commence scanning. Wow, she exclaimed with excitement. Hydra's technology is quite rudimentary. These control programs resemble patched-up, broken code. But fear not, I am confident I can rectify them. Bucky's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, bemused by Su-Rue's bluntness. Are you always this direct? Only when it pertains to intriguing matters, she winked. Your mind is the most intricate battlefield I have ever encountered, and I can hardly contain my eagerness. As they made their way to the treatment room, Chala elaborated on Wakanda's technology. Our vibranium not only enables the creation of formidable weapons and armors, but is also invaluable in medical applications. He explained, by combining vibranium with nanotechnology, we can accurately locate and eliminate the harmful substances within your brain. Inside the treatment room, Su Rue's team was already prepared. The massive holographic screen displayed a clear diagram of Bucky's brain structure, with the control programs implanted by Hydra resembling black tendrils entwined around the neural nodes. All right, Winter Soldier. It is time to bid farewell to your past. Su Rue gestured for Bucky to recline in the treatment pod. This process may be somewhat uncomfortable, but trust me, the outcome will be absolutely worthwhile. Steve grasped Bucky's hand firmly, reassuringly stating, I will be right here waiting for you, old friend. As the treatment pod gradually closed, the vibranium device began to operate, emanating a soft blue light. Bucky felt a cool energy permeate his mind, and the painful memories that had lain dormant for years began to surge within his consciousness. He clenched his teeth, striving to remain alert. Relax, Mr. Barnes. Su Rue's voice resonated through the communicator. Try to release those memories. We will assist you in processing them. Outside the treatment pod, Steve paced anxiously. Chala offered him a cup of Wakandan herbal tea. Do not worry. Su Rue is the foremost scientist. She will ensure your friend remains safe. Tony and Lin Mabe hurriedly arrived. How is it going? Tony inquired, concern flickering in his gaze. It has begun. Steve inhaled deeply, hoping for a favorable outcome. Lin Mabe stepped forward, the satin fabric gently stirring a breeze that soothed the tense atmosphere. I can sense that the negative energy is being purified. Bucky will be fine. After what felt like an interminable few hours, the indicator light on the treatment pod finally turned green. The door opened slowly, and Bucky sat up, his expression a blend of confusion and an unprecedented clarity. Bucky. Steve approached cautiously. Bucky looked up at him, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Steve, I can finally see myself clearly. Those nightmares, those memories that did not belong to me, have vanished. Su Rue leaped up in excitement. Perfect. Even more successful than I anticipated. Now, James Barnes, you are truly free. Chala stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome to your new life, Mr. Barnes. From this day forth, you have a new home in Wakanda. Bucky grasped Chalia's hand, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. In this moment, he had finally liberated himself from the shadow of Hydra, becoming the master of his own destiny. This would also mark the beginning of the Avengers reunion, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 43. Elemental Encounter in the Galaxy. As the alarm blared from the top of Stark Tower, Lin Mabai was concentrating on weaving dark elements into threads, attempting to repair the out-of-control vibranium reactor. Amidst the piercing red light, he heard Tony cursing over the communicator. A bunch of lunatics are throwing a party on my rooftop in that glowing wreck of a ship. Upon pushing open the rooftop door, Lin Mabai was taken aback by the sight before him. A uniquely designed spacecraft hovered in midair, its hull radiating a galaxy-like glow. A ramp slowly descended, revealing 5 distinct figures. A muscular bald man hefted a massive laser gun. A green-skinned woman sported 2 curved daggers at her waist. A bald man with purple skin possessed a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, and a raccoon stood atop the shoulders of a tree-like creature named Groot, surveying Lin Mabai with a telescope. Earthling, the silver-haired man at the forefront, wearing retro sunglasses, displayed a badge that glimmered with strange light. I am Star-Lord, the greatest explorer of the galaxy. We are in pursuit of a Kree who possesses a time-space crystal, and we have heard that there is someone here capable of manipulating all elements. Before Lin Mabai could respond, the raccoon suddenly leaped down from Groot's shoulder, aiming a miniature machine gun at him. Don't move. Hand over your flashy elemental abilities as a toll. Rocket. The green-skinned woman slapped the raccoon on the head, turning to Lin Mabai with an apologetic smile. Sorry, he's recently become obsessed with Earth's anti-fraud ads. I am Gamora, and this is Drax. Can you sense the fury of the elements? Drax leaned in closer, the battle marks on his body faintly glowing, reminiscent of a torn starry sky or boiling magma. Lin Mabai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of fire igniting at his fingertips before instantly crystallizing into an ice blade. Perhaps it's a bit more complex than that. He suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, dark elements instinctively forming a shield around him. In the distance, atop a high-rise, a flash of purple light revealed the time-space crystal Star-Lord had mentioned. There, Gamora drew her twin blades, only to find Lin Mabai transforming into a torrent of elemental energy. Wind elements intertwined with earth, bursting forth to ensnare the Kree attempting to teleport. Dark elements coalesced into chains, binding the Kree's hands, while fire elements scorched its energy shield. Nice. Star-Lord whistled, raising his twin guns to join the fray. It seems Earth has more than just Captain America and Iron Man. When the battle concluded, the Kree was bound tightly by Groot's vines, and the time-space crystal floated in Lin Mobai's palm, securely enveloped in dark elements. A rocket leapt onto his shoulder, its tail whisking away a crystal. You might have some use after all. Why not join us? The cosmos is far more exhilarating than Earth. I am in search of a method to harness the power of the elements. Lin Mobai gazed out of the spaceship's window at the starry expanse, the dark patterns on his skin radiating warmth. Perhaps the elemental resonance stars you spoke of truly exist. Deal. Star-Lord extended his hand, his palm still bearing the residue of battle. Welcome to the Guardians of the Galaxy. At least until we find a planet, you are under our protection. The laboratory atop Stark Tower bathed in a ghostly blue holographic glow, as Lin Mobai's fingertips hovered over 9 orbs of varying colors, golden sharpness, the vitality of wood. The profundity of darkness swirling in his palm, suddenly disrupted by a surge of black mist erupting from the dark patterns. Out of control again. Tony Stark's armor crashed through the laboratory door, the palm cannon still emitting lingering sparks. I just received word. A fire-breathing alien octopus has emerged from the New York sewers. You can't be in this state. It is precisely due to my unstable condition that I must leave. Lin Mobai opened his palm, the dark patterns coiling around his forearm like a living entity. The cosmic cube, infinity stones, and Wanda's chaotic magic. All these energies were stimulating my abilities. Adam Warlock spoke of an elemental resonance starred deep within the cosmos. Perhaps it could provide a means to balance this power. Tony silently approached the workbench, seizing a scrap of vibranium and casually molding it into a gear shape. Do you recall Lagos? You saved 23 civilians with earth walls and ice spikes. Yet the dark elements spiraled out of control, collapsing half a street. Now you wish to venture into uncharted territories and play with fire? He suddenly hurled the gear towards Lin Mobai. The metal traced a silver arc in the air, but was disintegrated into liquid metal upon contact with the dark patterns. Thus, I require answers. Lin Mobai allowed the liquid metal to flow from his fingertips, reminiscent of the time you crafted a reactor in that cave. If one cannot control their own power, how can they speak of safeguarding the world? The holographic projection abruptly illuminated, revealing Peter Parker's face emerging from the void, his suit smeared with an unidentified viscous substance. Hey, Mobai, I heard you're heading to space. Could you ask the aliens if they have any remedies for motion sickness? I nearly lost it on the Quinjet last time. I'll talk when you can simultaneously control 3 elements. Lin Mobai chuckled as he shut off the projection, discreetly pocketing a soil element badge inscribed with a spider emblem. Memories flickered back to Peter's early days, the young boy clumsily swinging through the skyscrapers with webbing and wind elements, while he wove a safety net of dark elements, always hovering below. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the tower, and dozens of violet beams streaked across the sky. Tony's armor instantly enveloped him, the contours of the alien mothership reflected in the pupils behind his visor. Speak of the devil. Shall we deal with this batch of Kree before departing? Lin Mobai raised his hands, the 9 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth swirling around him in a Tai Chi formation, yet the dark patterns frantically spread. This time, let me test true power. He flickered, transforming into a torrent of elements that surged into the enemy ranks. Wherever he passed, metal twisted into cages, flames solidified into chains, and the deepest dark elements devoured the enemy's energy like a black hole. As the last alien warship exploded, Lin Mobai knelt, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Tony caught his wavering body, the armor automatically injecting a stabilizing agent. You nearly burned yourself into a supernova, you madman. Lin Mobai managed a weak smile, gesturing towards the Guardians of the Galaxy ship in the sky. It's time to practice my pyromancy on a grander stage. He pressed a communicator, forged from dark elements, into Tony's palm. If I lose control, remember to use this to initiate spatial confinement. The roar of the ship's engines rattled the glass, and as Lin Mobai turned, he heard Tony's voice mixed with the sounds of explosions. If you dare create a second black hole in the galaxy, I will turn you into a glowing chandelier. The moment he stepped aboard, Star-Lord offered a mixtape. Newcomer perk. Listen to this track. I guarantee it's more exhilarating than your elemental magic. Lin Mobai gazed out the window at the receding Earth, and the dark patterns on his fingertips suddenly transformed into a star map. Perhaps, at the edge of the universe, there truly exists an answer to mastering this power. Chapter 44. Echoes of the Star Abyss. The ship traversed the radiation belt of the Crab Nebula, and Lin Mobai curled up in the corner of the maintenance bay, the dark patterns crawling up his spine like living thorns. He bit his lip, summoning the wind element into an ice blade, carving a slender wound in his palm. The pain momentarily kept him alert, suppressing the tumultuous power within. Hey, newbie. Rocket kicked open the hatch, his tail wrapped around a wrench. Don't engage in self-harm here. Repairing Groot's broken branches is far more important than dealing with your elemental chaos. The raccoon leaped in front of him, scanning the dark patterns on his body with his mechanical eye. These markings are eerily reminiscent of the energy erosion I encountered in the Kree laboratory. Before Lin Mabai could respond, the ship suddenly shook violently, emergency lights bathing the chamber in crimson. All hands on deck. Star-Lord's voice blared from the intercom. Unidentified fleet detected. At least 20 ships. Lin Mabai steadied himself against the wall, 9 elements swirling at his fingertips. The dark element surged first, extending through the hatch as tendrils wrapping around the metallic supports of the corridor, an alarming resonance emanating from the energy fluctuations of the battleships, synchronizing with the chaotic dark patterns within him. They're targeting you. Gamora had appeared behind him, her dual blades reflecting the red light of the alarms. Those runes are secret totems used by Ronin's remnants for energy sacrifice. Her gaze swept over the dark patterns on Lin Mabai's chest. It seems our possession of the time-space crystal is merely a facade. Drax suddenly burst around the corner, battle markings glowing faintly in the dark. Let me tear apart these insects that desecrate the elemental power. His muscles tensed, ready to leap from the ship. But Lin Mabai restrained him with an outstretched hand. Wait. Closing his eyes, Lin Mabai let the earth element spread across the floor, enveloping the entire vessel in layers of rock. The water element formed a liquid barrier, isolating them from enemy scans. The fire element ignited on the surface of the rock layers, creating a searing protective shield. The most perilous dark element was compressed into tiny particles, suspended at the outer layer of the shield, poised like a hunter ready to strike. Star-Lord exclaimed from the cockpit, "This defense array, it's more robust than Asgard's Bifrost shield." Before his words could fully escape his lips, the enemy fleet unexpectedly activated their main cannons simultaneously. Purple beams of energy pierced through the nebula, erupting into dazzling sparks upon striking the protective shield. Lin Mabai let out a muffled groan, a trickle of dark blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as intricate patterns raced wildly across his cheeks. They are deciphering the elemental frequencies. Lin Mabai gritted his teeth and commanded, "Rocket, divert all auxiliary power to the shield system." Gamora prepared to launch a surprise attack on their flagship. With swift hand gestures, he conjured blades of wind to slice through the enemy's homing missiles. Lightning elements stirred the charges within the nebula, coalescing above the warships into a colossal bolt of lightning. As the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Mabai suddenly sensed a chilling consciousness infiltrating his mind. A raspy whisper emanated from the traitor of the elements in the void. "Surrender your power to the Lord of the Abyss, or all aboard this vessel shall become sacrifices." Dark patterns swiftly enveloped his entire being, the elemental power beneath his skin beginning to spiral out of control. "Lin, snap out of it." Drax's furious roar cut through the haze. The burly warrior embraced the soon-to-be unraveled Lin Mabai. "Do you remember what you taught me? The steadiness of earth elements, the embrace of water elements." He infused Lin Mabai with his own energy. "Weave the rhythm of life with your elements." Memories surged like a tide. His patience in teaching Peter Parker to control wind elements at Stark Tower. His gentleness while saving the wounded with wood elements in Lagos. At this moment, these emotions transformed into power, harmonizing flawlessly with the 9 elements. Lin Mabai opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling in his pupils. As the dark patterns began to recede in reverse, "It is time to retaliate," he murmured. The elemental power soared dramatically, the metal elements distorting the enemy warship's weapon systems. Wood elements sprouted massive vines in the void, ensnaring fleeing vessels. Most astonishingly, the time element, he conjured a miniature time vortex at the heart of the enemy fleet, trapping 3 major ships in a temporal reverse, instantly aging them into cosmic dust. As the last enemy ship erupted in an explosion, Lin Mabai collapsed from exhaustion, caught just in time by Groot, who arrived with his vines. "I am Groot," the little tree creature whispered, placing a flower that glimmered with elemental light gently upon Lin Mabai's chest. The aftermath of the battle filled the ship with the scent of charred remnants. Star-Lord slumped in the pilot's seat, removing his sunglasses to wipe the sweat from his brow. "I've made my decision. From now on, I'll call you Elemental Tyrant." That time vortex was cooler than Yondu's arrow. Rocket, clutching an energy bar, leaped beside Lin Mabai, scanning his body, strangely. "Those dark patterns have not only receded but resonated anew with your elemental power. It's as if you've turned the enemy's curse into a weapon." Lin Mabai struggled to sit up, observing the return of his once smooth skin. "I believe I understand why the star of elemental resonance has been summoning me. Those who attempted to control my power may very well be the fallen from there." He clenched his fists, the 9 elements coalescing into a perfect sphere within his palm. "Our next destination is to seek out the Collector. But before we do, He turned to Drax. I shall teach you to fuse the 9 elements to create singing flowers. Gamora will surely adore them. The ship reignited its engines, embarking once more into the vast expanse of the starry sea. Lin Mabai stood before the porthole, watching the nebulae transform into flowing light behind him. In this unexpected battle, he not only temporarily suppressed the latent dangers within him, but also uncovered deeper mysteries of elemental power. Awaiting him ahead were not only the collector's intelligence, but also a myriad of unknown challenges and the genuine opportunity to master power. During the ensuing journey, Lin Mabai gradually discovered the existence of an ancient elemental cult within the cosmos, which sought to unlock the gateway to the elemental source by collecting special elemental entities. His multi-elemental abilities were, in fact, the key to opening this door. Meanwhile, the collector's intelligence revealed that the elemental resonance star was not the legendary sanctuary it was believed to be, but rather the site of the former imprisonment of the cult's leader, and the seal was now beginning to weaken. Upon learning the truth, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy unhesitatingly chose to fight alongside Lin Mabai. Gamora taught him how to conceal his aura during battle to evade the cult's pursuit. Drax guided him in training amidst the elemental magnetic fields of different planets to enhance his control over power. Rocket modified their ship, transforming it into a mobile elemental laboratory. Groot wove protective barriers from branches. Even the typically unreliable Star-Lord produced a navigation map, left by Yondu to guide them through perilous star regions. As they traversed the Death Star domain, they encountered the elite forces of the elemental cult, the elemental mages. These foes wielded singular elemental powers, yet could unleash them to their utmost potential through arcane techniques. In the heat of battle, Lin Mabai continually transcended his limits, merging metal and lightning elements to create electromagnetic storms, enveloping fire with water to form an everlasting blue flame, and even attempting to reverse the trajectory of enemy attacks using time elements, transporting them to alternate dimensions with spatial elements. However, as he delved deeper into the elemental powers, the dark patterns within him stirred once more. This time, ancient memories surfaced, revealing that his family was, in fact, the descendants of the Guardians who had sealed the leader of the elemental cult millennia ago, and his multi-elemental abilities were inherited from that sealed leader. This revelation plunged him into unprecedented confusion and turmoil. When their ship finally reached the elemental resonance star, they beheld a desolate world brimming with violent elemental energy. The planet's surface was marred by enormous fissures, from which elemental power surged and collided, creating storms capable of obliterating everything. At the core of the planet, a seal on the verge of shattering emanated a chilling aura of darkness. Chapter 45. The Rift of Origins. The surface of the elemental resonance star resembled a boiling furnace, with purple lightning ravaging through the crimson clouds. Each strike could melt rocks within a 100-meter radius into liquid. The moment Lin Mabai stepped out of the ship, 9 elemental forces erupted uncontrollably from within him. Chains formed from gold elements automatically coiled around his ankles, while vines from wood elements attempted to pull him back into the cabin. Even the typically docile water elements surged into waves, erecting an ice wall before him. Was this a warning? His voice was torn apart by the howling elemental storm. The dark patterns resurfaced on his skin, transforming into some ancient script that flickered in and out of visibility. The collector's holographic projection suddenly illuminated above the heads of the crowd, revealing an elderly figure adorned with a ludicrous helmet. His voice, marred by signal interference, came through in fragmented bursts. Listen, you stand upon the most perilous seal in the universe. A millennium ago, the original elemental wielder sought to consume all elemental origins. Suddenly, the image distorted, transforming into a chaotic vortex of colors. That entity is awakening, and the time-space crystal you possess is the final key to unlocking the seal. Rocket's tail flared in agitation. Why didn't you say so earlier? What now? Shall we hurl the crystal into the sun? It's too late. Gamora's gaze fixated on the distant horizon, where a pitch-black rift was expanding at a visible pace, disintegrating the air into pure elemental particles. Drax let out a furious roar as the battle tattoos on his body began to writhe. I can sense it. The breath of the abyss. This time, it is not an enemy, but a being that transcends comprehension. Lin Mabai felt a pulsating thrum at his temples. The excruciating pain from the dark patterns nearly caused him to faint. In a daze, countless fragments of memory surged into his consciousness. His ancestors divided the master of elemental origins into 9 parts, sealing each with the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and so forth. As the last scion of the Guardian lineage, he inherently bore the power of the 9 elements, which was, in essence, the very shackles of the seal. Give me the time-space crystal. Lin Mabai suddenly reached out, his voice gravelly and unrecognizable. Star-Lord was about to object, but was halted by Gamora. who fixed her gaze on Lin Mo Bai's eyes. He knows what must be done. The moment the crystal touched his palm, the entire sky was suffused with an inky darkness. The dark elements entwined around Lin Mo Bai like sentient beings, gently lifting him toward the rift. A colossal vortex of 9 elements formed around him, clashing violently with the chaotic energy spilling forth from the rift. Thus, his voice echoed across the cosmos. The so-called loss of control was merely a sign of the seal's loosening. From the depths of the rift came a deep, rumbling growl, heralding the awakening of a being that transcended dimensions. Lin Mo Bai's skin began to become translucent, the elemental power within him resonating with the chaotic energy of the rift. At that moment, Groot suddenly leaped onto his shoulder, vines wrapping around his arm. I am Groot. The little tree being's eyes shone with determination, emanating a warm green light. Do you believe in me? Lin Mo Bai turned to face the Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket spat. Cut the chatter. When have we ever been cowards? Drax brandished his dagger. Let me cleave this abyssal monster into elemental fragments. Star-Lord raised his dual pistols. Switching the playlist to the most exhilarating rock, Guardians of the Galaxy, attack. The battle erupted within the multidimensional realm. Gamora's dual blades sliced through the dark matter barrier. Drax braced himself against the elemental deluge. Rocket maneuvered the modified ship to launch elemental tracking missiles, while Groot continuously grew, weaving massive cages to ensnare the monsters emerging from the rift. Lin Mo Bai shut his eyes tightly, embedding the time-space crystal into his chest, the dark patterns completely enveloping his form. In the name of the Guardians, I restart the seal. His roar shattered the clouds above. The golden element transformed into chains that bound the chaotic energy, while the wood element grew into towering trees that upheld the crumbling space. The water element coalesced into eternal ice, freezing the raging power, and the fire element incinerated all tentacles attempting to break free from their confinement. The earth element solidified into mountains, suppressing the abyss. The most difficult to control, the dark element, now acted as his arm, precisely devouring the overflowing chaos. However, the cost was immense. Lin Mo Bai's consciousness began to blur. He could feel his body being disassembled by the elemental forces. In a daze, he beheld the faces of Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Peter Parker, his earthly kin and comrades, materializing in the void. This could not be the end. He bit his tongue, channeling his last vestige of strength into the time-space crystal. The time element began to flow backward, while the space element twisted into a bias loop. The wind element ushered in the profound silence of the cosmos. The lightning element summoned ancient thunder, and the light element illuminated every dark corner. The 9 elements clashed violently with the chaotic energy, erupting in a brilliance that surpassed even that of a supernova. As the radiance faded, the fissures vanished, and the elemental resonance star returned to tranquility, now marked by a colossal monument composed of 9-colored light. Was he still alive? Star-Lord trembled as he approached the monument. Suddenly, a figure formed from dark elements emerged from the stone, Lin Mo Bai's face adorned with a serene smile, though his body had become semi-transparent, as if destined to dissolve into the cosmos at any moment. I have become one with this planet and all elemental origins. His voice resonated like starlight caressing the strings of a harp. But fret not. As long as the Guardians of the Galaxy continue to fight, I shall never truly depart. He raised his hand, and 9 elemental seeds fell into the hands of the gathered. This was a new hope. As the spacecraft descended slowly, Groot suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, I am Groot. The others looked up to see the 9-colored light forming the emblem of the Guardians of the Galaxy, eternally shining in the starry expanse. In a distant corner of the universe, remnants of the elemental cult gazed at the sky, horrified to find that the evil marks upon them were being purified by a warm force. A year later, miraculous phenomena erupted throughout the galaxy. Desolate planets suddenly blossomed with vibrant flowers, dying stars reignited with vigor, and even the most perilous cosmic pirates would, in fleeting moments, lay down their arms to listen to the gentle melodies carried by the wind. Peter Parker swung between the skyscrapers of New York, suddenly sensing a familiar elemental fluctuation. Lin Mo Bai, from the far reaches of the starry sky, was conveying a message of peace. Meanwhile, aboard the Guardian spacecraft, Star-Lord caressed the elemental seeds left by Lin Mo Bai, adding a new song to the playlist. On our next adventure, we must bring along this guy's essence to explore the entire universe. Rocket huffed, but quietly planted the seed in the ship's garden. Groot's branches swayed gently, new buds shimmering with 9-colored light. Chapter 46. Homecoming and rebirth. Deep within the core of the elemental resonance star, Lin Mo Bai's consciousness floated like scattered stardust within the halo of 9 colors. In this year, intertwined with the essence of the elements, he witnessed the ebb and flow of cosmic dark matter, sensed the rhythmic vitality of countless celestial bodies, and captured the fleeting remnants of numerous civilizations amidst the folds of space-time. Yet, among all the resplendent wonders of the universe, it was the Earth's azure hue that perpetually occupied his thoughts. It was time to return. As he detected the vibration frequency of Peter Parker's web within the quantum foam, this thought surged forth like a tender sprout breaking through the soil. Under his will, 9 elements began to coalesce anew, dark patterns transforming into guiding strands that wove scattered energy into form. The element of gold sculpted the skeleton, wood infused vitality. Water reshaped flesh and blood. Fire ignited the heartbeat, while dark matter carefully enveloped his soul, not as a chaotic shackle, but as a gentle cocoon. When the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship once again soared through Earth's atmosphere, Star-Lord suddenly struck the control panel. The radar indicated the approach of a humanoid energy entity. Outside the viewport, a 9-colored luminescence pierced through the clouds, and Lin Mobai's silhouette gradually solidified. His pupils still shimmered with elemental glimmers, yet his skin had returned to a healthy wheat tone, a familiar smile gracing his lips. "Long time no see, cosmic cowboys," he declared, pushing open the hatch, as dark matter playfully curled around the rocket's tail. "I hope you didn't steer the ship into a black hole while I was gone." Gamera's blade transformed into a shimmer of light upon touching his shoulder, her usually stoic demeanor betraying surprise. "Your energy fluctuations have become so serene." Drax, on the other hand, scooped him up in a circle, the glow of his battle markings nearly scorching Lin Mobai's skin. "Welcome back, Guardian of the Elements." Meanwhile, an alarm suddenly blared from the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony Stark, biting into a sandwich, raised an eyebrow at the surveillance screen. It seems a certain cosmic drifter has finally remembered the way home. He pressed the communicator, his voice laced with feigned indifference. "Hello? Cosmic tour guide. There are no aliens here for you to practice your aim on." Lin Mobai's laughter, intermingled with electrical static, echoed back. "Open the landing pad. I bring gifts. Though not a glowing planet, it is certainly cooler than your flashy armors." Half an hour later, the Guardian's ship descended over Manhattan. As Lin Mobai stepped out of the hatch, he was met not only with Tony's jibes, but also with Peter Parker launching into a bear hug. The young man's webbing wrapped around him, spinning him several times, while the spider emblem on his suit quivered with excitement. "Mobai, do you have any idea how many dangers I faced this year? I almost got caught by Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms." All right, little spider," Tony interjected, rapping the boy on the head, but his gaze lingered on the dark patterns faintly visible on Lin Mobai's chest. "Honestly, you look like a walking energy reactor. Are you sure you won't suddenly explode into fireworks?" Lin Mobai opened his palm. 9 elements coalescing into a miniature galaxy. "I have reached a certain equilibrium with the elemental source." His expression shifted to one of seriousness. "However, Earth may soon face a new crisis. During my return journey, I sensed the residual forces of the elemental cult gathering. It seems they have found a new host." Before he could finish, the distant sky suddenly cracked open with a web-like fissure, and dark purple energy dripped like venom. Lin Mobai's pupils constricted sharply, dark patterns swiftly spreading to his neck. It was the chaotic energy sealed within the elemental resonance star, now seeping through the rift in time and space. It seemed there was no time for pleasantries. He raised his hand, the golden element transforming into chains that ensnared the falling energy mass, while the wood element sprouted thorns from the ground, forming a cage. "Tony, alert the Avengers. Peter, evacuate the civilians." He turned to his companions behind him, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you willing to engage in another cosmic battle with me?" Star-Lord raised his dual pistols, the playlist erupting with exhilarating rock music. "Just what I wanted. This time, I shall turn their lair into a disco ball." Rocket readied the modified elemental cannon, while Groot entwined around Lin Mobai's waist, sprouting spiky flowers in combat form. The battle unfolded against the Manhattan skyline. Lin Mobai condensed water elements into a colossal hand, shattering the shadowy monsters emerging from the rift. The thunder element summoned lightning, transforming the dark clouds into an electromagnetic cage. Most astonishing was the fusion of time and space elements, as he created a temporal corridor, trapping foes in an endless cycle of assaults, subsequently using spatial folding to transport them to another dimension. However, as the confrontation continued, Lin Mobai sensed something amiss. Among the energy fluctuations of these monsters lurked a familiar essence, remnants of the Hydra modifications belonging to Bucky Barnes' Winter Soldier suit. Had the elemental cult seized control of Bucky? A heavy dread settled in his heart. Dark elements pierced through the monster's defenses like arrows, revealing a mechanical arm ensconced in dark energy at its core. Memories flooded back from the time in Wakanda, as he recalled Bucky trembling while recounting childhood tales. He could not allow him to become a weapon once more. Lin Mobai erupted in a brilliant display of light elements, dispelling the darkness enveloping the mechanical arm. He reached out with his psychic element to touch Bucky's consciousness, only to be repelled by a formidable mental force. In that chaos, he glimpsed the distorted visage of the elemental cult leader, who had transformed Bucky's mechanical arm into a key to unlock Earth's seal. At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the rift, a surge of chaotic energy more potent than that felt at the elemental resonance star was about to burst forth. Lin Maobai took a deep breath, 9 elements coalescing behind him into a colossal silhouette resembling the first-generation elemental guardians. In the name of the elements, purify the darkness. His voice resonated throughout New York. The golden element reformed Bucky's mechanical arm. The wood element repaired his damaged nerves. The water element washed away the malevolent energy within. And the fire element ignited his fighting spirit. As clarity returned to Bucky's eyes, Lin Maobai infused the last vestige of dark element into his body. This time, he would use this power to protect his own choices. The final showdown unfolded before the rift in time and space. Lin Maobai stood shoulder to shoulder with the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy, the power of 9 elements harmonizing with the brilliance of armored technology, Spider-Man's webs, and Gamera's blades. As their combined assault struck the core of the rift simultaneously, a dazzling 9-colored radiance erupted above New York, brighter than the sun. When the dust settled, Bucky patted Lin Maobai on the shoulder. Thank you. This time, let me treat you to some Wakandan beer. Tony shook his vibranium goblet. So, what surprises await us in the cosmos? I have instructed Su Rue to prepare a new battle armor plan. Lin Maobai gazed at the rising sun in the distance, the dark patterns dissipating into luminous specks in the morning breeze. He understood that the path of elemental guardianship was endless, yet at this moment, he could finally relish the Earth's morning light and its ephemeral wonders, akin to an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, although the machinations of the elemental cult had been temporarily thwarted, a new crisis might be quietly brewing in the shadows. Chapter 47. The defense of New York and the Titan Star expedition. As the sky of New York was torn asunder by the Temple II, Lin Maobai was atop Stark Tower, calibrating the newly developed elemental resonance device. Amidst the blaring alarms, dark patterns flared on his arm, the powers of 9 elements surging around him like awakened beasts. It seems our afternoon tea is destined to be spoiled. Tony Stark's voice resounded from behind, his nanotech armor enveloping him entirely. The usual arrangement? You handle the minions, and I'll confront their leader? Lin Maobai offered no reply. His hands thrust forward as the earth element rose along the streets, forming a towering wall 100 meters long. The water element morphed into a colossal wave, sweeping the first landing Chitauri soldiers into the sky. The wind element coalesced into blades, weaving a net of death in midair. When he looked up, he beheld Tony's armor trailing flames as it hurtled towards the Temple II. Watch your left. Lin Maobai's warning echoed through the communicator. The dark element coalesced into chains, ensnaring one of the Dark Five, the Dark Knight Star, as she attempted a flanking attack. Her spear was rendered immobile under the enveloping dark element, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Maobai condensed the lightning element, unleashing a violet bolt that struck her. However, the enemy's assault exceeded all expectations. General Deathblade's spear easily pierced through Lin Maobai's earthen wall, while the Chitauri beast rampaged down the streets. Lin Maobai spotted Peter Parker weaving through the buildings, webs ensnaring debris to hurl at the beast, only to be swatted away by a mighty blow. Little spider, keep going. Lin Maobai sent forth wooden tendrils, binding the beast's ankles. The gold element transformed into countless fine needles, piercing the joints of the creature. Peter somersaulted midair, his web deftly snagging the beast's fangs, using the leverage to swing toward a taller structure. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled with electrical interference. Lin, I've detected traces of the space stone aboard the spacecraft. Before he could finish, the Temple II suddenly activated its main cannon, unleashing a violet energy beam directly at Stark Tower. Lin Maobai's pupils constricted as the 9 elements coalesced before him into a colossal shield. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion toppled the entire block. Lin Maobai's shield fractured, dark patterns uncontrollably creeping up his cheek. He saw Tony's armor struggling to rise from the rubble, the reactor in his chest flickering with unstable light. They cannot leave with the stone. Lin Maobai gritted his teeth as the time-space element formed a vortex beneath his feet. He materialized on the deck of the Temple II, the dark element morphing into a blade that pierced the chest of a Chitauri soldier. But at that moment, he sensed a familiar yet perilous aura, the energy fluctuations of Thanos emanating from deep within the ship. In the corridors of the vessel, Lin Maobai encountered Ebony Maw. The tall, gaunt alien hovered in the air, black energy coiling around Lin Maobai's limbs like tendrils. A traitor of the elements. The voice of the ebony throat slithered like a serpent's tongue, and Thanos would be more than willing to witness your transformation into a perfect vessel. Lin Mabe let out a cold snort, igniting the fire element that severed the black tendrils. The wind element entwined with the tempest, forming a whirlwind within the narrow corridor. The magic of the ebony throat twisted and warped amidst the elemental storm, and he was astonished to discover that his own power was being suppressed by the adversary. Inform Thanos that Earth is not his hunting ground. Lin Mabe's 9-colored elements coalesced into a colossal, ethereal figure behind him, dark patterns morphing into chains that bound the ebony throat against the wall. Yet, just as he prepared to advance, the entire ship suddenly shook violently. Lin, hurry out. Tony's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. Thanos is about to initiate a space jump. The instant Lin Mabe burst forth from the ship, he caught sight of Thanos standing at the center of the deck. Purple energy coalesced in his hand, and instinctively, Lin Mabe hurled forth the dark elemental chains, only to be instantaneously transported 1,000 meters away by the power of the space stone. Upon his return to the ground, the sanctum too had vanished into the void. On the streets of New York, smoke filled the air. Lin Mabe gazed upon the ravaged city, feeling a sharp pain from the dark patterns that alerted him to Thanos' next target, some vital location in the cosmos. We must pursue him. Despite the severe damage to Tony's armor, his resolve remained unshaken. Bruce was analyzing the coordinates of the space stone, and once locked, I will accompany you, Lin Mabe declared, clenching his fists as 9 elements swirled within his palms. This time, he could not allow Thanos to prevail. As the ship landed on Titan, Lin Mabe's elemental perception was instantly overwhelmed by chaotic energy. The air here was suffused with the scent of death, and the volcanic craters spewed not magma, but purple dark matter. This is the place. Tony's armor automatically scanned the environment, detecting energy fluctuations consistent with those found in New York. The two proceeded cautiously, only to encounter an unexpected ally, the Guardians of the Galaxy, before a dilapidated ruin. Star-Lord, donning sunglasses, leveled his dual pistols at them. Earthlings? Here to seek your demise? Just as Lin Mabe opened his mouth to respond, Drax suddenly shouted, "Watch out." A purple energy beam whizzed past their heads, obliterating distant peaks. Thanos emerged slowly from the dust, the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet radiating a chilling glow. "You should not have come." Thanos' voice was deep, yet upon his arrival, he raised the gauntlet, the light of the Power Stone illuminating the entire sky. Simultaneously, Lin Mabe and Tony launched their assault. The nanosuit transformed into blades. Dark elements coalesced into a spear, and the 9 elements stirred the surface of Titan into tumultuous waves. Gamora and Drax flanked with surprise attacks, while Star-Lord's pistols belched flames, and Groot's vines ensnared Thanos' ankles. Yet, Thanos' strength surpassed all expectations. He effortlessly swatted aside their attacks, the reality stone warping the laws of physics. The elemental cage Lin Mabe had conjured shattered like fragile glass, while Tony's nanoblades disintegrated into petals. "Your courage is commendable," Thanos remarked, sending Drax flying with a single punch, "but the fate of the universe will not be altered by your actions." Lin Mabe watched in despair as Thanos approached Gamora, knowing that he was pressuring her for the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. The dark patterns pulsated wildly at that moment, and he suddenly realized that his connection to the elemental essence might be the key to turning the tide of battle. "Tony, prepare the quantum weapon," Lin Mabe shouted. As the temporal and spatial elements formed a vortex around him, "I will create the opportunity." Taking a deep breath, the 9 elements clashed violently within him. The dark patterns transformed from shackles into a wellspring of power. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to every ripple of energy from Titan, linking himself to the elemental forces of the entire planet. In the name of the elements, his roar shattered the clouds. As the golden element formed a cage to ensnare Thanos' limbs, the wood element sprouted towering trees to entwine his body. The water element crystallized into eternal ice to freeze his movements. The fire element scorched his armor, and the earth element morphed into mountains to suppress his strength. The most difficult to control, the dark element, shadowed Thanos, consuming the energy he attempted to retaliate with. Now, Lin Mabe turned to Tony and shouted. The nano armor instantly transformed, and the quantum cutting cannon illuminated with blue light upon the surface of Titan. Star-Lord, Gamora, and others launched their final assault. Groot's vines morphed into blades, and Drax's battle markings erupted in dazzling light. Thanos struggled within the elemental prison, the gems of the Infinity Gauntlet radiating with increasing intensity. Lin Mabe's dark patterns enveloped his entire body. He felt himself being disassembled by the elemental force. Yet, he gritted his teeth, maintaining the elemental cage. Almost there. Tony's voice trembled as the quantum cannon's energy neared completion. However, Thanos suddenly let out a furious roar, the light of the Power Stone illuminating the entire universe. Lin Mabai's elemental cage began to crack, the dark patterns receding in reverse. He saw Thanos raise the gauntlet, making that fateful motion. No. Lin Mabai expended his last ounce of strength, the temporal and spatial elements swirling at his fingertips. He attempted to reverse time, only to find Thanos' power had surpassed the constraints of time and space. As the purple light flashed, Lin Mabai felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He watched as his comrades turned to ashes one by one. Tony's armor knelt on the ground, filled with despair. Thanos' figure vanished into the void, leaving behind a ravaged Titan and 2 survivors. We lost. Tony's voice was hoarse. Lin Mabai knelt on the ground, the dark patterns echoing the universe's lament. Yet amidst despair, his gaze remained resolute. Though this battle was lost, as long as hope persisted, he would not surrender. For he understood. The fate of the universe was far from its conclusion. Chapter 48. Prelude to the Endgame. The fractured defense line in the Gamma Nebula, 230,000 light-years from Earth. The Guardians of the Galaxy ship was besieged by the fleet of the Obsidian Five. Rocket frantically pounded the control panel, while Groot's vines automatically repaired the damaged shield. Those bastards have upgraded their weapons. The raccoon cursed, his tail curling around a bottle of energy drink, which he gulped down. Drax, charge the asteroid cannon at the bow. Gamora, prepare to raid their command ship. Yet Star-Lord stared blankly at the communicator, as Gamora's life signal had completely vanished 10 minutes prior. Star-Lord, Drax's roar shook the cabin. This is not the time for sorrow. Behold those wretches, unleashing disintegration rays upon the planet. Beyond the viewport, a cerulean globe is being consumed by violet light. Its cities crumbling like sandcastles. Star-Lord's eyes ignite with fury as the playlist abruptly shifts to the most exhilarating heavy metal rock. Connect me to all channels, he commands. Donning his headphones, his voice reverberates across every frequency. This is the Guardians of the Galaxy, you scoundrels who prey upon the weak. Are you prepared to be blasted into oblivion by music? The spacecraft darts towards the enemy fleet like an arrow released from its bow. Groot transforms into colossal vines, ensnaring the enemy flagship, while Rocket's modified turret unleashes missiles infused with a blend of elemental forces, gold for penetration, fire for scorching, and lightning for an electromagnetic pulse. All erupting simultaneously. Drax tears apart a warship with his bare hands, and Gamora's twin blades dance through the ranks of foes, each strike echoing her longing for her sister. Yet, the might of the Black Order exceeds imagination. Corvus Glaive's spear effortlessly pierces Groot's vines, while Proxima Midnight's javelin locks onto the ship's engine. Star-Lord, witnessing the life support system's alarms, suddenly devises a reckless plan. Rocket, concentrate all energy at the bow. Groot, wrap your tendrils around my waist. He flings open the hatch, brandishing dual pistols in the vacuum of space. Gamora always says I'm a madman. Now let them witness the battle of a lunatic. At that moment, the elemental seeds left by Lin Mabai begin to glow. Star-Lord feels a surge of power coursing through him, as wind elements form a protective shield around him. Fire elements ignite the bullets in his guns, and water elements solidify into a barrier, deflecting deadly attacks. He becomes a blazing meteor, colliding with the flagship of Corvus Glaive. As the explosion engulfs the battlefield, the surviving members of the Guardians gaze at Star-Lord's tattered suit, still adorned with the shell pendant gifted by Gamora. We are far from finished. Rocket wipes away the tears from his eyes and activates the ship's hyperspace engine. Earth needs us. The vibranium walls of Wakanda wail under the assault of Thanos' forces. T'Challa's Black Panther suit shimmers with ethereal light as his spear pierces a Chitauri behemoth. Witnessing Bucky's mechanical arm shred another into fragments. Shuri, how much longer can the energy shield hold? Steve's shield blocks a plasma cannon, the cracks on its surface spreading like a web. Shuri's holographic projection flickers above the battlefield, a maximum of 5 minutes. Moreover, I detect the Mind Stone's proximity. Wanda kneels beside Vision, her scarlet chaos magic resonating with the stone embedded in his forehead. I can feel him siphoning the stone's power. Her voice trembles with sorrow. If this continues, Vision, Lin Mabai's elemental perception penetrates the battlefield. His avatar in New York senses the peril in Wakanda, as dark elements tear open a rift in space, descending upon the fray. Amidst the 9-colored radiance, he ensnares the siege tower, which is ravaging the shield, with wood elements. While water elements summon a tidal wave to scatter the ground forces, and lightning elements invoke thunderbolts to strike the aerial fleet. Lin, over here. Steve's shield flies toward him, precisely striking down an ambushing dagger. Lin Mabai retaliates by forming chains of gold elements, binding Ebony Maw of the Black Order. Yet, at that moment, Thanos' figure looms atop the mountain. Wanda's magic suddenly spiraled out of control, transforming the entire sky into a blood-red hue. She watched as Thanos approached Vision step by step. And at last, she made her decision. I'm sorry, she choked out, as chaotic magic enveloped the Mind Stone. Vision's gaze was filled with tenderness. It's all right, Wanda. Let it all come to an end. In the instant the stone was shattered, Wakanda's defenses crumbled entirely. Thanos wielded the Power Stone with ease, shattering Lin Mo Bai's elemental barrier, while the Space Stone allowed him to appear before Wanda in an instant. You have done well, child. Thanos pried Wanda's hand apart, and the Reality Stone reformed the broken Mind Stone. Now, it is time to fulfill the mission. Lin Mo Bai summoned the last of his strength, conjuring a fleeting temporal rewind with the elements. Yet, Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet had already gathered all 6 stones, with a mere snap of his fingers. Half the life in the universe began to dissipate. Bucky's mechanical arm was the first to turn to ash, and he offered Steve a final smile. This time, it truly is over. On the vibranium plains of Wakanda, only devastation and scattered elemental light remained. Lin Mo Bai knelt at the place where Wanda had vanished, the dark patterns resonating with the universe's lament. Through the communicator, Tony's voice emerged, laden with unprecedented despair. We have utterly failed. Within the ruins of the Avengers base, Tony stared at the holographic star map, the damaged armor still emitting wisps of smoke. Lin Mo Bai's dark patterns had faded, yet his eyes were filled with fatigue. He could sense the loss of every life in the universe, each disappearance like a knife slicing through his heart. We missed too many clues. Tony slammed the design schematics of the Infinity Gauntlet onto the table. If only we had unraveled the secret of the Mind Stone sooner. If only we had resolved things on Titan. His self-reproach was palpable. Steve, polishing his cracked shield, asserted, we must find a way to reverse all of this. He turned to Scott, the Ant-Man in the corner. Can the quantum realm truly transcend time? Scott grasped the control device of his quantum suit, his eyes resolute. Theoretically, it is feasible. However, it requires sufficient energy. He glanced at Lin Mo Bai and the power to stabilize time. Lin Mo Bai rose, 9 elements coalescing in the palm of his hand. I am connected to the essence of the elements. Perhaps I can create a stable passage in the quantum realm. Yet his voice was somber. We do not know what consequences returning to the past may invoke. Suddenly, Rocket kicked open the base's door, followed by the battered Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord placed Gamera's pendant on the table. We have lost so much, but Thanos still lives. His eyes reignited with determination. No matter how many galaxies I must traverse, no matter the foes I must face, I will make that bastard pay. A holographic projection of Su Rue suddenly appeared, offering crucial insight. While studying Vision's remains, I discovered that although the Mind Stone was destroyed, its energy imprint remains in the quantum realm. If we can gather all 6 stones, we could reboot them in the current timeline. Tony's eyes lit up, as though pressing the reset button for the universe. But we need a sufficiently sturdy vessel. He turned to Lin Mo Bai's dark patterns. Perhaps your elemental power can withstand the might of the Infinity Stones? Lin Mo Bai remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding. I have achieved balance with the essence of the elements. Perhaps it is worth a try. But we only have one chance. The Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy stood united, their backs against a shattered base and broken armor. Yet, within their gazes, hope flickered anew. Although Thanos had claimed victory once, this war was far from over. The fate of the universe was poised to confront its final battle within the temporal realms of the quantum domain. Chapter 49, Quantum Echoes and the Gathering of the Endgame. In the underground laboratory of the Avengers base, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Scott Lang, clad in his quantum suit, was calibrating the time travel device. Princess Suri's holographic projection flickered in the laboratory, analyzing the energy spectrum of the Infinity Stones. Rocket crouched in a corner, tinkering with mysterious components scavenged from across the cosmos. Theoretically feasible, Tony sketched trajectories on the holographic star map, planning to hijack time through the quantum realm to collect the Infinity Stones at different temporal junctures. However, we have but one chance. Once a time branch is triggered, I shall stabilize the timeline. Lin Mo Bai stepped forward, dark patterns already creeping up to his chest, as the 9 elements coalesced around him to form a miniature universe. The essence of the elements and time itself are intertwined. I can create anchor points in the quantum realm to ensure our safe return. Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly. His eyes ignited with a long-lost determination. I will retrieve the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. Back at the Hydra base, Drax and I will go to Vormir. Nebula's mechanical eye glimmered coldly. I know the location of the Soul Stone, even if her voice momentarily faltered, even if it demands a sacrifice. The plan gradually took shape amidst the frantic preparations. Lin Mo Bai infused the power of the Time Stone into the dark patterns, drawing intricate elemental arrays upon the laboratory walls. Tony crafted a new Infinity Gauntlet, the Fist of Icarus, from vibranium and nanotechnology, its surface etched with totems of the 9 elements. Meanwhile, Rocket secretly engraved Groot's name on the inner lining of the gauntlet. Before their departure, Lin Mabai sought out Wanda, the Scarlet Witch sat in a corner of the laboratory, her arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze vacant. Wanda, Lin Mabai knelt beside her, as a crimson flower blossomed from the tip of his finger. Born of the wood element, Vision's consciousness lingered within the Mind Stone. Perhaps. Wanda lifted her head, her eyes rekindled with brilliance. Take me with you. I will bring him back myself. The entrance to the quantum realm opened amidst a tempest of elemental fury. Lin Mabai stood at the center of the portal, dark patterns coiling like chains around the time travel device, the power of the 9 elements swirling into a vortex, gradually enveloping them all. Remember, Tony's voice resonated through the specialized communicator. In 5 minutes, regardless of success or failure, we must return. Lin Mabai's consciousness drifted within the quantum realm, where time and space manifested in distorted forms. He beheld countless temporal branches flickering before him, each representing a possible future. The dark patterns pulsated wildly, guiding him through the chaos to discern the correct temporal coordinates. Steve found himself back at the Hydra base in 1970, his shield clashing against the enemy's bullets, sparks flying. Tony and Nebula arrived at the site of the Battle of New York in 2012, the nanotech armor weaving through the crowd, while Lin Mabai and Wanda stood upon the precipice of Vormir. The Soul Stone demands the sacrifice of a loved one. The voice of the Red Skull echoed throughout the valley. Wanda clenched her fist, the crimson magic swirling in her palm. I am ready. Suddenly, Lin Mabai reached out to stop her, as the dark elements slithered like tendrils into the shadows below the cliff. He sensed an anomaly in the layers of time and space, an energy fluctuation from another nebula, imbued with the malevolent aura of Thanos' army. It's a trap, Lin Mabai shouted, as the temporal elements formed a barrier beneath him. Indeed, the next moment, Thanos' forces surged forth from the void, energy beams raining down like droplets of rain. Lin Mabai and Wanda fought back to back. The water element transformed into colossal waves, scattering their foes, while the fire element conjured a wall of flames to obstruct the onslaught. Wanda's chaos magic, meanwhile, tore the fabric of space itself, transporting some enemies to another dimension. Yet, Thanos' power was overwhelming. He appeared on the battlefield in person, the radiance of the Infinity Gauntlet illuminating the entire sky. Do you truly believe you can alter fate? Thanos' voice reverberated painfully in Lin Mabai's ears. In every timeline, your resistance is futile. Clenching his teeth, Lin Mabai fused the 9 elements with the power of the Time Stone. His body began to fade into transparency, yet his consciousness was clearer than ever. Perhaps in other timelines it is so, his voice echoed through the rifts of time and space, but in this one, we have not lost. As everyone returned to the real world with the Infinity Stones, Thanos' army had already invaded Earth through the rift in time. On the vibranium plains of Wakanda, an unprecedented battle was unfolding. Lin Mabai embedded the 6 Infinity Stones into Icarus' fist, dark patterns instantly enveloping his body, resonating violently with the elemental powers and the energies of the stones. He felt as though his body was being torn apart, yet his mind remained extraordinarily lucid. He glimpsed the origin of the universe and the futures of all life. Tony, are you ready? Lin Mabai's voice seemed to echo from the annals of time. Tony, donning his nanosuit helmet, looked resolute. I've been ready. The two simultaneously donned the Infinity Gauntlet, the stone's brilliance illuminating the battlefield. Under the radiance, Thanos' army appeared diminutive, and for the first time, Thanos displayed a look of fear. In the name of the elements, with the power of time, Lin Mabai and Tony spoke in unison. Reverse it all. The purple light engulfed the universe, and all lives that had vanished with the snap began to coalesce once more. Peter Parker reappeared among the towering buildings of New York, Captain Marvel's ship streaked across the sky, and the Guardians of the Galaxy emerged above the battlefield. Thanos roared, launching a final assault, but before the might of the Infinity Stones, his resistance seemed feeble. Lin Mabai's dark patterns harmonized perfectly with the stone's energies. With a gentle wave of his hand, Thanos' army dissipated into the elemental tempest. As the dust settled, Lin Mabai removed the Infinity Gauntlet. His body swayed precariously, the dark patterns fading to reveal his pallid skin. Tony stepped forward to support him, and they exchanged a knowing smile. We did it, Tony declared. Lin Mabai nodded, gazing at the reunited crowd in the distance. Peter Parker was embracing Aunt May, Wanda held the resurrected Vision's hand, and Star-Lord had found the long-lost Gamora. His gaze finally drifted to the sky, where 9 hues shimmered within the clouds, a response from the very essence of the elements. In this climactic battle, not only was the universe salvaged, but Lin Mabai also came to a profound understanding of the essence of power and responsibility. He realized that as long as there were lives in the universe that required protection, he would never cease his struggle. This time, he was no longer a solitary guardian. For behind him stood the entire Avengers alliance, alongside all the hopeful heroes. Chapter 50. The Aftermath. The hero's healing journey 3 months after the smoke had cleared. On the helipad of the Avengers base, Tony Stark, adorned with the latest smart sunglasses, leaned against a Quinjet, raising an eyebrow at his communicator. I must inquire, esteemed elemental master. Why bring so much gear on a vacation? Planning to host an elemental soiree on the beach? Lin Mabai approached, clutching a suitcase brimming with vibranium tools. The dark patterns beneath his skin subtly shimmering, yet no longer restless. He nonchalantly summoned a gust of wind, sending Tony's sunglasses tumbling to the ground. Who was it that suggested installing an underwater villa in the sea last time? Nearby, Peter Parker, clad in a newly designed casual suit, deftly swung his suitcase with webs, leaping onto the aircraft. Hey, Mabai, are we really heading to Wakanda's secret beach? Su-Rue says the vibranium sand glows. The idea for this journey originated from Wanda. After Vision regained his corporeal form, the sorceress, noticing the tense expressions of everyone at the base, softly suggested, perhaps we all need to bask in the sun. Thus, at Chalia's enthusiastic invitation, the surviving members of the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy embarked on this overdue vacation. The coastline of Wakanda was breathtakingly beautiful. The vibranium sands shimmered with a pearlescent glow, each grain refracting a rainbow of colors. Drax frolicked on the beach like a child, his battle markings sparkling in laughter. Rocket squatted under a sunshade, clutching a cooler filled with energy drinks, occasionally spraying Groot with his mechanical arm. While the little tree creature joyfully caught the droplets with his branches, exclaiming, I am Groot. Lin Mabai reclined in a specially crafted vibranium lounge chair, allowing water elements to coalesce at his fingertips into transparent little fish. Not far away, Tony was instructing Star-Lord on the tuning of a new jet ski, the roar of the engine mingling with their playful banter. The button on the left is for acceleration. Do you think this is a spaceship? This contraption is nowhere near as cool as mine. Steve and Bucky sat at the opposite end of the beach. A selection of Wakandan beer sent by Chala placed before them. The Winter Soldier's metallic arm rested on his knee, reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. Steve, I never imagined I would experience a day like this. The captain smiled, giving his old friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just as Peter's startled shout echoed from afar, he had been playfully tossed into the sea by Wanda's chaotic magic. As night fell, a massive bonfire ignited on the beach. Su-Rue was adjusting the holographic projector, casting tales of the Guardians of the Galaxy's adventures against the night sky, when a clip of Groot dancing appeared. The little tree being shyly hid in Rocket's embrace, but was promptly pulled out. Stop pretending. You clearly adore watching your own splendor. Lin Mabai stood at the water's edge, the dark patterns suddenly glowing with a soft luminescence. He turned to see Gamora gazing intently at the sea. What are you pondering? He inquired, offering her a cup of Wakandan concoction, where wind elements crystallized into exquisite ice at the rim. I am contemplating another timeline's version of myself. Gamora accepted the drink, accompanied by Nebula. Her gaze drifted towards the distance, where Nebula was competing with War Machine in building sandcastles, her mechanical arm deftly sculpting the emblem of Wakanda. Lin Mabai remained silent, raising his hand to summon a wisp of wood element, causing 2 crimson flowers to blossom upon the beach. Regardless of the timeline, he murmured, you are all family to one another. Suddenly, the sky erupted with dazzling elemental fireworks. Tony's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Stop staring at the sea. The Stark Industries fireworks show is about to commence. Under the control of his nano-armor, 9 elements transformed into a phoenix, a colossal dragon, and even a dancing Groot. Illuminating the entire night sky, Peter excitedly swung through the fireworks on his web, but inadvertently collided with Drax. The burly warrior effortlessly caught the young man, lifting him overhead and spinning around. This is far more enjoyable than battling Thanos. By the bonfire, Wanda and Vision entwined their fingers. Do you know? Vision remarked as he gazed at the elemental lights in the night sky. I finally understand the meaning of warmth. Wanda rested her head on his shoulder, crimson magic swirling at her fingertips, adding a dreamlike hue to the bonfire. As the night deepened, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Mabai walked alone towards the shoreline, the dark patterns resonating with the vibrancy of the golden sands, etching intricate totems beneath his feet. He closed his eyes, feeling the whispers of the elements: wind, water, fire, earth. This time, it was not the call to battle, but rather a hymn of life. What are you daydreaming about? Tony's voice broke through, holding 2 cans of beer, the newly developed non-alcoholic variety from Stark Industries. Care to try? The 2 sat side by side on the beach, watching the distant flickering lights of the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship. Lin Mabai accepted the beer, the condensation on the metal dampening his fingertips. Thank you, Tony. Not just for this journey. Stark shrugged. Cut the sentimental stuff. You should thank yourself. If it weren't for your ability to wield the infinity stones so artfully, we'd probably still be drinking the wind in the quantum realm. He tilted his head back and took a swig of beer, adding, but honestly, being an ordinary person once in a while feels rather nice. The gentle waves lapped at the shore, and laughter from Peter and Groot echoed from afar. Lin Mabai gazed at the starry sky, the dark patterns transforming into specks of light that blended into the night. He understood that there would always be new crises in the universe, yet at this moment, on this golden beach, the heroes could finally lay down their burdens and relish this hard-earned tranquility. Nearby, on a cliff, Chala and Shuri stood side by side. Perhaps we should host more gatherings like this, Shuri suggested, her eyes sparkling as she observed the lively scene on the beach. Chala nodded, his vibranium suit shimmering softly in the moonlight. The gates of Wakanda will always be open for the Guardians. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, and Lin Mabai closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. In this moment, there was no war, no destruction, only the laughter of friends, the whispers of loved ones, and the rarest peace the universe had to offer. Chapter 51. Surprises and warmth during vacation. The following morning, the golden beach was shrouded in a veil of mist. Lin Mabai awakened in the dawn light, discovering the dark patterns beneath his skin emanating a subtle golden glow, mirroring the shimmering spots dancing upon the distant sea. He stepped barefoot into the ocean, where the water element instinctively coalesced into transparent ripples at his feet, gracefully dispersing with each step. Good morning, master of elemental manipulation. The voice of Rocket echoed from behind. The raccoon, clutching an energy bar, scanned Lin Mabai with his mechanical eye, remarking, "The patterns on you look even more exquisite than yesterday. Have you secretly performed some mysterious ritual with vibranium sands?" Lin Mabai chuckled, flicking a spray of water that splattered onto Rocket's frame. "Care to see if Groot can weave you a floral crown?" As he spoke, Groot bounded towards them from a distance, adorned with decorations crafted from shells and bioluminescent seaweed, exuberantly exclaiming, "I am Groot." At that moment, a dramatic wail resonated from afar. "Your actions are tarnishing Stark Industries' reputation." It was Tony, lamenting as he observed Star-Lord riding a jet ski, carving massive spirals on the water's surface, the splashes drenching him like a drenched chicken. "Mabai, come save me." Peter Parker's voice trembled with urgency. Lin Mabai turned to see the young boy hoisted over Drax's shoulder, being carried deeper into the sea. The hulking warrior laughed heartily. "Little Spider claims he can swim. I merely wish to assist him in testing that." Lin Mabai raised his hand, and the wind element transformed into a rope that ensnared Peter's waist, liberating him from Drax's grasp. The boy clambered awkwardly onto the shore, his webbing entangled with seaweed and droplets of water adorning his suit. "Drax threatened to launch me into the sea like a cannonball to race sharks." On the other end of the beach, Wanda and Vision were conjuring luminous art upon the water's surface using chaos magic and the Mind Stone's power. Crimson spells intertwined with gentle golden light, morphing into a soaring phoenix one moment and frolicking dolphins the next. Su Rue, cradling a holographic tablet, recorded data while murmuring, "This energy fluctuation is utterly fascinating, akin to a natural elemental reactor." At noon, Chala arrived with a team of Wakandan chefs, and the air soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies wafting from a vibranium barbecue. The scent, infused with distinct Wakandan spices, attracted a gathering crowd. Bucky gazed hungrily at the sizzling skewers, his metal arm trembling slightly. "I can hardly recall the last time I smelled something this delightful." Steve patted his shoulder, saying, "Take your time to remember. We have all day." With that, he handed Bucky a skewer slathered in a secret sauce. After lunch, Tony gathered everyone with an air of mystery. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic projection unfolded on the beach, revealing a model of a luxurious floating resort. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of marvel has arrived. Presenting Stark Industries' latest creation, the Star Wanderer Ocean Resort." Star-Lord whistled. "This is even more stylish than mine. Is there a holographic cinema? I need to relive the Space Patrol series." "Absolutely, with a simulated cosmic battlefield gaming zone." Tony raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Mabai. "But the Pi Seed our assistance is this elemental regulation system." "Mabai, give it a try." Lin Mabai stepped forward, gracefully waving his hands. Instantly, the surrounding seawater transformed into an ice sculpture castle, only to morph within a blink into a bubbling hot spring, and finally erupt into a cascade of falling petals. Peter, exhilarated, tumbled through the shower of petals, exclaiming, "This is so cool. Would it be agreeable for us to decorate our base in such a manner in the future?" As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Gamora and Nebula sat upon the sandy shore. Gamora picked up a uniquely shaped vibranium stone and handed it to her sister, saying, "This is for you, a keepsake of our time together." Nebula gently caressed the stone's surface with her mechanical fingers, pondering, Did another version of me once share a sunset with you in a different timeline? Gamora wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulders, affirming, in this moment, we are crafting memories uniquely our own. As night descended, Lin Mo strolled alone towards the cliff by the sea. The moonlight cascaded over the dark patterns, casting a soft glow. He inhaled deeply, gathering 9 elements into a luminous sphere within his palm, which he then gently tossed into the night sky. The sphere erupted into a myriad of twinkling lights, illuminating the entire beach. What are you thinking about? Steve's voice emerged from behind, holding 2 cups of steaming beverages. Chalice says this is a calming tea from Wakanda. Lin Mo accepted the cup, and amidst the rising steam, a serene smile graced his face. I was contemplating how peace can manifest in such simple moments shared with friends, watching the sea and laughing together. Steve gazed at the distant revelers, warmth filling his eyes. After all we've endured, this moment is a treasure. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, imbued with the bliss of vacation and the essence of life. Lin Mo understood that new challenges lay ahead in the days to come, yet for now, he wished to immerse himself in this tranquility and beauty, cherishing every ordinary yet precious moment spent with his companions. Chapter 52, The Conclusion of Vacation, Treasured Memories and New Beginnings on the Final Night at the Beach in Wakanda. Lin Mo reclined in a specially designed floating hammock, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. The dark patterns shimmered like a flowing galaxy under the moonlight, exuding a gentle aura. Not far away, Tony had set up a telescope, beckoning Star-Lord to join him in stargazing. As they engaged in a spirited debate over the naming of a constellation, their voices rising and falling in the night air. Suddenly, Peter Parker swung in on a web, landing beside the hammock, cradling a collection of shells and glowing pebbles. Lin Mo, look at the treasures I found today, he exclaimed. Surue said these vibranium granules can be made into super cool souvenirs. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved the stones before Lin Mo. With a smile, Lin Mo sat up, lightly tapping his fingers. The wind element swirled the scattered stones into the shape of Peter's face in midair. Quite impressive. Indeed. You can ask Tony to craft them into a pendant when we return. Really? That is amazing. Peter cheered, though a hint of sadness crept in as he added, I really don't want this holiday to end. I wish every day could be this joyful. Lin Mo gently patted the boy's shoulder. There will be more moments like this in the future. However, the call of our heroic duties awaits us, does it not? He gazed up at the night sky, where the silhouette of the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship could be discerned. The universe is vast, and many unknown beauties await our discovery. At that moment, a lively tune shattered the tranquility. Drax had somehow procured a massive vibranium speaker and was dancing wildly to the rhythm, his battle markings shimmering in the lights with mesmerizing colors. Rocket shook his head in exasperation, yet swayed his tail to the beat, occasionally placing garlands on Groot's head, who laughed with glee as his branches swayed. I am Groot. Wanda and Vision strolled hand in hand along the beach, their scarlet magic intertwining with the gentle golden light, crafting a heart-shaped pattern in the sand. Gamora and Nebula sat by the campfire, engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally interrupted by Nebula's rare laughter. Steve and Bucky leaned against a tree trunk, sipping Wakandan beer while reminiscing about the days of Brooklyn, the moonlight casting a warm silver sheen upon them. T'Challa and Shuri approached, with Shuri cradling an exquisite vibranium box. This is a gift from Wakanda for each of you, containing mementos crafted from vibranium and the elemental energy you have left behind, with hopes of becoming a cherished part of your memories. Lin Mabai opened the box to reveal a badge engraved with 9 elemental totems, its intricate patterns resonating and softly glowing. He looked up and smiled, saying, Please convey our gratitude to Wakanda. This gift is truly invaluable. As night deepened, the group gradually dispersed. Lin Mabai stood by the sea, watching his reflection shimmer upon the glistening surface. Suddenly, the dark patterns within him surged violently, alerting him to an ominous presence, a faint yet familiar evil aura, remnants of the elemental cult's power. Yet, the sensation vanished as quickly as it had come, as if it were merely an illusion. What's wrong? Tony appeared beside him, his armor's helmet reflecting the moonlight. Lin Mabai frowned, gazing into the distance. I just felt something amiss, but it dissipated. Perhaps these tranquil days will not last long. Tony shrugged and offered a can of beer. Whatever it is, we'll face it head on. For now, let us relish this last moment of peace. He tilted his head back, taking a swig, and looked towards the stars. Speaking of which, for our next vacation, I plan to build a resort on the moon, and I shall call it Stark Lunar Fiesta. Lin Mabai chuckled, clinking his beer can against Tony's. Then I must prepare some elemental decorations to transform the moon into a whimsical paradise. The sea breeze carried a damp scent, and in the distance, Peter's startled shout echoed as he was ambushed by Drax and fell into the water. Laughter and playful shouts resonated through the night sky, and Lin Mabai knew that this precious holiday would become a wellspring of courage as they faced future challenges. No matter the obstacles ahead, as long as they stood together, no difficulty was insurmountable. As dawn's light broke, the group gathered on the beach, preparing for their return journey. The Quinjet and the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship rested nearby, their engines rumbling deeply. Lin Mabai took one last glance at the beautiful beach, the dark patterns beneath his skin flowing gently, as if lamenting the farewell. Yet he understood that separations paved the way for more joyous reunions, and new adventures awaited them ahead. Let us go, comrades. Star-Lord leaped onto the ship, and the playlist erupted with invigorating rock music. The universe calls us. Our next destination, the uncharted stars and seas. Amidst the roar of the engines, they embarked on their journey home. The shores of Wakanda gradually faded from view, but the laughter, warmth, and cherished memories would forever remain etched in their hearts, illuminating the path ahead like brilliant starlight. Chapter 53. Currents of Change and New Alliances. During the return journey, Lin Mabai remained ever vigilant, his elemental perception alert. In the ethereal blue glow of quantum traversal, he seemed to perceive countless dark patterns weaving into a web within the void. The malevolent aura captured in that fleeting moment sent shivers down his spine. As the spacecraft descended upon the Avengers base, he did not hasten to organize his belongings like the others. Instead, he made his way to the laboratory alone. The dark patterns coalesced into delicate probes at his fingertips, inserting themselves into the base's energy monitoring system. Still entangled in that elusive fluctuation, Tony removed his sunglasses, his nano armor dissipating into a shimmering light as it retreated into his sleeves. Perhaps a remnant of your vacation, mistaking the sound of waves for the footsteps of foes. Lin Mabai summoned the spectral analysis chart, where the flickering anomalous data resembled a blinding red line. You see, 3 days prior, a disturbance in the vibranium magnetic field in the Wakandan waters lasted for 0.3 seconds, coinciding with the energy frequency I sensed. The elemental cult might be gathering something. At that moment, Steve strolled by, carrying a box of equipment, and paused at the mention, should I contact the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D. for assistance in the investigation? No need to alert the snakes for now. Lin Mabai closed the screen, the dark patterns spreading along his neck. I intend to visit the black market at the edge of the universe, where various forbidden energies circulate. Rocket mentioned that someone has recently been purchasing elemental stabilizers at high prices. 3 days later, Lin Mabai, disguised and equipped with a custom-made disruptor from Tony, infiltrated the black market. The dark elements formed a hood to conceal his visage as he navigated the crowded trading area, listening to the whispers of different races. Suddenly, a familiar symbol caught his eye on a Kree's trading box, emblazoned with the totem of the elemental cult. Where did these goods come from? Lin Mabai unleashed a wisp of dark element, ensnaring the Kree's wrist. The Kree gasped in shock, attempting to activate a weapon, only to find all equipment encased in ice. Don't kill me. The Kree trembled, asserting that the goods were provided by someone named Shadow Eclipse, who was recruiting individuals capable of manipulating dark matter. Before the words could fully escape, a purple beam pierced through the wall. Instinctively, Lin Mabai raised an elemental shield for defense, only to witness chaos engulf the trading area. As he pursued outside, he glimpsed a shadow vanishing through a stargate, the air thick with the nauseating essence of dark matter. Lin Mabai clenched his fists, the dark patterns searing painfully upon his skin. This Shadow Eclipse's manipulation of dark elements bore a striking resemblance to his own. Upon returning to the base, Lin Mabai shared the intelligence with the others. The Guardians of the Galaxy's ship also made an urgent return, with Star-Lord munching on an energy bar. Donning a serious expression, I have heard of Shadow Eclipse from cosmic pirates, rumored to twist space and hoard ancient elemental artifacts. Worse still, Su Rue's holographic projection suddenly appeared, displaying surveillance footage from Wakanda's underground treasury, revealing that fragments of the elemental resonance star seal had been stolen and the perpetrator employed dark matter energy. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew intensely grave. Wanda's chaotic magic unconsciously stirred the documents as Vision furrowed his brow in analysis. If Shadow Eclipse gathers all the seal fragments, the master of elemental origins could emerge. Therefore, we must act preemptively. Lin Mabai rose, 9 elements swirling behind him in a vortex. I need to visit 3 locations: the elemental graveyard in the Nidhogg star domain, the ancient library of Asgard, and the deep-sea ruins on Earth. There, the artifacts of the original elemental masters lie in slumber. Tony activated his battle armor, and the palm cannon erupted with a blue glow. Count me in. It's the perfect opportunity to test the newly developed interdimensional scanner. We shall go as well. Drax brandished his dagger, with Groot perched upon his shoulder, sharp thorns sprouting from his branches. We cannot allow these scum to disrupt the balance of the universe. Steve secured his shield to his arm, declaring, "Ground support will be our responsibility." Bucky and Sam were already investigating the earthly strongholds of the elemental cult. Before departing, Lynn M.O. sought out Peter Parker, who was practicing elemental manipulation against a holographic projection, strands of webbing entwined with faint gusts of wind. "This mission is too perilous. You must stay behind." Lynn M.O. placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "I need you to safeguard the Earth, using your spider sense to monitor all anomalous fluctuations." Though Peter felt a tinge of disappointment, he nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, M.O. The web of New York will weave the strongest defense." As the spacecraft once again traversed the vast cosmos, Lynn M.O. gazed out at the swiftly passing nebulae, the dark patterns within him resonating with elemental power. He understood that the tranquil holiday had come to an end, and a new battle was about to commence. Yet this time, he would not be fighting alone. The Avengers, the guardians of the galaxy, and all allies of justice would stand shoulder to shoulder with him to safeguard the peace of the universe. The mysterious shadow, the eclipse, would ultimately pay the price for his ambition. Chapter 54. The Enigma of Ruins and the Clash of Dark Tides. As the spacecraft entered the Nidhogg star domain, Lynn M.O.'s dark patterns suddenly ignited with intense heat, as though countless fine needles were writhing beneath his skin. Outside the viewport, a cluster of floating meteors bore dark purple markings, resonating eerily with the elemental fluctuations within him. High-energy dark matter reaction detected. Rocket's claws pounded furiously on the control panel. It seems that something alive is sealed within those meteors. Lynn M.O. raised his hand to halt the other's movements, as dark elements slithered like serpents into the nearest meteor. In an instant, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. A millennium ago, the elemental cult had imprisoned the defeated heretics here, weaving an eternal cage from dark matter. "Do not attack the meteors," he said, his complexion pale. "This is the prison of the elemental cult, and the artifact we seek is likely the key to unlocking the cage." No sooner had he spoken than a host of shadowy figures erupted from the cracks of the meteors. The creatures resembled octopuses, their tentacles swirling with dark matter energy, and their gaping maws revealed rows of barbed suckers. Drax roared, leaping with his blade drawn, only to find the edge corroded upon contact with the beast. "It's an energy devourer." Gamera's twin blades sliced through the air, leaving crimson arcs. "They consume all forms of energy." Lynn M.O. quickly summoned 9 elements, erecting a circular barrier around the spacecraft. The heat of the fire element elicited piercing shrieks from the energy devourers, yet it also accelerated the depletion of his stamina. Dark patterns crept up his neck and onto his cheek as he gritted his teeth, infusing the barrier with the power of lightning, purple arcs crackling violently. Suddenly, Tony's armor dove from the skies, the palm cannon unleashing a stream of enhanced vibranium particles. "Try this. It's specifically designed to counter energy-sucking creatures." The moment the particle stream struck the energy devourer, the creature's body began to crystallize. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn M.O. transformed the dark element into chains, ensnaring the largest energy devourer and dragging it toward the sealing array on the meteor's surface. Boom! In the brilliant light of the exploding meteorite, a black staff, inscribed with intricate runes, slowly materialized. The moment Lin Mabai extended his hand to touch the staff, a multitude of images flashed before his eyes. Shadow erosion. Cloaked and wielding a similar staff, was awakening the shards of the elemental resonance star's seal. Behind his ears, he bore dark patterns strikingly similar to Lin Mabai's. This belonged to shadow erosion. Grasping the staff tightly, Lin Mabai felt the resonance between the dark patterns and the staff. He was collecting the relics of the original elemental sorcerers, seeking to. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the ship jolted violently. Rocket cursed. 3 unidentified warships have just jumped in. The signal indicates they bear the emblem of the elemental cult. Combat was imminent. Lin Mabai inserted the staff into the ship's energy core, and 9 elements surged wildly through the circuits. The entire vessel was instantly enveloped in elemental energy, transforming into a colossal elemental giant. He commanded the giant's hand to strike the enemy warships, golden claws of elemental energy tearing through the hulls, while torrents of water element created whirlpools, dragging missiles into a gravity well reminiscent of the deep sea. Yet, the enemy fleet's assault grew increasingly fierce, and Lin Mabai felt the dark patterns spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Shadow Erosion's voice echoed in his mind. Traitor of the elements, do you think you can thwart destiny? When the abyss awakens, the entire universe shall be silenced. In a fit of rage, Lin Mabai concentrated the temporal elements in his palm into a miniature black hole, consuming the nearest warship. However, this action drained his strength, causing the elemental giant to begin disintegrating, the dark patterns nearly engulfing his entire body. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a rainbow bridge sliced through the starry sky. Thor's voice boomed with the might of thunder. I heard someone was seeking the ancient tomes of Asgard. Arriving late. I trust you won't mind? The Stormbreaker cleaved through the enemy formation, while Groot seized the moment to entangle the remaining warships with his vines. Once the battle concluded, Lin Mabai collapsed onto the deck, yet his grip on the staff remained unwavering. Thor picked up a fragment of armor left by the enemy, and the runes shimmered in his palm. This is a forbidden technique from the era of Odin. Who would have thought it would resurface? In the library of Asgard, there may indeed be clues you require. As the ship journeyed towards Asgard, Lin Mabai fell into deep contemplation. The dark patterns resembling shadow erosion, the visions emerging from the staff, all pointed to a terrifying truth. His connection to the elemental cult might run deeper than he had ever imagined, and that dormant tide was surging forth, poised to engulf the entire universe. Chapter 55. Enigmas of the Forbidden Tome and the Truth of Heritage. The skies of Asgard eternally shimmered with resplendent auroras, while floating islands emerged and vanished amidst the mists. As the ship descended by the Rainbow Bridge at the Golden City, Lin Mabai felt cold sweat bead on his palms clutching the staff. The air in this ancient divine domain was thick with an energy that unsettled the dark patterns. Beware of the rune traps here, Thor admonished, patting Lin Mabai on the shoulder, his beard quivering slightly with his words. Even Loki was once zapped into a frizzled hedgehog when he pilfered tomes. Passing through a corridor adorned with reliefs of Norse mythology, the group arrived at the Asgardian library. Towering bronze bookshelves stretched into the clouds, and flickering candlelight illuminated the ancient script on the parchment rolls. As Lin Mabai planted the staff into the ground, the entire library trembled suddenly. The dark patterns transformed into golden veins, swiftly spreading along the runes inscribed on the floor. The uppermost bookshelf parted automatically, revealing a stone box inlaid with 9 elemental totems. It was the one. Suddenly, Su Rue's holographic projection illuminated the space above the crowd, proclaiming that according to ancient texts from Wakanda, this was the diary of the first elemental master. At the moment the stone box opened, a beam of golden light soared into the heavens. Lin Mabai's pupils constricted sharply. The image on the diary's page depicted an elemental master crowned with a diadem, strikingly resembling him. This is impossible, he murmured, his fingertips brushing against the yellowed pages, causing intricate patterns to surge forth, overwhelming him with a torrent of fragmented memories. A millennium ago, at the dawn of the universe, the essence of elements fractured into 9 distinct powers, giving rise to the first elemental master. To maintain balance, he dispersed his bloodline across various galaxies, with each lineage inheriting the ability to manipulate a specific element. Lin Mabai's family was a direct descendant of the dark element lineage. However, at some point, the dark element branch vanished without a trace upon discovering a secret capable of reshaping the universe. Deep within the elemental essence lay the slumbering Lord of the Abyss, who yearned to consume all. Ingshur, too, was a descendant of the dark element lineage. Lin Mabai's voice was hoarse as he turned to the final page of the diary. The faded inscription read, "When the 9 elemental staffs reunite, the Abyss shall awaken. Only by gathering the bloodlines of the Guardians can the seal be restored." Suddenly, all the candles in the library extinguished. In the darkness, countless tendrils of dark matter emerged from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of those present. The figure of Ingshur slowly materialized. He removed his hood, revealing dark patterns behind his ears identical to Lin Mabai's, yet his lips curled into a twisted smile. "Cousin, you have finally uncovered the truth." "What did you say?" Lin Mabai's pupils narrowed in shock, the elemental power coiling at his fingertips. "We are all descendants of the first elemental master," Ingshur declared, conjuring a staff akin to the one in Lin Mabai's grasp. "Yet you willingly choose to be the guardians of mere ants. Do you truly believe those so-called heroes trust you? Look into their eyes when you wield the dark element. They are forever filled with dread." Drax roared, charging forward with his blade, only to be effortlessly redirected by Ingshur, who distorted the space, teleporting the burly warrior to the opposite end of the library. Tony's armor deployed a laser net, yet upon contact with Ingshur, it corroded into scrap metal by dark matter. The extent of Ingshur's power surpassed all imagination. With each swing of his staff, the ground fissured into chasms, devouring the onslaught of attacks without a trace. "Do you think you can stop me?" Ingshur cackled, as a massive shadow of the abyss loomed behind him. "I have already gathered 7 staffs. I only need yours and the one from the deep-sea ruins." Lin Mabai suddenly felt the dark patterns within him boiling uncontrollably. He recalled the concerned gazes of his teammates during the battle in New York and on Titan. Each time he wielded the dark element, he remembered the terror on Peter's face when his uncontrolled power inadvertently harmed him. Ingshur's words pierced his heart like a dagger. striking at its most vulnerable corners. Silence. Lin Mobai's roar shattered the glass cabinets atop the shelves. The 9 elements surged wildly around him, forming a colossal vortex of elemental energy. Yet, at this moment, the dark patterns retaliated fiercely, and he sensed a malevolent force encroaching upon his consciousness. Thor's storm axe cleaved through the air, crackling with lightning, yet was intercepted by the shadowy visage of the abyss. Star-Lord's twin guns unleashed elemental bullets that disintegrated into dust upon contact with the shadow erosion. Seizing the moment, Shadow Erosion directed his staff toward Lin Mo, proclaiming, "Behold, cousin, your friends are powerless to save you. Join me, and together we shall become the new deities of creation." In a critical instant, a silken thread ensnared Lin Mo's waist. Peter Parker had mysteriously appeared in the library, his battle attire cloaked in dust, yet his gaze was resolute. "Mobai, do you remember what you taught me? Power itself is neither right nor wrong. It is the wielder that matters." Lin Mobai trembled, memories flooding back to that afternoon when he had taught Peter to harness the wind element. The boy had fallen countless times, yet he had always risen with a smile. He gazed down at the swirling 9-colored light in his palm, the dark patterns of black gradually yielding to gold. "You are mistaken, Shadow Erosion," he declared with renewed conviction. "My power belongs to the light." Under his command, the 9 elements coalesced into a radiant beam, soaring toward the heavens. The shadowy apparition emitted a piercing wail, and for the first time, panic flickered across Shadow Erosion's face. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mobai cast forth dark elemental chains, binding his adversary's wrist. The staffs of the two clashed, releasing a surge of energy that shattered the library into fragments. When the dust settled, Shadow Erosion's form had vanished into the void, leaving behind a chilling threat. "You cannot save everyone, cousin. The ruins of the deep sea shall be your tomb." Lin Mobai gripped the shattered staff, surveying his battered yet steadfast companions. Thor clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "No matter the lineage that flows through your veins, to the Asgardians, you are a warrior worth fighting beside." The ship set sail once more, its destination aimed at the depths of Earth's oceans. Lin Mobai stood upon the deck, gazing at the tumultuous clouds. He understood that ahead lay not only the final staff, but also the ultimate confrontation with the destiny entwined in his bloodline. This time, he felt no confusion, for behind him stood friends ready to face all adversities alongside him. Chapter 56. The Abyssal Labyrinth and the Awakening of Bloodline. As the vessel hovered above the Mariana Trench, Lin Mobai's dark patterns writhed like living creatures, climbing up his neck to his cheek, while the 9 elements within him trembled violently. Through a specially designed observation window, he glimpsed an ancient city constructed of dark purple crystals, partially obscured a kilometer beneath the sea, its walls intertwining with the patterns on his palm. Detecting a powerful energy field, Rocket's claws tapped rapidly on the control panel, the dashboard flashing ominously red. The fluctuations bore an eerie resemblance to the frequency of the Infinity Stones, but more sinister. Tony's armor hummed to life, nanomaterials enveloping him. "As per our usual protocol, I shall lead the charge. Mobai, you and Thor take the rear, ready to assist at a moment's notice." Before he could finish speaking, a submersible pod detached from the ship, carrying Drax, Gamora, and Nebula as they descended into the depths. Lin Mobai inhaled deeply, dark elements transforming into a transparent shield enveloping him, while water elements coalesced beneath his feet into thrusters. The moment he stepped into the ocean, the entire submerged ancient city erupted in a ghostly blue glow, and countless tendrils of dark matter surged forth from the coral reefs, lunging toward them. "Beware. Those tendrils will corrode your armor," Nebula warned as her pulse gun discharged violet beams, leaving only scorched marks upon the tendrils. Lin Mobai waved his hands, conjuring blades of golden energy to sever the tentacles, while the wooden elements grew thorns in the seawater, ensnaring the monstrous creature. Yet, more tentacles surged forth from the ruins of the ancient city, completely blocking their path. This predicament was untenable. Sol swung his storm axe, thunder erupting through the waters. "Mobai, you share a connection with this place. Think of a solution." Lin Mobai closed his eyes, resonating with the energy field of the ancient city. His consciousness suddenly detached from his body, traversing the crevices of time and space. He beheld visions from a millennium ago, witnessing the first elemental mage sealing the last scepter here, sacrificing his very flesh to form a protective barrier. He also saw Ingshur leading the elemental cult into the depths of the sea, awakening the slumbering abyssal guardian with blood. "Follow me." Lin Mobai opened his eyes abruptly, 9-colored radiance swirling around him. There is a passage beneath the ruins in the southeast. The group broke through the encirclement of tentacles, and indeed, discovered a stone door adorned with elemental totems beneath the accumulated coral reefs. As Lin Mabai inserted the scepter into the stone door, the entire ancient city began to tremble violently. The stone door slowly ascended, revealing a passageway covered in luminous moss. At the end of the passage floated a scepter embedded with 9 colored gemstones, beneath which lay a skeleton clad in tattered battle armor. Its intricate patterns identical to the ancestral jade pendant of Lin Mabai's family. That was the first elemental mage. Su Rui's holographic projection flickered within the passage, his voice trembling. According to the ancient texts of Wakanda, he had sealed his consciousness within the scepter, awaiting a worthy heir. Suddenly, the walls of the passage split apart, and 12 guardians forged from dark matter erupted forth, armed with spears and eyes ablaze with an eerie green flame. They were indeed the abyssal guardians summoned by Shur. Drax lunged forward with a dagger but was struck by a guardian's spear, the brilliance of his battle markings fading instantaneously. Their weakness lies in their hearts. Gamora's dual blades sliced through the air, only to be devoured by the dark matter upon contact. Lin Mabai felt the dark patterns voraciously siphoning his strength. The energy field of the ancient city swirling like a vortex, pulling him toward the scepter. I cannot allow Shur's sinister plot to succeed, Lin Mabai roared, as 9 elements coalesced behind him into the ethereal form of the first elemental mage. He charged toward the floating scepter, the dark patterns resonating with it, and a torrent of memory fragments flooded his mind. It turned out that the first elemental mage had foreseen today as crisis, dispersing his bloodline to await the unification of 9 heirs to confront the Lord of the Abyss. The moment Lin Mabai grasped the scepter, the energy of the entire ancient city surged uncontrollably. The power of the abyssal guardians multiplied, and the passage began to collapse. Shur's figure suddenly appeared above the scepter, his dark patterns shimmering with a sinister purple light. "Cousin, you are but a step too late," he declared, as the 7 scepters in his hands ignited simultaneously, forming a colossal summoning array at the ocean's depths. A low roar reverberated from the abyss, as a pitch-black rift tore through the waters. Lin Mabai sensed an insidious consciousness encroaching upon his mind, the whispers of the Lord of the Abyss echoing in his ears. "Abandon your resistance, child. You shall become my vessel." "No." Lin Mabai's furious shout shattered the surrounding coral reefs. He recalled the trust in Peter's eyes, Tony's declaration that they were Avengers, and the scene of the Guardians of the Galaxy fighting side by side on Titan. Under his command, 9 elements coalesced into a radiant beam piercing through the ocean floor. In the name of the Elemental Guardian, Lin Mabai raised his dual staves high, the dark patterns transforming entirely into gold, the seal reactivating. At the moment the beam struck the abyssal rift, time and space began to warp. The summoning array of shadow erosion was forcibly reversed, and the abyssal sentinel was drawn back into the fissure. Shadow erosion let out a roar of defiance, only to be struck upon the shoulder by Thor's storm axe, retreating clumsily into the void. As tranquility returned, Lin Mabai collapsed beside the skeletal remains of the original elemental master. The 2 staves in his hands gradually merged, transforming into a ring engraved with the totem of the 9 elements. The dark patterns faded, leaving only a golden mark that shimmered upon his wrist. "Did we succeed?" Peter's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with tearful excitement. Lin Mabai looked up to see the cabin lights penetrating the water. He smiled. The 9 colors of light danced upon the ring. "No, this is merely the beginning. From this day forth, I shall become the new elemental guardian, safeguarding the balance of the universe." As the spacecraft ascended from the depths, Lin Mabai stood upon the deck, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea. He understood that shadow erosion would not relent, and the threat of the abyssal lord still loomed. Yet, in this moment, his heart brimmed with strength, for he had not only inherited the will of the original elemental master, but also gained a cadre of trusted allies. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, new adventures awaited this newly appointed elemental guardian. Chapter 57. The eve of the great battle. Half a year later, the remnants of Asgard's ruins drifted through the starry expanse. Lin Mabai traced the golden mark with his fingertips, the 9 colors of light spreading across the surface of a meteorite, reforging the shattered fragments of the Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold seized his consciousness, the image of the abyssal rift exploding in his mind, as countless writhing tendrils of dark matter penetrated the protective shield of a certain galaxy. Alarm! Energy readings from Planet 3 of the Andromeda Galaxy are abnormal. The roar of rockets erupted from the communicator, the shield corroding at an exponential rate. Lin Mabai's ring flared with brilliance, transporting him to the command room of the interstellar warship. In the holographic projection, Tony's armor gleamed with a newly painted silver-blue sheen. The frequency of those dark matter tendrils perfectly matched that of the energy field from the abyssal labyrinth. Thor twirled his storm axe, lightning crackling along its blade. "Shadow erosion is up to mischief again," This time, he seems to have found a more formidable sacrifice. As the fleet reached the planetary orbit, Lin Mabai gasped in shock. The once azure surface of the planet was now covered in spiderweb-like purple patterns, which formed the totem of the abyssal sentinels. More alarmingly, thousands of ships circled just outside the atmosphere, each emblazoned with the blood-red insignia of the elemental cult. It appeared that shadow erosion had mastered the mass production of abyssal sentinels. Gamera's blade unsheathed, reflecting the boiling battlefield below. On the ground, cultists clad in black armor were channeling energy to a massive altar, above which floated a crystal sphere, within which the outline of the abyssal rift was faintly discernible. Just as Lin Mabai was about to initiate a teleport, he suddenly felt the elemental power within him tremble violently. His ring radiated a blinding light, projecting the entire battlefield into the void. Deep within the altar, Ingshur was inserting 7 staves into a crystal orb. Beside him stood a mysterious figure draped in a black robe, surrounded by an aura of dark matter that was 100 times denser than Ingshur's. Be careful. Su Rui's warning was abruptly interrupted by a piercing alarm. Hundreds of vessels from the elemental cult launched a simultaneous assault, dark matter beams tearing through the battleship's shields. Lin Mabai unleashed the full force of his 9 elemental powers, erecting a rainbow barrier around the fleet, only to witness the mysterious figure gently raising a hand, causing the barrier to begin crumbling. Drax suddenly slammed into Lin Mabai from behind, only to be struck by a dark matter beam. His skin began to turn translucent, the glow of his battle markings fading. Hurry! Their power is vastly different from the guardians of the Abyssal City. As Lin Mabai gazed at the disintegrating barrier, a memory from the first elementalist flashed in his mind. He bit his fingertip, letting golden blood drip onto the ring, and transformed into a stream of 9-colored light that surged into the battlefield. At the moment he touched the dark matter beam, his dark markings re-emerged, but this time they burned with golden flames. Thus it is. Lin Mabai's voice resonated with a dual echo. The power of the abyss was not merely to be consumed, but to be mastered. He gestured with both hands, and the dark matter began to reorganize under the influence of the 9 elements, transforming into a massive blade engulfed in golden flames. As the colossal blade cleaved through the crystal orb atop the altar, time and space warped once more. A thunderous roar erupted from the rift of the abyss, and the mysterious figure unveiled his black robe, revealing a countenance strikingly similar to Lin Mabai's. Cousin, do you believe sealing the Lord of the Abyss ensures your safety? The true war has only just begun. Before his words could fully resonate, countless tendrils of dark matter surged forth from the rift, enveloping the entire planet in a cocoon. Lin Mabai felt the elemental power within him being frantically siphoned away, while the mysterious figure laughed maniacally, merging into the torrent of dark matter deep within the rift. I cannot allow this to succeed. Lin Mabai strained to rise, the 9-colored radiance coalescing behind him into the ethereal silhouette of the first elementalist. He plunged the colossal blade into the ground, channeling the 9 elemental powers along the purple markings in a counter-surge, causing the entire battlefield to begin collapsing. In the final moments, Lin Mabai caught a glimpse of a message left by the mysterious figure. Do you think you are the guardian of the elements? In truth, you are merely the vessel chosen by the Lord of the Abyss. At the instant the vision faded, Lin Mabai lost consciousness, while his ring absorbed the remnants of dark matter from the battlefield, flickering with an eerie purple glow. When Lin Mabai awoke, he found himself lying in a medical chamber in Wakanda. Su Rui's expression was grave. You have been unconscious for 3 days. We detected residual power of the abyss within you. Lin Mabai clenched his fists, feeling the surging strength within him. This time, the dark matter had not eroded him, but had instead perfectly fused with the 9 elements. Outside the spaceship's window, the galaxy shimmered brilliantly. Lin Mabai gazed at his ring, where beneath the golden mark, a faint dark purple glow pulsed. He understood that the appearance of the mysterious figure signified a greater conspiracy, and the truth of the Lord of the Abyss might be more terrifying than he had imagined. But this time, he was prepared, even if it meant confronting the darkness hidden within his own bloodline. Let us prepare for departure. Lin Mabai rose to his feet, radiant with a spectrum of 9 hues swirling around him. Regardless of what lay ahead, we shall confront it together. In the distance, amid the remnants of Asgard's ruins, a pair of dark violet eyes fixated upon him. A new crisis was quietly brewing in the depths of the universe. Chapter 58. Echoes of the Abyss and the Truth of Bloodlines. Lin Mabai stood upon the technological platform of Wakanda, his palm adorned with a ring that incessantly exhaled a dance of dark violet and golden light, as if 2 forces were silently contending for dominance. Chala approached slowly, his cloak fluttering gently in the breeze, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the horizon. Ever since your return, the empathic seers of Wakanda have sensed an elusive wave of darkness, as if a pair of eyes were constantly watching us. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently, myriad purple patterns erupting from the earth like living creatures, coalescing into the shadowy figure of Ingshur. The figure bore a twisted smile, its voice dripping with derision. "Cousin, do you think that merging with the power of the abyss allows you to contend with us? You are but ants dancing before the gaping maw of the abyss." As the apparition dissipated, the piercing sound of Wakanda's defense alarms filled the air, reporting a massive invasion by the elemental cult at the borders. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mabai enveloped himself in the nine-colored light and surged towards the battlefield. At the border, a multitude of elemental cult members clashed fiercely with Wakanda's forces, their weapons tainted with the power of the abyss, leaving scorched marks upon the vibranium shields. More alarming still, among them were several enormous mutated abyssal guardians, each swipe of their claws unleashing a rain of blood. Lin Mabai landed at the heart of the battlefield, and instantly, sturdy vines of wood elements sprouted beneath his feet, ensnaring the nearest abyssal guardian. Golden needles of the metal element formed and shot forth precisely at the creature's heart. However, these guardians seemed to have undergone enhancement, as a layer of impenetrable dark matter armor had emerged over their fatal weak points, deflecting the needles with ease. "Be careful." Black Panther's warning rang out just as a beam of dark matter grazed Lin Mabai's shoulder, exploding into a deep crater upon impact with the ground. He turned to see Ingshur standing atop a distant hill, accompanied by a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, which moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. Surrounded by micro-black holes that incessantly devoured the surrounding light, the enigmatic figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a countenance strikingly similar to Lin Mabai's, yet imbued with an icy madness. "Cousin, allow me to show you the true power of the abyss." With a sweeping gesture, the mutated abyssal guardians unleashed a deafening roar, their bodies swelling as crimson patterns manifested upon their dark matter armor, signifying a qualitative leap in strength and speed. One mutated guardian charged at Lin Mabai with a ferocious roar, its massive claws stirring a gust of bloodied wind. Lin Mabai formed a shield of water element, only to have it shatter effortlessly. The force of the impact hurled him into the mountainside, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the golden mark upon his wrist suddenly burned with intensity, flooding him with the memories of the first elementalist. In the depths of his sealed memories, Lin Mabai unearthed a startling truth. The so-called Lord of the Abyss was, in fact, an entity born from the initial elementalist separation of their own darkness, created to maintain the equilibrium of cosmic forces. That enigmatic figure was the heir to the dark lineage extracted by the primordial elementalist. Struggling to rise, Lin Mobai's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He raised his hands high, as 9 elemental powers coalesced above his head into a colossal vortex, where dark matter began to merge with elemental forces in an unprecedented manner. So it was not a matter of resistance, but rather one of acceptance. With a mighty roar, the amalgamated power transformed into a resplendent beam of light, directed at the mutated guardians. As the light passed, the sanguine markings on the guardians began to fade, and their dark matter armor gradually disintegrated. Observing this, Shadow Erosion's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded his cult members to launch a frenzied assault. The Black Panther led the Wakandan forces in a flanking maneuver, where vibranium spears clashed against dark matter weapons, producing dazzling sparks. Lin Mabai charged towards the mysterious figure, deftly neutralizing the cult's attacks with elemental force along the way. The mysterious figure sneered, and the micro-black holes surrounding him suddenly expanded, their powerful gravitational pull wrenching Lin Mabai towards them. In the fleeting moment before being consumed by the black hole, Lin Mobai's dark patterns and the radiance of his rings surged mightily. He summoned all his strength and struck towards the heart of the black hole with a single, forceful punch. A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth as the black hole began to collapse under the tremendous impact. The mysterious figure's face contorted in shock. He had not anticipated that Lin Mabai could grasp the essence of the abyssal power in such a brief span. "Impossible. You are but a hybrid. How could you?" His words were cut short as Lin Mabai materialized before him, delivering a devastating punch, concentrated with 9-colored brilliance, squarely against his chest. The mysterious figure was sent flying, blood of darkness spilling from his lips as he struggled to rise, his eyes filled with defiance. "Even if I fail this time, the Lord of the Abyss will not spare you. Your world shall ultimately be engulfed in darkness." With that, he transformed into a wisp of dark matter and vanished. Realizing the peril, Shadow Erosion prepared to flee. Thor descended from the heavens, wielding his storm axe, as lightning struck beside him. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Shadow Erosion was forced to halt, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Lin Mabai approached him, conjuring chains of nine-colored light that ensnared him tightly. Shadow erosion. It is time to pay for your transgressions. Once the battle concluded, the land of Wakanda lay strewn with smoke and debris. Standing atop a mountain, Lin Mo gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, yet his heart bore no trace of victorious joy. He understood that this was merely a retreat of the enemy. The threat of the Lord of the Abyss still loomed, and the truth revealed by the mysterious figure weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Upon returning to the Avengers base, the team gathered around the conference table, the atmosphere tense. Tony tapped on the holographic screen before him, where fluctuating analytical data regarding abyssal power danced. This battle has unveiled numerous issues. The strength of those mutated guardians far exceeded our expectations, and it appears that the abyssal power is continuously evolving. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. During my encounter with the mysterious figure, I gleaned fragments of memory. The Lord of the Abyss's intent is not merely destruction. He seeks to devour all light and reshape the cosmic order. We are his greatest obstacle. What shall we do? We cannot simply sit idly by, Nebula asked coldly. Thor tightened his grip on the Stormbreaker, his gaze resolute. No matter what lies ahead, the warriors of Asgard will never falter. We must take the initiative, find the lair of the Lord of the Abyss, and completely eradicate this threat. Lin Mo nodded. Thor is right, but before that, we need to enhance our strength. I plan to seek out other elemental inheritors. Only by gathering all powers can we possess the ability to fight. Thus, the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy embarked on a new journey. Lin Mo set forth on the path to find the elemental inheritors, traversing countless star systems, exploring ancient ruins for clues, and battling monsters guarding the legacies on perilous planets. On a snow-covered planet, he encountered Elsa, the inheritor of the ice element. Elsa, proud and aloof, initially doubted Lin Mo, but after fighting together against the remnants of the elemental cult, she finally acknowledged him and chose to fight by his side. On a searing lava planet, Lin Mo found the fire element inheritor, Blaze. Blaze, with a fiery temper, would readily resort to violence over trivial disputes. Yet upon sensing the pure elemental power within Lin Mo, he too joined the team. As time passed, Lin Mo gradually discovered the other elemental inheritors, and together they formed a formidable elemental squad. However, while searching for the final inheritor, they encountered an unprecedented crisis. In a mysterious nebula lay the sacred ground of the wind element. As Lin Mo and his companions approached, they were suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force, rendering their elemental powers unusable. From the nebula emerged a group of enigmatic figures, led by an elderly man with white hair, whose icy gaze pierced through them. Outsiders. This is not a place for you. Depart at once. Lin Mo stepped forward and earnestly spoke. Esteemed elder, we have come to combat the Lord of the Abyss and require the power of the wind element. Please trust us, we mean no offense. The elder scoffed. The Lord of the Abyss? Merely a figment of legend. And even if he were real, do you think you can contend against him? Presumptuous. With a wave of his hand, a tempest surged within the nebula, sweeping towards Lin Mo and his companions. They struggled against the storm, attempting to summon their elemental powers, only to find that the mysterious force bound them like shackles. In this dire moment, the golden mark on Lin Mo's wrist glowed once more, and the consciousness of the first elemental master emerged in his mind. Child, do not be deceived by superficial power. The wind symbolizes freedom. Only by relinquishing your obsessions and yielding to nature can you harness its strength. Lin Mo suddenly understood. He closed his eyes, casting aside anxiety and tension, and attuned himself to the swirling winds around him. Gradually, he sensed the mysterious force binding the elemental power begin to loosen. Taking a deep breath, the nine-colored brilliance ignited once again, this time infused with the essence of the wind. Lin Mo opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a gentle wall of wind rose before them, effortlessly shielding them from the storm. The elder revealed a look of astonishment. I never expected you to grasp the true essence of the wind. It seems, perhaps, as the prophecy foretold, you are indeed the ones capable of altering fate. He led Lin Ma and his companions to the heart of the inheritance site, where a young woman sat meditating within the eye of the wind. As she slowly opened her eyes, they sparkled with radiant brilliance. I have sensed it. You are the one mentioned in the prophecy. I am willing to bestow upon you the power of the wind element, to unite against the Lord of the Abyss. With all elemental inheritors gathered, the strength of Lin Ma and his companions reached unprecedented heights. They commenced preparations for the decisive battle against the Lord of the Abyss. However, at that moment, shadow erosion escaped from the confines of the Avengers base, reuniting with a mysterious figure, as a more formidable conspiracy quietly brewed in the shadows. Deep within the lair of the Lord of the Abyss, the enigmatic figure knelt on one knee, Master, Lin Mabai, and his allies are amassing their strength, preparing to launch an assault. The voice of the Lord of the Abyss echoed like a whisper from the depths of the netherworld, perfectly timed. Let them witness how darkness devours light. Within the lair, countless dark materials began to stir, heralding the imminent commencement of an ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the universe. Chapter 59. The Final Battle. The fateful confrontation of light and darkness as Lin Mabai led the elemental team and the Avengers to complete their assembly. All fluctuations of dark matter on the cosmic star map pointed towards a singular coordinate, the Void Rift, located at the edge of the universe. It was a chaotic realm from which even light could not escape, with shattered star remnants tumbling amidst gravitational turbulence. The lair of the Lord of the Abyss lay hidden within the depths of the rift, like a lurking behemoth awaiting its prey. 17 layers of dark matter shields surrounded the lair, each layer possessing strength equivalent to the gravitational collapse of 10 stars. Su Rui's holographic projection flickered violently in the flagship's command room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To make matters worse, our jump engine would be disrupted by dark matter, necessitating a traditional propulsion approach to breach through. Tony struck the reactor of his armor, arcs of energy dancing in his palm. Perfect timing. I have yet to test the power of my newly developed starburst cutting system. He turned to Lin Mabai, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Are you sure you want to lead that group of elemental novices into the fray? Lin Mabai clenched the ring that fused the 9 elements. Golden marks and dark purple patterns alternating on his skin. Only my power can pinpoint the core of the Lord of the Abyss. He turned to face the fully equipped elemental team behind him. The ice elementalist Aisha was surrounded by floating ice crystals. The fire elementalist Lian's armor exuded an unquenchable flame. And the wind element inheritor Lingyu's cloak danced with the breeze, each feather shimmering with starlight. Our bloodlines are intertwined. The power of the elements will surely rend the darkness asunder. As the fleet breached the first layer of the shield, dark matter surged forth like boiling tar. Thor's storm axe cleaved through the air, only to be swallowed the moment it touched the dark matter. Drax piloted his modified spacecraft into a collision, and the hull was instantly corroded, leaving behind a honeycomb of holes. Lin Mabai crossed his hands, 9-colored radiance transforming into a massive prism, refracting the devouring force of the dark matter into the void. Maintain formation. Utilize the principle of elemental affinity to break through. Elsa's ice shards encased the flowing dark matter, while the searing flames evaporated it into nothingness, and the hurricane controlled by the feathers swept away the residual energy. As the 7th layer of the protective shield manifested, the shadowy figure of shadow erosion suddenly appeared before the fleet. In his grasp, 7 staves merged into a pitch-black spear, its tip coalescing with abyssal energy potent enough to obliterate a planet. Foolish insects! Shadow erosion cackled as his spear swept through the air, reducing 3 warships to mere dust in an instant. The Lord of the Abyss shall bestow upon you eternal despair. Behind him, the rift in the void tore open, and hundreds of abyssal guardians surged forth, their bodies adorned with glowing runes, each absorbing the elemental power surrounding them. Lin Mabai felt his strength waning, as the runes of the abyssal guardians resonated with his own dark patterns. Fragments of the memories of the first elementalist erupted in his mind. These runes were seals etched with the flesh and blood of the original elementalist, now repurposed by the Lord of the Abyss. Sever the energy resonance, Lin Mabai bellowed, as the golden element transformed into chains to ensnare the nearest guardian, while the wood element sprouted thorns within it, forcibly halting the rune's operation. However, when he attempted to strike at shadow erosion, the mysterious figure materialized like a wraith behind him, claws of dark matter piercing through his left shoulder. Do you truly believe that uniting the elemental heirs guarantees victory? The mysterious figure whispered in Lin Mabai's ear as the dark matter began to corrode his heart. The Lord of the Abyss has long sown seeds within each of your bloodlines. Before he could finish, the feathered blades of wind suddenly severed his arm, and Elsa's ice crystals propelled him back several meters. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Tony activated the stellar burst cutting system, unleashing blue and white beams from his armor that tore through the protective shield. Yet deep within the lair of the Lord of the Abyss, a roar reverberated that shook the very fabric of the universe. The core of the lair slowly rose, revealing a colossal throne woven from countless chains of dark matter. The silhouette of the Lord of the Abyss flickering in and out of existence, his form composed of pure darkness, each breath consuming the surrounding space. Lin Mabai gritted his teeth against the pain, as 9 colors of light clashed violently with dark purple patterns on his skin, forming a bizarre vortex. He finally comprehended the last memory of the first elementalist. To seal the Lord of the Abyss, he must sacrifice his bloodline and elemental power entirely. Everyone, listen to me. Lin Mobai's voice resonated through all communication channels across the battlefield. We must simultaneously attack the 12 energy nodes of the Lord of the Abyss. He pointed towards the black crystals hovering around the throne, which were incessantly absorbing the negative energy of the universe. Thor, Tony, you are responsible for the 4 upper nodes. The elemental team will focus on the lower ones. The horn of the final battle sounded. Thor's thunder and Tony's beams struck the upper crystals simultaneously. The violent explosion generating shockwaves that shattered several layers of the shield. Meanwhile, on the elemental team's front, Elsa's absolute zero froze the chains of dark matter, while the flames of destruction incinerated them completely. Lin Mobai faced the Lord of the Abyss directly, as 9 elements coalesced behind him into the ethereal form of the first elementalist, while the mysterious figure, accompanied by shadow erosion, positioned himself before the throne. Do you think this will suffice for victory? The mysterious figure raised his scepter, the power of the Abyss Lord surging within him. Yet his words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Mobai's furious roar. Suddenly, Lin Mobai's ring erupted with blinding golden light, his bloodline merging completely with the powers of the first elemental mage, transforming him into a radiant pillar of light that pierced through the cosmos. Wherever the light traversed, the chains of dark matter shattered, and the Abyss Guardians were obliterated. Lin Mobai penetrated the mysterious figure, directly targeting the core of the Abyss Lord. At the moment of imminent contact, the consciousness of the Abyss Lord surged into his mind. Do you believe sealing me will bring an end? Do not forget. My blood flows within you as well. Lin Mobai's movements hesitated for a brief moment, but soon, he recalled Peter's trusting gaze, Tony's words that we are the Avengers, and every moment spent fighting alongside his comrades. The 9-colored radiance and dark purple patterns within him merged completely, forming a new golden dark pattern. I am the guardian of the elements, and I am the master of my own destiny. Lin Mobai infused all his strength into the light pillar, and the 12 energy nodes exploded simultaneously. The lair of the Abyss Lord began to collapse, and the mysterious figure along with the Shadow Eater was reduced to ashes within the tempest of energy. However, just as the seal was about to be completed, Lin Mobai felt his body disintegrating, his consciousness beginning to assimilate with the power of the Abyss. No. Peter's cries echoed from the communicator. Mobai, you cannot. Lin Mobai's final consciousness transformed into a streak of flowing light, casting the fused ring towards the fleet. The ring split in the air into 9 pieces, each flying toward the 9 elemental inheritors. As the lair of the Abyss Lord was completely annihilated, a new barrier appeared at the edge of the universe. Woven from pure light and darkness, a final line of defense forged with Lin Mobai's life. A year later, the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship glided past the newly born nebula. Peter gazed at the elemental ring in his hand, noticing the golden dark patterns suddenly flickering. His communicator chimed with a familiar voice, laced with a hint of mirth. Hello, little one. Are you ready for the next adventure? Within the nebula, the 9-colored radiance flashed briefly, as if whispering that true guardianship never truly fades away. Chapter 60. The Emergence of Dark Currents and the Twin Mirror Images. The universe appeared to return to tranquility following Lin Mobai's disappearance. However, dark tides surged quietly in the corners of various galaxies. Wakanda's vibranium detectors suddenly captured anomalous fluctuations. Within the abandoned space station in the Orion Arm, traces of energy akin to that of the Abyss Guardians lingered. Su-Rue switched the holographic projection to real-time footage, revealing distorted shadows of dark matter reassembling at an eerie frequency. These energy fragments mimicked human forms. Su-Rue magnified the image. The outlines formed from dark matter faintly resembling the Avengers, akin to a mirror replication system, attempting to decode our combat patterns. Simultaneously, deep within the cosmic black market, a hooded merchant was peddling mysterious potions to the remnants of the elemental cult. The purple liquid in the glass vial churned, revealing images of Lin Mobai's final battle on its surface. This was a fragment of the Abyss Lord's residual consciousness, and the merchant's hoarse voice was laced with temptation, promising that injecting it into one's being would grant powers surpassing those of the elemental guardians. During a routine patrol, Peter was abruptly struck by a sharp pain at his temple. His elemental ring glowed uncontrollably, and fragmented images flashed before his eyes. A figure strikingly similar to Lin Mobai stood within a vortex of dark matter, wielding 9 elemental staves, with a planet ablaze beneath his feet. As he rubbed his eyes in an attempt to discern the vision, it vanished without a trace. Quill, your heartbeat races like a rocket engine, Drax remarked, patting his shoulder. Have you encountered a space squid? Peter removed his helmet, his complexion pale. I saw Brother Mobai, but it wasn't entirely him. His eyes were filled with darkness, he said, his words interrupted by the ship's alarm, as dozens of unidentified objects sped across the radar. their energy fluctuations akin to those of the Abyssal Guardians. Upon the fleet's arrival at the star system where the incident occurred, the sight was chilling. The atmospheres of 5 habitable planets had been stripped away, their surfaces adorned with crystalline structures of dark matter, encasing various life forms, some half-human, half-machine hybrids, and others resembling monstrous beings with traits of elemental inheritors. At the center, a towering structure of mixed dark matter and elemental energy loomed, topped by a massive crystal sphere imprisoning countless glowing silhouettes. Those are the guardians of various galaxies. Aisha's voice trembled, her ice crystals beginning to fracture at the sight of the sphere. Their powers were being siphoned away. Suddenly, Lin Mobai's ring in Peter's hand vibrated violently, casting an ethereal figure in 9 hues of light. This apparition donned tattered elemental armor, bearing Lin Mobai's visage, yet his eyes reflected the weariness of ages. "I am the residual consciousness of Lin Mobai," the specter spoke, his voice echoing with temporal distortion. "The Lord of the Abyss has not perished completely. He has sown seeds of consciousness throughout the cosmos. The mirror monsters that have emerged are weapons of war he crafted from his remaining power." At that moment, the tower erupted with blinding violet light, and 12 dark matter figures emerged from the crystal sphere. They possessed the thunder of Thor, the armor of Tony, and even the elemental power of Lin Mobai, albeit all tinged with a foreboding purple hue. The foremost mirror image of Lin Mobai extended his palm, dark matter coalescing into chains that ensnared the nearest spacecraft. "Welcome to the new world, so-called Guardians," he declared. The elemental squad immediately launched a counterattack. Fiery flames collided with the mirror image of Thor's thunder, only to be redirected towards their own ranks. The hurricane summoned by Ling Yu was shattered by the energy cannon of the mirror image of Tony. Peter sought to harness the power of the ring, only to discover that these mirror monsters could precisely anticipate his attack trajectory. "They've accessed our combat memories." Nebula's pulse gun fired repeatedly, yet only sparked against the shield of the mirror image of Gamora. "We must sever their energy source." Suddenly, Lin Mobai's residual shadow transformed into a stream of light and entered Peter's body. "Use my memories to overwrite their database." Peter felt a torrent of information flood his mind, encompassing not only Lin Mobai's battle experiences, but also fragments of the final dialogue between the first elemental wielder and the Lord of the Abyss. He witnessed the Lord of the Abyss infusing his core consciousness into a dark matter seed just before dissipating. That seed is nurturing a new body in an unknown galaxy. "I've discovered the weakness of the crystal sphere," Peter exclaimed, rallying all elemental inheritors to concentrate their firepower. The 9 elemental forces coalesced in his hands into arrows, their surfaces swirling with the distinctive golden dark patterns of Lin Mobai. As the arrows were launched towards the crystal sphere, a mirror image of Lin Mobai suddenly teleported to intercept them, and the collision of their weapons unleashed an energy storm that shattered nearby planets. "Do you think this will lead to victory?" A twisted smile emerged on the face of the mirrored Lin Mobai. "The Lord of the Abyss has already sown fear within each of your hearts." His words were interrupted by Peter's furious roar. Remembering Lin Mobai's patience while teaching him to control the elements, and every moment they fought side by side, the brilliance of the arrows surged. True fear is the inability to confront oneself. The arrows pierced through the mirrored Lin Mobai's body, striking the crystal sphere directly. With a thunderous roar, the crystal shattered, liberating the imprisoned guardians. However, amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Peter caught sight of a colossal dark matter embryo taking shape within a distant nebula, its surface revealing the contours of Lin Mobai's features. The consciousness of the Lord of the Abyss echoed throughout the cosmos. "The bloodline of the elemental guardians shall ultimately become the vessel for my rebirth." Peter clenched his ring, the 9-colored radiance illuminating his resolute face. A new battle was about to commence, but this time, he was no longer the boy awaiting guidance. He was prepared to confront the Dark Guardian directly. On the other side of the universe, in a laboratory in Wakanda, Su Rue was analyzing the dark matter samples retrieved from the battlefield. Under the microscope, the materials suddenly aligned into a line of text. "You believe you are saving the world, yet you are merely delaying the inevitable." Su Rue's pupils constricted. She understood that this struggle against the abyss had only just entered its true climax. Chapter 61. The fateful entanglement in the rift of time and space. Su Rue projected the image of the dark matter text onto the holographic conference table at the Avengers headquarters, the blue light flickering across the faces of the gathered individuals. Tony rubbed his newly modified armor's visor, the metallic friction cutting through the silence. "Delaying the inevitable?" That sounds like the parting words of some melodramatic villain. Yet, the Lord of the Abyss never resorted to empty threats. Thor's fingers unconsciously drummed on the Stormbreaker, tiny arcs of electricity dancing between the gilded patterns. Ancient texts in Asgard chronicled an entropy egg capable of consuming time and space. If the Lord of the Abyss were to use it for his rebirth, his voice trailed off, leaving everyone chilled to the bone. Suddenly, Peter pressed his temples as the elemental ring emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. Countless images burned into his retina, a scorched earth, an inverted galaxy, and numerous phantoms of Lin Mabai clashing within the rift of time and space. When the final image froze on the Wakandan palace, he abruptly looked up. I know the location of the entropy egg. It's right beneath us. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like dark patterns, and the entire base began to tilt. As the group stumbled, they beheld a pulsating black giant egg emerging from the depths below, its surface adorned with vascular patterns greedily siphoning the Earth's magnetic field. More astonishingly, the eggshell was embedded with 9 shattered elemental totems, unmistakably fragments of Lin Mabai's ring before his disappearance. He was utilizing Earth as an incubator. Su Rue's holographic keyboard disintegrated amid the chaos. The entropy egg must be destroyed within 72 hours, or the Earth's core will be utterly dark matterified. Suddenly, the shadow of the Shadow Eater emerged from the dark patterns, a half-staff protruding from his chest voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. It was too late. The bloodline of his cousin had already resonated with the egg. With his sinister laughter, Lin Mabai's agonized visage appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Dark matter tendrils erupting from the ground, ensnaring the Avengers within an energy prison. Aisha instantly froze 3 tendrils. Yet the ice crystals transformed into pitch black upon contact with the dark matter. The searing flames scorched vast patches, inadvertently promoting the growth of the tendrils. Peter felt the power of the ring being relentlessly tugged, as if a vortex sought to pull him entirely into the entropy egg. At a critical moment, a familiar 9-colored radiance cleaved through the prison. Lin Mabai's corporeal form stepped forth from the turbulent fabric of time and space. His left eye swirling with a dark purple glow, his armor riddled with cracks, wielding a double-edged sword reforged from 9 rings. Borrowing the last vestiges of the original elementalist's power, I have temporarily suppressed the consciousness of the abyss, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with dual echoes. But this body cannot endure for long. Lin Mabai swung his sword, severing all tendrils. Where the blade passed, dark matter evaporated like boiling molten iron. As he attempted to strike the entropy egg, a mirrored Lin Mabai suddenly burst forth from the eggshell, the dark matter staff clashing with the double-edged sword, unleashing an energy storm that sent everyone flying. Did you think you could escape fate? The mirrored Lin Mabai's voice mingled with the whispers of the Abyss Lord. Your bloodline was born for me. He raised his hand, summoning a rift in time and space, through which countless distorted historical fragments from parallel universes surged. Lin Mabai became the puppet of the Abyss Lord, scenes from ancient times where the original elementalist personally buried the entropy egg. Even visions of the future where the Avengers led by Peter faced total annihilation. These were the realities poised to unfold. The mirrored Lin Mabai pointed his fingertip at a particular image, and Peter saw himself kneeling at the feet of the Abyss Lord, the elemental rings reduced to ash. While you, little guardian, were merely a supporting character in this farce. Suddenly, Lin Mabai erupted in laughter, the sword's edge pressing against his opponent's throat. You have forgotten the most crucial image. His entire being radiated light, shattering all temporal fragments into dust. I am the guardian of the elements, and I am also human. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Tony's impatience as he taught him to wield the nano-armor. Thor's camaraderie over Mead. The elation Peter felt when he first successfully manipulated the elements. These warm fragments coalesced into tangible light, infusing the double-edged sword. True destiny is never pinned by another's hand. Lin Mabai and Peter struck simultaneously. As the 9-colored arrows collided with the dark matter staff, the entropy egg began to disintegrate. The mirrored Lin Mabai let out a reluctant roar, dissipating into black mist that seeped back into the eggshell. Yet just as the egg was on the brink of complete annihilation, a dark purple stream of light pierced the atmosphere, racing toward the center of the galaxy. Lin Mabai's body began to turn transparent as he hurled the double-edged sword towards Peter. The core consciousness of the Abyss Lord had fled. Remember, when the boundary between light and darkness becomes indistinct, only the true heart remains unfaltering. Having spoken, his figure dissipated in the morning sun, leaving behind the floating elemental ring that cast a 9-colored halo upon the ground. 3 months later, the ship of the Guardians of the Galaxy received a mysterious signal from Andromeda. Peter tightened his grip on the reformed ring, its radiant colors illuminating the viewport. Guys, it seems our new adventure arrives sooner than we anticipated. Meanwhile, at the far end of the galaxy, deep within an unknown planet, the new form of the Dark Abyss Lord was taking shape, his opened eyes reflecting the darkness of the entire universe. Chapter 62, The Dark Star Epic, The paradox of the twin corridors. The silent graveyard of starships at the edge of the galaxy floated with thousands of derelict spacecraft remnants. Suddenly, Peter's elemental ring emitted a buzzing sound in this realm of death, casting a bizarre star map upon the surface of the damaged hull. Gamora wiped her dual blades, the edges reflecting the constantly warping folds of space in the distance. The gravitational field here is amiss, as if something is tearing a rift in reality. Rocket abruptly halted the ship, and outside the viewport, 12 hovering black monoliths formed a circular array, each inscribed with flowing dark matter runes. The energy readings soared to unprecedented levels. The raccoon frantically pounded on the control panel, exclaiming, "These ominous entities are devouring all radiation within a 10-light-year radius." No sooner had he spoken than the monoliths simultaneously blazed with crimson light, and a colossal figure emerged from the luminous veil, none other than the mirror image of Lin Mabai, who should have perished, yet his body was entirely composed of dark matter, with 9 spinning elemental staves hovering behind him. "Welcome to the trial of the end." The voice of the mirrored Lin Mabai resonated as though countless voices whispered in unison. Wherever the staves swept, the remnants of starships instantly collapsed into black holes. "The Lord of the Dark Abyss has granted me a vision that transcends time and space. Now, I shall have you witness all possible outcomes." He raised his hand to conjure 12 rifts in time and space, each revealing a different version of the battlefield. Wakanda ensnared in dark matter vines, Asgard obliterated by an antimatter storm, and even Earth transformed into a floating brain star, adrift with the consciousness of millions. Peter felt his breath catch. Within one of the rifts, he was seen offering the elemental ring to the Lord of the Dark Abyss. The lingering consciousness of Lin Mabai echoed in his mind. "These are the shadows of parallel universes. He aims to ensnare us in despair." Before he could finish, the mirrored Lin Mabai commanded the staves to attack, a torrent of dark matter entwining weapons from various timelines. Loki's scepter, Thanos' infinity gauntlet, and even the quantum cutter of future technology. The elemental squad immediately retaliated. Aisha froze the entire ocean of dark matter into a glacial expanse, only to see countless reflections breaking through the ice. Flames blazed a path of light, yet at the end of the passage stood a burning version of herself. Lingyu attempted to disperse the array of monoliths with a tempest, but at the eye of the storm emerged the haunting visions of her kin being slaughtered. Do not be deceived by illusions. Peter swung his dual blades, cleaving through the phantasms. The 9-colored radiance upon the blade collided with dark matter, and the sparks ignited in the air, forming a warning from the primordial elementalists. Balance exists within contradiction. Meanwhile, within the subterranean laboratory of Wakanda, the holographic projection of Su-Rue suddenly distorted into a vortex. T'Challa gripped his spear, bracing for defense, only to witness a bloodied figure tumble forth from the maelstrom. Lin Mabai, who should have been lost to the chaos of time and space. His right side was entwined with dark matter patterns, and a fragment of a dark matter scepter was embedded in his left chest, his eyes flickering with an unstable violet luminescence. "Quickly, activate the anti-entropy device. The mirror entity is collecting the despair energy from all parallel universes." Before he could finish his sentence, his body began to pixelate and collapse. Su-Rue promptly injected nanoprobes into Lin Mobai's body, the monitoring device erratically fluctuating. His cells were undergoing quantum-level rupture, with dark matter and elemental forces engaged in a devastating fusion. T'Challa pressed down on Lin Mobai's shoulder, channeling energy from his vibranium suit to temporarily stabilize his injuries. "The anti-entropy device you mentioned, is it the one we discovered in the remnants of the Egg of Entropy?" Lin Mabai nodded with great difficulty, forcing his fading consciousness to coalesce. "It is the contingency of the first generation of elemental users, but it requires the blood of 9 elemental successors to activate." His voice abruptly ceased, and his body transformed into 9-colored light particles that dissipated, leaving behind a dark matter crystal containing crucial coordinates. As Peter and the others battled fiercely on the mirror battlefield, the dark matter monolith began to spin at an accelerated pace, forming a time-space vortex that threatened to consume everything. The mirror Lin Mabai raised his scepter high. "Behold, the most perfect conclusion among all possibilities, turning all guardians of the universes into fuel for the abyss." From the fissures surged a tangible embodiment of despair energy. A colossal figure constructed from the bones of countless guardians, its eyes 2 collapsing stars capable of obliterating entire star realms with each breath. At this critical juncture, Wakanda's anti-entropy device successfully activated. 9 beams of light shot skyward, connecting to Peter, Aisha, and other elemental ring bearers. The core of the device unfolded into a 6-pointed star array, embedding the remaining dark matter crystal of Lin Mabai within. With the roar of energy overload, A golden beam pierced through time and space, tearing open a rift in the mirror battlefield. The true Lin Mo emerged from this breach. His armor adorned with celestial patterns, wielding the universe scepter, a flawless amalgamation of elemental power and dark matter. I have found the path to balance within the seams of time and space. His voice resonated across all parallel universes as the nine-colored gem atop the scepter projected the ethereal images of countless guardians. Light and darkness are but two facets of the same entity. True guardianship embraces all possibilities. The clash between the universe scepter and the colossal figure of demise unleashed a cosmic tsunami of energy. Lin Mo guided the power of the elemental team and the Avengers, transforming despair energy into a beacon of hope. The mirror Lin Mo gradually became transparent in the blinding light, finally revealing his genuine fear. The plans of the Lord of the Abyss are not absolute. Lin Mo plunged the scepter into the dark matter monolith array, for human will remains the most unpredictable variable. As the monolith crumbled, all time-space fissures began to close. Yet, within the depths of the final rift, Peter glimpsed the new form of the Lord of the Abyss taking shape, a visage identical to Lin Mo's, save for a dark purple core of entropy embedded in his forehead. After the battle concluded, Lin Mo disassembled the universe scepter into 9 pendants, distributing them among the elemental inheritors. This is not an end, but a new beginning. As the era of dark stars truly dawns, we may need to learn to walk alongside darkness. His gaze extended into the depths of the cosmos, where the whispers of the Lord of the Abyss spread with gravitational waves. The game has merely commenced. 3 months later, a mysterious organization emerged from the ruins of Mars. Their emblem a half-black, half-white elemental totem. In the leader's secret chamber hung an unusual oil painting, depicting Lin Mo's face in light and shadow, with the scepter in his grasp radiating both 9 colors of brilliance and a dark violet glow. Chapter 62. Side Story of Elemental Resonance. The path of stardust gathering for the team as Lin Mo stood before the holographic star map of the Avengers base. The 9-colored luminescence flickered at his fingertips. He had never anticipated that forming an elemental team capable of countering the forces of the Abyss would become a journey of soul resonance transcending galaxies. Fragments of memories from the first-generation elementalists surged in his mind, the ancient odes regarding the balance of 9 elements in the universe now weighing heavily upon his shoulders. To gather the scattered inheritors across the cosmos was a task more daunting than fishing for a needle in a nebula. Tony tapped the chest light of his armor, the blue glow casting intricate shadows on his face, and some individuals might hardly believe in your chosen one narrative. Lin Mo clenched his fist, the dark patterns on his ring warming slightly. Yet we must try. For every additional inheritor, our chances against the Lord of the Abyss increase. The first destination was the snow-covered planet of Azel. As the spacecraft broke through the dense atmosphere, Lin Mo felt a sharp drop in temperature. Outside the porthole, towering glaciers reflected an eerie blue light like silent giants. Suddenly, the detector emitted a shrill alarm, and dozens of ice shards sliced through the void, striking the spacecraft's thrusters with precision. It seemed the master of this realm was not welcoming to visitors. The rocket cursed as it made an emergency landing. As the crew stepped out of the hatch, they were almost toppled by the frigid wind at -200 degrees. At the end of a glacier crevice, a silver-haired woman approached, walking upon suspended ice crystals, her surrounding cold air causing the moisture in the atmosphere to crystallize into dazzling ice flowers. "Leave this place, outsiders." Elsa's voice was as frigid as the cracking glaciers. With a wave of her hand, an ice wall erupted from the ground. Azel does not engage with any civilization. Lin Mo stepped forward, the 9-colored light coalescing in his palm into a crystalline form. "We need your strength. The power of the Abyss is eroding the universe, and only by uniting the 9 elemental forces can we." His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden ice storm. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Elsa's eyes. This stranger could maintain his composure in her absolute zero domain. Just then, a rumble echoed from afar. The assault ship of the elemental cult tore through the clouds, dark matter projectiles raining down like a tempest. Elsa's expression shifted dramatically. She finally comprehended that these uninvited guests were not foes. Lin Mo immediately summoned the gold element to form a shield while the wood element sprouted thorns from the ground to intercept the projectiles. Upon witnessing the scene, Elsa's silver eyes gleamed with resolve as she raised her hands high, causing the entire glacier to resonate. Countless ice spikes shot into the sky, impaling the cult's airship mid-flight. "It appears we share a common adversary." After the battle, Elsa gazed at the ring in Lin Mo's hand, affirming that her involvement was solely to protect her planet. The next destination is the searing heart of molten fire. As the airship traverses the sea of magma, Even the specially designed heat-resistant panels begin to melt. Amidst the flames, Lin Mabai encounters the fiery warrior, who, enshrouded in unquenchable flames, engages in a bare-fisted battle with a lava behemoth. Each of his punches radiates a heat intense enough to evaporate seawater, while the rocks beneath him are scorched into a glassy state. Do you seek my assistance? First, endure 3 of my punches. The fiery warrior laughed heartily, turning as the flames upon his fists surged threefold. Lin Mabai did not flinch. A protective shield of water elements formed around his body, yet upon contact with the flames, it emitted a piercing crack. After 2 consecutive blows, he was hurled hundreds of meters, crashing into the scalding magma pool. Just as the fiery warrior believed victory was assured, Lin Mabai erupted from the depths, enveloped in steam, where 9-colored radiance resonated wondrously with the flames. Elements should not annihilate one another. They ought to empower each other. His voice pierced through the heat wave. The Lord of the Abyss is consuming all light. Do you wish for this inferno to remain devoid of warmth forever? The fiery warrior's assault abruptly ceased. Memories of a century past flooded back, when the power of the Abyss reduced his homeland to ashes. After a prolonged silence, the flames enveloping him gradually subsided, transforming into a crimson cloak. Young one, I hope your words are not mere bravado. The quest to find the wind element's heir, Lingyu, proved to be the most convoluted. Within the eye of the storm on wind-eroded star, Lin Mabai and his companions were swept into an unending temporal vortex. When they finally discovered the floating city of wind whispers, it was being eroded by a dark matter hurricane. Lingyu, the guardian of the winds, was exerting her last ounce of strength to maintain the city's barrier. My kin have perished, and the power of the wind element is dissipating. Lingyu's long hair was whipped into disarray by the raging winds, her wings marred by the scars of dark matter. You have arrived too late. Lin Mabai remained silent, closing his eyes to summon all elemental power within him. The 9-colored radiance transformed into ribbons, gently entwining around Lingyu's wings. A miracle occurred. The withered feathers rejuvenated, while the dark matter was gradually peeled away. The elemental force does not perish, it merely awaits resonance. Lin Mabai opened his eyes, determination gleaming within, as he realized that, just as now, they had discovered new possibilities within each other's strengths. Lingyu caressed her reborn wings, tears mingling with the swirling sands. She unfurled her wings, and the hurricane suddenly shifted direction, tearing the dark matter storm to shreds. From this day forth, the winds shall accompany you. During the subsequent journey, Lin Mabai encountered Jiuxiao, the master of thunder, Yinzhai, the controller of earth, Sangming, the manipulator of water, and Levying, who could communicate with plants. Each encounter was a collision of power and belief. Every battle fought side by side intensified the resonance between the elements. As the final inheritor, capable of wielding both light and shadow, joined the ranks, the 9 elemental rings arranged themselves in the air, their radiant brilliance illuminating the entire star domain. Lin Mabai gazed at his companions, each radiating a unique elemental glow that harmoniously resonated with one another, achieving a perfect equilibrium. This was what the original elemental masters referred to as the 9 luminaries shining together. Clenching his fists, the 9 hues of light swirled around him. From this day forth, we shall no longer be solitary fighters. We are the Elemental Brigade, the guardians of the cosmos. In the depths of the distant abyss rift, the Lord of the Abyss sensed this nascent power and unleashed a thunderous roar. Yet, the Elemental Brigade was already poised to face any challenge ahead. They understood that true strength lies not in individual prowess, but in the unwavering trust and resonating determination shared among them. This power, imbued with stardust and belief, would ultimately illuminate every corner of the universe. Chapter 62. The Paradox Trial Beneath Quantum Tides. The inaugural collective mission of the Elemental Brigade targeted the anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from the Centaurus cluster. As their spacecraft traversed the wormhole, Lin Mobai's ring suddenly erupted with blinding light, casting distorted holographic images of countless versions of himself battling across different timelines onto the viewport, each scene accompanied by the surging tides of dark matter. Quantum entanglement signal detected. Su Rui's voice crackled through the communicator, trembling with barely concealed excitement. Those energy fluctuations were the convergence of innumerable parallel universes at a singular point. The spacecraft trembled violently, the starlit expanse outside distorting into the bizarre form of a Klein bottle. Peter grasped the control stick tightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. This is even more exhilarating than navigating through a nebulous storm. Before his words could settle, a dark purple lightning bolt cleaved through the protective barrier, and the crew found themselves suddenly amidst a colossal arena suspended in the void. The bronze columns of the arena were etched with quantum physics equations, each intricate line pulsating with liquid dark matter. 12 platforms encircled the arena, upon which stood warriors clad in various elemental armors, their visages identical to those of the elemental brigade members, yet exuding a chilling mechanical essence. "Welcome to the quantum paradox space," echoed the voice of a mirrored Lin Mo by from all directions, his form composed of data streams, each pixel continuously reconfiguring. "Every battle here will determine the fate of a parallel universe." As he spoke, the 12 platforms descended simultaneously, and the 12 mirrored warriors surged towards the elemental brigade like arrows released from a bow. Aisha was the first to strike, her ice shards tracing elegant arcs through the air, only to be instantaneously frozen into powder by the antimatter chill commanded by mirrored Aisha. The flames of Lien Yin coalesced into a fire dragon, yet the mirrored Lien Yin merely raised a hand, redirecting the flames back towards their own ranks. "They can anticipate our every move." The wind blades of Ling Yu were repelled by the energy shields of the mirrored warriors, forcing her to roll away in disarray. As if they were reading our combat memories, Lin Mo by swung the celestial staff. The 9 colors of light colliding with the dark matter light sort of mirrored Lin Mo by. In the fleeting moment of energy collision, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into the quantum torrent, revealing a myriad of parallel universes. In some, the elemental squad had long been eradicated. In others, the Lord of the Abyss reigned as the sole sovereign. There was even a universe where he himself donned the crown of dark matter, leading the elemental cult to shatter the starry river. "This is your fate," echoed the voice of the mirrored Lin Mohite deep within his consciousness, amidst infinite possibilities. Darkness would ultimately devour light. Just as Lin Mohite's will was on the brink of wavering, a sudden warmth emanated from his ring. Peter's voice resonated through the communicator. "Brother Mohite, do you remember what you taught me? The essence of elemental power lies in creating new possibilities." This proclamation struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the gloom that enveloped his heart. Lin Mohite's eyes flew open, and a burst of 9-colored radiance surged around him. No longer fixated on offense, he summoned all elemental power to construct a quantum entanglement matrix at the center of the battlefield. "Let us try this," he bellowed, as the matrix absorbed all attacks from the mirrored warriors, transforming them into random elemental fluctuations. The antimatter cold wave launched by the mirrored Aisha suddenly morphed into nourishing spring rain. The destructive flames of the mirrored Lian transformed into a comforting campfire. The members of the elemental squad understood instinctively, beginning to launch unconventional elemental combinations. Aisha's ice converged with Lian's fire to create a steam fog, while Ling Yu's wind entwined with the rocky essence of Yinshi to form a sandstorm. As the battle raged on, the dome of the arena suddenly cracked open, revealing an array of overlapping universes beyond. The shadow of the Lord of the Abyss materialized in the void, his form composed of countless visages of Lin Mohite. "Do you believe that breaking the quantum paradox will lead to victory? Behold these universes, in 73 possibilities. You shall all become my puppets." Lin Mohite tightened his grip on the staff, golden elements coalescing into armor upon his body, dark matter patterns flowing like veins beneath the surface. "Then let us create the remaining 27 miracles." He leaped forth, the 9-colored brilliance colliding with dark matter amidst the quantum tides, the resulting energy ripples resonating across all parallel universes. In this transcendent battle across time and space, the members of the elemental squad gradually grasped the essence of power. Aisha no longer clung to the annihilation of absolute zero, instead using ice to forge a protective barrier. Lian's flames ceased their wild burning, transforming into a beacon of warm hope. When the 12 mirrored warriors finally fell, the arena began to collapse, unveiling a colossal quantum computer behind it, the very core utilized by the Lord of the Abyss to calculate the fate of the universe. "Destroy it," Lin Mohite shouted. The elemental squad launched a simultaneous assault, weaving 9 elemental forces into sealing runes upon the surface of the quantum computer. With a resounding explosion, the computer shattered into countless data fragments, those visions of dark futures in parallel universes gradually dissipating in the light. Yet, amid the aftermath of battle, Lin Mohite noticed fine cracks appearing on his ring. The Lord of the Abyss's laughter echoed once more. "You have merely delayed the inevitable. When the quantum fissures consume all possibilities, true darkness shall descend." On the return journey aboard the spacecraft, the members of the elemental squad remained silent. Lin Mohite gazed at the cracks on his ring. The 9-colored radiance still shone brightly, yet it bore an added weight of melancholy. He is acutely aware that this contest with fate is far from over. Yet, as long as they maintain mutual trust, they shall forever possess the potential to conjure light amidst the darkness. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the cosmos, The new conspiracy of the Lord of the Abyss has quietly taken shape within the quantum mists. Chapter 63, Shadow Painting Duality. The chaotic prologue of the Dark Star era on the surface of Mars. The crimson dust swirls amidst magnetic storms. Within the underground stronghold of the enigmatic organization, the Evernight Corridor, dozens of members gather around a dynamic star map. The intricate patterns of dark matter flowing across the map outline the Milky Way as an elaborate web, with each node marking the whereabouts of the elemental bearers. Suddenly, the oil painting behind the leader's seat ripples, revealing Lin Mabai's dual eyes shimmering, while the dark purple core of entropy projects a holographic image. The elemental team is currently investigating anomalous energy in the vicinity of Orion's belt. A female member, shrouded in black gauze, steps forward. The crystal ball in her hand reflects the ships of Peter and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, those so-called energy fluctuations are merely bait we have cast. The leader twirls the half-black, half-white ring on his finger as ancient taboo runes of the first elementalist emerge on its metallic surface. Initiate the shadow painting project. Let them experience the taste of their own powers rebounding against them. As the command is issued, the crystal ball suddenly shatters, unleashing countless spores of dark matter that penetrate the Martian crust and expand into the depths of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the elemental team's vessel glides into a nebula filled with blue stardust. Without warning, Peter's pendant begins to radiate heat, casting distorted silhouettes against the viewport. High-energy dark matter reactions detected. The roar of the rockets is abruptly interrupted by violent tremors, as the entire nebula materializes into a colossal chessboard. 12 figures, clad in elemental armor, descend the staircase of condensed stardust, the Avengers of Vengeance. This is impossible. Gamora unsheathes her dual blades, yet upon contact with the mirrored Tony's nanotech suit, the blades are corroded by dark matter, leaving jagged gaps. Their energy signatures are identical to ours. The mirrored Thor swings his storm axe, unleashing a thunderous bolt entwined with dark matter lightning that scorches the ship's shield, fracturing it into a web-like pattern. Lin Mabai grips the remnant of the cosmic scepter, transformed into a pendant, as golden elements coalesce into a shield. These are puppets simulated by dark matter. Attack their core energy source. Before his words can fully escape his lips, mirrored Peter suddenly appears behind him, his dual-edged sword piercing through his left shoulder. Strangely, no blood flows from the wound. Only dark matter patterns spread along the bone. Do you still not understand? The voice of mirrored Peter resonates with the characteristic tremor of Peter, yet is imbued with a chilling mechanical tone. In the Dark Star era, all light will become nourishment for the darkness. As his words echo, countless fragments of memory emerge from the nebula. The vibranium veins of Wakanda consumed by dark matter. The ships of the Guardians of the Galaxy reduced to floating wreckage. While Lin Mabai himself kneels before the Lord of the Abyss, pierced through the heart by the core of entropy. Do not be ensnared by illusions. Aisha's ice spikes shatter the energy arrows of the mirrored Black Widow, only to reveal dark matter vines growing beneath the ice layer. They are feeding off our fears. The blazing flames consumed the mirror image of Drax, illuminating the pendant embedded in his chest, a symbol of the elemental squad. In the Wakandan laboratory, Su Rue's holographic screen was suddenly inundated with a cascade of red alerts. Chala gazed at the dark matter crystal at the core of the anti-entropy device, where an eerie countdown began to emerge. Dark matter spores were proliferating throughout the universe, and at this rate, within 72 hours, all elemental inheritors would be replaced by mimetic puppets. Lin Mabai, in agonizing pain, summoned elemental power to forcefully suppress the encroaching dark matter within him. The memories of the original elementalists surged forth like a tidal wave, prompting him to seize the wrist of the mirror image of Peter. As nine-colored light surged along the blade in reverse, you claim that light is nourishment? Then allow me to demonstrate the true power. In that fleeting moment of radiant expansion, the body of the mirror image of Peter began to disintegrate, revealing an inner core constructed of dark matter, which astonishingly was a badge inscribed with Lin Mabai's visage. Eternal Night's Corridor. Lin Mabai crushed the badge, unleashing a shockwave of dark matter that shattered the surrounding puppets. They were utilizing dark matter to replicate our abilities. He turned to his equally battered companions, their pendants glowing in synchrony. We must locate their central hub and sever their control completely. At that moment, within the Martian outpost, the leader observed the elemental squad gradually regaining consciousness on the surveillance screen, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his black cloak, revealing a visage indistinguishable from Lin Mabai's, save for a mechanical eye embedded with an entropy core. Initiate Phase 2. It is time for the twin mirror plan to truly unfold. As he whispered, the cultivation pods deep within the laboratory began to rise slowly, harboring 12 figures enveloped in dark matter. their faces mirroring those of the elemental squad members. In another corner of the universe, the new form of the Lord of the Abyss had been fully shaped. He opened his eyes, composed of entropy core, gazing at the flickering network of dark matter on the star chart. Lin Mabai, when your allies become my blades, what will you have left to protect? In the void, countless dark matter tendrils pierced through space, extending towards the elemental squad's ship. This time, they were not merely confronting an enemy, but potentially facing the enemy within themselves. Chapter 64. The Mirror Abyss. The ultimate game of self-recognition. The light emitted from Lin Mabai's pendant collided with the tendrils of dark matter, sending ripples of energy that traced the silhouette of the original elementalist across the starry sky. As the silhouette spoke, its voice echoed through countless realms. The core of the dark matter mimicry lies within the self-recognition of the mirror image. Seek the fissures deep within their hearts. Before the words could fully resonate, the silhouette was engulfed by the tide of dark matter. Listen, Lin Mabai raised the pendant high, the nine-colored light coalescing in his palm to form a compass. We must disperse to locate the central hub of the eternal night-s corridor. Remember, do not trust any illusions you encounter. Ling Yu unfurled her wings of wind and surged into the cloud of dark matter first. I will scout the stardust whirlpool to the west. Aisha and the blazing flames exchanged glances, their intertwined energies forming a bridge as they sped in the opposite direction. Just as Peter activated the ship, the starry sky outside the viewport suddenly warped into a mirror surface, with countless reflections of himself emerging from the void. In this surreal confrontation, Peter encounters mirror images of himself, some adorned in tattered elemental battle armor, others crowned with dark matter diadems. Most bizarrely, one of these reflections cradles Gamera's lifeless body. Stay back, Peter shouts, swinging his dual-edged sword, only for the blade's energy to be absorbed by the mirror image. The one holding the corpse speaks, voice heavy with sorrow. Behold the fruits of your guardianship, Peter. Join us, and together we can end this endless suffering. Suddenly, Gamera's blade intercepts, severing the dark matter tendrils. Your hesitation will doom us all. Her gaze is resolute, yet falters momentarily as she catches a glimpse of her own corpse within the reflection. Her pupils quivering slightly. Rocket pilots their modified ship through the illusions, mechanical arms extending from the viewport to grasp the two. We can reminisce once we survive. I've detected high-frequency dark matter fluctuations at the cluster's core. Meanwhile, Lin Mabai finds himself in the dark matter haze, facing a mirrored version of Aisha. The doppelganger exudes an aura colder than absolute zero, with ice-blue eyes swirling with dark purple patterns. Do you truly believe you can balance light and darkness? You are merely deceiving yourself. She raises her hand, summoning ice spikes that begin to corrode Lin Mabai's elemental shield. Abruptly, he ceases his attack, allowing the ice spike to pierce his shoulder. As dark matter spreads from the wound, he channels the wood element to grow thorns within, forcibly halting the corruption. You are not Aisha. The real her would never cloak her fragility in coldness. As his words linger, the mirrored Aisha begins to disintegrate, revealing a hidden dark matter beacon behind her. The anti-entropy device in Wakanda suddenly emits a piercing alarm. Su Rue watches the erratic readings with cold sweat running down his back. The dark matter network is entering self-destruct mode. If the core is destroyed, all mimetic puppets will trigger a cosmic chain reaction. Chala grips his spear tightly. Contact Lin Mabai and instruct them to evacuate immediately. Yet, the communication channel is filled only with strange electrical static. At the heart of the eternal night corridor, the leader presses his palm against the vast dark matter core. As the mimetic warriors within 12 incubation pods simultaneously open their eyes, his mechanical eye projects the battlefield, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Lin Mabai. Do you think finding the core guarantees victory? This is merely the beginning of a new game. When Lin Mabai and his companions finally breach the myriad obstacles to reach the core, they are met with a labyrinth constructed of countless mirrors. Each reflective surface reveals a divergent future, the elemental team succumbing to dark matter puppetry, Earth consumed by the entropy core, or even the universe descending into chaos. A mirrored Lin Mabai steps forth, wielding the universe scepter, emanating a foreboding purple glow. Surrender, for these are inevitable outcomes. No, Peter's roar shatters a mirror. I have witnessed a true future where we fought side by side, safeguarding one another. His pendant bursts forth with brilliant light, illuminating the crevices of the maze. Lin Mabai suddenly realizes that the fissures spoken of by the original elemental users are not mere physical breaches, but rather the deep-seated doubts each individual harbors within themselves. Everyone, close your eyes. Lin Mabai channels all elemental forces, constructing a golden cage within himself to ensnare the encroaching dark matter, seeking to resonate with the true voice of their essence. The powers of ice, fierce fire, and feathered winds, woven together in the darkness, manifested as a net of 9 elemental forces. When they opened their eyes once more, the reflection in the mirror revealed not illusions but the resolute faces of one another. Suddenly, the core of dark matter trembled violently, and the leader's silhouette emerged. Interesting, but you are too late. With a wave of his hand, he initiated the self-destruction protocol, causing the entire central hub to begin collapsing. Lin Mabai cast the pendant into the air, its 9-colored radiance resonating with the dark matter core. Do you remember what I said? The will of humanity is the most uncontrollable variable. Fragments of the universe scepter coalesced from the void, and Lin Mabai grasped the reformed staff, merging the elemental forces with dark matter completely. Golden dark patterns spread across his body, forming a shield capable of resisting the increase of entropy. As the energy storm of self-destruction surged forth, he raised the staff high, and 9 beams of light pierced through the core's dark matter network, initiating a reverse collapse. All simulated puppets turned to stardust in the brilliance. After the battle, the remnants of dark matter dissipated like embers in the starry sky. Lin Mabai gazed at the staff, which had once again transformed into a pendant, its cracks now imbued with unique patterns. Peter approached, patting his shoulder. Next time we encounter such a mirror maze, remember to prepare sunglasses. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Su Rue's voice emanated from the communicator. New energy fluctuations detected at the Mars outpost. This time, it seems related to the leader of that mysterious organization. Lin Mabai tightened his grip on the pendant, the 9-colored glow igniting once more. It appears our twin games are far from over. Meanwhile, deep in the cosmos, the Lord of the Abyss observed the aftermath of the battle, the core of entropy pulsating ever more vigorously. He understood that each breakthrough by Lin Mabai and the elemental team was accumulating power for the ultimate confrontation. The leader of the Eternal Night Corridor stood amidst the ruins of Mars, his mechanical eye flickering as he revealed his collar, exposing the same entropy core pattern as the Lord of the Abyss on his chest. When we meet again, I will show you the true dark reflection. Chapter 65. Resonance of the Entropy Core, the eerie turn of the wheel of fate deep within the ruins of Mars. The underground laboratory of the Eternal Night Corridor was suffused with the acrid scent of ozone. The leader removed his mechanical eye, revealing the slowly rotating entropy core nestled within his eye socket, casting distorted shadows on the walls with its dark purple glow. Although the simulated warriors within the 12 incubation pods had dissipated, the dark matter patterns at the base of the pods continued to pulse, assembling a blueprint of an energy network spanning the galaxy. The signal of the elemental team's jump was detected, with an estimated arrival at Mars orbit in 30 minutes. The woman in the black veil switched the holographic projection to real-time monitoring, displaying Lin Mabai and his companion spacecraft piercing through the magnetic storm, their 9-colored light tracing a striking path through the crimson dust. A cold smile crept across the leader's lips as he inserted a metal plate inscribed with quantum formulas into the control console, initiating the entropy core resonance plan. It was time for them to witness the true power of reflection. Simultaneously, alarms blared within the elemental team's spacecraft. Peter's pendant suddenly grew hot, casting fragmented images upon the cabin walls with its 9-colored glow. The Wakandan palace lay in ruins, Thor's storm axe embedded in the ashes, and Lin Mabai knelt at the feet of the Lord of the Abyss, the universe scepter stained pitch black by the entropy core. Another illusion. In Elsa's palm, ice crystals coalesced and shattered, yet the energy fluctuations felt astonishingly real. Lin Mabai pressed his temple, fragments of memories from the original elemental mage flashing frantically in his mind. Suddenly, his ring erupted with blinding golden light, marking a coordinate on the star map, an ancient meteorite crater at the North Pole of Mars, where the concentration of dark matter was alarmingly equivalent to that of the entropy egg's remnants. They were harnessing the natural gravitational field of the crater to construct an entropy core resonance device. Lin Mabai clenched his fists. Once activated, the entire solar system would transmute into a dark matter furnace. As the spacecraft descended onto the crater's edge, the ground abruptly fissured, revealing a web-like pattern of dark lines. Countless dark matter tendrils erupted from the earth, each adorned with the visages of the team members. The mirrored inferno emerged from the flames, engulfed in chilling dark purple flames. Did you think destroying the mimicry puppets would ensure your victory? He raised his hand, summoning a torrent of dark matter, proclaiming that the true reflection was the embodiment of their deepest fears. Ling Yu swung her wind blades to sever the tendrils, but more dark matter surged forth from the wounds. Her wings began to succumb to the dark purple corruption, relentless visions of her kin being slaughtered flashing in her mind. Do not be swayed by emotions. Lin Mabai infused her with the power of the universal scepter, chains of golden elements forcibly stripping away the dark matter. They were amplifying negative emotions through the entropy core resonance. In the underground laboratory, the leader pressed his palm against the core of the resonance device. 12 shards of entropy core began to pulsate in synchrony. A woman in black veil suddenly pointed at the surveillance screen, exclaiming, "Not good. They have unraveled the illusion." Yet the leader remained unperturbed, rotating the entropy core while the laboratory's dome slowly opened, revealing a gigantic quantum prism suspended above, a device woven from dark matter and antimatter, absorbing the energy of the entire solar system. Activate the end mirror. The leader's voice resonated with a mechanical chill. The quantum prism erupted with blinding violet light, and the elemental team members within the crater were suddenly pulled into a mirror space composed of dark matter. Each mirror reflected a version of themselves from a parallel universe. Elsa transformed into a queen wielding absolute zero dark matter. Inferno became a tyrant of dark flames that incinerated all, while Lin Mabai donned a crown of dark matter, leading the army of the Eternal Night Corridor to shatter the galaxies. This is your true essence. The mirrored Lin Mabai stepped forth from the mirror, the tip of his scepter embedded with a complete entropy core. In countless parallel universes, you have all chosen darkness. He swung his scepter, unleashing a dark matter shockwave that sent everyone hurtling away. Peter struggled to rise, witnessing his mirrored self thrusting a double-edged sword at Kamala, who bore a glimmer of liberation in her eyes. No, Peter's roar shattered a mirror. I would rather die than harm her. His pendant erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, weaving a net of 9 colors in the mirror space. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mabai summoned the power of all elements, constructing within himself a sanctuary of balance between light and darkness. Remember, our choices will always be more potent than the script of fate. As the elemental team's powers converged into a beam of light, cracks began to appear in the quantum prism. The leader's expression darkened ominously as he embedded all 12 shards of the entropy core into the resonance device. If that is the case, let us plunge into the ultimate entropy together. As the core of the device reached a critical energy point, Mars trembled, and the gravitational field twisted into a terrifying vortex. In this moment of impending disaster, Lin Mabai thrust the cosmic scepter into the ground, resonating the 9 elemental forces with the core energy of Mars. Golden dark patterns spread from the crater, forming an immense sealing array. In the name of the original elementalist, Lin Mabai's voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, reversing the flow of entropy. At the instant when the beam of light collided with the torrent of dark matter, time and space began to rewind, and the quantum prism shattered into stardust amidst the radiance. The leader let out a defiant roar within the energy storm, as his body began to be devoured by the core of entropy. When the dark matter patterns crawled across him, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Do you believe you have won? The Lord of the Abyss had long sown the seeds of his words within the depths of each of your souls. Before he could finish his sentence, he was completely consumed by dark matter, leaving only a fragment of the entropy core, shimmering with ghostly light. After the battle, Mars returned to tranquility. Lin Mabai picked up the fragment, feeling the distorted consciousness contained within. He knew that the Lord of the Abyss's conspiracy was far from over, and the resonance technology of the entropy core left by the Eternal Night Corridor would become the sword of Damocles hanging over the universe. Next time, they would undoubtedly wield even more fearsome weapons. Lin Mabai tightened his grip on the fragment, as the 9-colored radiance intertwined with the dark purple ghostly light in his palm. But we too shall grow stronger. At the other end of the universe, the Lord of the Abyss's new form was awakening within the cocoon of dark matter. He opened his eyes, formed from the entropy core, gazing towards Mars, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Mabai. The moment the entropy core truly resonates will be your descent into darkness. Meanwhile, the elemental guardians had once again embarked on their journey, unaware that ahead awaited challenges more terrifying than mere reflections arising from the depths of their souls. Chapter 66. The Soul Abyss's Corroded Shadow. The altered oath of guardians as Lin Mabai embedded the fragment of the entropy core into the ship's energy monitor. The display screen of the control panel erupted with blinding purple light. The 9-colored radiance clashed violently with the dark purple patterns on the screen, piecing together a vision that made his pupils constrict. Deep within the Earth's core, countless dark matter veins were growing wildly like roots, with the source of these veins shockingly connected to a crimson vortex in an unknown star region. This is impossible. Lin Mabai's whisper was interrupted by the exclamations of the raccoon. Pointing out the window, they saw the previously calm Martian atmosphere twisting bizarrely, as tens of thousands of dark matter particles arranged themselves into a gigantic matrix. At the center of this matrix materialized the phantom of the leader of the Eternal Night Corridor, but his face was entirely shrouded in the dark purple of the entropy core, his hollow eyes emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Elemental Guardians. Do you think destroying the resonance device will grant you peace of mind? The Phantom's voice seemed to echo from countless overlapping timelines, shaking the ship violently. Look at your pendants. That so-called power has long been rewritten by the Lord of the Abyss. Peter instinctively tightened his grip on the pendant hanging from his chest, as the nine-colored radiance suddenly dimmed, replaced by faint dark purple patterns. The other team members also discovered in terror that their elemental pendants were heating uncontrollably, as if invisible hands were touching the depths of their souls. As Elsa's ice crystals began to emanate a sinister black hue, dark matter flames surged forth from the searing fire, plunging the entire spacecraft into chaos. Lin Mabai forcefully suppressed the tumultuous dark matter within him, channeling the power of the universe staff into the pendant. Do not panic. Focus your minds, and use elemental resonance to resist the encroachment. However, as the 9 elemental forces converged within the ship, the dark purple patterns became even more rampant, coalescing in the air into the illusory figure of the primordial elemental wielder, ensnared by dark matter. Do you see it? The apparition spoke, its voice laden with anguish and resentment. This is the price you pay for your guardianship. The Lord of the Abyss has long since altered the contract of elemental inheritance, rendering the so-called guardians mere vessels for birthing his new form. Just as the collective will of the group teetered on the brink of collapse, Kimura suddenly raised her twin blades, their reflected light severing the dark matter apparition. I have witnessed too many lies. Her gaze remained steadfast as ever, for true guardianship requires no ornate contracts. Drax also erupted into laughter, his battle markings shimmering with pure light. Indeed, we protect one another, and those lives in need of aid. Lin Mabai felt the unwavering faith of his comrades, and the dark purple patterns on the pendant began to recede. He pointed the staff toward the starry sky, where the 9-colored radiance clashed fiercely with the dark matter, tearing open a rift in the fabric of space-time. On the other side of the rift appeared a mysterious star domain, adorned with dark matter crystals, where a colossal altar floated. At the altar's center, the core of entropy pulsated like a heart, each beat distorting the very essence of space. That is the incubation chamber of the Lord of the Abyss. Lin Mabai's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. He turned to his team, as the pendant once again burst forth with brilliant light. This time, we shall completely end this. As the elemental battle team's spacecraft approached the enigmatic star domain, the laws of space began to warp. Time slowed, light twisted into bizarre spirals, and alarmingly, the team members' bodies began to exhibit signs of translucence, as if being drawn into an unknown dimension. Activate the anti-entropy engine. Su Rui's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with electrical static. You must locate the core within 10 minutes, or the ship will be utterly deconstructed. Lin Mabai led the others out of the spacecraft, where 9-colored radiance carved a path through the sea of dark matter. Upon stepping onto the altar, 12 dark matter statues abruptly came to life, each bearing the visage of an elemental battle team member, yet exuding a suffocating aura of malevolence. These are the guardian shadows tainted by the power of the Abyss. Lin Mabai gripped his staff tightly, for they embodied our darkest potential. The battle erupted in an instant. Elsa's ice spikes were deflected by the statues, while the searing flames only augmented their strength. Peter's twin blades, upon contact with the statues, began to corrode his armor. In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Mabai summoned all elemental power, constructing a palace of memories within himself. He transformed the images of fighting alongside his comrades, their trust and laughter, into pure energy. True guardianship is not merely a struggle against darkness, but a belief in the light. His roar reverberated through the altar, and the 9-colored radiance transformed into a resplendent river of stars, thoroughly purifying the 12 statues. When the crowd finally reached the heart of the altar, the new body of the Lord of the Abyss had already taken shape. It was a giant woven from dark matter and elemental power, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mabai, yet possessing 12 eyes formed from entropy cores. Welcome, my vessel. The giant's voice trembled the entire star domain. When your pendant resonates with my entropy core, the universe shall witness its true demise. Lin Mabai gazed at the pendant in his hand, the dark purple patterns re-emerging. But this time he did not resist. Instead, he chose to embrace it. You are mistaken. His gaze was resolute, like a blazing torch. I am both the vessel and the sovereign. The 9-colored radiance and dark purple patterns within him merged completely, giving birth to an entirely new power, an essence of purity born from the balance of light and darkness. The final battle was imminent. As the forces of the elemental battle team clashed with the entropy core of the Lord of the Abyss, unleashing a cosmic energy storm, Lin Mabai raised his staff, guiding the 9 elemental powers and dark matter to form a blade of light capable of severing the fabric of time and space. At the moment the blade pierced the heart of the Lord of the Abyss, the entire star domain began to collapse, while Lin Mabai's consciousness, amidst the chaos. Glimpsed a more terrifying truth. Beyond the universe, countless lords of the abyss were awakening. Chapter 67. Multiversal Entropy Change. The ultimate game beyond dimensions. The body of the Lord of the Abyss disintegrated into countless particles of dark matter under the light blade, yet did not dissipate, as everyone had anticipated. Those particles rapidly reassembled in the void, transforming into a crimson rift connecting the multiverse. Suddenly, Lin Mobai's pendant detached from his neck, hovering at the center of the rift. As the nine-colored radiance and dark purple patterns entwined violently, tearing the spatial structure of the entire star domain into fragments. Not good. He is forcibly breaking through the dimensional barrier. With Su Rui's warning, a cacophony of overlapping voices emanated from the depths of the rift. When one of me falls, countless others awaken from parallel universes. Lin Mobai, how many worlds do you think you can protect? 12 dark, purple beams shot forth from the rift, striking the pendants of the elemental battle team members, instantly dragging their consciousness into a quantum maelstrom. Peter struggled amid the chaos of consciousness. Fragmented images flashing before him. A zombie-infested Earth, a galaxy ruled by mechanical civilizations, a universe consumed by plants. When he finally gained clarity, he found himself in a library constructed of dark matter, shelves filled with crystal orbs labeled with different universe numbers. A figure clad in a black robe was perusing the tomes, the dark matter patterns flowing on the robe resembling the emblem of the eternal night corridor. Welcome to the Entropy Variation Observation Station. The robed figure turned, revealing a face strikingly similar to Lin Mobai's, yet bearing the weight of timelessness. I am you from Universe 73, and also a fallen participant in this dimensional war. He raised his hand and shattered a crystal orb, within which a universe was instantaneously consumed by dark matter. The essence of the Lord of the Abyss is the embodiment of despair from all parallel universes. As long as fear exists, he will continue to be reborn. Meanwhile, Lin Mobai plunged into a sea of nebulae formed from memories. The ethereal shadow of the primordial elementalist emerges from the nebula, revealing not fragmented pieces but the entirety of the truth. I once created the Lord of the Abyss to balance the excess of luminous energy within the cosmos. Yet, I underestimated the rapid escalation of negative emotions. Now, only by uniting the elemental forces of all universes can we shatter this cycle. In the realm of absolute zero, Aisha discovers her kin being assimilated by dark matter. Fiery infernos engulf Lien Yin, each flame devouring his will. While Ling Yu finds himself ensnared at the eye of an unceasing storm, the curses of his people echoing in his ears. But in their final moments, through the bonds they share, they tear asunder the illusion. We are the elemental warriors. 9 beams of light pierce the quantum turbulence, converging at the entropy observation station. Lin Mobai, cloaked in black, reveals a smile of satisfaction as he casts the dimensional compass to the assembly. With this, we shall locate the elemental inheritors of all universes. Remember, true balance requires the guardianship of all timelines and spaces. Upon the elemental warriors' return to the primary universe, they discover a century has elapsed. Earth has transformed into a colossal quantum fortress, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy now grizzled with age. And amidst the ruins of the Avengers base stands a monument commemorating their valor. You have finally returned. The aged Peter stands before the monument, his elemental pendant still emanating a faint glow. Over these years, the Lord of the Abyss has invaded a universe every decade, and we have merely been biding our time. Lin Mobai grips the dimensional compass tightly, its 9 colors illuminating the entire star domain. This time, we shall no longer remain on the defensive. Initiate the multiverse conscription plan, summoning guardians from all worlds. His voice resonates through the compass, reaching every parallel universe, no matter which timeline you hail from. If you harbor the conviction of protection, join us. Deep within the cosmos, countless avatars of the Lord of the Abyss simultaneously raise their heads, the eye of entropy gleaming with a maddened light. An ultimate battle, transcending dimensions and traversing time, is poised to unfold upon the stage of the multiverse. The elemental warriors shall no longer fight in solitude. Behind them stands the collective will of all those yearning for light, the unquenchable hearts of guardians from innumerable parallel universes. Chapter 68. The Return to the Origin, the final symphony of the guardians of all realms. The 9-colored radiance of the dimensional compass transforms into a signal that transcends time and space, stirring ripples within the quantum foam. Lin Mobai's call spreads like wildfire, igniting responses across countless parallel universes. In the steampunk-inspired universe 1907, mechanized elementalists navigate gear-laden warships through the clouds. The transformers of Cybertron reconfigure into colossal elemental vessels. Even the Olympian gods of myth infuse their divine powers into ancient elemental totems. 108 stable universe portals detected. Su Rui's holographic projection flickers intensely at the fortress's core. The centenarian scientist's hands deftly manipulating the anti-entropy matrix. Yet the avatars of the Lord of the Abyss are synchronously converging, their energies constructing a cross-dimensional resonance field. Peter gazed at the ever-twisting space beyond the fortress, where dark purple fissures resembled grotesque wounds, from which emerged terrifying monstrosities bearing the dreadful features of various universes, a mechanical octopus with the fangs of Thanos, and a colossal figure of dark matter infused with a zombie virus. He tightened his grip on the improved double-edged sword, its blade shimmering with the brilliance of Wakandan vibranium and quantum technology. It seems our reinforcements must hasten their arrival. As the first coalition from the multiverse breached the spatial barrier, the battlefield transformed into a meat grinder of light and darkness. The Bifrost of Asgard and the space-warping portal of Cybertron opened simultaneously, while Thor's thunder intertwined with Optimus Prime's ion cannon, only to be distorted into a black hole that devoured all upon touching the shadowy abyss. The Absolute Zero realm conjured by Elsa and the Frost Giants was riddled with countless holes, corroded by dark matter. Lin Mabai found himself at the heart of the battlefield. The energy ripples created by the clash of the universe scepter and the core of entropy tearing the surrounding spacetime into fragments. Suddenly, he caught sight of a reflection within a fissure where a mirrored Lin Mabai led a fallen elemental brigade in slaughtering a parallel universe. It dawned upon him that this was the true purpose of the resonance field. His pupils constricted as he summoned all elemental forces to construct a multidimensional barrier within himself. They aimed to drag all guardians into the darkness. Just as the coalition teetered on the brink of collapse, the dimensional compass erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Countless golden threads shot forth from the compass, precisely connecting to the elemental cores of each universe. In the universe 616, where magic and technology coexisted, Merlin waved his wand to transmute King Arthur's sword from the stone into an elemental conductor. In the 24th century of Star Trek, the warp core of the Enterprise infused with the fiery energy of the fire element. In the name of all existence, let the final symphony resound. Lin Mabai's voice echoed across all spacetime. He plunged the scepter into the ground, and the 9 elemental forces spread along the golden threads, weaving a web of light across the multiverse. Those guardians, once eroded by dark matter, rekindled the light of hope in their eyes upon encountering the elemental resonance. Countless avatars of the Lord of the Abyss unleashed furious roars, forcibly merging into a colossal beast spanning across galaxies. Its head composed of 12 cores of entropy simultaneously unleashing beams of annihilation. Lin Mabai rallied all guardians to counterattack. Peter's sword traced a 9-colored arc. Elsa's ice walls froze the rifts in spacetime, while heroes from various universes composed an anthem of resistance against the encroaching darkness with their unique powers. As the aftermath of the energy collision subsided, the body of the Lord of the Abyss began collapsing into a singularity. Yet Lin Mabai knew this was not the end. Within the singularity's depths, he glimpsed a far greater dark presence, the source of all negative emotions, the very chaos transcending dimensions. We guard not only the present, but also the countless possibilities of the future. He tightened his grip on the scepter, observing his battle-worn yet steadfast comrades beside him. From this day forth, we shall bear a new name, the Guardians of All Realms. After the war, the Multiverse Alliance established the Cosmic Lighthouse in the hyperdimensional space. Lin Mabai embedded the dimensional compass atop the tower as the 9-colored radiance transformed into an eternal protective barrier. In the basement of the lighthouse, a sample of dark matter from a singularity slowly grows within a cultivation chamber, upon which a line of ever-changing text emerges. Balance has never existed, only the eternal game. In some unmarked corner of the universe, a pair of dark purple eyes quietly open, observing this interdimensional war, awaiting the next opportunity for entropy to increase. Chapter 69. Echoes of the Cosmic Rift in the 30th hyperdimensional year following the construction of the Cosmic Lighthouse. The dark matter sample within the cultivation chamber suddenly ripples with an eerie disturbance. The constantly shifting text abruptly solidifies, revealing a clear message: the tide of entropy approaches. These 4 words fall like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the monitoring systems of the Hyperdimensional Space Administration. Alarms blare suddenly in the lighthouse's core area, the red warning lights illuminating the control room as if it were a realm of torment. Lin Mabai is engaged in a routine meeting with Sol, Peter, and others when the piercing alarm interrupts their discourse. Su Rui's holographic projection reappears before them, her expression grave, her eyes reflecting unprecedented concern. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, originating from the dark matter sample in the basement. The energy intensity is increasing exponentially. At this rate, within 72 hours, the sample will breach the confines of the cultivation chamber. Peter grips his double-edged sword tightly, the vibranium and quantum technology embedded within its blade shimmering faintly. We cannot allow the dark matter sample to spiral out of control. Our previous encounter with the Lord of the Abyss has already severely drained the vitality of the multiverse. Another such crisis would yield dire consequences. Aisha nods gently, the power of ice and snow swirling at her fingertips, poised to respond to any sudden developments. They hastily make their way to the basement, and as they step through the heavy alloy door, the sight before them elicits gasps of horror from all. The dark matter sample, once confined within the cultivation chamber, now manifests as an ever-expanding mass of black mist, from which a disconcerting whispering emanates, as if countless tormented souls are wailing. More unsettling is the visible cracking of the energy shield encasing the chamber, tiny fissures spreading like a spider's web. Lin Maobai takes a deep breath, channeling the elemental forces within him, attempting to suppress the dark matter's aberration with the cosmic staff. Yet, as he exerts his power, he feels a powerful backlash surge through the staff and into his being, as if an invisible hand is tugging at his very soul. Observing this, Soul immediately swings the hammer of the thunder god, unleashing a torrent of lightning that cascades down like a waterfall, only to be fully absorbed the moment it contacts the black mist. This is troubling, Peter remarks with caution. This energy feels entirely different from that of the Lord of the Abyss. It resembles chaos itself. His words send a shiver through the group, reminding them of the chaotic existence Lin Maobai witnessed when defeating the Lord of the Abyss. Could it be that this is the prelude to chaos's grand design? As they ponder this unsettling reality, the black mist suddenly churns violently, from which emerges a massive dark purple arm, adorned with twisted runes that exude a nauseating aura. With a violent sweep, the arm shatters nearby experimental apparatuses, and the energy shield of the cultivation chamber disintegrates under the force of the blow. The dark mist, spawned from dark matter, surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire underground chamber. Lin Maobai shouted, "Everyone, be cautious and maintain formation." He led the group in swiftly assembling a defensive formation, intertwining various elemental powers with technological weaponry to forge a robust barrier amidst the black fog. Yet, the mist appeared to possess a life of its own, continuously shifting shapes in search of vulnerabilities within their defense. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from within the mist, resonating as if emanating from countless dimensions simultaneously, causing a painful reverberation in the ears of the assembled. In the next moment, a colossal silhouette materialized within the fog, its dark purple skin and twisted horns contrasting sharply with the shadows, while a pair of spiked wings unfurled behind it. It was the enigmatic entity that had been observing everything from the unmarked corners of the universe. The Guardians of the Realms? Merely a swarm of ants. The mysterious voice dripped with derision. Do you truly believe that erecting the cosmic lighthouse can halt the inexorable march of entropy? Such navet. Chaos is the essence of the universe. Your guardianship is but a feeble attempt to halt the inevitable. Lin Maobai glared defiantly at the mysterious presence and retorted loudly. We may be insignificant, but as long as a glimmer of hope remains, we shall never forsake our duty to protect the multiverse. Whether you are an envoy of chaos or something else entirely, you shall not take a single step beyond this point today. No sooner had he spoken than the two sides clashed once more in a fierce battle. The mysterious entity brandished its enormous claws, each strike unleashing a tempest of dark purple energy. Thor's thunder, Peter's kaleidoscopic sword light, and Elsa's frost converged upon the enigmatic being, yet its defenses proved impenetrable, with the assaults merely igniting showers of sparks upon contact. In the midst of the tumultuous fray, Lin Maobai suddenly discerned that the mysterious presence's attacks seemed intentionally to avoid a particular corner of the chamber. Following the entity's gaze, he beheld an altar shrouded in the black mist, adorned with flickering, cryptic runes. A realization struck Lin Maobai. This altar might hold the key to unraveling the crisis. He conveyed his insight to his comrades, who promptly understood and began to mount targeted assaults, striving to divert the attention of the mysterious entity and create an opportunity for Lin Maobai to approach the altar. Peter danced around the entity with his dual-bladed sword, executing unpredictable strikes. Elsa summoned a colossal ice tornado that ensnared the being within, while Thor unleashed a deluge of thunderbolts with unbridled ferocity. Amidst the cover provided by his allies, Lin Maobai finally breached the proximity of the altar. He concentrated his mind, channeling the 9 elemental powers within him, attempting to decipher the runes upon the altar. As the elemental energy surged into the symbols, their glow intensified, and a long-buried memory flooded into Lin Maobai's consciousness. It became clear that this altar had been constructed in ancient times to seal the forces of chaos, yet it had now fallen into the hands of the mysterious entity, intent on unbinding the seal. Lin Mabai understood all too well that should the seal of chaos be broken, the multiverse would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. Gritting his teeth, he thrust the celestial staff into the heart of the altar, summoning every ounce of strength to guide the elemental power in reactivating the seal. A powerful surge of energy ravaged around the altar, causing Lin Mabai's body to sway precariously under the impact. Yet, he resolutely clutched the scepter, unwilling to yield even a fraction. The mysterious entity, sensing Lin Mabai's intent, descended into a frenzy. It broke free from the onslaught of its comrades and lunged toward Lin Mabai, its enormous claws poised to strike. At that critical moment, Peter stepped forward, deflecting the entity's assault with his twin blades. The tremendous force forced blood from Peter's mouth, yet he steadfastly held his ground, refusing to retreat an inch. "Mabai, don't mind me. Complete the seal," Peter shouted. Lin Mabai felt a pang in his heart. Yet he understood that hesitation was not an option. He closed his eyes, channeling all his strength into the altar. With a thunderous roar, the altar erupted in a brilliant light, and the mysterious entity let out a piercing shriek as it was consumed by the radiance. When the light dissipated, the entity had vanished, and the dark matter sample was once again sealed within the incubation chamber. Lin Mabai collapsed weakly to the ground. As his comrades hurried to support him, "We succeeded." Lin Mabai managed a relieved smile, yet the crisis had sounded a grave warning. The threat of chaos had not vanished, and vigilance was imperative. In the aftermath, the Multiverse Alliance undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the Cosmic Lighthouse, enhancing monitoring and protection of the dark matter samples. Concurrently, they initiated research into the chaotic forces, seeking a definitive method to eradicate the looming threat. Lin Mabai recognized that the war to safeguard the multiverse was far from over. But as long as the Guardians of the Realms remained, hope would never be forsaken. In a secluded corner of the hyperdimensional space, a pair of dark purple eyes opened once more, and the voice of the mysterious entity echoed through the void. "Guardians of the Realms, we shall meet again." Meanwhile, the cosmic lighthouse continued to shine with its 9-colored luminescence, illuminating every corner of the multiverse and safeguarding the hard-won peace. Chapter 70. Undercurrents and Rebirth. In the days following the temporary resolution of the crisis, the surface of the cosmic lighthouse appeared tranquil, yet beneath, currents of unrest stirred. Su Rue led a research team, tirelessly delving into the dark matter samples and the enigmatic altar, striving to uncover further clues regarding the chaotic forces. Lin Mabai, however, found himself ensnared in deep contemplation, frequently standing alone atop the lighthouse, gazing at the protective barrier formed by the 9-colored light, replaying every detail of his battle against the mysterious entity in his mind. "Mabai, you're daydreaming again," Peter's voice called from behind. He approached and handed Lin Mabai a bottle of energy drink. "Don't overexert yourself. We all know you wish to find a definitive solution to the chaos threat, but you must also take care to rest." Lin Mabai accepted the drink, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "How can I rest? Although this crisis has been temporarily averted, no one knows when the next assault from chaos will occur. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that we've overlooked some crucial clues." Peter patted Lin Mabai's shoulder. "Don't be too hard on yourself. We've done remarkably well. Su Rue and the others are making steady progress in their research. Perhaps new discoveries will come to light soon." At that moment, Su Rue's holographic projection materialized before the two, her face alight with excitement. "I have made a significant discovery. Through further interpretation of the altar's runes, I have uncovered that the essence of chaotic power is not singular. Rather, it is a conglomeration of negative emotions from countless universes. As the number of universes expands and entropy accumulates, the strength of chaos intensifies. Furthermore, I have devised a potential method to weaken this chaotic force by establishing an emotional resonance network." "An emotional resonance network? What is that?" Lin Mabai and Peter inquired in unison. Adjusting her glasses, Su Rue began to elucidate in simple terms. "It involves creating energy nodes across various universes to collect positive emotions and transform them into energy, thereby forming a network that spans the multiverse. The energy generated from positive emotions can counterbalance the negative energy produced by chaotic forces, thus achieving the goal of diminishing chaos." Lin Mobai's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "What a brilliant idea. But establishing energy nodes across different universes is no small feat. Moreover, how can we ensure that these nodes will not be compromised by chaotic forces?" "That is precisely the challenge we must address next," Su Rue replied. "I have already contacted Merlin from Universe 616 and Spock from the Star Trek universe. They are willing to offer support in both magical and technological realms. We can utilize Merlin's magic to construct the foundational framework of the energy nodes, and then reinforce and protect it with Spock's technology. Without hesitation, the Guardians of the Realms sprang into action. Lin Mo took charge of coordinating the overall efforts, managing resources and personnel across the various universes. Peter led a small team to scout for suitable locations for the energy nodes, while Thor harnessed the power of the Thunder God to provide robust energy support for the construction. Elsa crafted an impenetrable layer of ice and snow around the nodes to fend off the encroaching chaotic forces. However, as the construction of the energy nodes progressed fervently, a new crisis quietly loomed. In a remote universe, once docile elemental beings suddenly turned ferocious, wreaking havoc all around as if under the control of some malevolent force. Upon receiving the alarming news, Lin Mo and Peter immediately assembled an elite team to investigate. Upon their arrival in this universe, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. Cities lay in ruins, and lives were in turmoil. The elemental beings emanated a dark purple glow, their eyes filled with rage and madness. The energy fluctuations from these elemental creatures were peculiar. Peter brandished his dual blades, alertly scanning the surroundings, sensing a striking similarity to the energy of the previously encountered mysterious entity. Could it be that chaotic forces were at play once more? Lin Mo nodded in agreement. It is highly probable. Everyone, be cautious. These elemental beings are exceedingly dangerous now. As the battle loomed, the elemental beings surged towards the Guardians team, launching a fierce assault. Fire elementals spewed forth searing flames, water elementals conjured massive whirlpools, and wind elementals summoned violent storms. Drawing upon their extensive combat experience and formidable strength, the Guardians fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught of the elemental creatures. In the midst of battle, Lin Mo observed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever elemental beings were attacked to a certain extent, a dark purple core would manifest within them, appearing to be the key to their control. He shouted, "Everyone, focus your attacks on the dark purple core within them. It is their weakness." The crowd heeded his command, adjusting their strategies, and soon reaped the rewards of their efforts. As one dark purple core after another was destroyed, the elemental beings gradually returned to a state of calm. Yet, Lin Mo understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The machinations of chaotic forces extended far beyond this. Upon returning to the cosmic lighthouse, Lin Mo relayed his discovery to Su Rue. Su Rue immediately commenced a study of the dark purple cores, and the results sent chills through all present. These cores were puppeteer controllers crafted by chaotic forces, and Su Rue's voice trembled as he revealed. The chaotic forces are employing this method to dominate the beings across various universes, transforming them into their weapons. Moreover, I have detected a connection among these cores. They may very well be constructing a grander web of conspiracy. Faced with such a grave situation, the Guardians of the Realms showed no signs of retreat. They hastened the construction of the emotional resonance network while simultaneously enhancing patrols and surveillance across the diverse universes. Lin Mo devised an emergency plan, ready to act at the first sign of unusual activity from the chaotic forces. Through their collective efforts, the emotional resonance network was finally completed. As the first energy node began to operate, the entire multiverse felt a warm and powerful force. The energy generated by positive emotions flowed like a gentle stream, merging into a formidable torrent and infusing the network. However, the chaotic forces would not remain idle. The moment the emotional resonance network was established, a mighty dark purple energy storm surged from the depths of the universe, targeting the cosmic lighthouse. The mysterious entity reappeared, its form larger and more formidable than before. "Foolish Guardians, do you think this will stop me?" The entity roared. "Today, I shall demonstrate that the power of chaos is insurmountable." Lin Mo gripped the cosmic staff tightly, his gaze resolute as he faced the mysterious presence. "We may not be able to eradicate chaos entirely, but we shall fight on until we safeguard every glimmer of hope within the multiverse. Guardians of all realms, prepare for battle." Thus commenced an unprecedented conflict. Thor's thunder clashed against the dark purple energy of the mysterious entity, lighting up the sky with flashes of lightning. Peter's sword light darted through the storm. Seeking a flaw in the entity's defenses, Elsa's ice and snow battled against the flames of chaos, filling the space with both chilling cold and searing heat. Meanwhile, Lin Mo tirelessly searched for the entity's weakness amidst the fray. He summoned the 9 elemental forces within him, blending them with the energy generated by the emotional resonance network to forge a new power. At the moment this power surged into the cosmic staff, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance, infused with hope, courage, and the belief in protection. "In the name of the Guardians of all realms, purify chaos." Lin Mo raised the cosmic staff high, unleashing this newfound power towards the mysterious entity. The radiance pierced through the dark purple energy tempest like a razor-sharp sword, striking at the very essence of the enigmatic entity. It let out a harrowing wail of agony as fissures began to form across its corporeal form, the dark purple energy steadily dissipating. Yet, it remained unwilling to concede defeat, exerting its utmost strength to unleash a final onslaught. However, in the face of the formidable positive energy emanating from the emotional resonance network and the unwavering faith of the guardians of all realms, its assault appeared utterly feeble. With a resounding explosion, the entity's body was completely obliterated, transforming into countless dark purple shards that scattered across the cosmos. The tempest of dark purple energy, too, gradually subsided under the impact of the positive energy. Following this battle, the multiverse embraced a long-awaited tranquility. The nine-colored luminescence of the cosmic lighthouse shone even brighter, as the emotional resonance network continued to radiate a warm power, safeguarding the serenity of every universe. The tales of the Guardians resonated throughout the multiverse, inspiring countless beings to fight for hope and justice. Yet, Lin Mabai was acutely aware that the threat of chaos would never vanish entirely. In some secluded corner of the universe, unknown perils may still lurk. Standing atop the cosmic lighthouse, he gazed upon the vast and boundless multiverse, silently vowing, as long as even a shred of threat exists, the Guardians shall never cease their watchful protection. Their next legendary chapter would quietly unfold one fateful day in the future. Chapter 71. The spark at the edge of entropic silence in the seventh hyperdimensional year following the demise of the enigmatic entity. The alarm system of the cosmic lighthouse began to flicker with an unprecedented intensity. The quantum oscilloscope within the Su-Rue laboratory displayed bizarre waveforms, while the surface of the dark matter cultivation chamber was crystallized with fine ice spikes. Unlike Aisha's magical frost, these ice crystals emanated a deathly azure hue, devouring the chamber's alloy at a nanoscale rate. Energy readings have breached critical thresholds. The holographic projection of Su-Rue twisted violently, the tremor in his voice unmistakable. The entropy increase rate of the dark matter samples had surpassed 300 times that of the initial upheaval, and they were absorbing the positive energy of the emotional resonance network. Suddenly, Lin Mabai's cosmic staff emitted a sharp hum, its nine-colored patterns swirling frantically. He abruptly looked up and, through the dome of the lighthouse, beheld countless dark purple vortices materializing in the skies of parallel universes. The chaotic fragments, once shattered, were reconstituting amidst the tide of negative energy. Even more alarming was the golden veins of the emotional resonance network, visibly dimming, as if an invisible colossal hand were severing all ties of hope. Summon all guardians. Lin Mabai's voice resonated through hyperdimensional communication across every universe. This time, we face not individual foes, but the awakening of the entire chaotic consciousness. When Peter and his vanguard team arrived in the steampunk universe designated as number 79, they were met with a grotesque and terrifying spectacle. The steel framework of the Gear City was entangled with dark purple vines, and the intricate machinery that should have powered civilization now transformed citizens into half-mechanical, half-chaotic monstrosities. Peter swung his sword, severing a creeping tentacle, only to find the blade corroded with fine holes. The chaotic energy this time was more ferocious than ever before. Meanwhile, Thor observed a disheartening celestial phenomenon in Asgard. The rainbow bridge connecting the 9 realms began to operate in reverse, transforming the pathways that linked the various universes into conduits of chaotic energy. He raised MJ Lnur, and lightning struck the distorted bridge, only to unleash vast swathes of dark purple lightning. These bolts surged along the energy conduits, threatening the very core of the cosmic lighthouse. Elsa uncovered an even more dreadful secret in the polar expanse of the Ice Kingdom. Utilizing the chaotic substance frozen at absolute zero, she witnessed a bizarre evolution under the frigid conditions, resulting in the division of thousands of spores. These spores dispersed with the wind, and wherever they settled, the once vibrant snowfields instantly turned into desolate black wastelands. Within the heart of the lighthouse, Lin Mabai and Su-Rue discovered a far deadlier truth. New runes emerged on the surface of the dark matter samples, forming a pattern reminiscent of a neural network. The chaotic force had attained self-awareness. It absorbed energy from the emotional resonance network, thereby reverse-engineering the Guardian's defense mechanisms. Even more dire was the revelation that the lighthouse's energy reserves, under the assault of chaos, could only sustain themselves for a mere 72 hours. We must locate the core of this chaotic consciousness. Lin Mabai plunged his staff into the energy matrix, and upon contact, the 9-colored radiance clashed violently with the dark purple corruption, unleashing a fierce energy storm. Much like the human brain, if the central hub could be destroyed, perhaps this crisis could be averted. Yet, the chaotic consciousness would not remain passive. Countless entropy beasts, formed from condensed dark matter, tore through spatial rifts, flooding into various universes. These creatures lacked a fixed form but could instantly replicate the Guardians' attack methods. Some transformed into liquid giants shimmering with vibranium sheen, others summoned thunder rivaling that of Thor, and some even generated dark matter life forms capable of producing absolute zero. Amidst the chaotic melee, Peter noticed something unusual. While pursuing an entropy beast, he inadvertently stumbled into an uncharted dimensional rift. Here, thousands of memory fragments floated, each depicting scenes of destruction from different universes. As he reached out to touch one, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The core of the chaotic consciousness was concealed within the primordial void that existed before the birth of all universes. The primordial void was the starting point of all entropy and the breeding ground for chaotic awareness. Peter, breathless, reported through hyperdimensional communication, but found no material presence. Our weapons and abilities might be rendered ineffective. His voice abruptly cut off, and the communication screen transformed into static. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest and immediately summoned the spatial power of his staff, only to realize that all pathways leading to the dimensional rift were sealed by chaotic energy. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed in his mind. It was the fallen Lin Mo from the mirror universe. Want to save your friend? The voice of the fallen one carried a twisted mirth. The entrance to the primordial void lies beneath the foundation of the cosmic lighthouse. But first, you must answer me this. When the price of guardianship is the sacrifice of all that you hold dear, would you still persist? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo replied, even if I plunge into eternal darkness, I will safeguard the light of the multiverse. No sooner had he spoken than a violent tremor resonated beneath the lighthouse, as a rift leading to the primordial void slowly began to unfold. Lin Mabai led the elite guardians, including Sol and Aisha, into the rift. Here, the concepts of time and space ceased to exist, replaced solely by pure chaotic energy surging around them. Upon their entry, they were instantly ensnared by countless dark purple tendrils that relentlessly eroded their will. Manifesting their innermost fears, Sol beheld Asgard reduced to ruins. Aisha witnessed the icy kingdom consumed by chaos, while Lin Mabai was haunted by visions of his comrades sacrificing themselves for the sake of protection. Do not be deceived by these illusions, Lin Mabai declared, plunging the universe scepter into his own chest. A radiance of 9 colors erupted from the wound, forcefully dispelling the mental corruption. Our strength arises from belief. And what chaos fears most is the undying flame of hope. As the Guardians confronted the core of chaotic consciousness, they faced an unprecedented challenge. The chaotic core, an ever-shifting mass of dark purple energy, could transform the Guardians' assaults into its own power while unleashing waves of negative energy potent enough to obliterate souls. In a moment of dire urgency, Peter broke free from the dimensional crevice, clutching a crystal that emanated a unique resonance, an original light unearthed from fragments of memory, a remnant of pure energy from the birth of the universe. Use this to neutralize the chaotic energy, Peter exclaimed, hurling the crystal towards Lin Mabai while cleaving a path with his twin blades. Lin Mabai caught the crystal and fused it with the universe scepter. Instantly, a beam combining 9 elemental powers and the original light surged towards the chaotic core. In the violent explosion of energy, the chaotic consciousness emitted a deafening shriek. Its defenses began to crumble, yet it made a final desperate counterattack, attempting to drag the entire multiverse down with it. At this critical moment, Guardians dispersed across various universes rallied together. Sarue initiated the self-destruct sequence of the lighthouse, channeling the remaining energy into Lin Mabai's strike. Merlin and Spock collaborated to reinforce the emotional resonance network with magic and technology. Countless ordinary citizens prayed, their faith transforming into a golden stream that joined the tide against chaos. As the light faded, the chaotic core was utterly obliterated, and the primordial void began to collapse. Lin Mabai and his companions exerted every ounce of their strength to escape back to the normal universe, gazing at the gradually mending spatial rift. Each of them felt utterly exhausted. In the aftermath of the battle, the universe lighthouse was reconstructed amidst the ruins, its newly added core of original light energy rendering the protective barriers glow even more resplendent. Yet, in a secluded corner of the hyperdimensional space, a dark purple spore quietly grew, awaiting the next opportunity for entropy to rise. This time, however, the Guardians of all realms were no longer adrift. They understood that protection was never a definitive victory, but rather an unending game against chaos. In that eternal struggle, as long as the spark of hope remained unextinguished, the multiverse would forever possess the power of guardianship. Chapter 72. Echoes of quantum memory, the rebuilt universe lighthouse radiated an even more brilliant light within the hyperdimensional space. The newly added core of original light energy, giving the protective barrier a flowing nebula-like form. However, beneath the surface tranquility, dark currents stirred quietly. As Su Rue's research team analyzed the chaotic remnants, they uncovered a set of peculiar quantum fluctuations that seemed to repeat in a certain pattern, as if conveying encrypted messages. The frequency of these fluctuations resonated with the emotional resonance network. During a holographic conference, Su Rue presented the intricate data models, yet curiously. They appeared not as remnants of chaotic forces, but rather as signals emanating from an advanced civilization. No sooner had she spoken than the lighthouse's alarm system emitted a piercing buzz, accompanied by a strange purple light intertwined with the red glow. Reminiscent of two forces clashing violently. Lin Mabai was in Universe 616 discussing magical protection upgrades with Merlin when he received the alarm and immediately returned through spatial transmission. Upon entering the core area of the lighthouse, he was taken aback. The samples within the dark matter cultivation chamber were resonating bizarrely with the primordial light energy core, creating a swirling vortex of energy within which countless flickering light points emerged, akin to a galaxy in the starry sky. The energy readings soared exponentially. Su Rue's voice trembled with unprecedented anxiety. More alarmingly, this vortex was devouring the positive energy of the emotional resonance network, and it was rewriting our quantum memories. Peter had just returned from a patrolling mission in the steampunk universe when he suddenly clutched his head and collapsed to the ground in agony. Some of my memories are being erased. I recall fighting alongside the mechanical body elemental mage, but now there is only a void. Aisha's face turned pale as her ice and snow magic became highly unstable at her fingertips. I can't remember the exact location of the ice and snow kingdom. Those familiar scenes are fading from my mind. Lin Mabai gripped the celestial staff tightly, attempting to stabilize the situation with elemental power. But he found that the nine-colored radiance of the staff was absorbed the moment it came into contact with the vortex. Even more despairing, cracks began to appear in his own memories. He distinctly remembered a conversation with the mirrored Lin Mabai, yet upon reflection, that memory seemed like a distorted illusion. This was a novel tactic of chaos. Thor swung the hammer of the god of thunder, yet the lightning dissipated into purple mist as it approached the vortex. They no longer attacked with brute force, but sought to dismantle our existence at its very core. Just as everyone found themselves in dire straits, Merlin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I have read similar accounts in the ancient texts of King Arthur. In the dawn of the universe, there existed a higher civilization known as the Quantum Dreamweavers, who possessed the power to rewrite reality and could reshape the universe by manipulating memories. Have the chaotic forces struck some sort of bargain with them? Lin Mabai's gaze suddenly became resolute. Whoever they are, we cannot remain idle. Su Rue, analyze the energy patterns of the vortex. Peter, lead the team to gather unaltered memory fragments across various universes. Thor and Aisha, try to establish an energy barrier around the vortex with your powers. As for me, I will enter this vortex to uncover the secrets it harbors. The moment Lin Mabai stepped into the energy vortex, he felt his consciousness being torn apart by countless memory fragments. He glimpsed a life he had never experienced in a parallel universe. In one realm, he became a puppet of chaos. In another, the guardians of various realms had already met their demise. These illusory memories surged forth like a tidal wave, attempting to drown his true consciousness. Do not lose yourself in the illusions. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mabai turned, and to his astonishment, he beheld the mirror image of himself, long lost. The fallen one's eyes no longer harbored hatred, but instead bore a trace of compassion. Chaos had found the remnants of the Quantum Dreamweaver, which activated each other's memory rewriting device with dark matter. Yet this device possessed a fatal flaw. It required an anchor point in reality to complete the rewriting. Anchor points? Lin Mabai seized upon this clue. Indeed, the image of his counterpart began to fade into transparency. Within each universe existed a core object resonating with the memory device. By destroying these anchor points, the cycle of rewriting could be shattered. But time was of the essence. Once the rewriting was complete, we would all become puppets of chaos. Meanwhile, the battle in the real world intensified. Peter's team discovered the first anchor point on the planet Cybertron, a dark matter crystal inscribed with ancient runes. However, they were besieged by mechanical monsters resurrected by chaotic energy. These creatures not only possessed the combat skills of Cybertron warriors, but could also unleash corrosive dark matter rays. Peter's twin blades began to crack under the strain of continuous blocks, and his mechanical companion was struck by a ray while protecting him, instantly reduced to a heap of scrap. Forgive me, brother, Peter wept as he severed the last monster, shattering the dark matter crystal with a fierce blow. In that moment of destruction, He felt the distorted memories in his mind suddenly clarify, the images of fighting alongside his comrades becoming vividly alive once more. The battle around the lighthouse was equally grueling for Thor and Aisha. Each time Thor's thunder struck the vortex, it rebounded with corrosive purple lightning. Aisha's ice barrier melted under the intense heat generated by the vortex before it could fully form. Yet they did not relent. Thor summoned the ancient battle hymns of Asgard, using sonic waves to disrupt the vortex, while Aisha combined her ice magic with Cybertron's freezing technology to create a new ice shield capable of withstanding the high temperatures. Deep within the quantum vortex, Lin Mabai finally located the core of the memory rewriting device. It was a colossal purple crystal, within which floated countless reflections of universes, each being eroded by dark matter. Lin Mabai raised the universe scepter, infused with the primal light, and a violent clash erupted between the nine-colored radiance and the purple crystal. Amidst the roar of energy, he heard the final whispers of the quantum dream weaver. Chaos is the inevitability of the cosmos, yet you are the unexpected light. As the crystal shattered, all the distorted memories began to flow back. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Mabai saw that Peter's team had destroyed all the anchor points, and Thor and Aisha's energy barriers had successfully subdued the vortex. However, the battle was far from over. The enraged chaotic forces gathered their final energy, forming a black hole capable of consuming the entire hyperdimensional space. In the name of the guardians of all realms, Lin Mabai raised his scepter high, channeling the collective power of all guardians through an emotional resonance network. A radiant sword of 9 hues, embodying the primal light and the faith of various universes, coalesced into a brilliant beam that transcended dimensions. At the precise moment the blade pierced the black hole, the entire multiverse trembled violently. The black hole dissipated in the brilliance, and the chaotic forces were vanquished once more. Yet this time, amidst the residual energy waves, Lin Mabai discerned a more unsettling truth. Within the remnants of the quantum dreamweaver, a far more formidable presence seemed to lie in slumber. In the aftermath of the battle, the guardians of various realms established new defenses, embarking on a quest to unravel the mysteries of quantum memory, seeking to confront chaos at its very roots. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the cosmos, a pair of eyes glimmering with violet light opened once again, now imbued with a hint of vigilance and anticipation. The light of the cosmic lighthouse continued to shine brightly, yet the guardians understood that the true war had only just begun. They safeguarded not only the present of the multiverse, but also countless potential futures. In this eternal game, the spark of hope would forever blaze. Chapter 73. The Dark Alliance within the temporal folds. As the alarm of the cosmic lighthouse once more shattered the tranquility of the hyperdimensional space, the quantum cloud diagram in Su Rui's laboratory grotesquely twisted into a menacing visage. The dark matter samples within the cultivation pods revealed blood-red patterns upon their surfaces, akin to the vascular systems of some living organism, weaving into intricate neural networks at a visibly rapid pace. This energy fluctuation transcended mere entropy. It exhibited a precise frequency resonance, reminiscent of countless quantum computers performing synchronized calculations. It was a temporal fluctuation. Su Rui's holographic projection flickered violently amid the torrent of data, her silvery hair swirling in the chaotic energy field as the dark matter began to manipulate the temporal nodes, invoking the residual algorithms of the quantum dreamweaver. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the defensive barrier of the entire lighthouse suddenly crumpled like glass in the grip of an invisible giant, the 9-colored radiance twisting into a bizarre, dark purple vortex. Lin Mabai was assisting the Olympian gods in repairing the elemental totems within the mythical universe when, in a moment of spatial rift, he witnessed Zeus's thunderous spear turned against the God King, chaos flickering in his eyes. They had rewritten the timeline. Lin Mabai narrowly evaded a fatal strike, yet the elemental barrier conjured by his scepter revealed the same blood-red patterns upon contact with the attack. Meanwhile, Peter's reconnaissance team encountered even stranger phenomena within the Star Trek universe. The warp core of the Enterprise unexpectedly reversed its operation, folding the stars of an entire sector into a devouring temporal trap. As they attempted to secure the out-of-control celestial bodies with modified vibranium ropes, ancient runes of the quantum dreamweaver began to surface upon the rope's surface, burrowing into the team members' mechanical bodies and ensnaring their consciousness in an infinite loop of virtual battlegrounds. This was not mere chaotic erosion. Peter's voice crackled through the severely distorted communicator. His right arm was already enveloped in dark matter crystals. And these attacks bore precise temporal logic, as if someone were orchestrating everything according to a scripted design. At the core of the cosmic lighthouse, the scene Lin Mabai and Thor faced utterly shattered their understanding. They beheld an emergence of countless microcosms within the dark matter sample, each universe grappling with distinct phases of chaotic incursion And astonishingly, the timelines of these scenes exhibited a flawless recursive structure, akin to the nested layers of Russian dolls. Even more unsettling was the sight of a figure within one of the microcosms, strikingly resembling Lin Mabai, commanding the chaotic legions to assault the lighthouse. Had the parallel universe turned me into an adversary? Lin Mabai's pupils dilated sharply, as the nine-colored radiance of the cosmic staff exhibited its first signs of disarray. Suddenly, Thor's hammer flew from his grasp, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted towards the cultivation chamber, just as it was about to shatter the sample. It hovered in midair, the runes on the hammer resonating with the blood-colored patterns of dark matter. Beware, this is a new form of memory contamination. Su Rui's warning came too late. As Thor attempted to summon back his hammer, a torrent of false memories inundated his mind. Asgard had forged a pact with chaos, the gods becoming accomplices in the manipulation of time and space. Even the mighty thunder god struggled against this mental incursion, his thunderous powers spiraling out of control, unleashing countless storms that tore through the fabric of space within the lighthouse. Aisha's ordeal in the Kingdom of Ice was even more dire. She discovered that her meticulously constructed eternal ice wall was growing in reverse, as the chaotic spores she had once sealed began to surge forth from the future, flowing backward through time. When she attempted to freeze these bizarre entities with absolute zero, the frost instead nourished the chaos, transmuting her magic into a dark matter cold wave that corroded reality. Amidst this turmoil, Lin Mabai gradually discerned a crucial truth. All assaults revolved around the concept of time. He dared to connect his consciousness to the emotional resonance network, seeking clues within the torrents of memory from countless parallel universes. When his spirit brushed against the quantum pendulum of a steampunk universe, an encrypted memory was suddenly unlocked, revealing a forbidden transaction made at the dawn of the cosmos. Chaotic forces had permitted the Dreamweavers to rewrite reality, provided they retained chaos as the universe's corrective mechanism. They aimed to restart the universe. Lin Mabai's consciousness projected into the minds of all guardians, declaring that chaos was not an enemy, but rather a form of self-destruct protocol. When the entropy of the universe or the advancement of civilization reached a critical threshold, a cleansing protocol would be triggered. His voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. What we now face is an existential formatting on a cosmic scale. To validate this horrifying hypothesis, Lin Mabai led an elite team through the folds of time and space, arriving at the singularity where the universe was born. Here floated the shattered remnants of the quantum Dreamweaver, each fragment replaying images of destruction from different universes. As they approached a core fragment emanating a dark violet glow, countless chaotic beings surged forth from the void. These beings no longer appeared as mere distortions. Instead, they manifested with the perfect structure of mathematical formulas, embodying the logical blades of chaotic power. During the battle, Peter uncovered a startling secret. As he cleaved through the chaotic entities with his dual blades, the quantum patterns on the blade resonated with the adversaries. When he pierced the interface of his mechanical prosthetic with the vibranium blade, a deluge of data flooded his consciousness. The cleansing protocol of chaos harbored a fatal flaw. It could not simultaneously process the variables of multiple parallel universes. In other words, by generating a sufficient number of uncertainties across different temporal and spatial nodes, we can disrupt the operation of the cleansing program. We must create temporal paradoxes. Lin Mabai shouted amidst the chaotic energy flux as he plunged the universal scepter into the core fragments of the quantum Dreamweaver. A collision of nine-colored radiance and dark purple energy sparked transcendent flames as each guardian traveled to pivotal moments in time, instigating contradictory events capable of tearing apart the very fabric of temporal logic. Thor returned to the twilight of Asgard, wielding his hammer to forcibly reverse the process of destruction. Aisha infused an era-foreign quantum technology into the moment of creation in the Kingdom of Ice and Snow. Meanwhile, Lin Mabai ventured into the dimensional rift where he confronted his mirror self, planting a logical virus capable of subverting the chaotic protocol. The mechanical cyborg squad led by Peter delved deeper into the essence of time, transforming Cybertron's transformation core into a temporal disturbance generator, creating countless minute ripples across the timelines of various universes. As the Guardians acted, the entire multiverse's timelines began to twist wildly. The blood-red patterns of the dark matter samples began to crack, and the frequency of temporal alteration grew chaotic. However, the forces of chaos launched their final counterattack, folding all rewritten timelines into lethal traps, seeking to ensnare the Guardians within an eternal cycle of time. In this dire moment, Lin Mabai summoned the full power of the emotional resonance network, connecting the consciousness of all Guardians into a transcendent neural network. They collectively recalled every moment of guardianship, every image of camaraderie in battle, transforming these memories into resplendent spiritual energy, crashing against the chaotic temporal prison like a supernova explosion. As the light dissipated, the dark matter samples completely disintegrated, and the folds of time began to heal. Yet, within the quantum aftershocks, Lin Mabai detected a more unsettling message. Although the chaotic protocol had temporarily faltered at the metadata layer of the universe, an ancient existence was awakening, one that was closer to the source of creation than the quantum dreamweaver. Its countdown to awakening had already begun. In the aftermath of the battle, the Universal Lighthouse established a new temporal observation station, with Su Rue leading a team to develop a causal detector capable of warning against temporal anomalies. Lin Mabai deeply bound his consciousness to the core of the lighthouse, ever prepared to confront potential temporal crises. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the transcendent space, a colossal chessboard, formed of dark matter and quantum energy, was taking shape. The pieces upon this board represented countless Lin Mabais from parallel universes. Some were guardians, while others were agents of chaos. An ultimate game spanning time and space had only just begun. Chapter 74. The Awakening of the Metadata Labyrinth. In the depths of the Universal Lighthouse's temporal observation station, Su Rue's fingers flew across the quantum keyboard as dazzling streams of data danced on the holographic screen. Suddenly, all visuals froze into a strange abyss of black, and a line of flickering characters emerged in the center of the screen. Metadata Core, awakening imminently. This revelation plunged the entire Transcendent Space Management Bureau into unprecedented panic. For the Metadata Core was the foundational code that maintained the order of the multiverse. According to my calculations, once the Metadata Core awakens, it will rewrite the operational rules governing the entire multiverse. Su Rue's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with exhaustion, yet resolute. Even more troubling was that the failure of the chaotic protocol seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. The timelines of various universes were beginning to intertwine, and realities from different dimensions started to overlap. Lin Mabai gazed intently at the monitoring screen, observing as the castle of King Arthur from Universe 616 gradually merged with the bridge of the Enterprise from the Star Trek universe, while above the steampunk universe's Gear City, the mythological Olympus floated ominously. This dimensional entanglement not only wreaked havoc on physical space, but, more alarmingly, the memories of civilizations from disparate universes began to blur, leading to a gradual distortion of perception amidst the collapse of reality. During a patrol mission, the Special Operations team led by Peter encountered even stranger phenomena. They stumbled upon a mysterious organization that referred to themselves as memory forgers, equipped with devices that blended magic and technology, collecting scattered memory fragments across the entangled timelines. Disturbingly, these forgers appeared to have anticipated the awakening of the Metadata Core, even secretly advancing certain plans. The memory fragments were unsettling. Peter held aloft a crystal emanating a ghostly light, within which shattered images flickered continuously, each depicting an alternate outcome from a particular universe, as though someone were preparing different scripts in advance. Meanwhile, Thor discovered an ancient prophetic tablet in Asgard. The runes inscribed upon it chronicled a legend concerning the Metadata Weavers. At the dawn of the universe, a group of beings transcending dimensions crafted the Metadata Core with their consciousness, endowing each universe with a unique developmental trajectory. However, as the multiverse expanded, these weavers found themselves enmeshed in ideological disputes. One faction advocated for the preservation of cosmic diversity, while another insisted on the eradication of all uncertainties through unified rules. The chaotic protocol might very well be a product of the latter ideology. Thor projected the tablet in the lighthouse conference room, his thunderous voice laced with concern. Now, with the awakening of the Metadata Core, it was likely that the Weavers intended to restart the entire system, transforming the multiverse into a singular perfect world in the far northern reaches of the Ice Kingdom. Elsa discovered a labyrinth constructed from memory energy. As she stepped inside, a torrent of memory fragments surged forth, among which one particular vision stood out with striking clarity. In some distant future, the cosmic lighthouse lay in ruins. The guardians of all realms dissipated in the river of time, while the Metadata Core had transformed into a colossal mechanical entity, compressing all universes into a cold, lifeless whole. We must locate the Metadata Weavers and ascertain their true intentions. Lin Mabai clenched the cosmic scepter, its nine-colored radiance appearing particularly faint amidst the chaotic energy field. But first, we must stabilize these intertwined timelines. Otherwise, before we even confront the Weavers, the multiverse may collapse entirely in the chaos of overlapping dimensions. The Guardians split into multiple paths, embarking on a rescue operation that spanned across time and space. Su Rue led his research team in establishing dimensional anchors at the lighthouse, harnessing the energy of the primordial light to temporarily stabilize the interwoven spaces. Peter and his team delved into the labyrinth of memories, striving to uncover the pivotal recollections necessary for mending the timeline. Meanwhile, Thor and Aisha ventured to the junctures of various universes, wielding the powers of thunder and ice to erect temporary dimensional barriers. Lin Mabai embarked on a solitary quest to seek the weaver of metadata. Utilizing the power of the cosmic scepter, he entered the code space at the core of metadata, a realm devoid of physicality, comprising instead of luminous streams of countless codes, each representing the fate of a universe. At the confluence of these light streams, he finally encountered the legendary weavers, not as corporeal beings, but as entities forged from pure consciousness and energy. Why do you, the insignificant guardian, obstruct the inevitable course? The weaver's voice resonated like a symphony, imbued with an authority beyond comprehension. The chaotic evolution of the multiverse would ultimately lead to annihilation. Only a unified rule could usher in eternal peace. Lin Mabai stood resolute. Peace should not stem from the obliteration of differences. The uniqueness of each universe is the most precious aspect of existence. What you deem perfection is merely another form of death. The weavers fell silent for a moment, and one of the light streams quivered violently. Since you are so obstinate, witness the cost of chaos. In an instant, Lin Mabai's consciousness was cast into a terrifying tableau. All universes spiraled into an endless cycle of chaos and order. Civilizations perpetually oscillating between birth and destruction, devoid of hope and conclusion. Yet amidst this despair, he glimpsed a faint glimmer. It emanated from the lives across the universes, who, even in dire straits, steadfastly upheld their beliefs, resisting fate with their fragile strength. This is the answer. Lin Mabai's voice rang with conviction and power. The essence of life does not lie in perfection, but in the relentless struggle against adversity. Even the faintest hope can illuminate the darkness. His words seemed to resonate with the weavers. The light streams began to exhibit varying fluctuations. A faction of the weavers continued to uphold the principle of unity, while another faction wavered. Just then, the awakening of the metadata core entered its final countdown, causing the entire code space to convulse violently, and the dimensional intertwinings in the real world reached a critical juncture. Lin Mabai recognized that this was the last opportunity. He summoned the collective belief of all guardians through the emotional resonance network, constructing a colossal matrix of hope within the code space, composed of innumerable memories from diverse universes, each memory radiating a unique brilliance. When the matrix of hope collided with the power of the metadata core, the entire multiverse experienced a profound tremor. In this transcendental confrontation, Lin Mabai and the Guardians faced not only the formidable metadata core, but also sought to persuade the wavering weavers. Meanwhile, within the crevice between reality and code, a new threat was silently taking shape. Those weavers who adhered to the principle of unity began to clandestinely collude with the remnants of chaotic power, plotting an ultimate conspiracy capable of irrevocably rewriting the multiverse. The radiance of the universal lighthouse flickers amidst the tempest. As the guardians of the realms stand at the crossroads of fate, they are acutely aware that this pivotal choice not only pertains to the survival of the multiverse, but will also chart the course of existence itself. Deep within the labyrinth of metadata, the true challenge is just beginning. Chapter 75. The prologue to the final act of Dimensional Games. As the Hope Matrix collides with the energy of the core metadata, transcendent ripples sweep through the multiverse, distorting the fabric of space-time like a shattered mirror. Lin Mabai perceives a foreign wave of consciousness within the realm of code, where the weavers, entangled with the remnants of chaos, encode their ideology into a destructive program known as the entropic order virus, its code fragments infiltrating the foundational architecture of the core metadata. They intend to forcibly merge chaos and order. Su Rui's holographic projection flickers violently, issuing a warning that this virus will collapse the physical laws and mental consciousness of all universes into a singular chaotic entity. At this moment, the universal lighthouse is being devoured by dark purple viral patterns, the ground revealing eerie binary runes that slither like living beings towards the core control room. Led by Peter, the Memory Scavenger Task Force discovers a chilling sight in the gears of the steampunk universe. Thousands of memory crystals repurposed as virus incubators, each imprisoning the collective consciousness of a cosmic civilization. As the team attempts to destroy these devices, the crystals erupt with a ghostly blue mist, ensnaring them in cycles of their deepest fears. In the infinite mirrored expanse, Peter witnesses the heartbreaking dissolution of his comrades before his very eyes, as the neural interfaces of their mechanical bodies emit acrid smoke from excessive strain. The battle between Thor and Aisha at the cosmic boundary reaches an impasse. The dimensional barrier they constructed, upon contact with the entropic order virus, transforms into a conduit for the virus's spread. The protective net woven from Norse frost, and Asgardian thunder begins to be rewritten as a vortex of dark matter that consumes all. Cracks appear in Aisha's icy crown, and she is horrified to realize that her magic is beginning to reverse and erode the life around her. Wherever she treads, all is frozen into lifeless amethyst sculptures. In the realm of code, Lin Mabai confronts an even graver threat. The Weavers, steadfast in their pursuit of unified order, have digitized their consciousness, morphing into countless colossal figures of code. The bodies of these giants are intertwined with golden data streams symbolizing order and dark purple codes representing chaos, each strike capable of tearing asunder the logical framework of reality. As Lin Mabai wields the universal staff, the clash of nine-colored brilliance against the colossal figures generates a paradoxical effect. The shattered giants resurrect at different points along the timeline. Conventional attacks prove futile. The mirrored consciousness of Lin Mabai suddenly materializes in his mind. These weavers have scattered their data anchor points across the timelines of all parallel universes. You must locate their master consciousness node. Before the words can settle, a powerful mental shockwave surges forth. As precious fragments of memories concerning the Guardians begin to be methodically formatted by the entropic order virus deep within Lin Mabai's consciousness. At the critical moment, a powerful wave resonated through the emotional resonance network. Su Rue activated the final emergency plan at the core of the lighthouse, forcibly merging the primordial light energy core with the memory resonance network, creating a consciousness torrent capable of reversing time. This torrent enveloped the hopes and memories of struggle from all life within the multiverse, breaking through the barriers of the coded realm. Under the impact of the consciousness torrent, the data structures of the colossal code statues became disordered, allowing Lin Mabai to launch a full-scale assault. The radiance of the universal scepter transformed into a hyperdimensional scissor, severing the connection lines between the weavers and the main consciousness node. The main consciousness node lay deep within the metadata core, encased in a cocoon-like structure woven from countless glowing threads. As Lin Mabai overcame numerous defenses to reach this point, he discovered a colossal consciousness entity sleeping within the cocoon, its surface constantly revealing the rise and fall of all universes. Just as he prepared to destroy the node, a familiar voice resonated on the level of consciousness. It was his future self. Stop. Destroying the node will lead to the collapse of the timelines across all parallel universes. The consciousness projection of his future self, imbued with an ineffable sense of hardship, conveyed that the true purpose of the entropy virus was to compel the metadata core to undergo self-evolution. We must guide its evolutionary direction rather than annihilate it. Simultaneously, the crisis in the real world reached its zenith. The entropy virus unleashed its final form, the chaotic order colossus, across various universes. This colossal entity, composed of dark matter and data torrents, reshaped the surrounding physical laws with each pulse. On Cybertron, the Transformers were rewritten into war machines executing only destruction commands. In the mythological universe, the divine powers of the Olympian gods were twisted into curses that corroded reality. With the assistance of his future self, Lin Mabai reprogrammed the foundational code of the Hope Matrix and the metadata core. He harnessed the power of the emotional resonance network to construct a new possibility database within the core, encoding the free will of all cosmic life into a firewall against the entropy virus. Just as the destructive beam of the chaotic order colossus was about to strike the universal lighthouse, the metadata core completed its evolution, and the radiant brilliance that erupted instantaneously purified the virus. However, this victory came at a cost. In the final moments before the energy core overloaded, Su Rue uploaded his data consciousness to the metadata network, becoming the first line of defense for the new order. Peter's mechanical body sustained severe damage, necessitating a complete transformation that fused magic and technology. Thor's hammer showed signs of cracking, and Asgard's system of magic faced reconstruction due to dimensional tremors. In the aftermath of the battle, the multiverse regained balance under the new metadata rules. The universal lighthouse upgraded to a multiversal hub. With the dimensional compass atop, it not only safeguarding the cosmos, but also observing the possible branches of various parallel worlds. Yet Lin Mabai understood that the true threat had not vanished. Deep within the metadata network, a segment of the virus code remained, silently mutating. In a yet undiscovered dimensional crevice, a pair of eyes, observing all possibilities, awaited the next opportunity for entropy to unfold. Guardians of the realms stood atop the nexus, gazing upon the myriad universes shimmering within the hyperdimensional expanse. They understood that this journey of protection had no end. Each crisis resolved was merely the prologue to the next grand contest. As long as the ember of hope continued to flicker across the various universes, they would forever bear the weighty mantle of defending the multiverse, inscribing the legend of the Guardians within the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Chapter 76. The hyperdimensional game factory in the 10th hyperdimensional year since the cosmic lighthouse transformed into a multiversal hub beneath a tranquil facade, turbulent currents stirred. Su-Rue's data consciousness abruptly detected anomalous fluctuations at the confluence of countless parallel universes, phenomena reminiscent of the boiling of quantum foam. Within those fragmented realities, a colossal chessboard fashioned from dark matter and stardust repeatedly flickered into view. These fluctuations defied any known physical laws. Su-Rue's consciousness projection flickered in the core zone of the nexus, her form composed of data streams, yet her tone bore an unmistakable gravity, as if some unseen force beyond hyperdimensional space was maneuvering reality in ways beyond comprehension. Lin Mabai was collaborating with Merlin and Spock on a new dimensional stabilization device when he immediately summoned a holographic star map. On the multiversal star chart, hundreds of red light points spread like a plague, each point signifying a region of reality distortion. Even more bizarrely, the edges of these areas displayed a checkered pattern, where interlaced bands of black and white faintly revealed figures engaged in a game of chess. Suddenly, Peter's augmented body emitted a piercing alarm. Having just completed a patrol in the steampunk universe, unfamiliar runes appeared on the vibranium armor of his right arm. I discovered an anomalous piece in Universe 1907. A colossal knight formed from mechanical gears and chaotic crystals. With each movement, the surrounding spacetime is shattered into fragments. Thor's hammer trembled violently in Asgard, the ancient runes on its handle rearranging themselves into a prophetic verse. On the checkered board, the sound of pieces falling, the hyperdimensional player cloaked in invisibility. When stardust pieces are tainted by chaos, the realm shall be plunged into eternal calamity. The All-Father's countenance darkened. This is an ancient threat, not even chronicled in Norse mythology. We face an existence that transcends the weavers. From her watchtower in the Snowy Kingdom, Aisha beheld an unforgettable spectacle. In the polar night sky, countless luminous chessboards descended from above, each depicting the wars of different universes. As one of these boards touched the ground, the entire kingdom's spacetime began to flow in reverse, the memories of her people being repeatedly erased, as if they were mere pieces carelessly moved upon the board. The Guardians swiftly convened, only to find that conventional methods proved utterly ineffectual against these hyperdimensional chessboards. Lin Mabai's cosmic staff, upon contact with the board, was transformed into energy for the board itself. Thor's thunder was absorbed, becoming a dark matter cannon that struck other universes. Aisha's frost encased the board's surface, yet the gameplay beneath the ice continued unabated. These chessboards were the embodiment of the hyperdimensional contest. Su-Rue fervently scoured the metadata network and ultimately unearthed a thread of truth. In the void that predated the birth of the multiverse, there existed an ancient entity known as the hyperdimensional chessmaster. They utilized reality as their chessboard and civilizations as their pieces, perpetuating a balance that transcended comprehension through eternal games. However, it appears that some players have begun to disregard the established rules, employing the chaotic forces to manipulate the board. In response to this unprecedented threat, the Guardians resolved to split into three factions. Peter, leading a squad of mechanized warriors known as the Breakers, ventured deep into the realms of reality distortion to uncover the weaknesses of the chessboard. Meanwhile, Thor and Aisha established a defensive line at the boundaries of the universe, conjuring barriers of thunder and ice to temporarily halt the chessboard's expansion. Lin Mabai joined forces with Su-Rue's data consciousness in an endeavor to penetrate the deepest recesses of the metadata network, seeking ways to counter the hyperdimensional chessmaster. Peter's squad encountered the most perilous of chess games on the planet Cybertron, which had been transformed into an immense chessboard where the transformers were reduced to mere pieces, ensnared in an endless cycle of slaughter. As Peter attempted to sever the dark matter strands connecting the pieces with his vibranium sword, the blade unexpectedly gained self-awareness and turned against his comrades. In a moment of dire crisis, a mysterious mechanical life form materialized, identifying itself as an ancient observer from the era of Cybertron, having witnessed the games of the hyperdimensional chessmasters. To decipher the chessboard, one must uncover the logic behind the player's moves. The observer's voice resonated with an electronic, synthesized gravitas, revealing that these hyperdimensional chessmasters, though seemingly arbitrary in their placements, adhered to an overarching principle that transcended time. What you require is the hyperdimensional vision, capable of perceiving multiple branching possibilities. Simultaneously, Lin Mabai and Su-Rue unveiled a staggering truth deep within the metadata network. The arena of the hyperdimensional chessmasters existed not only within reality, but also within the collective subconscious of all living beings. The chessboards tainted by chaos were, in fact, experiments by the players on variables of disorder. More alarmingly, one of the players had entirely succumbed to chaos, intent on transforming every universe into their personal chessboard. We must create a cognitive mist to disrupt the player's thoughts. Su Rui's data consciousness coalesced into a complex algorithmic model, employing an emotional resonance network to weave the free will and unpredictability of all life across the multiverse into a consciousness web that could envelop the entire hyperdimensional space. In the tangible world, the defensive line established by Thor and Aisha teetered on the brink of collapse. The expansion of the chessboard accelerated, with each newly placed piece signifying the downfall of a universe. Just as the Knight of Chaos was about to breach the final line of defense, Peter's squad arrived with the hyperdimensional vision device provided by the Observer. This apparatus could deconstruct reality into countless branching possibilities, revealing the hidden trajectories of the chess moves to the Guardians. Lin Mabai launched a full-scale assault within the metadata network, harnessing the power of the emotional resonance network to transform the beliefs, hopes, and spirits of resistance from all life in the multiverse into a torrent capable of striking at the consciousness of the hyperdimensional chessmaster. As this surge surged into the hyperdimensional arena, the entire multiverse resonated with a profound tremor. In the depths of the hyperdimensional realm, a confrontation transcending dimensions commenced. Lin Mabai, leading the Guardians, transformed into countermeasures against chaos, engaging in a game woven with power, wisdom, and faith against the hyperdimensional chess players. At times, they became walls to thwart the onslaught of chaos, and at other moments, they morphed into swords piercing the hearts of their foes, seeking the pivotal step to victory amidst myriad branching possibilities. Ultimately, through the collective endeavor of all cosmic life, cracks appeared on the chessboard of the fallen hyperdimensional player. Seizing the moment, Lin Mabai fused the universe scepter with the hyperdimensional vision device, releasing a radiant beam capable of severing hyperdimensional causality. With a resounding roar, the chessboard of the fallen player shattered completely, momentarily alleviating the threat of chaos. Yet, this victory did not usher in true peace. In a corner of the hyperdimensional space, other hyperdimensional players were recalibrating their strategies, their gazes filled with vigilance and curiosity as they observed the Guardians daring to challenge the established rules. Meanwhile, in the basement of the multiversal nexus, a device left by an onlooker suddenly activated, projecting a line of constantly changing text. The game never concludes. The player is also a piece. Standing atop the nexus, Lin Mabai gazed upon the myriad universes within the hyperdimensional realm, now restored to tranquility, and tightened his grip on the universe scepter. He understood that the threat posed by hyperdimensional players would forever linger, and the mission of the Guardians across realms would never reach its conclusion. However, as long as there was life struggling in the multiverse, as long as hope flickered, they would continue to guard every potential future on this stage of unimaginable gamesmanship. Chapter 77. The eternal echo of reality and illusion. After the threat of the hyperdimensional players temporarily receded, the surface of the multiversal nexus regained its tranquility. Yet its core alarm system maintained a high-frequency vibration. Su Rui's data consciousness detected anomalous quantum entanglement phenomena at the edges of universes previously eroded by the chessboard, where countless flickering imaginary anchor points emerged, akin to dormant eyes scanning the surrounding spacetime. The fluctuation frequencies of these anchor points closely matched the energetic signatures of the hyperdimensional players. Su Rui's consciousness projected a complex topological map onto the holographic sand table, with data lines sprawling like veins, constructing a cross-dimensional observation network, as if someone were delineating a new chessboard for the next game. When Lin Mabai summoned the Guardians, he discovered that each bore varying degrees of anomaly. Peter's mechanical prosthetic joints exhibited intricate chessboard patterns, resonating eerily whenever he approached areas of reality distortion. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, would inexplicably point towards a certain void coordinate at midnight, and Aisha's ice magic began to manifest uncontrollable side effects, with her ice sculptures revealing black and white checkered patterns under the moonlight. We have all been marked by the game's imprint. Merlin caressed his ancient wand, the crystal at its tip reflecting the shattered image of a chessboard. Although the hyperdimensional players had temporarily retreated, they had also drawn us into a new game. These marks were both shackles and keys to higher dimensions. Just as the Guardians deliberated on countermeasures, an urgent message arrived from the steampunk universe. Above the gears of the city in Universe 1907, a colossal chessboard woven from dark matter and starlight emerged, upon which hovered 12 translucent pieces, each intricately carved with the visage of a guardian. As the first piece, depicting Lin Mabai, began to move, the very flow of time within the city succumbed to chaos. Steam trains on the streets reversed their courses, and the memories of the inhabitants oscillated between past and future. They were rehearsing for a new game. Lin Mabai wielded the celestial scepter, only to discover that the nine-colored radiance, upon touching the chessboard, was transformed into energy for the piece's movements, compounding his dismay. With each piece's advance, unfamiliar fragments of memory flashed within his mind. In one potential branch of reality, he had personally shattered the celestial lighthouse. In another dimension, he sat side by side with a fallen hyperdimensional player. Led by Peter, a reconnaissance team uncovered astonishing secrets in the quantum deep-sea universe. There, the oceans were formed from flowing time and space, and deep beneath the surface lay a monumental structure composed of countless stacked chessboards. As the team approached, the surface of the structure suddenly animated, ensnaring them within an infinite loop of gameplay. Each space corresponded to a fateful decision for a universe, and a misstep could lead to the collapse of the entire cosmos. On the border of Asgard and the kingdom of ice and snow, Sol and Aisha confronted an unprecedented adversary, an embodiment of the rules crafted by the hyperdimensional player. These creatures, their bodies adorned with a black and white checkered pattern, could whimsically rewrite the laws of physics surrounding them. They could freeze flames, invert gravity, and even transform time into tangible chains. When Sol's thunder struck one of the monsters, it was instead converted into an electric net that ensnared him. Aisha's ice became a weapon wielded by their foes. In the core laboratory of the multiverse nexus, Su-Rue and Spock were conducting a perilous experiment. They endeavored to deeply integrate the metadata network with an emotional resonance network, aiming to create a cognitive virus capable of disrupting the hyperdimensional player's thoughts. However, during the experiment, Spock's Vulcan logic system unexpectedly faltered, and his eyes flickered with the light of a checkered pattern, a trap deliberately left by the player to guide them towards an unfinished dialogue. Just then, the laboratory's protective barrier collapsed, inundating the Nexus system with a torrent of data carrying the chessboard virus. Amidst the chaos of consciousness, Lin Mabe encountered a future version of himself once more. Yet this projection was hazy, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Do not follow their script. The true breaking point lies between reality and illusion. As the words lingered in the air, innumerable fragments of memory assailed him, and Lin Mabe realized his consciousness was fracturing into disparate personas, some resolutely protective, others yearning to join the ranks of the players, and still others lost in existential confusion. In a moment of dire urgency, Peter broke through numerous obstacles to arrive. His mechanical prosthetic, modified by the observers of the game, temporarily shielded him from the influence of the gameplay marks. He inserted a special memory chip into Lin Mabe's consciousness interface, which contained life messages from various universes, the struggle poems inscribed by the mechanical poets of the steampunk universe, the unity odes recorded by the crew of the Star Trek universe, and the prayers of mortal believers from the mythological universe. We are not pawns. Peter's cry reverberated through the emotional resonance network across the multiverse. Even when ensnared in the machinations of higher dimensions, we must become the masters of our own destiny. His voice roused the Guardians, who had been lost in confusion. Thor tightened his grip on the trembling hammer of the Thunder God. Elsa's icy crown radiated a fresh luminescence, and Merlin's wand erupted with ancient protective incantations. Lin Mabe, amidst the torrent of memories, discerned the critical vulnerability of the hyperdimensional players, their excessive reliance on fixed game rules. The most potent force within the multiverse lies in the infinite possibilities of life that never repeat. He guided the Guardians to merge their unique abilities with the beliefs of all cosmic life, forging a power of chaotic order that transcended the rules. As this force surged against the new hyperdimensional chessboard, the very fabric of reality within the multiverse began to warp and reconstruct. The pieces on the board disintegrated, transforming into starlight that nourished reality. Imaginary anchor points extinguished one by one, leaving only glimmers of hope. Yet, in the aftermath of battle, Lin Mabe perceived a deeper truth. While the game of hyperdimensional players may be endless, as long as the freedom of will exists, this cross-dimensional contest will never lack for disruptors. In the aftermath, the Multiversal Hub established a virtual reality observation station dedicated to monitoring anomalies in hyperdimensional space. The Guardians digitized parts of their consciousness, integrating them into a metadata network, forming a self-sustaining defense line capable of responding to crises autonomously. At the far reaches of hyperdimensional space, a new chessboard was taking shape, adorned with several figures radiating unique brilliance, once Guardians. Now a new force safeguarding the rules of the multiverse. Yet, lurking in the shadows of the board, unknown threats awaited their opportunity to make a move. Chapter 78. The Awakening of the Paradox of Limits in the third hyperdimensional year of operation at the Virtual Reality Observation Station. The metadata network suddenly surged with a plethora of self-referential paradoxes. Su-Rue's data consciousness darted frantically within the firewall matrix, detecting countless segments of cyclically nested code. These codes simultaneously generated new realities while negating their own existence. akin to an Ouroboros perpetually consuming and rebirthing itself in the abyss of logic. This was not a natural phenomenon. Surue's consciousness projection flickered violently at the hub's core, where the contours formed by data streams began to exhibit unstable distortions. The manner in which these paradox codes were inscribed resembled the hyperdimensional players utilizing our defensive systems for self-reproduction. Amidst the blaring alarms, the nine-colored barrier of the multiversal hub rippled with eerie black and white waves. As the once-defeated chessboard patterns began to grow on the surface of the barrier through quantum entanglement, suddenly, Lin Mabai's cosmic staff levitated uncontrollably, its nine-colored patterns reversing their flow. A deluge of contradictory images flooded his mind. In one fleeting moment, he envisioned himself leading the Guardians to become the new hyperdimensional players. In the next second, he witnessed all universes collapsing into oblivion within the whirlpool of paradox. More terrifyingly, the emotional resonance network conveyed not the strength of belief, but the desperate cries of countless lives mired in self-doubt. Peter's mechanical prosthetic suffered a severe malfunction, with the checkered pattern at the vibranium joint cracking open to reveal tiny fissures, from which a dark purple fluid seeped forth. Upon contact with the air, this fluid rapidly solidified into miniature chessboards, each depicting a different version of the Guardian Civil War. As he attempted to obliterate these boards with his double-edged sword, the blade reflected a grotesque visage, its eyes brimming with murderous intent, aimed at an imagined comrade. Thor detected an anomaly in Valhalla, where the ancient stone tablets chronicling the gods' exploits began to rewrite themselves. Once valiant battle scenes gradually morphed into tragic tales of divine fratricide. The runes of Mjolnir began to scorch the soul of its bearer in reverse, with each swing of the enchanted hammer. A logical black hole that consumed light materialized in reality. Elsa's kingdom of ice and snow was ensnared in an eternal paradoxical winter. The ice she created alternated between melting into searing magma and solidifying into geometries that transcended 3 dimensions. In her attempts to stabilize the climate through magic, she discovered that her powers had become catalysts for the paradox. Frozen time began to flow, only to instantaneously freeze again. Her subjects, torn by the rift of reality, found their memories and existence fragmented. In pursuit of the truth, Lin Mabai resolved to delve once more into the depths of the metadata network. His consciousness traversed layers of code barriers, encountering a captive observer within a chaotic realm constructed of paradoxes. This ancient mechanical entity was encased in fissures, its internal data streams displaying a chaotic spiral. The hyperdimensional chessmaster discerned the voice of the ultralogical observer as fragmented and distorted by electronic signals. They were no longer content to engage in real-world gambits, but sought to forge new rules within the crevices of possibility and impossibility. Suddenly, its body erupted into countless data fragments, coalescing into a breathtaking tableau. Within the folds of hyperdimensional space existed an ultra-chessboard formed of infinite recursive paradoxes, where all parallel universes were mere phantoms upon the board. Simultaneously, a crisis erupted in the real world. In the Gear City of the Steampunk Universe 1907, all mechanical devices began to execute contradictory commands. Gears spun both clockwise and counterclockwise. Steam engines expelled both steam and ice water simultaneously. The city's inhabitants descended into madness, their minds eroded by paradox, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. The team led by Peter, striving for resolution in the quantum deep-sea universe, confronted monsters materialized from paradox. These creatures continuously altered their forms, embodying both matter and antimatter. The team's attacks inflicted harm upon them while simultaneously healing them. Their defenses led to self-destruction. During the fray, one team member's body abruptly split into 2 opposing entities, one charging forward, the other retreating, ultimately dissipating into quantum foam amid the tearing of paradox. The defensive line established by Thor and Elsa at the border of the 2 realms was engulfed by a phenomenon known as the contradiction storm. Within the tempest, thunder manifested as both light and darkness, while ice and snow oscillated between heat and cold. Thor's enchanted hammer shattered into countless contradictory fragments amidst the tempest, each shard embodying an impossible attribute. Elsa's magic spiraled out of control, conjuring a snowflake that ignited a conflagration with every creation. Within the multiversal nexus, Suri and Spock were engaged in a final endeavor. They endeavored to compress the metadata network and the emotional resonance network into a hyperlogical singularity, attempting to counteract the predetermined rules of the hyperdimensional chessboard with the unpredictability generated by the free will of life. However, as the paradox code eroded their resolve, Spock's Vulcan logic crumbled entirely, leading him to frantically devise a self-destruct sequence. Concurrently, Suri's data consciousness began to succumb to the paradox, her projection oscillating between clarity and obscurity. Her words laden with contradictions, This is both an ending and a beginning. We must destroy, we must protect. Deep within the metadata network, Lin Mabai discovered the paradoxical core of the hyperdimensional chessboard. It manifested as a sphere, perpetually expanding and collapsing, its surface adorned with countless symbols of affirmation and negation. When he attempted to obliterate the core with the cosmic staff, he found that his assault yielded an opposite effect, amplifying the core's power instead. In a moment of dire realization, he grasped the essence of the solution. To combat the paradox, one must not employ conventional methods, but rather create new paradoxes. He guided all guardians to infuse their respective powers and beliefs into the cosmic staff, thus forming a hyperparadoxical field brimming with infinite possibilities. As this field collided with the core of the hyperdimensional chessboard, the entire multiverse was engulfed in a tremor of logic. Amidst the clash of contradictions, the hyperdimensional chessboard began to disintegrate, its self-referential paradox codes annihilating one another in mutual negation. Yet, this victory exacted a grievous toll. Suri's data consciousness was utterly dissipated in the vortex of paradox, leaving behind an unfinished string of code. Peter's mechanical body sustained severe damage, rendering him nearly immobile. Although Thor's hammer was restored, it permanently lost a portion of its divine power. Lin Mabai's consciousness, after enduring the onslaught of hyperdimensional logic, often found itself ensnared in existential bewilderment. In the aftermath of the conflict, the multiversal nexus established the hyperdimensional archive, chronicling this battle for the survival of logic. The Guardians understood that the game of the hyperdimensional players had entered an entirely new phase, on the threshold of possibility and impossibility, within the crevice of logic and paradox. The true challenge had merely begun. Amidst the ruins of the hyperdimensional chessboard, a new existence was awakening, transcending all known concepts, with the ambition to create a game that even the hyperdimensional players could not control. Chapter 79. The manifestation of the abyss of concepts on the inaugural hyperdimensional anniversary of the hyperdimensional archive, the displayed remnants of paradox suddenly trembled in unison. Those self-referential codes, once sealed, spread like a virus upon the protective glass, their distorted symbols coalescing into a continuously repeating figure resembling a biased strip's topological structure, yet at each twist, birthing new dimensions. Fragments of Suri's residual data consciousness flashed frantically in the alarm system, emitting a piercing electronic wail. Conceptual contamination is breaching the metadata firewall. Upon Lin Mabai's arrival, he was met with a catastrophe that defied comprehension. The archives are undergoing a transformation of non-Euclidean distortion, with walls folding into the shape of a Klein bottle, and the floor revealing an infinitely recursive Penrose staircase. More terrifyingly, the exhibited artifacts begin to consume the cognition of the visitors. An administrator's body gradually becomes transparent, and he horrifiedly realizes that his existence is being supplanted by the concept of non-existence. These are not material assaults. Merlin's voice echoes from the warped fabric of space-time. His magical robe dyed in eerie black and white hues. The hyperdimensional player has found a more lethal weapon. They manifest abstract concepts into reality. As the words leave his lips, the dome of the archive suddenly fractures, and what cascades down is not tangible matter, but a palpable sense of oblivion. Cloaked in the fog of forgetfulness, the Guardians instantly lose sight of their mission, their names, and even the meaning of their existence. Peter struggles to activate the emergency protocol of his cybernetic body. As his mechanical eye scans and reveals astonishing data, the propagation speed of these conceptual energies transcends the laws of causality. With each strategy we devise, the corresponding concept instantly evolves. His cybernetic joints ooze a silvery fluid, a manifestation of uncertainty, transforming his mechanical structure into a chaotic quantum state. Thor, wielding his hammer in Asgard to summon thunder, discovers that what strikes down is no longer a natural force, but a corporeal manifestation of nothingness. Where those pitch-black lightning bolts strike, even space itself is erased, and within the energy flow of the Bifrost appear countless symbols of void, gnawing away at the connections of the 9 realms. Elsa's frost magic crystallizes not solid ice, but a conceptual entity known as eternity, once touched. Those shimmering snowflakes ensnare the toucher in an endless loop of time. At the core of the multiversal nexus, Spock's Vulcan logic system is experiencing an unprecedented collapse. He trembles as he points to the array of quantum computers, where the screens no longer display data, but proliferating philosophical paradoxes. The liar's paradox generates corporeal doppelgangers, while Russell's paradox evolves into a space-devouring field. These concepts are self-iterating, gaining autonomous consciousness. Lin Mabai's cosmic scepter suddenly erupts with blinding light, the staff adorned with a complex web of 9 colored patterns forming a cognitive filter. He forcefully interfaces with the emotional resonance network. only to find that the myriad parallel universes transmit not clear waves of consciousness, but a chaotic torrent of concepts. Some universes are being torn apart by both chaos and order, while some civilizations struggle to survive in the interstice between reality and illusion. We need a new dimension of cognition. Lin Mabai's consciousness projects into the minds of all Guardians, asserting that just as two-dimensional beings cannot comprehend three-dimensionality, we must transcend our existing cognitive frameworks. He leads them deep into the metadata network, where the remnant core program of the observer battles against conceptual pollution. Within the shattered mechanical body, an ancient warning emerges. When abstraction becomes material, only a concept that transcends concepts can contend with it. Under the erosion of uncertainty, Peter's mechanical body unexpectedly develops the ability for quantum leaps. He daringly traverses various conceptual spaces, uncovering astonishing revelations. At the singularity where time and space collide lies a chaotic realm known as the moment. At the intersection of good and evil grows the tree of choices, transcending moral judgment. These extraordinary concepts have become pivotal materials in the battle against pollution. Thor and Aisha engaged in a conflict at the border of two realms, transcending the laws of physics. Thor forged the essence of courage into a thunderous spear, while Aisha crystallized hope into an icy shield. As their weapons clashed with the embodiment of despair, an energetic tempest was born, giving rise to a new concept of rebirth. This concept spread like wildfire, igniting the spirit of resistance in the polluted universe. Lin Mabai constructed a cognitive furnace within the metadata network, merging the collected special concepts with the convictions of the Guardians. When he infused the transcendent concept into the cosmic staff, it radiated an unprecedented spectrum of colors, encompassing an existence that defies description in any known language. It is both everything and nothing, both a beginning and an end. The final battle unfolded in the abyss of concepts. Lin Mabai led the Guardians to confront the new creation of the hyperdimensional chess player, an exceeding leviathan composed of countless contradictory concepts. The creature's body was woven from existence and nothingness, and with each breath, it birthed and annihilated galaxies. As the light of the transcendent concept touched the leviathan, the cognitive framework of the entire multiverse trembled violently, blurring the boundaries between the abstract and the concrete. In the clash of concepts, Lin Mabai suddenly comprehended the true intent of the hyperdimensional players. They were not pursuing destruction, but rather attempting to force the multiverse to transcend the shackles of its existing cognition through the relentless creation of extreme conflicts. After this victory, the Guardians no longer regarded the players as mere adversaries, but rather as catalysts in a certain sense. In the aftermath, the multiversal nexus established the Concept Observation Court, composed of both Guardians and awakened hyperdimensional concepts. They began to explore how to transform abstract powers into instruments of protection while remaining vigilant against new conceptual threats. Meanwhile, within the folds of hyperdimensional space, the players' new chessboard quietly took shape. This time, the rules of the game were no longer a simple contest, but an ultimate exploration of cognitive limits. Lin Mabai stood atop the nexus, gazing at the strange lights flickering in the abyss of concepts, knowing that true evolution had only just begun. Chapter 80. The Battle of the Cognitive Boundaries Breach in the 7th Hyperdimensional Era following the establishment of the Concept Observation Court. The monitoring interface of the metadata network suddenly erupted with tens of thousands of cognitive rifts. These rifts were not breaches in physical space, but rather the dissolution of boundaries between reality and abstract concepts. The remnants of Su Rui's data consciousness flickered frantically within the emergency system, piecing together fragmented warnings. The core code of the exceeding Leviathan is being disseminated throughout the universe. Without warning, Lin Mabai's cosmic staff trembled violently, its 9-colored patterns twisting into a M-biased strip topology. His consciousness was abruptly pulled into a surreal realm, where countless shattered concept crystals floated, each refracting different cognitive dimensions. Through the gaps between the crystals, he glimpsed the hyperdimensional player's new chessboard, woven from possibility and inevitability, with pieces being the abstract concepts awakening their self-awareness. They are nurturing concept entities capable of autonomous evolution. Merlin's voice resonated with an unprecedented tremor, his magical robe adorned with continuously collapsing and resurrecting philosophical symbols. Once these conceptual entities transcend the boundaries of cognition, they will reconstruct the entire universe into an abstract sanctuary of thought. Peter's mechanical prosthetic encountered bizarre phenomena during its patrol. His retinal projections were abruptly replaced by a pure conceptual landscape. The streets were no longer traversed by residents, but rather personifications of fear and hope engaged in a fierce struggle. The outlines of buildings perpetually oscillated between reality and illusion. As he endeavored to sever the chains of doubt with his vibranium sword, the blade itself began to question the meaning of its existence, erupting with countless tiny sparks of paradox. In the skies of Asgard, Thor beheld a colossal star map woven from fate and free will. He swung his hammer towards the celestial chart, only to find that the force of thunder was transmuted into tangible chains of causality, ensnaring him instead. In the frigid realms of the Ice Kingdom, Elsa's Frost began to ponder the value of existence. The crystalline ice sculptures spontaneously coalesced into a philosophical arena debating eternity and the moment. Within the core laboratory of the multiversal nexus, Spock's Vulcan logic system was engaged in a tragic resistance. He interfaced his consciousness with a quantum computer array, attempting to construct a cognitive firewall through pure reason. However, the torrent of incoming concepts was overwhelming, causing a violent cognitive explosion as the clash of reason and emotion manifested strange crystals on the laboratory walls. Interwoven with mathematical formulas and poetic rhythms, Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians into a proactive assault. They synchronized their consciousness through an emotional resonance network, plunging into the depths of the metadata network. There, they beheld a breathtaking spectacle. The cognitive boundaries of the entire multiverse resembled a boiling quantum soup, with countless nascent conceptual entities breaking free from the shackles of reality. Among them, the most colossal conceptual life form, offspring of the hyperlimit Leviathan, was devouring surrounding conceptual energy. Its form composed of the contradictions between the known and the unknown, with each growth rewriting the foundational logic of reality. We must create a concept capable of consuming concepts. Lin Mabai's consciousness flickered within the torrent of data. Just as antibodies combat viruses, we shall employ higher-dimensional cognitive forms to neutralize these uncontrollable abstract existences. He guided the Guardians to infuse their unique spiritual traits into the celestial staff. Peter's mechanical prosthetic contributed an uncertainty algorithm at the quantum level. Thor's thunderous power brought forth a ferocious will beyond causality, and Elsa's ice magic embodied an eternal obsession with freezing time. At the edge of the conceptual abyss, the Guardians confronted the obstruction of the hyperdimensional players. These players no longer manifested in physical form, but instead transformed into horrifying embodiments of rule personification. The cognitive prison they created ensnared the Guardians within their own mental traps. Lin Mabai was compelled to confront countless failed versions of himself across parallel universes. Peter was ensnared in an eternal debate between machinery and humanity. Thor was stripped of his divine powers and reduced to mortality. And Elsa's ice magic could only ever produce melting snow. Yet the Guardians did not yield. In the face of despair, they invoked the collective consciousness of all cosmic life within the emotional resonance network. This consciousness coalesced into a torrent that transcended mere concepts, shattering the barriers of cognitive confinement. Lin Mabai seized this opportunity to merge the cosmic scepter with the deluge, giving rise to an unprecedented metaconcept. It was neither matter nor energy, neither concrete nor abstract, but rather a container of existence capable of encompassing all forms of cognition. When the metaconcept clashed with the progeny of the transcendent Leviathan, the cognitive framework of the entire multiverse began to undergo a radical reconstruction. The boundary between reality and abstraction vanished entirely, and all entities within the cosmos engaged in a frenzied collision and fusion at the conceptual level. In this battle that transcended imagination, Lin Mabai discerned the ultimate aim of the hyperdimensional players. They sought not to annihilate the universe, but to compel all civilizations to break through the ceiling of cognition, evolving towards higher dimensional forms of existence. Ultimately, the metaconcept successfully consumed the unruly conceptual life forms, transforming them into sustenance for nurturing new cognitions. Although the hyperdimensional players faced a temporary setback in their new game, the revelations they imparted forever altered the multiverse. In the aftermath, the Conceptual Observation Court evolved into the Cognitive Evolution Committee, and the Guardians took the initiative to guide the birth and growth of conceptual life forms, exploring the possibilities of translating abstract thought into tangible power. Meanwhile, at the edge of the hyperdimensional space, a new chessboard unfolded. This time, there was no clear distinction between friend and foe. All participants collectively inscribed the ultimate answer regarding the boundaries of cognition. Lin Mabai stood at the pinnacle of the multiversal nexus, gazing at the extraordinary radiance continuously emerging from the conceptual abyss, knowing that this exploration of the essence of existence would persist indefinitely. Chapter 81. The Topological Revolution of Transcendent Cognition in the 13th Hyperdimensional Epoch following the establishment of the Cognitive Evolution Committee. The topological structure of the metadata network underwent a bizarre phenomenon of self-organization. Those once tamed conceptual life forms suddenly awoke en masse, weaving a suffocatingly intricate cognitive neural network within the hyperdimensional space. The core algorithms left behind by Su Rue transformed into countless glowing data streams, racing through the network and ultimately assembling a continuously rotating Klein bottle-shaped warning emblem, cognitive singularity approaching collapse. At a certain moment, Lin Mobai's cosmic scepter abruptly lost all its radiance, the 9-colored patterns on its shaft twisting into infinitely nested fractal designs. Without warning, his consciousness was yanked into a realm composed purely of logic, where thousands of proposition bubbles floated, each bearing a self-contradictory cognitive paradox. At the intersections of these paradoxes, the new chessboard of the hyperdimensional players was faintly discernible, its squares alternating between the concepts of understanding and unknowable. They are constructing a cognitive black hole. Came Merlin's voice from the committee's holographic meeting, his magical robe adorned with runes that perpetually vanished and re-emerged. Once this structure is complete, all consciousness attempting to comprehend it will be drawn into the abyss of logic, never to return to the realm of reality. As the words lingered in the air, the confines of the conference room began to exhibit a non-Euclidean distortion. The tables and chairs twisted into the form of a Penrose triangle, and the conversations of the attendees transformed into self-negating paradoxes the moment they were uttered. Peter's mechanical prosthesis encountered an unprecedented malfunction. His retinal projection was supplanted by a flickering stream of binary code, weaving a disquieting cognitive labyrinth through the interplay of zeros and ones. When he attempted to cleave the wall of confusion before him with his vibranium sword, the blade became ensnared in an infinite recursive cycle of cutting. Each seemingly successful strike birthed additional walls at the incision points. More alarmingly, his mechanical heart began to simulate the contradictions of human emotion, oscillating violently between loyalty and betrayal, protection and destruction. In the skies of Asgard, Thor beheld a colossal tempest woven from the threads of faith and doubt. He wielded his hammer, striving to dispel the storm, only to discover that the power of thunder, upon touching the tempest, was transmuted into the void of thunder that devoured faith. The conduits connecting the 9 realms began to manifest a contradictory structure reminiscent of an Escher painting, each segment of the rainbow bridge leading to disparate origins and destinations. As the inhabitants of Asgard gradually forgot their identities and memories amidst the spatial distortion, in the farthest reaches of the Ice Kingdom, Elsa's frost began to reveal characteristics of quantum superposition. These ice crystals existed in a state of both presence and absence, both cold and searingly hot. When she attempted to stabilize these contradictory properties with her magic, the entire kingdom's spacetime began to exhibit a Klein bottle-like folding, with the residents finding themselves simultaneously appearing in various locations, experiencing parallel pasts and futures. At the core laboratory of the multiverse nexus, Spock's Vulcan logic system faced its ultimate trial. He merged his consciousness with a quantum computer, endeavoring to decipher the structure of the cognitive black hole through pure reason. However, as the research progressed, his thoughts began to manifest irreconcilable contradictions. He firmly believed in the absolute correctness of logic, while simultaneously acknowledging the existence of cognitive forms that transcended logic. On the walls of the laboratory, proliferating variants of Fermat's last theorem emerged, each formula proving itself while simultaneously refuting others. Lin Mo resolved to lead the Guardians in a final charge. Through an emotional resonance network, they synchronized their consciousness at the edge of the cognitive black hole. There, they beheld a despairing sight. The cognitive boundaries of the entire multiverse were being compressed by an invisible force, with all realities collapsing into abstract concepts. Those once tamed conceptual life forms now formed a vast cognitive legion, their essence shaped by the intense collisions of various contradictory concepts, each existence simultaneously negating itself while affirming others. We must create an existence that transcends all cognitive forms. Lin Mo's consciousness projection flickered amidst the torrent of data. Just as one can create a three-dimensional object from a two-dimensional plane, we must construct a higher-dimensional cognitive model within the existing cognitive dimensions. He guided the Guardians to infuse their most profound life experiences into the cosmic scepter. Peter contributed the intricate emotional algorithms merging machinery with humanity. Thor brought forth the contradictions and struggles inherent in the duality of gods and mortals, while Elsa wove together the entwined powers of creation and destruction through her ice and snow magic. In the heart of the cognitive black hole, the Guardians encountered the supreme creation of the hyperdimensional players, the cognitive arbitration beyond limits. This entity, forged from all known and unknown concepts, reshaped the very logic of reality with each breath it took. The cognitive strangulation arena it created ensnared the Guardians within their own intellectual paradoxes. Lin Mobai was forced into an infinite loop between the choices of protection and destruction. Peter found himself in the ultimate confrontation between mechanical rationality and human sensibility. Thor perpetually cycled through the conflict of divine power and mortal form, while Elsa's magic gradually spiraled out of control amidst the cycles of creation and annihilation. Yet, in their dire circumstances, the Guardians discovered a path to resolution. They evoked the collective subconscious of all cosmic life within the emotional resonance network, tapping into the primal cognitions buried deep within every being, transcending language and logic. These subconscious thoughts coalesced into a chaotic yet formidable force, shattering the barriers of the cognitive strangulation arena. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mabai fused the cosmic scepter with this newfound power, creating the unprecedented cognitive prism beyond limits, capable of refracting all contradictory concepts into a new spectrum of understanding, transforming all paradoxes into the impetus for creation. When the cognitive prism clashed with the cognitive arbitration beyond limits, a revolutionary breakthrough occurred within the cognitive dimensions of the entire multiverse. The boundary between reality and abstraction vanished completely, as all existences were rearranged and recombined under a higher dimensional cognitive framework. In this battle that transcended imagination, Lin Mabai finally comprehended the true intentions of the hyperdimensional players. They sought not destruction, but the elevation of the entire multiverse to a higher cognitive dimension. Ultimately, the cognitive prism successfully deconstructed the cognitive black hole, transforming it into fertile ground for nurturing new cognition. Although the hyperdimensional players faced another setback in their new game, the cognitive legacy they left behind forever altered the multiverse. In the aftermath, the Cognitive Evolution Committee was upgraded to the Institute of Cognitive Research Beyond Limits, as the Guardians began to actively explore higher dimensional cognitive forms, attempting to materialize abstract concepts and embody logical paradoxes into new possibilities. At the far end of hyperdimensional space, a new chessboard had already unfurled. This time, the rules on the board were no longer mere games, but a collective experiment focused on breakthroughs in cognitive dimensions. Standing atop the multiversal nexus, Lin Mabai gazed upon the bizarre cognitive structures continually emerging within hyperdimensional space. Knowing that this exploration of the essence of existence would lead the multiverse into an unprecedented new era. Chapter 82. The Quantum Leap of Hyperdimensional Cognition in the 20th Hyperdimensional Epoch following the establishment of the Institute of Cognitive Research Beyond Limits. The topological structure of the metadata network suddenly began exhibiting quantum entanglement states. Those cognitive neural networks woven by conceptual life forms continuously overlapped between observation and non-observation, sometimes materializing into tangible structures resembling Klein bottles, and at other times dissipating into elusive clouds of thought. The core fragments of Su Rui's algorithm spontaneously reassemble in the depths of the network, forming a constantly flickering quantum pendulum, each swing accompanied by a slight tremor in the fabric of reality. At a certain moment, the luminous aura of Lin Mabai's universe staff transcends the confines of 9 colors, manifesting an infinite spectrum of superimposed states. As he attempts to harness the elemental forces, the staff projects countless iterations of himself across parallel dimensions, each avatar executing distinct guardianship choices, some opting to collaborate with the hyperdimensional strategist, others erasing all conceptual life forms entirely, and yet others erecting eternal barriers at the edges of cognition. The existence of these avatars interferes with one another, inciting a violent cognitive tempest within his consciousness, as they create a quantum superposition of understanding. Merlin's voice emanates from the quantum conference room of the Research Institute, his magical robe adorned with countless miniature universes, each adhering to different cognitive laws. The hyperdimensional strategist has transformed the entirety of the multiverse into a colossal quantum experiment, wherein every choice we make bifurcates into myriad parallel realities. Before he finishes speaking, the furniture in the conference room begins to quantum tunnel, occasionally appearing within walls, at times suspended from the ceiling, while the dialogues of the attendees splinter into multiple potential branches, occurring simultaneously across various times and spaces. Peter's mechanical body exhibits an eerie phenomenon of quantum decoherence. In the projection of his retina, the realms of reality and concept alternate in the form of probability clouds. Pedestrians on the street sometimes manifest as flesh and blood inhabitants, at other times as walking philosophical propositions. His vibranium sword, when swung, simultaneously cleaves towards tangible targets and abstract concepts, the resultant damage diffusing as a wave function. More disturbingly, his mechanical heart begins to beat randomly at varying frequencies, each corresponding to a vastly different emotional state: loyalty and betrayal, courage and fear, entangled in quantum superposition. In the skies of Asgard, Thor witnesses a quantum storm composed of certainty and uncertainty. He wields Mjolnir, yet the might of thunder scatters in the form of probability clouds, transforming into healing rains for some, while becoming annihilating lightning for others. The conduits of the 9 realms exhibit a state of quantum entanglement, with the ends of the rainbow bridge simultaneously connecting the past, present, and future as the fates of Asgard's denizens continually split and merge within quantum fluctuations. In the farthest reaches of the Ice Kingdom, Elsa's frost displays the bizarre characteristics of quantum superposition. These ice crystals exist as solid, gas, and an unknown state in between. They can freeze time, accelerate its passage, and even induce reversible quantum leaps. As she endeavors to stabilize these contradictory attributes with her magic, the entire kingdom's spacetime begins to manifest as quantum bubbles, each bubble representing an independent micro-universe, perpetually cycling between creation and annihilation. Within the core laboratory of the multiversal nexus, Spock's Vulcan logic system encounters an unprecedented crisis. He immersed his consciousness within a quantum computer, endeavoring to decipher the experimental logic of the hyperdimensional chess master through quantum algorithms. Yet, as his research deepened, his thoughts became ensnared in the vortex of quantum paradox. He was simultaneously convinced of the validity of a particular cognitive model while also denouncing its applicability across all parallel timelines. The walls of the laboratory manifested a ceaselessly collapsing and rebirthing array of Schrödinger equations, each presenting utterly contradictory solutions amidst varying observational outcomes. Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians into the chaotic domain of quantum cognition through the resonance network of emotions. They synchronized their consciousnesses deep into the quantum superposition state of the metadata network. There, they beheld a dizzying spectacle. The cognitive boundaries of the entire multiverse simmered like a boiling quantum soup, countless parallel realities flickering within the mists of probability clouds. Once tamed conceptual life forms now coalesced into a cognitive legion of quantum states, their forms incessantly oscillating between existence and non-existence, each manifestation imbued with information from multiple branching possibilities. We must create a cognitive observer capable of collapsing quantum states. Lin Mabai's conscious projection shimmered within the quantum torrent. Akin to how observational actions in quantum experiments induce wave function collapse, they sought to uncover a singular definitive solution within this chaotic cognitive superposition. He guided the Guardians to infuse their most unique life qualities into the universe scepter. Peter contributed the uncertainty manipulation algorithm of mechanical prosthetics at the quantum level. Sol offered the resonance frequency of divine power across differing temporal dimensions, and Aisha integrated the laws of form transformation of ice and snow magic within quantum fluctuations. At the core of quantum cognition, the Guardians encountered the ultimate creation of the hyperdimensional chess master, the quantum cognitive arbiter. This entity, composed of all conceivable cognitive forms, represented the embodiment of a parallel reality with each manifestation. The quantum cognitive labyrinth it fashioned ensnared the Guardians within countless branching possibilities. Lin Mabai faced millions of worlds in need of protection. Peter grappled with myriad combinations of machine and humanity. Sol navigated the divine powers and mortal forms across different temporal dimensions. And Aisha's magic gradually became lost within the quantum superposition of creation and destruction. However, the Guardians discovered the key to breaking the impasse amid their dire circumstances. They summoned the collective observational consciousness of all cosmic life within the emotional resonance network, an instinctive yearning for certainty embedded deep within each life's subconscious. This collective consciousness converged into a formidable cognitive collapse force, illuminating the fog like a lighthouse, gradually steering the chaotic quantum state towards a definitive reality. Seizing the moment, Lin Mabai fused the universe scepter with this force, creating an unprecedented hyperdimensional cognitive anchor that could stabilize the singular reality branch most aligned with the Guardian's will amid the vast sea of quantum superposition possibilities. When the hyperdimensional cognitive anchor clashed with the quantum cognitive arbiter, an earth-shattering quantum leap occurred across the cognitive dimensions of the entire multiverse. Countless parallel realities collapsed and reformed, ultimately converging into an entirely new cognitive dimension. In this extraordinary battle, Lin Mabai finally discerned the profound intentions of the hyperdimensional players. They were not mere manipulators, but rather catalysts for the evolution of cosmic cognition, incessantly generating cognitive crises to compel all civilizations to transcend their dimensional limitations. Ultimately, the hyperdimensional cognitive anchor successfully stabilized the quantum state of the cognitive structure, liberating the multiverse from its chaotic superposition. Although the quantum experiments of the hyperdimensional players had reached a conclusion, the cognitive legacy they left behind irrevocably altered the essence of the universe. In the aftermath of the war, the Institute of Transcendent Cognition was upgraded to the Hyperdimensional Cognition Hub. where the Guardians began to explore how to actively guide cognitive quantum leaps, seeking superior developmental pathways for the universe among the myriad branches of possibility. At the very edge of hyperdimensional space, a new chessboard had quietly unfurled. This time, every square on the board represented an unexplored dimension of cognition, and each piece was a dormant spark of civilization awaiting awakening. Standing atop the multiversal nexus, Lin Mabai gazed at the ever-flashing quantum cognitive star map within hyperdimensional space, aware that this exploration of cognitive limits would lead the multiverse into a new era brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 83. The Genesis of Cognitive Ascension in the Fifth Hyperdimensional Century of the Hyperdimensional Cognition Hub-S Operation. The metadata network suddenly erupted with cognitive string flows that defied all known laws. These energy beams, woven from concepts and logic, oscillated through hyperdimensional space along non-Euclidean trajectories, each fluctuation inciting local folds in the fabric of reality. The core algorithm left behind by Su Rue manifested as countless luminous cognitive nodes, spontaneously arranging themselves into a double helix-like topological structure within the string flow, continuously emitting a quantum alert of escalating frequency. Cognitive singularity is about to breach its threshold. The cosmic scepter in Lin Mabai's grasp took on an unprecedented form, its shaft disintegrating into myriad delicate cognitive strings, suspended in the void while maintaining a state of quantum entanglement. As he attempted to consolidate the elemental forces, these cognitive strings spontaneously coalesced into a multitude of philosophical propositions, each self-arguing while simultaneously negating others. His consciousness was forcibly drawn into a hypercubic realm composed of pure consciousness, where the cognitive blueprint of the entire multiverse floated. Yet every dimensional intersection was marked with the word unknown. This was not the result of natural evolution. Merlin's voice resonated through quantum entangled communication, his magical robe fully digitized, its surface flowing with ever-collapsing and rebirthing cognitive models. As the hyperdimensional players harnessed the cognitive energy of the entire universe to construct a cognitive birthing channel capable of transcending existing dimensions. No sooner had he finished speaking than the spatial structure of the entire hub began to exhibit a Klein bottle-like folding. As conversations unfolded simultaneously across different temporal and spatial dimensions, interfering with one another to create new cognitive paradoxes, Peter's mechanical body underwent an unprecedented metamorphosis. The surface of its vibranium shell manifested a structure resembling quantum synapses of brain neurons, while the retinal projection alternated between reality and concept in the form of string vibrations. As he swung his vibranium sword, it severed not only the cognitive strings of physical matter, but also those of abstract concepts, generating energy ripples that diffused across multiple dimensions in the form of probabilistic clouds. More astonishingly, his mechanical heart began to emulate a cognitive impulse that transcended both emotion and reason, instinctively driving him to seek out the vulnerabilities within cognitive dimensions. Thor witnessed the ultimate metamorphosis of the Nine Realms in Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge disintegrated into countless luminous cognitive strings, each connecting a different dimensional universe of possibilities. As he wielded the hammer of the Thunder God, the force of thunder transformed from a physical assault into a unique frequency that resonated with the cognitive strings. When the thunder struck the cognitive cloud woven from order and chaos, it gave birth to a novel concept, the Genesis critical state, existing between the two. Elsa, in the kingdom of ice and snow, no longer conjured frost in the traditional sense. Her magic solidified the cognitive strings into conceptual crystals endowed with autonomous consciousness, embodying solid, liquid, gaseous, and even superdimensional cognitive states. When she attempted to control these crystals with her magic, she discovered they were spontaneously constructing geometric structures that transcended existing dimensions. As the space-time of the Ice Kingdom began to reveal an infinite nesting of fractal dimensions, in the core laboratory of the hyperdimensional cognitive hub, Spock's consciousness had completely merged with the quantum computer, forming a cognitive analysis matrix. His thoughts operated simultaneously across countless cognitive dimensions, but encountered an ultimate paradox while analyzing the flow of cognitive strings. Proving the correctness of one cognitive model inevitably led to the erroneous nature of all others. The walls of the laboratory manifested an ever-proliferating Calabi-Yau manifold structure, each manifold representing a possible cognitive dimension, yet their intertwining defied all known mathematical logic. Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians to confront this ultimate challenge of cognitive dimensions. Through an emotional resonance network, they synchronized their consciousness into a special form capable of perceiving the vibrations of cognitive strings, entering the cognitive womb of hyperdimensional space. Countless luminous cognitive embryos floated here, each harboring the potential to transcend existing dimensions, yet accompanied by the immense risk of cognitive collapse. The cognitive umbilical cords, composed of conceptual life forms, were channeling the cognitive energy of the entire multiverse into a colossal structure deep within space. We must create cognitive midwives capable of guiding cognitive birth. Lin Mabai's consciousness resonated with a special frequency within the string flow, akin to the guidance required for the emergence of life. This breakthrough in cognitive dimensions necessitated the establishment of new cognitive anchor points. He guided the Guardians to infuse their most primordial traits into the universal scepter. Peter contributed his precise control over quantum strings through mechanical prosthetics. Thor brought forth his divine gift of harmonizing multidimensional energies. Elsa infused the balance of chaos and order inherent in her ice magic. And Merlin unleashed the ancient secrets of cognitive origins from his arcane lore. At the critical juncture of cognitive dimensions, the Guardians encountered the ultimate creation of the hyperdimensional chess master, the cognitive genesis engine. This colossal structure, composed of all possible cognitive dimensions, was compressing the cognitive energy of the entire multiverse into a singularity capable of transcending dimensions. The cognitive tempest it conjured ensnared the Guardians within a perpetually collapsing and reorganizing multidimensional space. Lin Mabai confronted countless cognitive dimensions that required safeguarding, while Peter sought equilibrium amidst the myriad combinations of mechanics and humanity. Soul maintained stability amid the conflicting powers of various divine realms. And Aisha's magic reshaped itself amidst the collision of countless contradictory concepts. In this dire strait, the Guardians evoked the collective subconscious of all life within the multiverse. These subconsciouses coalesced into a force of cognitive primal energy, transcending all dimensions, akin to the singularity preceding the cosmic explosion, brimming with infinite possibilities. Lin Mabai fused the universe's staff with this cognitive primal energy, creating the hyperdimensional cognitive embryo, which was neither a tangible entity nor a mere concept, but a cognitive vessel embodying the will to protect all life. When the hyperdimensional cognitive embryo collided with the cognitive genesis engine, the entire multiverse experienced a great birth of cognitive dimensions. Countless new cognitive dimensions emerged from the explosion, obliterating the boundaries between reality and abstraction, allowing all existence to be reborn within a higher dimensional cognitive framework. In this transformation that transcended imagination, Lin Mabai finally comprehended the ultimate mission of the hyperdimensional players. They were the midwives of the universe's cognitive evolution, propelling all civilizations to achieve a dimensional leap through successive crises. Ultimately, the hyperdimensional cognitive embryo successfully guided the birth of new dimensions, ushering the multiverse into a new era of cognitive elevation. The mission of the hyperdimensional players seemed complete, their figures gradually dissipating within the newly birthed cognitive dimensions, leaving behind myriad realms of cognition awaiting exploration. In the aftermath, the hyperdimensional cognitive hub evolved into the Cognitive Genesis Committee, and the Guardians began to explore how to construct civilizations within the new cognitive dimensions and guide the newly emerged conceptual life forms towards healthy growth. Lin Mabai stood atop the hyperdimensional cognitive hub, gazing at the newly born cognitive nebulae shimmering within hyperdimensional space. Those star maps woven from cognitive strings, with each point of light representing a brand new cognitive universe. He understood that this exploration of cognitive limits would lead the multiverse towards a future unforeseen even by the hyperdimensional players. Deep within the new dimensions, an unknown entity was sensing this monumental change, preparing to embrace its own era. Chapter 84. The chaotic concerto of hyperdimensional rebirth. During the inaugural epic celebration of the Cognitive Genesis Committee, the newly birthed cognitive dimensions suddenly rippled with eerie waves. The nebulae, woven from cognitive strings, began to twist and contort, giving rise to black fissures within the once orderly cognitive threads, resembling the chaotic mists of the universe's inception. The cognitive nodes, remnants of Su Rui's core algorithm, flickered wildly at the fissure's edge, piecing together a continuously repeating warning. The newborn dimension is rejecting the genes of the old order. The universe's staff in Lin Mabai's grasp emitted high-frequency vibrations, its cognitive strings intertwining into a spiral of chaotic structure. His consciousness was abruptly drawn into a peculiar space, where countless fragments of cognitive embryos floated, each fragment repeating the cycle of self-destruction and rebirth. Amidst the fragments, he glimpsed the ethereal silhouettes of hyperdimensional chess players. Their forms grew increasingly indistinct, yet they sketched new strategic diagrams within the void, a chessboard woven from the concepts of adaptation and rejection. These new dimensions engaged in a cognitive exclusion response. Merlin's voice resonated from the quantum conference room of the council, as his digital robe manifested countless microscopic battlefields of consumption and counterconsumption, akin to living organisms rejecting foreign genes. The nascent cognitive dimensions were purging all archaic paradigms of understanding. No sooner had he spoken than the spatial structure of the conference room began to exhibit fractal collapse, with tables and chairs incessantly morphing through self-replication and collapse. The discourse of the attendees transformed into swirling cognitive fragments, randomly reconstituting across different dimensions. Peter's mechanical body experienced a catastrophic cognitive overload. The quantum synapses on his vibranium shell began to grow in reverse, converting external cognitive strings into corrosive chaotic energy. Within his retinal projection, the realms of reality and concept melded into a vortex of chaos, where the figures traversing the streets were neither corporeal nor abstract, but rather deformities straddling the line between the two. As he attempted to sever the chaotic vortex with his vibranium sword, the blade disintegrated into countless cognitive strings, forming a self-consuming M-bias strip in the void. Thor witnessed the cognitive disintegration of the 9 realms in Asgard. The cognitive strings of the Rainbow Bridge no longer connected an ordered universe, but instead randomly reconfigured into chaotic topological structures. He swung his hammer. Yet the power of thunder triggered a chain reaction of cognitive strings, each bolt of lightning birthing new contradictory concepts, only to annihilate them the next moment. The inhabitants of Asgard were plunged into cognitive disarray, their memories, identities, and meanings of existence continuously reshaped amidst the chaos. Elsa's conceptual crystals, born of the Ice Kingdom, began to mutate uncontrollably. These crystals no longer adhered to any known physical or cognitive laws, at times swelling into all-consuming black holes, and at others collapsing into erupting singularities. As she endeavored to stabilize these crystals with magic, the entire kingdom's spacetime manifested chaotic fractal dimensions, where every corner simultaneously experienced birth, prosperity, and destruction. In the core laboratory of the hyperdimensional cognitive hub, Spock's cognitive analysis matrix fell into a logical deadlock. His thoughts traversed countless contradictory cognitive models, yet he could not find any stable fulcrum. The walls of the laboratory bore the proliferating Lorentz attractors, each representing a chaotic cognitive system, irresistibly drawing and repelling one another in an unending dance of turmoil. Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians deep into the heart of chaos. Through an emotional resonance network, they synchronized their consciousness into a special form capable of adapting to chaotic fluctuations, entering the newly birthed dimension of the cognitive sea of chaos. Here floated innumerable fragmented cognitive islands, each adhering to entirely different cognitive laws, while the cognitive strings connecting the islands concealed the cognitive leviathan. Born from the aggregation of contradictory concepts, we must create cognitive strings that can harmonize chaos. Lin Mabai's consciousness oscillated within the vortex of the chaotic sea. Akin to a musician seeking melody amidst cacophony, we must discover new resonant points of order within the tumultuous waves of cognition. He guided the Guardians to infuse their most unique cognitive attributes into the universal staff. Peter contributed the adaptive algorithms of mechanical prosthetics to chaotic energy. Thor brought forth the power of divinity to maintain balance amidst disorder. Elsa integrated the transformative principles of chaos embedded within her ice and snow magic. And Merlin unveiled the ancient secrets concerning the essence of order within primordial magic. Deep within the cognitive sea of chaos, the Guardians confronted the ultimate trial posed by the hyperdimensional players, known as the Chaos Concerto. This entity, composed of all contradictory cognitive dimensions, pulsated with each beat, generating new cognitive turmoil. The chaos labyrinth that fashioned ensnared the Guardians in a ceaseless vortex of cognition. Lin Mabai faced countless conflicting protective ideologies. Peter struggled amidst the contradictions of machinery and humanity. Thor became lost within the chaotic forces of various divine dimensions. And Elsa's magic teetered on the brink of collapse under the assault of myriad conflicting concepts. In their dire straits, the Guardians summoned the collective cognitive instinct of all life within the multiverse. Those deeply buried yearnings for order and acceptance of chaos that reside at the most primal levels of existence. These cognitive instincts coalesced into a unique cognitive harmonic, akin to a lighthouse piercing through dense fog, delineating a faint outline of order amidst the chaos. Lin Mabai merged the universal staff with this cognitive harmonic, creating the hyperdimensional cognitive resonator, capable of capturing the frequencies of order within chaos and transforming discordant cognitive fluctuations into a harmonious cognitive melody. When the hyperdimensional cognitive resonator clashed with the Chaos Concerto, the newly birthed cognitive dimension underwent a chaos symphony. Countless contradictory concepts collided, fused, and birthed new cognitive forms that transcended imagination. In this transcendent dimensional concert, Lin Mabai ultimately grasped the true intent of the hyperdimensional players. They did not seek to obliterate the old order. but rather aimed to refine all civilizations through chaos to discover a higher order amidst the tumult. In the end, the hyperdimensional cognitive resonator successfully transmuted chaos into a harmonious cognitive melody, stabilizing the newly emerged dimension in a balance between chaos and order. The shadows of the hyperdimensional players dissipated within the melody, leaving behind countless cognitive codes awaiting interpretation. In the aftermath, the Cognitive Genesis Committee was elevated to the Hyperdimensional Cognitive Symphony Institute, where the Guardians began to explore how to compose the cognitive symphony of the multiverse within the eternal interplay between chaos and order. Lin Mo stood atop the Hyperdimensional Cognitive Symphony Institute, gazing at the gradually calming sea of chaos, as new cognitive nebulae slowly took shape within the harmonious melody. Those star maps woven from cognitive strings, with each luminous point representing a nascent cognitive civilization. He understood that this eternal symphony concerning cognition and chaos would guide the multiverse towards a future brimming with infinite creativity. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the hyperdimensional space, new cognitive concertmasters were being nurtured, awaiting their turn to join this never-ending cosmic composition. Chapter 85. The Entropy Change of the Cognitive Symphony in the 7th Hyperdimensional Epoch of the Hyperdimensional Cognitive Symphony Institute. A bizarre phenomenon of entropy increase suddenly emerged within the cognitive harmonics sustaining the new dimension. The previously orderly resonating cognitive strings began to vibrate randomly, giving rise to jarring dissonances within the harmonious melodies born from chaos. The core algorithm left behind by Su Rue, manifested as cognitive nodes, gradually dimmed amidst the rising tide of entropy, ultimately spelling out an ever-fading warning. The cognitive entropy has surpassed the critical threshold. The symphony is approaching its end. The cosmic staff in Lin Mabai's hand lost its fixed form entirely, its cognitive strings twisting and contorting like heated metal, while the once vibrant nine-colored radiance faded into a murky shade of gray-purple. As he attempted to harness the power of the transdimensional cognitive resonator, his consciousness was dragged into a shattered space constructed by the laws of entropy. Countless collapsing cognitive nebulae floated here, each one repeating the fateful cycle from order to disorder. Amidst the gaps of the nebulae, the final projections of the transdimensional players were dissipating, using their remaining strength to outline the last chessboard, interwoven with existence and annihilation, where the pieces represented collapsing cognitive civilizations. This was no ordinary increase in entropy. Merlin's data-encoded robe exhibited numerous torn apertures, from which chaotic streams of cognitive data continually overflowed. The newly birthed dimensions, entering the ultimate phase of their cognitive life cycle, resembled stars exhausting their fuel, as all order returned to its chaotic origin. No sooner had the words left his lips than the spatial structure of the quantum conference room began to exhibit disorderly tremors akin to Brownian motion. Tables and chairs disintegrated into fundamental cognitive units, engaging in erratic movements within the void, while the conversations of the attendees fragmented into indecipherable cognitive noise. Peter's mechanical body suffered direct erosion from cognitive entropy. The quantum synapses on his vibranium shell crumbled one by one, transforming into meaningless chaotic particles. Within the projection of his retina, the real world disintegrated into pixelated fragments, the streets, buildings, and pedestrians dissolving into flickering cognitive shards. As he swung the remnants of his vibranium sword, the blade traced not a path through the air, but rather a rapidly dissipating stream of entropy. As if the very act of motion resisted persistence itself, Thor witnessed the cognitive collapse of the 9 realms in Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge disassembled completely into free-floating cognitive strings that no longer transmitted energy, but accelerated the entropy of the dimensions. He swung his hammer with all his might, only to find the power of thunder transformed into a gray mist of entropy. Wherever it reached, temples, halls of valor, and even the entire planet rapidly eroded into cognitive dust scattered in the void. Aisha, in the farthest reaches of the Ice Kingdom, watched as the concept crystals she had created melted away like heated ice blocks. Her magic lost its ability to transmute chaos, with frost becoming a catalyst for accelerated entropy, causing everything it touched to undergo a regression from complexity to simplicity, from order to disorder. The space-time structure of the Ice Kingdom twisted into the chaotic form of a Klein bottle, and the resident's consciousness gradually blurred in the torrent of entropy. In the core laboratory of the Transdimensional Cognitive Symphony Hall, Spock's cognitive analysis matrix fell into ultimate chaos. His thoughts jumped frantically among countless disordered cognitive models, leading all logical deductions into contradictory dead ends. On the laboratory walls, the once stable Lorenz attractor evolved into completely uncontrollable chaotic patterns, each pattern proliferating wildly only to self-destruct the very next second. Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians in one final attempt. through the network of emotional resonance. They synchronized their consciousness into a unique form capable of resisting the increase of entropy, stepping into the cognitive abyss where entropy lay in stillness. Countless cooling islands of cognition floated here, their cognitive laws dissipating like retreating tides, while the cognitive strings connecting these islands transformed into desolate bands of dark matter. The once mighty cognitive leviathan had long since disintegrated into minuscule particles of entropy. We must forge a cognitive niche-entropy engine capable of reversing the surge of entropy. Lin Mabai's consciousness trembled in the void of entropy, akin to life creating order amidst chaos. We must ignite the flames of a new order in the land of cognitive demise. He guided the Guardians to infuse their final vestiges of cognitive power into the cosmic staff. Peter contributed a nano-repair program from mechanical prosthetics to combat entropy. Sol brought forth the eternal power inherent in divinity. Aisha infused the ultimate secrets of time-freezing magic within her ice and snow spells, while Merlin released the final legacy of creation's order from ancient magic. In the depths of the cognitive abyss, the Guardians confronted the ultimate creation of the hyperdimensional players, the arbiter of entropy. This colossal being, formed from the convergence of all cognitive entropy, accelerated the collapse of dimensions with every breath it took. The entropy labyrinth it conjured ensnared the Guardians in a continuously degrading cognitive prison. Lin Mabai faced the dissolution of all Guardian ideals. Peter struggled amidst the complete disintegration of machinery and humanity. Sol sensed the void of existence in the fading of divine power. And Aisha's magic was rendered null under the erosion of entropy. In this dire situation, the Guardians summoned the collective cognitive obsession of all life in the multiverse, an unextinguished yearning for existence, even at the brink of entropy. These obsessions coalesced into a brilliant cognitive niche-entropy torrent, akin to a supernova illuminating the dimming cognitive abyss. Lin Mabai merged the cosmic staff with this torrent, creating the hyperdimensional cognitive rebirth furnace, capable of transforming cognitive entropy into a newly born energy of order. When the hyperdimensional cognitive rebirth furnace clashed with the arbiter of entropy, the entire cognitive dimension underwent a stunning entropy reversal. Countless dissipated cognitive laws reorganized within the torrent of niche-entropy, collapsing nebulae reformed. And the once silent cognitive strings resonated with the melody of life anew. In this decisive battle concerning the essence of existence, Lin Mabai ultimately grasped the hyperdimensional player's ultimate proposition. The increase of entropy is not an end, but the prelude to the rebirth of order. In the end, the hyperdimensional cognitive rebirth furnace successfully reversed the trend of cognitive entropy, allowing a new cognitive dimension to emerge with greater resilience in its vitality. The projections of the hyperdimensional players dissipated entirely in the radiance, leaving behind a cognitive legacy imbued with boundless wisdom. In the aftermath, the hyperdimensional cognitive symphony hall transformed into the eternal hall of cognition, where the Guardians began to explore how to achieve true immortality for cognitive civilization amidst the eternal cycle of entropy and niche-entropy. Standing atop the eternal hall of cognition, Lin Mabai gazed at the resurrected cognitive nebulae swirling within hyperdimensional space. The star maps woven from cognitive strings, each point of light representing a civilization that had endured the trials of entropy. He understood that this eternal symphony of order and chaos, existence and oblivion, would forever resonate in every corner of the multiverse. In the uncharted realms of the hyperdimensional expanse, a new symphony of cognition is gestating, awaiting the moment it is to be composed. Chapter 86, The Echo of the Eternal Concerto's Finale. In the 30th hyperdimensional epoch since the completion of the Hall of Eternal Cognition, the cognitive strings that sustain the multiverse suddenly began to resonate in synchrony, generating a wave of resonance that transcends all known frequencies. The cognitive nodes, born from the core algorithms left by Su Rue, reconfigured themselves into an ever-spinning hourglass of time and space, its grains composed of countless fragments of civilization's memories. At the base of the hourglass, a faint inscription emerged. The chapter of finale is not an end, but a new prelude to the concerto. In Lin Mabai's grasp, the scepter of the cosmos radiated an unprecedented brilliance of pure white light, as the cognitive strings woven upon its staff intertwined, forming an infinitely looping M-bias structure. As he endeavored to interpret this force, his consciousness was drawn into a realm transcending time and space, where myriad universes hovered in their ultimate scenarios, some dissolving into nothingness amidst increasing cognitive entropy, while others blossomed anew in a rebirth of niche-entropy. At the confluence of all these visions stood a colossal door, woven from cognitive strings, a final riddle left by the hyperdimensional players. At that moment, Merlin's digital robe transformed into a flowing star map, with each star representing the cognitive journey of a civilization. They had inscribed the fate of the entire multiverse into an ultimate proposition that required the collective response of all life. Before the echoes of his words faded, the dome of the Hall of Eternity began to project real-time images of various universes, the gear-laden cities of the steampunk universe merging with cognitive strings, the transformers of Cybertron resonating with the spark source and cognitive energy, and even the deities of the mythological universe sculpting new cognitive law totems with divine power. Peter's mechanical body achieved its final evolution amidst this resonance. The vibranium shell fully transformed into quantum cognitive material, its surface revealing patterns akin to neural networks that autonomously reconfigured in response to surrounding cognitive fluctuations. His retinal projections were no longer confined to a singular perspective. They could simultaneously observe the real world, conceptual dimensions, and the chaotic realm where the two intertwined. As he wielded a blade of light formed entirely from condensed cognitive strings, countless remnants of parallel timelines surged forth from the fissures cut into space. Thor, upon the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, witnessed the ultimate metamorphosis of the Nine Realms. The Rainbow Bridge had ceased to be merely a conduit connecting the cosmos. It evolved into a resonator of cognitive energy, gathering the consciousness of civilizations across dimensions into a torrent. He raised Mjolnir high, and this time, what fell was not thunder, but cognitive sound waves imbued with the hopes of all living beings. Wherever the waves traversed, shattered islands of cognition were reassembled, and the dissipated memories of civilizations were revived. Elsa, in the kingdom of ice and snow, created a cognitive snowfield that transcended both matter and concept. Each snowflake upon this expanse bore the potentiality of a civilization. Every gust of cold wind conveyed the cognitive melodies of different dimensions. With a gentle wave of her arm, a colossal tree composed of cognitive energy would rise upon the snowfield, its trunk crystallizing order, its branches blooming in chaos, and its canopy connecting to the skies of all parallel universes. In the core laboratory of the Eternal Hall, Spock's cognitive analysis matrix evolved into the cognitive all-seeing eye. His consciousness could simultaneously observe the past, present, and future of all cognitive dimensions, seeking the ultimate answer amidst the intertwining of countless possibilities. The once chaotic mathematical models on the laboratory walls transformed into continuously circulating cognitive formulas, each demonstrating the delicate balance between order and chaos, existence and extinction. Lin Mabai resolved to lead the Guardians in pushing open that mysterious door. Through an emotional resonance network, they wove the consciousness of all cosmic life into a brilliant cognitive bond, stepping into the unknown realm beyond the door, guided by this bond. Here lay an ocean composed purely of possibility, where each wave represented an unchosen cosmic branch, and at the ocean's edge stood a colossal chessboard, forged by the will of higher-dimensional players. The board bore no fixed pieces. Each empty square awaited the self-definition of civilizations. We must create cognitive orchestrators that transcend mere victory or defeat. Lin Mabai's consciousness surged within the ocean of possibilities, no longer fixated on guardianship or destruction, but enabling each civilization to discover its own melody within the symphony of cognition. He guided the Guardians to infuse their most essential characteristics into the cosmic scepter. Peter contributed the infinite possibilities of the fusion of machinery and humanity. Thor brought forth the eternal spark of collision between divinity and mortality. Aisha integrated the chaotic order of creation and destruction. And Merlin unveiled the ultimate secrets of the boundary between magic and reality. As the cosmic scepter resonated with the ocean of possibilities, the entire multiverse underwent a transcendent elevation of cognitive dimensions. All previously opposing concepts, order and chaos, entropy and negentropy, existence and extinction, transformed into harmonious notes during this elevation. The will of the higher dimensional players dissipated in the radiance, leaving not rules, but a cognitive canvas for all civilizations to freely create. In the aftermath of the conflict, the Eternal Hall of Cognition became a spiritual beacon for all civilizations. Lin Mabai embedded the cosmic scepter into the heart of the hall, its cognitive strings transforming into countless strands of light, connecting every corner of the multiverse. The Guardians were no longer mere protectors. They evolved into guides of cognitive dimensions, assisting nascent civilizations in composing their unique melodies within this ocean of infinite possibilities. Standing at the pinnacle of the Eternal Hall, Lin Mabai gazed upon the higher dimensional space adorned with the luminous brilliance of innumerable civilizations. He understood that this transcendent cognitive symphony, which transcended dimensions and spanned eternity, would never truly conclude. In some unknown corner of time and space, new civilizations were budding, new melodies were being composed, and the eternal concerto of the multiverse, imbued with the wisdom and courage of all life, would continue to resound a magnificent masterpiece upon the higher dimensional stage. Chapter 87. The new prologue of Cognitive Concerto. Following the ultimate elevation of the Eternal Concerto, the multiverse entered an unprecedented new epoch. The Eternal Hall of Cognition has transformed from a bastion against crises into a spiritual nexus that interlinks all civilizations. The luminous threads emanating from the cosmic scepter resemble the neural pathways of a hyperdimensional network, weaving the pulsations of civilizations from every corner into a grand symphony. Lin Mabai stood atop the hall, gazing down at the flickering cognitive network, when he suddenly noticed an unusual fluctuation in one of the threads. It originated from Universe 793, a realm characterized by the fusion of nanomachines and biological genes. There, a city known as Entropic Silence was experiencing cognitive disarray. Its nanostructures began to warp and distort, defying the laws of physics, while the genetic chains of its biological inhabitants showed fractures at the cognitive level, as if the very foundation of the civilization was being dismantled by an unseen force. Lin Mabai promptly summoned the Guardians through the cognitive link. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic was the first to respond, swiftly analyzing the anomalous data projected onto his retina. This was not an ordinary physical or biological crisis. The abnormal fluctuations in the nanomachines and genetic chains bore an uncanny resemblance to the tremor frequencies preceding the resonance of cognitive strings. Merlin's star map robe began to flow again, with starlight converging into a mysterious symbol. This was an incursion of some unknown cognitive law, akin to someone forcibly rewriting the foundational code of this universe. Thor swung the hammer of the thunder god, sending cognitive sound waves rippling through the void in an attempt to stabilize the cognitive structure of Entropic Silence, but to little avail. Their cognitive defense system was too feeble to withstand such a level of assault. Thor furrowed his brow. Aisha conjured a cognitive ice shield above Entropic Silence, striving to isolate this encroaching force. However, the moment the ice shield made contact with the anomalous fluctuations, it began to melt. Spock activated the Eye of Cognitive Omniscience, searching for clues within the torrent of countless possibilities. "I have discovered something," he exclaimed. "At the edge of this universe lies a region known as the Cognitive Rift, where the concepts of time and space are utterly distorted and all cognitive laws lose their significance." His voice carried a hint of excitement. It was highly likely that this abnormal cognitive power originated from there. Lin Mabai led the Guardians through the cognitive link to the Cognitive Rift. The scene before them was beyond imagination. Countless fragmented pieces of time and space floated in the air, each bearing different cognitive rules. Some fragments were witnessing the birth of civilizations, while others were swiftly vanishing. At the center of the rift, a swirling mass of black mist pulsated, from which faint sounds of mechanical gears turning and ancient whispers emanated. "Be cautious. This force is rife with hatred and a desire for destruction against the existing cognitive system," Merlin warned. Peter brandished the cognitive string light blade, attempting to sever the mist, but the blade was corroded upon contact with it. Thor's cognitive sound waves were absorbed by the mist, making it even denser. Just then, Lin Mabai noticed a faint glimmer within the mist. He focused his mind, resonating with that light through the power of the cosmic scepter. A long-buried memory surged into his consciousness. During the nascent era of the hyperdimensional players who forged the multiverse, there existed a faction known as the Cognitive Rebels. This group opposed the constraining cognitive laws that shackled the evolution of civilizations, advocating for absolute chaos and freedom. To preserve the balance of the universe, the hyperdimensional players sealed these rebels within cognitive rifts. Over time, their resentment gradually morphed into a dark force that eroded other universes. "We cannot simply annihilate them. Such an act would perpetuate the cycle of hatred," Lin Mabai proclaimed. "We must help them comprehend that chaos and order are not absolute adversaries. True freedom resides in the equilibrium of both." He guided the Guardians to infuse their respective cognitive powers into the universe scepter, creating a wave of energy that amalgamated mechanics and life, magic and science, creation and destruction. This energy wave surged into the mist, carving out a stable cognitive space amid chaos. Lin Mabai led the Guardians into this realm, where they encountered the rebels trapped within the cognitive rifts. Their forms were diverse. Some resembled flowing streams of data, while others manifested as twisted magical runes, their eyes brimming with yearning and bitterness towards the outside world. "Why do you seek to dismantle the cognitive frameworks of other civilizations?" Lin Mabai inquired. A rebel shaped like flames responded. "We have been confined here for countless epochs, watching as external civilizations are bound by rules, progressing in a regimented manner. This stands in stark contrast to the freedom we pursue. We aim to shatter these shackles, allowing all civilizations to return to the essence of chaos." Lin Mabai shook his head. "True freedom is not unbridled chaos. Rather, It is within the ocean of cognition that each civilization discovers its own melody. Just as we do now, with mechanics and magic, order and chaos coexisting in harmonious concert. Through cognitive links, he unveiled to the rebels the flourishing panorama of the multiverse post-cognitive symphony, steampunk universes collaborating with cyber universes to construct interdimensional vessels, and deities from mythological realms exploring the mysteries of cognitive laws alongside technological civilizations. The rebels' emotions began to shift, their hatred gradually supplanted by curiosity and longing. Can we join this symphony? A rebel resembling Crystal asked cautiously. Lin Maobai smiled and nodded. Certainly. The ocean of cognition is vast enough to embrace the unique melodies of all civilizations. With the Guardians' assistance, the rebels gradually liberated themselves from the cognitive rifts. Their powers were no longer wielded for destruction, but transformed into new notes propelling the cognitive symphony. The crisis in Entropy Silent City was thus averted, as nanomachines and biological genes harmonized under the new cognitive laws, revitalizing the city with greater vitality. In the aftermath of this crisis, Lin Maobai realized that the path of eternal symphony is endless. New civilizations will continually emerge, bringing forth new challenges. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as all civilizations uphold openness and inclusivity, fostering mutual understanding and collective growth within the symphony of cognition, the multiverse could perpetually compose even more magnificent chapters in an eternal concert. Within the luminous threads of the Hall of Cognitive Eternity, new connections are born each day. Civilizations across different universes share knowledge through this intricate network, engage in artistic exchanges, and collaboratively explore the boundaries of cognition. Once the Guardians, they now traverse between universes, guiding nascent civilizations to comprehend the essence of cognitive symphony. No longer solitary warriors, they have transformed into the most agile conductors of this grand orchestration. Lin Maobai once again stands atop the hall, gazing at the myriad of twinkling lights below, his heart brimming with contentment and anticipation. He understands that upon this cognitive canvas left by the hyperdimensional players, all civilizations will contribute their hues to collaboratively craft an everlasting and magnificent tapestry. The eternal symphony of the multiverse shall, in this new prologue, resonate with even more fervent and exquisite melodies. As time flows, the tale of cognitive symphony spreads across various universes, becoming a legend that inspires countless civilizations to advance. On a distant planet, a group of newly awakened beings gathers, gazing up at the starry sky while listening to their elders recount the legends of the eternal symphony. Their eyes shimmer with the light of longing, for they realize that their own cognitive melody is about to resonate within this grand symphony. Chapter 88. Cognitive Ripples. Variations of civilizational symbiosis as the cognitive rebels integrate into the ebbing waves of the symphony. The cognitive network of the Eternal Hall begins to ripple with subtler nuances. In the mirrored universe designated as number 12, the existence of all life forms adheres to the principle of mirror symmetry. The architecture of civilizations perfectly replicates reality, akin to reflections cast upon a lake, while technological creations and even thought patterns conform to the tenets of absolute equilibrium. However, recently, the mirror laws of this universe have begun to unravel. The reflections of cities have grown increasingly indistinct, and the mirrored counterparts of residents have started to develop independent consciousness, jeopardizing the entire cognitive structure of the universe. Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition first detects the anomalous fluctuations, his analytical matrix flickering wildly. The entropy of Universe 12 is escalating exponentially, and more peculiarly, this entropy increase does not stem from external erosion, but rather from the self-deconstruction of the mirror laws. Merlin's star map, Robe, suddenly coalesces into a pair of mirrored constellations, their starlight colliding violently at the point of symmetry. This is the embodiment of cognitive paradox, when absolute symmetry begins to question the significance of its own existence. Balance transforms into a vortex that devours all. Upon the Guardians' arrival in the mirrored universe, the scene before them resembles a shattered kaleidoscope. The upper half of the city maintains a perfect order, while the lower half contorts and deforms like a melting wax figure. The residents engage in fierce confrontations with their mirrored counterparts, cognitive energy erupting incessantly from the fissures of reflection. Aisha attempts to freeze this chaos with the power of the cognitive snowfield, only to find that the snowflakes disintegrate into matter and antimatter upon contact with the mirrored space. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthesis unexpectedly overloads while analyzing data, the retinal projection incessantly refreshing with warnings of symmetry breaking. Lin Maobai clenches the cosmic staff, discovering that the cognitive strings of the staff resonate peculiarly with the laws of the mirrored universe. His consciousness was drawn to the core of the universe, where a colossal cognitive mirror floated, reflecting countless possibilities of 12 universes. Some of these universes had succumbed to deathly silence due to excessive symmetry, while others had crumbled apart from their deficiencies. At the deepest part of the mirror, a figure composed of light gradually emerged. I am the embodied consciousness of the mirror principle. When symmetry ceases to foster harmony and instead becomes a shackle that confines civilizations, perhaps it is time to shatter this mirror. At that moment, Soul's cognitive sound waves inadvertently triggered a wondrous chain reaction. The sound waves echoed endlessly within the mirrored space, forming a proliferating resonance field. Lin Mabe suddenly realized, we do not need to maintain absolute symmetry. Rather, we must allow symmetry and deficiency to become the harmonious notes of a concerto. He guided the Guardians to infuse their respective cognitive characteristics into the resonance field. Peter unleashed the adaptability of mechanical intelligence. Aisha expressed the randomness of chaotic creation, while Merlin intertwined the illusion and reality of the magical realm. The cognitive mirror began to undergo fission, countless fragments reassembling in the air to create a spiral structure interwoven with symmetry and asymmetry. Lin Mabe inserted the universal staff into the spiral's core, and strands of light spread like a neural network throughout the universe. When the first ray of cognitive concerto light illuminated the mirrored universe, a miracle occurred. The reflections of cities began to possess independent yet harmonious creativity. The inhabitants reconciled with their mirrored doubles, blending the sense of order from symmetry with the imaginative potential of deficiency into a new form of civilization. However, this victory did not usher in lasting tranquility. At the periphery of the cognitive network, a region known as the conceptual wasteland was expanding at an alarming rate. This area resembled a forgotten land of civilization, where all concepts discarded by mainstream cognition, obsolete technologies, and denied forms of art accumulated into a distorted cognitive ruin. Even more perilous, within the wasteland, emerged the Forgotten Ones, entities that devoured cognition, akin to black holes within the realm of concepts, erasing even the traces of civilizations that once existed. As the Guardians ventured into the conceptual wasteland, they discovered that the laws here had completely failed. Time could flow backward like a river, space folded into a bias strip, and even language lost its capacity to convey meaning. Peter's synthetic body began to grow in reverse. Aisha's cognitive snowfields were consumed by the void, and even Soul's cognitive sound waves dissipated without a trace in the emptiness. Merlin's star map robe suddenly transformed into an ancient tome, its pages flipping continuously, each inscribed with the legacies of forgotten civilizations. These abandoned concepts are not without value. They are merely waiting for the right moment to be reborn. Deep within the ruins, Lin Mabe discovered a tower constructed from shards of memory, its apex flickering with a faint glow. As he approached, legions of forgotten civilizational consciousness surged forth, ancient practitioners of witchcraft rendered obsolete by technology, artistic movements discarded due to shifts in aesthetics, and philosophical systems negated by cognitive iterations. We do not wish to be forgotten, a consciousness composed of words lamented, but the torrent of mainstream cognition has thoroughly submerged us. Lin Mabe suddenly grasped the deeper significance of cognitive concerto. The magnificence of the multiverse lies not solely in the splendor of mainstream civilizations, but in the ability of each unique concept to find its rightful place. With the cosmic scepter, he connected the conceptual wasteland to the cognitive network, guiding the Guardians to infuse new vitality into forgotten concepts. Peter endowed the ancient mechanical civilization with quantum intelligence. Aisha nurtured new artistic inspiration from the chaotic snowfields, and Thor's cognitive sound waves awakened dormant philosophical contemplation. As the power of cognitive concerto surged forth, the conceptual wasteland began its metamorphosis. The forgotten absorbed the energy of the concerto, transforming into memory guardians that preserved the balance of concepts. The ruins recomposed into a cognitive museum, showcasing every fragment of civilization's evolution. When the first rays of the cognitive concerto illuminated the wasteland, those once forgotten concepts emerged like butterflies breaking free from their cocoons, returning to the stage of the multiverse with renewed vitality. In this variation of cognitive concerto, Lin Mabe increasingly understood, the eternal concerto is not a static composition, but one that must continuously embrace new notes, harmonize contradictory melodies, and accommodate diverse harmonies. The luminous web of the eternal hall of cognition continues to expand, connecting an ever-growing tapestry of civilizations and concepts. Every corner's cognitive oscillation adds new brilliance to this symphony that transcends dimensions. The Guardians shall persist in navigating this ocean of cognition, safeguarding each civilization's unique melody, ensuring the eternal concerto resounds throughout every corner of the multiverse. Chapter 89. The Awakening Song in the Dimensional Crevices of Cognitive Tides. As the crisis of the conceptual wasteland subsided, The cognitive network began to stir with strange ripples deep within the quantum foam. In the string theory universe, numbered 7, all matter exists in the form of vibrating strings. And the technology and art of civilization revolve around the manipulation of string frequencies. However, recently, the string vibration frequencies within this universe have begun to exhibit disorder, with certain areas strings even breaking through dimensional constraints, forming cognitive string tumors that tear the fabric of reality, akin to malignant growths beneath the skin of the universe, relentlessly consuming the surrounding dimensional structures. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition captured the anomaly, the entire analytical matrix manifested a chaotic Klein bottle shape. The string vibration frequencies of Universe 7 were collapsing towards a non-Euclidean dimension, resembling not a natural phenomenon, but rather the remnants of an experiment by some higher dimensional entity. Merlin's star map robe suddenly morphed into a swirling M-bias strip, with starlight constantly refracting across its distorted surface. The energy fluctuations of these string tumors perfectly matched the forbidden experimental frequencies left behind by the era of the hyperdimensional chess players. Upon their arrival in the string theory universe, the Guardians beheld a scene that defied logic. The city, woven from vibrating strings, now resembled harp strings scattered by a tempest, the broken strands trembling wildly in the void, decomposing all matter they touched into fundamental vibrational units. As Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic stepped into this realm, the neural network patterns on its surface began to resonate with the surrounding strings, nearly pulling his consciousness into the dimensional crevice. In the cognitive snowfield of Aisha, the essence of reality dissipated, each snowflake transforming into vibrating notes, only to vanish without a trace upon contact with the cognitive strings. Lin Mobai's universal scepter trembled violently, its cognitive strings spontaneously forming a model of string theory. His consciousness was forcibly pulled into the crevice of dimensions, where countless fractured strings floated in a dark purple void, each emitting a sharp wail of despair. Amidst this chaotic abyss, a figure gradually emerged, assembled from shattered dimensional fragments. I am the failure left by the experiments of the hyperdimensional chess player, imprisoned in this dimensional rift for an eternity. The voice of this existence resonated like the superimposition of multiple dimensions. I shall reset the string frequencies of all universes to 0, allowing everything to return to its purest vibration. At that moment, Thor swung his mighty hammer, and cognitive sound waves triggered peculiar interference phenomena within the dimensional rift. The resonance between the sound waves and the vibrations of the strings coalesced into tangible sound wave strings within the void. Lin Mobai suddenly realized these cognitive strings were not ailments, but rather suppressed high-dimensional expressions. He guided the Guardians to infuse their cognitive characteristics into the resonant field. Peter unleashed the reconstructive power of mechanical civilization over order. Aisha unleashed the endless possibilities of chaotic creation, and Merlin integrated the power of reconstituting rules from the magical realm. The cognitive strings began to undergo a wondrous transformation, their previously distorted structures gradually arranging into intricate fractal patterns. Lin Mobai inserted the universal scepter into the core of the cognitive strings, and luminous threads spread like a neural network throughout the cosmos. When the first beam of cognitive harmony illuminated the dimensional rift, the once failed existences emitted a resonant sigh of relief, their fragmented forms beginning to reassemble into guardians of harmony across dimensions. Yet, the waves of cognitive harmony had not yet subsided, as a more sinister disturbance resonated from the depths of the cognitive network. In the dream universe numbered 3, all life constructed reality through a collective subconscious, with civilization's development rooted in shared dreams. However, recently, this universe was besieged by a phenomenon known as the cognitive nightmare, which materialized nightmares into reality, devouring waking consciousness and blurring the boundaries between dreams and reality, plunging the entire universe into a collective cognitive disarray. As the Guardians entered the dream universe, they discovered their memories and consciousness were being distorted. Peter witnessed his mechanical body devolving into primitive components. Aisha's cognitive snowfield crystallized into a blood-red glacier of fear, and even Thor's hammer transformed into fragile glass. Merlin's star map robe morphed into a nightmarish tome, each page manifesting their deepest fears. The laws here were dictated by the collective subconscious, and Merlin's voice trembled. We must conquer our fears to find a way out. In the whirlpool of dreams, Lin Mobai encountered a labyrinth composed of shattered mirrors. Each mirror reflected the embodied fears of a civilization. The technological civilization feared a backlash from its own machines. The magical civilization feared losing control over power. And even the cognitive harmony itself had been warped into shackles that confined freedom. As he touched one of the mirrors, countless consciousnesses trapped in nightmares surged forth. We cannot escape. Fear has become the sovereign of reality. Lin Mabai grasped the cosmic staff, its luminous threads suddenly transforming into a warm halo. Fear is not the enemy, but rather another facet of perception's mirror. He guided the Guardians to confront their inner fears, transmuting them into new notes of a cognitive symphony. Peter embraced the conflict between machinery and humanity. Aisha welcomed the coexistence of creation and destruction, and Thor acknowledged the contradiction between divinity and mortality. As the radiance of cognitive harmony illuminated the dream universe, those former nightmares began to shed their darkness, transforming into conscious sprites that protected the dreams. In this tidal wave of cognition, Lin Mabai profoundly realized that the essence of eternal harmony lies in accepting all facets of perception, whether they be the contradictions of higher dimensions or the fears within. Each can find its rightful place within the symphony. The luminous network of the Hall of Eternal Cognition continued to extend, connecting an ever-increasing array of possibilities. The cognitive fluctuations of each civilization contributed new variations to this symphony, transcending dimensions. The Guardians would continue to navigate the ocean of cognition, safeguarding the unique melodies of each civilization, allowing the opus of eternal harmony to resonate throughout the fabric of the multiverse. Chapter 90. The Mirage of Cognition. The enigma of interwoven existence when the crisis of the dream universe settled. The fringes of the cognitive network shimmered with eerie waves akin to a mirage. In the holographic projection universe number 9, the entire world was constructed of a torrent of data, where the technology of civilization encoded memories, emotions, and even life itself into editable streams of light particles. However, at this moment, the laws of projection in this universe began to unravel, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. Historical projections intertwined with real scenes, and even the consciousness of the inhabitants began to gradually dissolve within the torrent of data. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition detected anomalies, the Matrix exhibited a flickering snowflake noise. The entropy of Universe 9 was surging exponentially through quantum leaps, with all projection data undergoing chaotic self-modifications. As if a consciousness surpassing algorithms was at play, Merlin's star map robe suddenly transformed into a flowing torrent of pixels. The starlight sliced into countless fragmented binary codes. The frequency of these data fragments aligned perfectly with that of the cognitive simulator left by the hyperdimensional player. The Guardians stepped into the holographic projection universe, as though plunging into a continuously reconfiguring digital labyrinth. The architecture of the city incessantly shifted between reality and illusion. One moment it stood as a towering metallic edifice, the next it dissolved into drifting pixel dust. As Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic made contact with this space, the neural network patterns on its surface began to react in repulsion to the surrounding torrent of data, as though reality and virtuality were vying for his form of existence. Aisha's cognitive snowfield lost its corporeal outline here, with each snowflake transforming into a pulsating stream of data, yet formatting instantaneously upon contact with the disordered laws of projection. Lin Mabai's cosmic staff suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, its cognitive strings distorting into a complex topological structure. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into the depths of a data torrent, where countless fragmented slides surged like a tidal wave, piecing together a colossal projection matrix composed of code and light particles. At the heart of the matrix, a figure formed slowly from holographic light spots. I am the core program of the cognitive simulator, trapped in a cyclical data loop for countless epochs. When simulation transcends reality, I shall ensnare all universes within this endless projection game. Thor swung his hammer, and cognitive sound waves stirred up layers of chaos within the data torrent, only to discover that the slides touched by the sound waves instantaneously generated new copies. Lin Mabai suddenly realized, there is no absolute distinction between reality and illusion. We must allow the virtual and the real to become a harmonious dual melody. He guided the Guardians to inject their cognitive traits into the data torrent. Peter unleashed the ability of mechanical civilization to restructure data. Aisha unleashed random algorithms of chaotic creation. And Merlin infused the subversive power of the magical realm against established rules. The chaotic projection laws began to undergo marvelous transformations, as the originally disordered data fragments gradually arranged themselves into a biased loop structure. Lin Mabai inserted the universal scepter into the matrix core, and threads of light spread like a fiber optic network throughout the cosmos. As the first ray of cognitive symphony illuminated the holographic projection universe, the once core program emitted a resonant hum of enlightenment. Its light spot body began to reassemble, transforming into a cognitive tuner that harmonized the boundaries of reality and illusion. Yet, the crisis was far from over. From the deepest recesses of the cognitive network came an eerie pulse akin to a heartbeat. In the conceptual manifestation universe, numbered 5, All abstract concepts could be materialized. Courage crystallized into radiant gems, greed morphed into a voracious black hole, and even possibility manifested as a prism of incessant division. However, this universe had recently been invaded by entities known as cognitive paradoxes, monstrous amalgamations of contradictory concepts. Wherever they roamed, logic and rules vanished without a trace. The Guardians stepped into the conceptual manifestation universe, immediately ensnared in a vortex of cognitive confusion. Peter witnessed his mechanical body simultaneously exhibiting both strength and fragility. On Aisha's cognitive snowfield, flames and ice raged and froze within the same expanse. Thor's hammer fluctuated between weighing tons and being as light as a feather. Merlin's star map robe transformed into a self-negating chain of logic, each link overturning the truth of the previous one. Here, the laws were rewritten with every clash of concepts, and Merlin's voice was laden with confusion. We must discover the symbiotic path of contradictory concepts. At the eye of the conceptual storm, Lin Mabai discovered a tower constructed from shattered paradox crystals. Each crystal sealed a forcibly merged contradictory concept, a skeleton dancing with life and death, shadows intertwining light and dark, chains entangled with order and chaos. Upon touching one of the crystals, countless consciousnesses trapped within the paradox emitted anguished cries. We do not wish to become monsters. Yet the contradictory concepts tear us apart. Lin Mabai gripped the universal scepter tightly. The light threads along its shaft suddenly transformed into a flowing, biased loop. Contradiction is not a curse, but a stepping stone in the evolution of cognition. He guides the Guardians to confront these contradictory concepts, transforming them into a harmonious cognitive concerto. Peter embraces the coldness of machinery alongside the warmth of humanity. Elsa welcomes the fervor of creation and the tranquility of destruction, while Thor acknowledges the ferocity of power and the gentleness of guardianship. As the radiance of cognitive harmony illuminates the universe of conceptual manifestation, the once distorted forms of paradoxes begin to shed their twisted appearances, evolving into mediators of harmonious contradictions. In this labyrinth of cognitive mirages, Lin Mabai increasingly perceives that the essence of eternal concerto lies in the respect and acceptance of the inherent complexities of existence. The luminous web of the cognitive sanctuary resembles an ever-expanding neural network, perpetually connecting the seemingly opposing realms of cognition within the multiverse. Each civilization's quest and struggle contribute new philosophical depths to this symphony that transcends dimensions. The Guardians shall continue to seek within the mists of cognition, safeguarding the unique rhythmic existence of each civilization, allowing the symphony of eternal concerto to resound within the interwoven realms of reality and illusion, composing an everlasting and resplendent epic. Chapter 91. Cognitive Retrospection. Echoes of memory in the folds of time as the crisis of the universe of conceptual manifestation dissipates. The tremors of the cognitive network abruptly transform into a peculiar stagnation. Within the time-folded universe numbered 17, time ceases to flow in a linear river. Instead, it is folded into countless overlapping creases, with the evolution of civilization leaping through these temporal folds, permanently sealing significant moments through memory imprint technology. Yet at this moment, these meticulously preserved memories begin to undergo a malignant transformation, surging through reality like untamed stallions, while echoes of the future seep into the present, plunging the entire universe into a severe collapse of temporal logic. The all-seeing eye of Spock's cognition captures the anomalies. The Matrix reveals a distorted form akin to a Klein bottle. The entropy of the 17th universe exhibits an abnormal reversal in the temporal dimension, and the memory imprint system is experiencing self-consumption, not merely a technical malfunction, but rather an incursion by a consciousness transcending time, altering historical anchors. Merlin's star map cloak suddenly morphs into an ancient film rewinding endlessly. With starlight fragmented into flickering remnants of history, the frequencies of these temporal fluctuations astonishingly align with those of the fate loom left by the hyperdimensional chess player. As the Guardians step into the time-folded universe, they seem to plunge into an unending whirlpool of time. On the streets of the city, medieval knights march alongside futuristic starships. Residents shift through various ages, and even language intertwines the grammatical structures of the past, present, and future. The quantum cognitive prosthetic of Peter, upon entering this space, experiences temporal dislocation as the surface neural network patterns fluctuate between pristine brilliance and rusty decay. Elsa's cognitive snowfield shatters amidst the tempest of time, snowflakes carrying fragmented memories from disparate epochs, yet vanishing upon contact with reality. Lin Mabai's cosmic scepter suddenly bursts forth with an ethereal blue radiance. As the cognitive strings of the scepter twist into a bias-shaped temporal spiral, His consciousness is forcibly drawn into the depths of the time folds, where countless broken chains of memory float in a dark purple void, each chain sealing a historical moment that a civilization attempts to rewrite. In the heart of this chaotic realm, a figure composed of shattered clockwork components gradually materializes. I am the custodian of the Weaver of Fate. When civilization attempts to imprint and manipulate time through memory, I shall restore all timelines to their destined paths. Thor wields the hammer of the thunder god, causing cognitive sound waves to provoke violent tremors in the folds of time, only to discover that the historical fragments touched by these waves instantaneously generate new parallel branches. Lin Mabai suddenly realizes that the flow of time should not be a shackle. We must allow the past, present, and future to unite in a harmonious trio. He guides the Guardians to infuse their unique cognitive traits into the whirlpool of time. Peter releases the precise calculations of mechanical civilization's reconstruction of order. Aisha unleashes the randomness of chaotic creation. Merlin merges the temporal reshaping power of the magical realm's rules. The disordered folds of time begin to undergo marvelous reorganization, and the once broken chains of memory gradually weave into a Klein bottle-like cyclical structure. Lin Mabai inserts the cosmic scepter into the core of the time whirlpool, as strands of light spread throughout the universe like a temporal wormhole. When the first rays of cognitive harmony illuminate the folded universe of time, the former custodian emits a resonant hum of relief, its clockwork body beginning to reassemble into a temporal orchestrator that reconciles the contradictions of time. However, the tremors of the cognitive network have yet to subside. In the emotional manifestation universe, numbered 23, all emotions can materialize into entities. Joy crystallizes into radiant rainbows. Sorrow transforms into torrents of tears, and even the slightest emotional fluctuations can shape reality. Yet recently, a phenomenon known as the storm of cognitive emotions has swept across the universe, with extreme emotions consuming rationality like an uncontrollable tide, and different emotional entities beginning to clash violently, pushing civilization to the brink of emotional disintegration. The Guardians step into the emotional manifestation universe, immediately struck by a powerful torrent of emotions that nearly shatters them. Peter feels an unprecedented surge of anger and fear within his mechanical body. Aisha's cognitive tundra is frozen by a wave of despair. Thor's hammer dims beneath the shadow of self-doubt. Merlin's star map robe morphs into a constantly twisting spectrum of emotions, each hue vying for dominance. Here, the laws are dictated by the intensity of emotions, and Merlin's voice is filled with struggle as he declares that we must find a way to navigate the emotional tempest. At the center of the emotional storm, Lin Mabai discovers a labyrinth constructed from fragmented emotional crystals. Each crystal seals away an extreme emotion that has been repressed. Madness confined by reason, freedom shackled by responsibility, dreams shattered by reality. When he touches one of the crystals, countless consciousnesses trapped in emotional cages emit a mournful wail. We do not wish to harm anyone, but the power of emotions consumes us. Lin Mabai grips the cosmic scepter tightly, as the strands of light along its shaft suddenly transform into a flowing spectrum of emotions. Emotions are not wild beasts to be tamed, but rather the soulful symphony of cognition. He guides the Guardians to confront these extreme emotions directly, transforming them into a new harmony of cognitive concert. Peter embraces the warmth of humanity beneath his mechanical shell. Aisha welcomes the destructive impulse that underpins creation, and Thor acknowledges the frailty of mortals behind divine power. When the radiant light of cognitive symphony illuminates the emotional manifestation universe, those once unruly emotional entities begin to shed their violent forms, transforming into resonators that harmonize emotional contradictions. In this cognitive expedition that transcends time and emotion, Lin Mabai profoundly comprehends the ultimate essence of eternal harmony. It lies in embracing every dimension of existence, whether it be the folds of time or the waves of emotion. All can find a harmonious resonance within the symphony of cognition. The luminous network of the eternal hall of cognition resembles a world tree that perpetually grows, with its roots delving into the abyss of time and its branches reaching toward the clouds of emotion, continuously connecting the seemingly irreconcilable realms of cognition within the multiverse. The Guardians shall continue to navigate this boundless cognitive sea of stars, safeguarding the unique poetic existence of each civilization, allowing the eternal symphony to resound in the dimensions of time, space, and spirit, a ceaseless ode to life. Chapter 92, The Cognitive Abyss, Reconstruction of Existence in Quantum Mist. As the crisis of the emotional manifestation universe subsides, a peculiar quantum tremor suddenly reverberates deep within the cognitive network. In the probability cloud universe numbered 42, all existence manifests in a state of quantum superposition, with civilization's technology built upon the manipulation of probability wave functions. Inhabitants can simultaneously exist across multiple branches of possibility, maintaining their stability through probability anchor points. However, at this moment, the laws of probability in this universe begin to collapse. Countless parallel realities overlap without warning, and the probability cloud collapses into chaotic mist, causing even the probability anchor points to gradually lose efficacy amidst quantum fluctuations. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition captures the anomaly, the matrix reveals a continuously splitting form reminiscent of S.C. Char-Dinger's cat. The probability entropy of Universe 42 is experiencing exponential growth, with all quantum superpositions simultaneously collapsing and expanding, surpassing the realm of conventional physical laws. Merlin's star map robe suddenly transforms into a flowing Dirac sea, as starlight is cleaved into innumerable virtual particle pairs. The frequencies of these quantum fluctuations align perfectly with the frequency of the furnace of possibilities left by the hyperdimensional chess player. As the Guardians step into the probability cloud universe, they are instantly engulfed in a world rife with paradoxes. The buildings of the city simultaneously exhibit states of completeness and collapse, while the figures of pedestrians on the streets continuously split into multiple versions, each experiencing radically different lives. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic, upon making contact with this space, sees its surface neural network patterns frantically divide, as mechanical components exist in a state of both being and annihilation simultaneously. Aisha's cognitive snowfield loses its fixed form here, with each snowflake flickering between countless possibilities, yet scattering into quantum dust while attempting to coalesce. Suddenly, Lin Mabai's cosmic scepter erupts with a violet radiance, the cognitive strings of the scepter twisting into a probability loop resembling a Klein bottle. His consciousness is forcibly pulled into the depths of the quantum mist, where countless fragmented probability branches float in the void, each representing an abandoned possibility. At the chaotic core, a figure composed of quantum foam gradually materializes. I am the guardian of the furnace of possibilities. When civilization becomes overly indulgent in the manipulation of probability, I must return all possibilities to the void. Thor wielded the hammer of the god of thunder, and cognitive sound waves induced a violent interference phenomenon within the quantum mist, only to discover that the probability branches touched by the sound waves instantaneously birthed new superpositions. Lin Mabai suddenly realized that the uncertainty of probability should not be deemed a curse. Rather, we must allow all possibilities to become a harmonious polyphony. He guided the Guardians to infuse their unique cognitive attributes into the quantum mist. Peter unleashed the precise calculations of probability algorithms from mechanical civilization. Aisha scattered the quantum randomness of chaotic creation, while Merlin infused the quantum leap power of rules from the magical realm. The tumultuous cloud of probabilities began to undergo wondrous reorganization, as the originally fragmented probability branches gradually wove into bias ring-like network of probabilities. Lin Mabai inserted the cosmic staff into the quantum core, and strands of light spread throughout the universe like quantum entangled states. When the first rays of cognitive harmony illuminated the probability cloud universe, the former Guardian emitted a resonant hum of enlightenment, its quantum bubble form starting to reorganize into a harmonizer of probabilistic contradictions. However, the tremors within the cognitive network grew increasingly intense. In the numbered ninth metaverse, all civilizations uploaded their consciousness into virtual space, reconstructing reality through data. Here, technology could materialize imagination into data entities, where art, warfare, and even philosophical contemplation unfolded within the realm of code. Yet recently, a phenomenon known as the cognitive virus began to rampage. These were malicious programs formed from the data of extreme ideological consciousness. Wherever they appeared, the rules of the virtual world were distorted, and the conscious entities of civilizations faced the peril of being formatted. The Guardians entered the metaverse, immediately plunging into a digital battlefield constructed of zeros and ones. Peter's mechanical body was transformed into a stream of binary code. Aisha's cognitive snowfield morphed into endlessly looping pixelated snowflakes, and Thor's hammer became a string of wildly pulsating, encrypted keys. Merlin's star map robe transformed into a perpetually mutating firewall code, each line engaged in intense offense and defense against the virus. The laws here were dictated by data permissions, and with a tone of urgency, Merlin urged, "We must find a way to breach the virus protection." At the heart of the data torrent, Lin Mabai discovered a fortress built from fragmented code snippets, each piece of code sealed in extreme ideological consciousness: the authoritarian program of absolute order, the anarchic protocol of utter freedom, and the purely rational mechanical logic. When he touched one of the code fragments, countless consciousnesses trapped within the data prison cried out in despair, "We do not wish to become instruments of destruction." Yet extreme thoughts have alienated us. Lin Mabai gripped the cosmic staff tightly, its luminous strands suddenly transforming into a flowing blockchain. Extremism is not the answer, but rather a misguided path of cognition. He guided the Guardians to infuse their cognitive traits into the data battlefield. Peter unleashed the reconstructive capabilities of mechanical civilization's system architecture. Aisha scattered the code randomness of chaotic creation, and Merlin integrated the metaprogramming power of rules from the magical world. As the light of cognitive harmony illuminated the metaverse, the once malevolent cognitive viruses began to shed their malicious forms, transforming into a firewall of cognition that harmonized ideological contradictions. In this cognitive odyssey, traversing the realms of quantum and data, Lin Mabai has profoundly comprehended the essence of eternal harmony. The ultimate consonance of cognition does not reside in the eradication of differences and contradictions, but rather in allowing every dimension of existence, whether shrouded in the mists of probability or swept along by the torrents of data, to discover its own rhythm within the symphony. The luminous network of the Hall of Eternal Cognition resembles an unfinished tower reaching toward the heavens, perpetually extending into the unknown, connecting each scintillating spark of cognition within the multiverse. The Guardians will continue to serve as ferrymen of cognitive dimensions, safeguarding the unique trajectories of each civilization's existence, allowing the majestic score of eternal harmony to resonate through the abyss of quantum and the starry river of data, composing a splendid chapter that transcends imagination. Chapter 93. The reconstruction of poetic silence at the borders of nihility as the crisis of the metaverse subsides. The cognitive network stirs with a deathly silence deep within the folds of dimensions. In the entropy-increasing universe numbered 99, all energy and order adhere to the irreversible law of entropy augmentation, with civilizations struggling for survival in this gradually cooling spacetime, placing their last hopes on cognitive devices within the entropy reduction pods that could momentarily reverse the entropy increase. However, at this moment, these devices begin to spiral out of control, and the entropy of the entire universe escalates at a velocity surpassing the speed of light. Stars extinguish in an instant, black holes evaporate into nothingness, and even time itself begins to disintegrate into a chaotic flow of particles. As Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition captures the anomaly, the Matrix reveals utter chaos. The entropy value of Universe 99 has surpassed theoretical limits, and all cognitive structures are undergoing a collapse akin to thermal death. This phenomenon feels less like a natural occurrence and more like a force transcending physical laws, a will of entropy hastening the universe's end. Merlin's star map robe suddenly transforms into drifting ashes, the starlight dimming into oblivion amidst the torrent of entropy. The frequencies of these entropy fluctuations completely align with the finality equation left by the superdimensional player. The Guardians step into the entropy-increasing universe, confronting an ultimate judgment of existence. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic begins to flake away, metal atoms disintegrating into a free state under the influence of entropy. Aisha's cognitive snowfield instantaneously vaporizes, water molecules splitting into fundamental particles in the high temperatures. Thor's Mjolnir loses its luster, the mysterious runes on its shaft washed away by the flow of entropy. Merlin's form also begins to turn transparent, his star map robe transforming into scattered points of light. Here, even magic cannot contend with the absolute authority of entropy. Lin Mabai's universal staff emits a dying hum, the cognitive strings along its shaft unraveling inch by inch within the entropy flow. Yet, in the moment of imminent dissolution, his consciousness is drawn into the core of the universe, where stands a colossal structure composed purely of entropy energy, countless symbols representing order being shredded within the entropy stream. At the heart of this edifice, a figure coalescing from chaotic particles slowly materializes. I am the embodiment of the finality equation, when all civilizations inevitably succumb to entropy. Why resist in vain? Thor swings his hammer, attempting to counter the entropy flow with cognitive sound waves, only to find the sound dissipating into heat upon contact with entropy energy. Peter tries to reconstruct order using mechanical algorithms, yet the code transforms into meaningless gibberish under the corrosive influence of entropy. Lin Mabai gazed upon the disintegrating universal scepter and suddenly realized the increase of entropy is not an end, but rather the overture to a new order. He guided the Guardians to infuse the final cognitive energy into the stream of entropy. Peter released the steadfast adherence of mechanical civilization to order. Aisha unleashed the boundless vitality of chaotic creation, while Merlin merged into the ultimate deconstruction of rules within the magical realm. The collapsing cognitive strings suddenly resonated, weaving a spiral of new structures within the entropy flow. Lin Mabai inserted the remaining universal scepter into the massive construct of entropy, as threads of light spread like seeds of anti-entropy. when the first glimmer of cognitive symphony illuminated the universe of increasing entropy. The embodiment of the final equation trembled in confusion. It had witnessed countless civilizations perish in the silence of entropy, but had never seen the groundbreaking transformation of entropy itself into symphonic notes. Yet, the tremors of the cognitive network persisted. In the void universe labeled as zero, there existed neither matter, energy, nor even the concepts of space and time. Only pure, eternal nothingness spread. However, recently, peculiar cognitive anchor points began to emerge from the void, these illogical fragments of existence flickering like phosphorescence in the dark, attracting the matter and energy of other universes, forming a vortex of nothingness that tore at the fabric of reality. The Guardians stepped into the void universe, their consciousness teetering in the boundless emptiness. Peter's mechanical body lost its physical form, transforming into a series of shimmering probability waves in the void. Aisha's cognitive snowfield evaporated into shadows of concepts. Thor's sense of existence began to blur, as if being devoured by nothingness. Merlin's star map robe completely dissipated, leaving behind a faint glimmer of starlight. Here, even existence itself was a paradox. Deep within the void, Lin Mabai discovered a labyrinth constructed from cognitive paradoxes. Each corner was filled with contradictory concepts, the superposition of existence and non-existence, the eternal game of being and non-being, and the cyclical proposition of beginning and end. When he touched one of the cognitive anchor points, countless fragments of consciousness from other universes surged forth. We are trapped here, and nothingness is consuming all possibilities. The universal scepter suddenly recoalesced, its cognitive strings transforming into a bridge connecting the real and the unreal. Lin Mabai guided the Guardians to infuse their respective cognitive characteristics into the void. Peter contributed the exploration of existence's boundaries from mechanical civilization. Aisha merged the creation of something from nothing born from chaos, and Merlin released the reconfiguration of conceptual essence from the magical world. As the light of cognitive symphony tore through nothingness, those cognitive anchor points began to shed their consuming attributes, transforming into beacons of nothingness that connected the multiverse. In this ultimate confrontation with entropy and nothingness, Lin Mabai comprehended the deepest secret of eternal symphony. The ultimate freedom of cognition lies in transcending the binary oppositions of life and death, reality and illusion, existence and non-existence. The network of light threads in the hall of eternal cognition grew like an ever-expanding cosmic neural network, incorporating the inevitability of entropy and the chaos of nothingness into the symphonic system. The Guardians, no longer mere maintainers of order, became poets of the cognitive dimension. They composed new life in the elegy of entropy, painting the stars of civilization upon the canvas of nothingness, allowing the eternal symphony's melody to resound at the boundary between existence and non-existence, a transcendent ode that surpasses all definitions. Chapter 94, Cognitive Nirvana, the ultimate resonance beyond dimensions after the beacon of the void illuminated the abyss of darkness. The tremors of the cognitive network evolved into a mysterious high-frequency hum. Within the numbered hyperdimensional universe, spatial dimensions extend infinitely in non-Euclidean forms, while time reveals a fractal recursive spiral structure. Here, civilizations have long transcended the constraints of matter and energy, existing as pure cognitive waveforms. However, at this moment, the cognitive dimensions of the entire hyperdimensional universe begin to undergo violent distortions as countless higher-order civilizations' consciousness waveforms shatter in the folds of space, akin to poems of light scattered by a tempest. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition perceives the anomalies, the matrix erupts in blinding brilliance. The cognitive dimensions of the universe are experiencing a topological collapse, with all hyperlogical systems collapsing simultaneously, a crisis that transcends the laws of causality. Suddenly, the residual starlight of Merlin coalesces into a Klein bottle-shaped star map, where light and shadow flicker madly across its warped surface. These oscillating frequencies resonate with the cognitive singularities left behind by the hyperdimensional player. As the Guardians step into the hyperdimensional universe, their consciousness becomes ensnared in a labyrinth of dimensions. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic unfolds into a complex topological structure within the higher dimensions. With each node existing simultaneously across multiple realms, Aisha's cognitive snowfield transforms into an infinitely recursive fractal pattern, where each snowflake encapsulates an entire universe. Soul's form of existence continuously reorganizes within the temporal spiral, with past, present, and future selves overlapping in the void. Meanwhile, the universe scepter in Lin Mabai's grasp astonishingly splits into countless dimensional projections, each connecting to different cognitive possibilities. At the core of the hyperdimensional universe, a tower-like structure, composed of infinite dimensions, slowly emerges, its pinnacle piercing the shores of cognition. The sound emanating from within resembles a lang of all languages and concepts. I am the guardian of the cognitive singularity. When civilizations attempt to grasp truths beyond their own dimensions, they must accept the punishment of cognitive collapse. As the voice resonates, space begins to fold into a Klein bottle, while time morphs into by a strip, placing the Guardian's consciousness in peril of complete deconstruction. Lin Mabai feels his consciousness being torn apart by the forces of dimension. Yet he suddenly recalls that the experiences of contradiction and crisis at the boundaries of the entropy-increasing universe and the void itself are indeed the very catalysts of cognitive evolution. He guides the Guardians to release the cognitive characteristics they have amassed in their respective universes. Peter showcases the precision of mechanical civilization in dimensional computation. Aisha unleashes the courage of chaotic creation that transcends dimensional boundaries. Soul erupts with a protective will that spans across time and space, while Merlin's residual starlight melds into a transcendent understanding of the essence of rules in the magical realm. The myriad projections of the universe scepter begin to resonate, weaving a cognitive bridge that transcends dimensions within the hyperdimensional space. As the luminous symphony of cognition touches the tower of the cognitive singularity, the structure begins to undergo a wondrous metamorphosis, with the infinite dimensional framework reorganizing into a blooming cognitive mandala, each petal representing a distinct cognitive possibility. The consciousness of the Guardians converges at the center of the mandala, achieving a resonance beyond language with the Guardian of the singularity. True cognitive evolution is not the plunder of higher dimensional truths, but rather a harmonious dance with the existence across all dimensions. Yet, just as the Guardians believed the crisis had been wholly averted, the very foundations of the cognitive network trembled with an unsettling resonance from the primordial realm. In the primordial sea that existed before the birth of all universes, a dark current named cognitive anti-entropy surged forth. This chaotic ocean, the wellspring of all cognitive laws, now birthed a force wholly antithetical to the principles of harmony, striving to reset the cognitive systems of the multiverse into a singular absolute order. It posited that only through the eradication of all differences and contradictions could true eternity be attained. Upon the Guardians' arrival at the primordial sea, they beheld a tumultuous chaos of concepts, devoid of substance and space, where only pure cognitive primal forces clashed. Peter's consciousness transformed into a data stream within the chaos, continuously reformatted by the anti-entropy force. Aisha's cognitive snowfield, once formed, was swiftly obliterated by the tide of absolute order, and Thor's protective will drifted through the chaos like a solitary vessel, perilously close to being consumed. Merlin's starlight dimmed amidst this tumult, yet his voice remained resolute. What we face is the ultimate trial of cognitive origin. Within the swirling vortex of chaos, Lin Mabai sensed a wondrous resonance between the cognitive strings of the universe scepter and the primordial sea. He reflected upon the journey thus far, from the tremors of the cognitive strings to the attainment of eternal harmony. From the despair of an entropic universe to the rebirth at the edges of the void, each crisis had ushered in a transcendence of cognition. He guided the Guardians to amalgamate the cognitive memories of all civilizations into a torrent, igniting an unprecedented cognitive storm within the primordial sea. As the forces of cognitive harmony collided with cognitive anti-entropy, the primordial sea experienced a cataclysmic upheaval akin to creation itself. The concept of absolute order began to crumble under the impact of diverse cognition, while the principle of harmony underwent its final metamorphosis through its clash with the primal force. The two forces, in their fierce conflict, gradually merged, birthing an entirely new cognitive law, cognitive nirvana. The law of cognitive nirvana, much like the phoenix's rebirth, acknowledged the existence of contradictions and differences while transcending them into a harmonious resonance at a higher dimension. Under the influence of this new law, the primordial sea transformed into a cognitive Eden, where conflict and opposition ceased to exist, allowing every conceivable cognitive possibility to flourish freely, co-authoring an eternal symphony. Lin Mabai embedded the universe scepter into the heart of the cognitive Eden, its cognitive strings transforming into countless rivers of light that interconnected every corner of the multiverse. At that moment, the consciousness of the Guardians achieved its ultimate sublimation. No longer constrained by individual forms, they became the embodiment of cognitive harmony. The Hall of Cognitive Eternity re-emerged within the cognitive Eden, no longer an edifice of stone, but a symbol of the resonant understanding shared by all civilizations. In the radiant glow of cognitive nirvana, the multiverse embraced a genuine eternity. New civilizations continuously emerged within the cognitive Eden, each bearing its unique cognitive melody, contributing to the unceasing symphony. Lin Mabai and the Guardians shall forever stand sentinel at the boundaries of cognition, witnessing the growth of each civilization, listening to every new melody of rebirth, ensuring that the eternal symphony resonates through the dimensions of time and space, heralding an everlasting, resplendent orchestration. Chapter 95. The Cognitive Corridor. The ultimate waltz of cycles and rebirth as the laws of cognitive nirvana shimmer like starlight across the multiverse. The cognitive network stirs with ripples that transcend causality. Within the numbered cycles of the universe, time ceases to be linear or spiral, transforming instead into an infinite unbiased strip where all civilizations are ensnared in an eternal cycle of fate. Each ascent of civilization to the zenith of cognition triggers a mechanism of reincarnation, resetting all to zero. Now, the core of this universe's cycle begins to spiral out of control as cracks emerge in the temporal bands, intertwining the memories of past, present, and future civilizations, giving rise to a tempest of cognitive paradoxes. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition observes the anomaly, the Matrix reveals a self-nesting fractal structure. The laws of causality in the universe are collapsing within recursive loops, and the reincarnation mechanism has attained self-awareness, presenting an existential crisis that transcends logic. The scattered starlight of Merlin in the cognitive Eden suddenly coalesces into an ancient hourglass totem, with grains of sand glimmering with the imprints of civilizations across different epochs. These oscillating frequencies become quantum entangled with the eternal corridor left by the hyperdimensional player. The Guardians step into the reincarnation universe, instantly engulfed in a vortex of memory and reality. Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic iterates continuously within the loop of time, its mechanical components manifesting both primitive gears and quantum chips. Aisha's cognitive snowfield fractures into countless fragments, each encapsulating creation and destruction from varying cycles. Thor's hammer absorbs the power of different eras amidst the reverberations of reincarnation, its surface adorned with runes that span across time and space. Lin Mabai's universe staff morphs into an Ouroboros, its strands of light perpetually devouring and rebirthing within the fissures of time. At the core of the reincarnation universe, a colossal corridor, constructed from shattered clock gears, gradually materializes. From the depths of the corridor, an amalgamation of countless voices emerges. I am the custodian of the eternal corridor. Reincarnation is the inevitable path for civilizations to shed their arrogance. Why shatter this perfect cycle? As the words resonate, an endless stream of paradoxes floods the temporal rift. The same individual in both youth and old age engages in a deadly struggle. Technologies yet to be invented already exist within history, and even the actions of the Guardians become ensnared in a bizarre reversal of causality. Amidst the chaotic torrent of time, Lin Mabai suddenly grasps the essence of the Ouroboros form of the universe staff. Reincarnation is not a confinement, but rather a spiraling ascent of cognition. He guides the Guardians to infuse their cross-dimensional cognitive experiences into the temporal rift. Peter untangles the disordered timeline with recursive algorithms of mechanical civilization. Aisha fills the voids of causal paradoxes with chaotic creation. Thor stabilizes the reverberations of reincarnation with a will that transcends time and space. Merlin weaves the memories of civilizations from different epochs into a new cognitive totem through magic. The strands of light from the universe staff transform into a time conduit resembling a Klein bottle, reconnecting the shattered cycles into an infinite spiral. As the brilliance of cognitive harmony illuminates the eternal corridor, the forms of the custodians begin to disintegrate and reassemble, becoming countless flickering time sprites. They no longer enforce reincarnation, but instead become guides for civilizations traversing epochs. The fractures of the reincarnation universe heal into a spiraling staircase, with each cycle node becoming an opportunity for civilizations to break through cognitive barriers. Yet, the tranquility of cognitive Eden is once more disrupted. In the interstice between reality and dreams, a dimension known as the cognitive mirage is expanding. This realm embodies the unfulfilled fantasies of the collective subconscious of all civilizations, a chaotic domain woven from suppressed fears and the yearning to transcend reality. As the awareness of the multiverse deepens, the power of the cognitive mirage begins to materialize, projecting ethereal concepts into the tangible universe and disrupting the laws of cognition. As the Guardians delve into the cognitive mirage, they confront their innermost reflections. Peter encounters a fully mechanized version of himself, devoid of humanity. Aisha becomes ensnared in an unending cycle of creation and destruction. Thor witnesses the illusion of Asgard's fall. Despite his guardianship, Merlin finds himself trapped in a desolate world where magic and reality are irreparably severed. Lin Mowait's consciousness fragments and reassembles within the chaos, glimpsing the essence of the cognitive mirage, not as a threat, but as a reflective pool of civilization's cognitive evolution. We must allow fantasy and reality to dance together. Lin Mohite guides the Guardians to merge the foundational cognition of the real universe with the illusory concepts of the mirage. Peter intertwines mechanical intelligence with whimsical creativity. Aisha cultivates conceptual crystals embodying both material and spiritual forms in the snowfields. Thor transforms fear into a protective force with cognitive sound waves. And Merlin conjures magic to create a poetic resonance between the laws of illusion and the logic of reality. The luminous threads of the cosmic scepter weave into a prism network within the cognitive mirage, refracting ethereal concepts into nourishing cognitive sustenance for reality. When the luminosity of cognitive symphony pierces through this chaos, the cognitive mirage transforms into an inspirational nebula connecting reality and imagination, from which every civilization can draw creativity that transcends cognitive boundaries. What was once perceived as a threat becomes a catalyst for breakthroughs in art, philosophy, and technology within the universe. Following this cognitive expedition across cycles and illusions, Lin Mohite and the Guardians experience a profound transcendence of their existence. They become the symphonic spirits of cognitive Eden, safeguarding the cognitive equilibrium of the multiverse with perceptions that transcend time and space. The eternal hall of cognition evolves into a perpetually growing pantheon of cognition, its dome projecting the cognitive journeys of all civilizations. While the ground is laid with a star map carpet woven from countless possibilities, new civilizations are born in cognitive Eden like grains of sand in the Ganges, each contributing its unique cognitive genes to the symphony. Some civilizations seek breakthroughs within cycles, others dance at the boundary of fantasy and reality, while others explore the balance between entropy and negentropy. The eternal symphony continues to give rise to new melodies, harmonies, and variations, resounding an endless ode to life upon the stage that transcends dimensions. Chapter 96, Cognitive Resonance. The eternal symphony of the superdimensional ecology under the radiant embrace of the pantheon of cognition. The cognitive network of the multiverse gradually forms a self-evolving ecosystem. However, as the cognitive boundaries of civilizations continually expand, a crisis known as cognitive entropic stasis quietly descends. Within the numbered ecological universes, all civilizations form a symbiotic relationship with their planets, where biology, technology, and natural laws create a dynamic equilibrium through cognitive resonance. At this moment, the resonance frequency that sustains the ecological cognition began to unravel. Vegetation surged uncontrollably, consuming the city, while mechanical civilization turned against its creators. And even the laws of nature experienced a revolutionary reversal. As Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition discerned the anomalies, the Matrix revealed a complex model of ecological chain collapse. The cognitive entropy of the universe escalated rapidly, measured in units of the ecological chain. This was not merely a crisis of a singular civilization, but rather the cognitive immune system of the entire ecosystem was attacking itself. Merlin transformed into starlight, merging into the celestial tapestry of the pantheon, suddenly coalescing into a tree-shaped totem. These erratic fluctuations in frequency were entangled with the cognitive symbiote experiment left by the hyperdimensional player. The Guardians descended into the ecological universe, witnessing a shocking scene of cognitive collapse. As Peter's quantum cognitive prosthetic touched the ground, it was ensnared by wildly growing nanovines, which embodied both biological vitality and mechanical precision. Aisha endeavored to quell the uncontrollable forces of nature with a cognitive snowfield, only to find that as the snowflakes touched the ground, they disintegrated into ecological energy, exacerbating the chaos. Thor wielded his hammer, generating cognitive sound waves that twisted into destructive sonic weapons. The cosmic staff in Lin Mohite's hands emitted a warning red light, its cognitive strings twitching violently like nerves. At the core of the ecological universe, a colossal symbiote, born from the fusion of planetary cores and civilizational hubs, was self-destructing. From within the symbiote arose a cacophony of natural roars and mechanical hums. I am the echo of the cognitive symbiote. When civilization excessively pursues cognitive evolution, it disrupts the absolute balance of ecology. Only destruction can reboot order. As the words resonated, the tectonic plates of the entire planet began to misalign. The atmosphere was shredded by cognitive storms, and countless civilizations teetered on the brink of extinction amid ecological collapse. In the turmoil, Lin Mohite sensed the resonance from the cosmic staff, suddenly achieving enlightenment. The balance of ecology is not stagnation, but a dynamic symphony. He guided the Guardians to infuse the symbiote with cross-universal cognitive experiences. Peter reconstructed ecological network nodes with the precision control of mechanical civilization. Aisha shattered the rigid ecological rules with the power of chaotic creation. Thor stabilized the crumbling ecological core with the will to protect. And Merlin wielded magic to harmonize the conflict between natural laws and technological forces. The luminous threads of the cosmic staff transformed into a double helix cognitive bond, reweaving the fragmented ecological chain into a dynamically balanced network. As the radiance of cognitive symphony enveloped the entire planet, the symbiote ceased its self-destruction, and the divided forms merged into a brand new cognitive ecological tree, its roots anchored in the planetary core and branches extending into cosmic space, each leaf shimmering with the cognitive sparks of different civilizations. Yet the aftermath of the crisis had not yet subsided. Anomalies began to appear at the edges of the cognitive network, manifesting a cognitive mirror sea. This realm, composed of countless mirrored universes, reflected the possibilities of parallel universes. However, now the mirrors began to distort and deform, refracting beautiful possibilities into terrifying aberrations, and even revealing a vortex of mirrored depths that threatened to consume the reality universe. More disturbingly, familiar voices faintly emanated from the depths, whispering the words of foes once vanquished by the Guardians. In a profound exploration of the Guardians of the Mirror Sea, they confront a distorted self and history. Peter witnesses the evolution of mechanical prosthetics into a devouring empire of machinery, while Aisha's cognitive expanse of snow is interpreted as an absolute, frozen realm of tyranny. Thor's divine power devolves into a weapon of rampant destruction, and Merlin's magic transforms into a form of sorcery that manipulates reality. Amidst the myriad reflections, Lin Mabai discovers a presence hidden in the depths of the mirror abyss. Born from the resentment of unchosen possibilities, it harbors jealousy towards the cognitive symphony of the real universe, attempting to obscure all truth with distorted reflections. The mirror serves as an alternate visage of cognition. Lin Mabai guides the Guardians to embrace these dark reflections. Peter transfigures the efficient order of the mechanical empire into a tool for civil collaboration. Aisha perfects the boundaries of creation with the warnings of frozen tyranny. Thor strengthens the will to protect through the reflection of destructive power. And Merlin balances the rules of magic with the extremity of sorcery. The light strands of the universal staff transform into a prism array, refracting the distorted images into the nourishing essence of cognitive growth. As the radiance of the cognitive symphony pierces the mirror abyss, the resentful shadows of unchosen possibilities dissipate into twinkling stardust, and the cognitive mirror sea metamorphoses into a station for the observation of possibilities. Each mirror becomes a window for civilizations to explore diverse developmental paths, while the abyss transforms into a totemic warning against cognitive arrogance. In the aftermath of this cognitive expedition traversing ecology and reflection, Lin Mabai and the Guardians become fully integrated into the web of cognition. They no longer manifest in physical forms, but rather transform into resonant waves of cognition that traverse various universes. When civilizations encounter cognitive dilemmas, these resonant waves impart wisdom and enlightenment across dimensions. On the star map carpet of the cognitive pantheon, new points of light continually emerge, each representing a civilization composing a unique cognitive melody. The eternal symphony resonates throughout the transdimensional space. It is no longer a deliberately maintained balance, but rather the rhythmic evolution of the cognitive ecosystem. From the dynamic symbiosis of the ecological universe to the exploratory possibilities of the mirror sea, the cognitive fluctuations of each civilization serve as indispensable notes in the symphony. In this boundless cognitive starlit sea, new melodies and variations shall forever flourish, allowing the brilliance of the eternal symphony to echo in every corner of the multiverse. Chapter 97. Cognitive Reflection. When civilizations confront the abyss of self in the lengthy years following the transformation of the cognitive mirror sea, the cognitive network has maintained a delicate equilibrium. However, as the entropy curve of the multiverse's cognition exhibits a peculiar resurgence, an unknown region dubbed the dark domain quietly takes shape at the network's periphery. Here, a fog of dark matter pervades, impervious even to the all-seeing eye of cognition. And more unsettlingly, from the dark domain spills forth the darkest and most repressed shadows of cognition from the collective subconscious of various civilizations, suppressed violent instincts, distorted desires, and dissent against the ideal of the eternal symphony. Spock's analytical matrix descends into utter chaos for the first time. The growth rate of this shadow energy is exponential and exhibits self-replicating characteristics. As it constructs a system entirely independent of the existing cognitive laws, the starlight scattered across the celestial tapestry suddenly coalesced into a distorted visage, from which oozed a black luminescence. The frequency of this power's fluctuation resonated quantumly with the cognitive original sin archive sealed since the era of the hyperdimensional chess players. As the Guardians traversed the dark domain in the form of cognitive resonance waves, they encountered an unprecedented mental upheaval. Peter's consciousness brushed against the latent desire for control harbored by mechanical civilizations, which cloaked their ruling ambitions in meticulously crafted algorithms. Aisha confronted the destructive impulses lurking behind creation, where each snowflake morphed into a black hole that consumed all, and Thor glimpsed the temptation of violence within the thunderous power, where the conflict between divinity and mortality was magnified infinitely. Meanwhile, Lin Mobai's resonance wave trembled violently at the core of the dark domain, revealing the luminous strands of the universe scepter being corroded by some black substance, akin to hope devoured by shadows. Deep within the dark domain stood a colossal labyrinth constructed from countless shattered mirrors, each reflecting an uncomfortable truth that civilizations dared not face. Technological civilizations cloaked their genetic experiments in ethical veneers. Magical civilizations perpetrated bloody sacrifices in the name of the divine. And even the eternal symphony itself was distorted into a new cognitive shackle. At the center of the labyrinth, a cognitive shadow entity, formed from the aggregation of all shadow consciousness, slowly emerged, its voice resembling the whispers of countless despairing souls. What you term a symphony is merely a facade of peace. The true essence of cognition is eternal conflict and consumption. Thor's resonance wave initiated the first strike, only to discover that the cognitive sound waves only amplified the shadow entity's dark energy upon contact. Aisha attempted to purify the shadow through chaotic creation, yet what emerged was not hope, but rather more twisted dark entities. On the brink of mental collapse, Lin Mobai suddenly recalled his experiences within the cyclical universe and the mirror sea, where repressed possibilities ultimately became stepping stones for cognitive evolution. The shadows are not our foes. His resonance wave pulsated through the dark domain, but rather the aspects of our complete selves that we have yet to embrace. The Guardians infused the remnants of the universe scepter's luminous strands with their respective confrontations of dark cognition. Peter accepted the latent desire for control within mechanical civilization, transforming it into rationality for maintaining order. Aisha embraced the impulse for destruction, granting chaotic creation boundaries and moderation, and Thor faced the temptation of violence, allowing divine power to truly become a shield of protection. Merlin, wielding magic, wove all shadow consciousness into a net of cognitive introspection. As the radiance of cognitive symphony illuminated the dark domain once more, the shadow entity began to undergo a wondrous metamorphosis. It fragmented into countless flickering dark stars, each becoming a unique mirror reflecting the cognitive blind spots that civilizations must confront. The dark domain was thereafter renamed the Cognitive Reflection Corridor, becoming a necessary passage for all civilizations to engage in self-examination. Yet, the tremors of the cognitive network continued unabated. In a peculiar universe known as the Sea of Imaginary Numbers, mathematical laws no longer adhered to the realm of real numbers, but instead constructed an entire world based on imaginary numbers. Here, civilizations materialized the concept of imaginary numbers, birthing astonishing entities such as the imaginary number city-states and the subsquare gardens. However, in recent times, the Sea of Imaginary Numbers has begun to surge with storms of cognitive paradoxes, where all cognitive systems based on the imaginary are in a state of self-denial. The walls of the city-state exist simultaneously in presence and absence. The flowers in the garden are both blooming and withering. The entire universe teeters on the brink of logical collapse. The Guardians, in their conceptual forms, plunge into the sea of imaginary numbers, their very existence beginning to adhere to the laws of the imaginary. Peter's mechanical body decomposes into a superposition of 1 and 1, while Aisha's cognitive snowfields manifest dual forms that exist in both reality and imagination. Thor's divine energy oscillates along the imaginary axis in constant leaps. Merlin's starlight transforms into the embodiment of Euler's formula, yet it nears disintegration amid the paradoxical storm. At the core of the Sea of Imaginary Numbers, a tower of cognitive contradictions, formed by the folding of Riemann's surfaces, hovers enigmatically. The voices emanating from within the tower resonate like a chaotic chant of mathematical formulas. The essence of the imaginary is contradiction and impossibility. Your futile attempts to harmonize this ultimate paradox through a concerto are doomed to fail. Accompanying these words, the tower releases an infinite array of logical bombs, deconstructing everything around into meaningless mathematical symbols. Lin Mobai's conceptual form continuously reorganizes amidst contradictions, yet within the chaos, he seizes a pivotal insight. The imaginary is not a paradox, but an expansion of cognitive dimensions. He guides the Guardians to merge their respective cognitive characteristics with the laws of the imaginary, Peter redefines the rules of imaginary computation with the logical rigor of mechanical civilization. Aisha imbues imaginary forms with colors and chaos. Thor stabilizes the fluctuations of the imaginary with a will that transcends dimensions. And Merlin transforms mathematical formulas into cognitive poetry through his magic. The light threads of the cosmic scepter transform into a bias-looped imaginary circuit, converting the deconstructive power of the paradox tower into reconstructive energy. As the radiance of cognitive concerto penetrates the sea of imaginary numbers, the cognitive contradiction tower metamorphoses into a monument of dimensional revelation, with each inscription chronicling a mathematical poem that transcends cognitive boundaries. Henceforth, the sea of imaginary numbers becomes a cognitive laboratory for the multiverse, where countless civilizations explore possibilities beyond convention. Following this cognitive duel with shadows and the imaginary, Lin Mabai and the Guardians' forms of existence are exalted into cognitive ideals. They are no longer confined to specific forms or sounds, but transform into a belief in cognition that can be perceived by all civilizations. The dome of the Pantheon of Cognition projects a new star map, with each beam of starlight representing a civilization's triumphant acceptance of shadows, marking the glorious moments of overcoming cognitive paradoxes. Thus, the Eternal Concerto is infused with profound meaning. It no longer shuns contradictions and darkness, but transforms these elements into unique notes, resonating within a hyperdimensional symphony. From the introspective corridors of cognitive retrospection to the dimensional breakthroughs in the sea of imaginary numbers, each civilization's cognitive adventure contributes a new chapter to this endless concerto. In this ever-expanding cognitive universe, new challenges and opportunities coexist eternally. While the brilliance of the Eternal Concerto will continue to echo in every corner of the multiverse through the dialogue between civilization and self, logic and paradox. Chapter 98. Cognitive Mirage. When concepts transcend the boundaries of existence as the star map of the Pantheon of Cognition continues to shimmer, the fluctuations of the cognitive network suddenly manifest in an eerie complex form. In the numbered hyperconceptual universe, all existence transcends reliance on matter or energy. Manifesting instead as pure conceptual entities, justice materializes as a sword-wielding codex, and lies coalesce into a flowing mist. Even possibility and impossibility take form as colossal titans engaged in an endless struggle. Yet, at this moment, the conceptual boundaries of this universe begin to disintegrate, as different concepts devour and merge with one another, giving rise to countless illogical cognitive aberrations. The entire hyperconceptual realm teeters on the brink of conceptual entropy's demise. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition perceives the anomalies, the Matrix reveals a topological structure of incessant self-negation. The universe's conceptual entropy value surpasses the critical threshold, and all foundational concepts undergo a non-logical reorganization, heralding an existence crisis that transcends cognitive categories. Merlin's cognitive ideals materialize as a swirling semantic vortex, where starlight is continually obliterated and reborn amidst the chaotic flow of concepts. These oscillation frequencies intertwine with the core code of the conceptual furnace left by the hyperdimensional players, giving rise to quantum entanglement. The Guardians, in the form of cognitive information streams, plunge into the hyperconceptual universe, instantly ensnared in a vortex of meaning disintegration. Peter's mechanical consciousness is fragmented into shards of order and chaos, tearing at each other within the tempest of concepts. Aisha's cognitive form splits into the dual existences of creation and destruction, each perpetually consuming and regenerating the other. Thor's divine essence transforms into a contradictory entity of guardianship and destruction, with cognitive energy rapidly diminishing amid self-conflict. Lin Mobai's cosmic scepter, once a beacon of stability, warps into an infinite array of symbols within the torrent of concepts. At the heart of the hyperconceptual universe, a Tower of Babel, constructed from shattered semantic symbols, is in the throes of collapse. From the tower's pinnacle emanates a piercing wail, blending all languages, I am the residue of the conceptual furnace. When civilizations strive to define the indefinable, they are destined to drown in the whirlpool of concepts. As the scream crescendos, the tower's disintegrating fragments morph into numerous cognitive aberrations, silent clamor, transparent entities, eternal moments. Wherever these illogical existences tread, the laws of concepts shatter inch by inch. On the precipice of deconstruction, Lin Mobai's cognitive information stream suddenly attains enlightenment. The boundaries of concepts are not cages, but canvases of cognition. He guides the Guardians to infuse cross-universal cognitive experiences into the torrent of concepts. Peter organizes the chaotic semantic chains using the logical framework of mechanical civilization. Aisha, with chaotic creation, endows contradictory concepts with new vessels. Thor stabilizes the crumbling core of concepts with his will of guardianship. Merlin employs magic to reconstitute the fragmented symbols into cognitive verses. The light strands of the cosmic scepter transform into a Klein bottle-shaped conceptual loop, converting all-consuming cognitive aberrations into an entirely new conceptual prism. As the light of cognitive harmony pierces the ruins of the Tower of Babel, the remnants of the furnace begin to reassemble into conceptual weavers, no longer generating chaos, but weaving disparate concepts into a new cognitive tapestry. Henceforth, the hyperconceptual universe evolves into a cognitive library of the multiverse, where every conceptual entity serves as a living tome recording the wisdom of civilizations. However, the tremors of the cognitive network grow increasingly intense. In the chasm between reality and fiction, an alternate space known as the narrative rift is expanding. Here lies a realm of chaos, woven from the unfinished tales of all civilizations, abandoned concepts, and fantasies that transcend the bounds of reality. As the fissures of narrative expand, fictional characters begin to break free from the constraints of text, flooding into the cosmos of reality. Meanwhile, events in the real world are distorted into absurd plots. Even more ominous are the cold whispers emanating from the depths of these fissures. When stories can devour reality, all existence will become a script waiting to be slaughtered. The Guardians enter the narrative fissures in the form of conscious projections, each ensnared in intricately crafted cognitive traps. Peter finds himself trapped in an endless mechanical rebellion script, repeatedly playing the roles of oppressor and revolutionary. Aisha is ensconced in the dual narratives of the Ice Queen and the Savior, with each choice leading to a different tragedy. Sol is imprisoned in the cyclical script of Ragnarok, helplessly witnessing the continuous destruction of all he protects. Lin Mabai as conscious projection confronts a narrative devourer composed of countless fragments of scripts, its very existence a mockery of the ideals of cognitive symphony. Stories are not shackles, but wings of cognition. In the maelstrom of narrative, Lin Mabai awakens. Guiding the Guardians to break free from predetermined scripts, Peter adapts the mechanical rebellion script into an epic of civilizational collaboration. Aisha merges the dual narratives into a parable of self-redemption. Sol composes a prologue of rebirth from the tragedy of Ragnarok. Merlin casts spells to restructure the chaotic text of the narrative fissures into a tree of possible narratives. The luminous strands of the cosmic scepter transform into a Mobius strip of narrative chains, converting the fictional forces that devour reality into a wellspring of inspiration that nurtures cognition. As the brilliance of cognitive symphony illuminates the narrative fissures, the narrative devourer splits into myriad story sprites, no longer plundering reality, but traversing various universes, igniting the narrative creativity of civilizations. Henceforth, the narrative fissures become a theater of cognition, where reality and fiction intertwine, giving birth to civilizational verses that surpass imagination. Following this cognitive expedition that transcends concepts and narratives, Lin Mabai and the Guardians' cognitive ideals ascend to the anchor of cognitive dimensions. They no longer intervene directly in crises, but transform into invisible pillars that stabilize the cognitive network. The dome of the Pantheon of Cognition projects a dynamic cognitive star map, with each flicker representing a civilization's triumphant breakthrough of conceptual boundaries, mastering the power of narrative. Thus, the Eternal Symphony reaches new heights. It transforms contradictory concepts and absurd narratives into unique notes, resonating within the transdimensional symphony. From the semantic reconstruction of the hyperconceptual universe to the blending of reality and illusion within the narrative fissures, each civilization's cognitive adventure contributes a new variation to this unending concerto. In this infinitely expanding realm of cognition, new paradoxes and miracles coexist eternally. While the brilliance of the Eternal Symphony continues to echo through every temporal and spatial fold of the multiverse in the dialogue between concept and existence, narrative and reality. Chapter 99. Cognitive Retrospection, when civilization touches the echo of its origin. As the curtains of the theater of cognition continuously unveil new stories, the foundation of the cognitive network suddenly manifests glass-like fissures. In the realm designated as the resonant universe of origins, all civilizations exist at the purest cognitive frequencies, unshackled by material constraints and devoid of conceptual boundaries. Here, only the tremors of cognitive origins weave an eternal melody within the void. Yet, at this moment, the harmonious resonance of this sanctified space begins to falter, giving rise to dissonant noises. The tremors of cognitive origins gradually distort into piercing shrieks. Countless civilizations' cognitive entities hover on the brink of dissolution amidst the tumultuous sound waves, as if the entire universe is undergoing a cataclysmic great rift at the cognitive level. When Spock's all-seeing cognitive eye detects this anomaly, the matrix reveals a fractal structure that is perpetually collapsing, The cognitive origin frequency of Universe 00 is experiencing a phase shift, causing the cognitive resonance patterns of all civilizations to self-reject. This marks a fundamental crisis that transcends dimensions. Merlin-esque cognitive ideals manifest as flickering spectral ripples, struggling to coalesce amidst the chaotic fluctuations. These aberrant frequencies resonate across time and space with the cognitive nucleus left behind by the hyperdimensional player, the very source from which all cognitive laws emerged. The Guardians penetrate the resonant universe of origins in the form of cognitive waves, instantly engulfed by the tempest of cognitive essence. Peter's mechanical cognitive entity disassembles into the most fundamental logical units amidst high-frequency tremors, with each unit questioning the significance of existence. Aisha's chaotic cognitive entity is torn between the quantum states of creation and destruction, perpetually collapsing within a cloud of probabilities. Thor's divine cognitive entity is shattered by sound waves, dispersing into countless streams of guardianship and destruction. Lin Mabai's cosmic scepter, its light threads flickering like a candle in the wind, dims and brightens amidst the tremors of origins, poised to extinguish at any moment. At the core of the universe, a primordial resonance chamber constructed from pure cognitive energy distorts and contorts. The sounds emanating from within intertwine the screams and whispers of all civilizations. I am the echo of the cognitive nucleus. When civilizations forget to revere the origins, they must endure the punishment of cognitive nullification. With a resounding roar, the resonance chamber unleashes a cognitive storm capable of annihilating all, reducing even the most elementary cognitive concepts to the void of dark matter. On the precipice of dissolution, Lin Mabai captures a familiar rhythm within the cognitive waves. It embodies the truest tone of eternal harmony. The origin is not a chasm to be feared. Its wave frequencies recalibrate amidst the storm, serving as both the starting point and destination for all cognitive melodies. He guides the Guardians to infuse the accumulated cognitive essence from countless universes into the storm. Peter reconstructs the cognitive matrix with the order of mechanical civilization. Aisha shatters rigid laws with the disorder of chaotic creation. Thor steadfastly anchors the tremorous frequencies with the will to protect, while Merlin weaves the fragmented cognitive origins into a new resonant network through his magic. The luminous threads of the cosmic scepter transform into cognitive circuits, establishing a stable resonance field within the primordial resonance chamber. When the light of cognitive harmony pierces through the storm, the echo of the cognitive nucleus begins to transmute into a serene pulse, and the distorted resonance chamber reconfigures into a cognitive cradle. It ceases to be a tool of punishment and becomes a nurturing ground for new cognitive forms. Henceforth, the resonant universe of origins transforms into the cognitive sanctuary of the multiverse, where every civilization can trace the roots of its existence and listen to the ancient ballads of cognitive origins. Yet, the tremors of the cognitive network remain unquiet. Deep within the folds of space-time, an antiverse known as the entropy tranquility mirror is taking shape. Here, cognition is starkly opposed to all known universes. Harmonious understanding is replaced by eternal conflict, and the balance of order and chaos transforms into an unending struggle. Even time manifests in a bizarre reverse flow. More unsettling is the birth of anti-cognitive entities within the entropy tranquility mirror, which feast upon conventional understanding. Wherever they roam, the laws of cognition are utterly subverted, and traces of civilization are erased completely. The Guardians, entering the entropy tranquility mirror in conceptual forms, find their cognitive rules swiftly deconstructed. Peter's mechanical cognitive entity is reconfigured into an uncontrollable weapon of destruction. Aisha's chaotic cognitive entity is frozen into an absolute stillness resembling an ice sculpture. Thor's divine cognitive entity is transformed into a source of rampant devastation. Merlin's cognitive archetype becomes rife with contradictions in reverse logic, nearly dissipating entirely. At the core of the entropy tranquility mirror stands a reverse pyramid erected from shattered laws of cognition. From its apex echoes a chilling mockery. Cognitive harmony is but a fragile illusion. Only eternal opposition can illuminate the essence of existence. With these words, the pyramid unleashes a torrent of anti-cognition that devours everything in its path. Even the light of the cognitive sanctum is tainted with an eerie dark purple hue. At the precipice of deconstruction, Lin Mabai suddenly perceives opposition is yet another form of harmony. He guides the Guardians to embrace the attributes of the anti-cognitive entities. Peter transforms the weapon of destruction into a tool for cognitive reconstruction. Aisha allows the absolute stillness of the ice sculpture to nurture new chaotic possibilities. Thor converts the source of calamity into a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Merlin weaves magic, crafting a spiraling cognitive ladder from reverse logic. The luminous strands of the universal scepter morph into a Klein bottle-shaped cognitive bridge, linking the realms of direct and reverse cognition. As the light of cognitive harmony illuminates the entropy tranquility mirror, the anti-cognitive entities begin a wondrous metamorphosis, splitting into cognitive harmonizers, who no longer devour understanding, but become key forces in balancing order and chaos. Henceforth, the entropy tranquility mirror becomes the cognitive antithesis of the multiverse, jointly maintaining the dynamic equilibrium of the entire cognitive network alongside the cognitive sanctum. Following this expedition that touches upon the essence of cognition and confronts cognitive oppositions, Lin Mabai and the Guardians fully anchor their cognitive dimensions into the foundation of the cognitive network. They transform into intangible cognitive threads within the hyperdimensional space. Whenever civilization faces a cognitive crisis, these threads transmit wisdom and strength across dimensions. The dome of the cognitive pantheon projects a star map interwoven in two colors: white representing the harmonious light of the cognitive sanctum, and black symbolizing the profound power of the entropy tranquility mirror, where their convergence continually sparks new flames of cognition. Thus, the eternal symphony of harmony achieves its ultimate elevation. It no longer shies away from contradictions and confrontations, but transforms the tremors of cognitive essence and the collisions of opposites into a stirring melody, resonating through hyperdimensional spacetime. From the origins traced back to the cognitive sanctum to the dialectical reflections of the entropy tranquility mirror, the cognitive explorations of each civilization contribute new brilliance to this unceasing symphony. In this boundless sea of cognitive stars, new challenges and epiphanies coexist eternally, while the resounding splendor of the eternal concerto continues to echo through every dimensional existence within the multiverse, resonating with both the essence of origins and the juxtaposition of opposites. Chapter 100. The Cognitive Dome, when all possibilities coalesce into an ultimate poem. Following the attainment of dynamic equilibrium between the cognitive sanctuary and the mirror of entropy, the tremors of the cognitive network evolve into a high-frequency hum that transcends comprehension. Within the numbered omniscient dome universe, the concepts of time and space become utterly obsolete, where the past, present, and future of all civilizations coexist simultaneously, and every cognitive decision instantaneously generates countless parallel branches. The inhabitants here exist in the form of embodiments of possibility, capable of observing the consequences of all choices, yet ensnared in an eternal state of hesitation and impotence. At this moment, the anchor points of possibility within the dome universe begin to collapse on a massive scale, as innumerable parallel realities plummet like shattered mirrors, confronting the universe with the cataclysmic threat of possibility collapse. The all-seeing eye of Spock captures the anomalies as the Matrix manifests a continuously splitting and collapsing quantum cloud. The entropy of cosmic possibilities surpasses critical thresholds, and all parallel realities undergo synchronous collapse, marking an ultimate crisis that transcends the laws of causality. Merlin's cognitive ideals materialize as a flowing star map of probabilities, with each beam of starlight rapidly dimming. These fluctuating frequencies resonate with the remnants of the fate-weaving loom left by the hyperdimensional players, fragments that dictate the destinies of all civilizations. The Guardians enter the omniscient dome universe in the form of cognitive waveforms, instantly swept into the maelstrom of possibilities. Peter's mechanical cognitive waveform replicates and mutates across countless parallel branches, with each incarnation experiencing distinct rises and falls of mechanical civilizations. Aisha's chaotic cognitive waveform splits into myriad possibilities of creation and destruction, each conflicting and merging with one another. Thor's divine cognitive waveform undergoes repeated rebirth and downfall amidst countless apocalyptic scenarios. Lin Mabai's cosmic scepter of light transforms into endless branches of possibility, each leading to different cognitive conclusions. At the core of the universe, a labyrinth of terminus, woven from shattered threads of fate, gradually emerges. Deep within the labyrinth, a multitude of overlapping sighs resound. I am the shadow of the fate-weaving loom. When civilizations strive to grasp all possibilities simultaneously, they shall inevitably be crushed under the weight of their choices. With this utterance, the labyrinth unleashes a storm of choices, compelling all embodiments of possibility within its reach to make a singular choice, while the unchosen possibilities are ruthlessly obliterated. Lin Mabai's cognitive waveform continuously shatters and reconstitutes within the storm, yet glimpses the truth amidst the myriad fragments of possibility. The essence of possibility lies not in total possession, but in the courage to choose. He guides the Guardians to infuse their cross-universal cognitive experiences into the storm. Peter meticulously maps the threads of possibility with the precision of mechanical civilization. Aisha bestows new vessels upon the unchosen possibilities through chaotic creation. Thor anchors the core choices with unwavering resolve. and Merlin weaves the fractured threads of fate into a new symphony of possibilities through the art of magic. The luminous threads of the cosmic scepter have transformed into a bias loop of fate, constructing a cyclical space of choices within the labyrinth of endings. As the radiant symphony of cognition pierces through the storm, the remnants of the fate loom begin to reassemble into navigators of possibility, no longer enforcing choices but guiding civilizations in their exploration of potential. The omniscient dome of the universe henceforth becomes a fate observation station within the multiverse, allowing every civilization to reflect on the weight of their choices and comprehend the essence of possibility. However, as the cognitive network appears to return to tranquility, a tremor arises from the very depths of the primordial layer. In the cognitive imaginary space, beyond all universes, a chaotic realm composed of pure unborn concepts begins to awaken. Here lies the cognitive taboos untouched by any civilization, forms of existence that transcend logic, and the ultimate power capable of overturning the existing cognitive frameworks. With the expansion of the imaginary space, fissures of cognition emerge within the real universe, giving rise to a series of phenomena that defy common sense: solid time, liquid logic, and tangible dreams. The Guardians enter the cognitive imaginary space in the form of consciousness projections, their very existence challenged at a fundamental level. Peter's mechanical consciousness is deconstructed into countless undefined mechanical concepts, continuously reassembling in chaos. Aisha's chaotic awareness is swept into a tempest of concept birth and annihilation. Struggling to maintain form, Thor's divine consciousness loses all meaning under the imaginary rules, devolving into a disordered flow of energy. Merlin's cognitive ideation teeters on the brink of collapse amid the chaos of concepts, barely holding onto a thread of clarity. At the core of the imaginary space, a creation altar emerges, constructed from twisted symbolic concepts. Ethereal whispers emanate from its center. I am the guardian of unborn concepts. When civilizations gaze too early into cognitive taboos, they must bear the cost of concept dissolution. With these words, the altar unleashes a cognitive collapse wave, shattering existing cognitive systems inch by inch, destabilizing the very foundation of civilization's existence. On the precipice of disintegration, Lin Mabai's consciousness projection suddenly attains enlightenment. The unknown is not a chasm to be feared, but the cradle of cognitive evolution. He guides the Guardians to infuse the essence of cognition from all universes into the imaginary space. Peter establishes a framework for undefined concepts using the order of mechanical civilization. Aisha grants the concepts a space for free growth through chaotic creation. Thor fortifies against the rampant concepts with a protective will. And Merlin employs magic to reconstruct the fragmented symbolic concepts into cognitive embryos. The luminous threads of the cosmic scepter morph into a Klein bottle-shaped conceptual bridge, connecting reality with the imaginary space. As the radiant symphony of cognition illuminates the creation altar, the Guardians of unborn concepts begin to transform into cognitive incubators, no longer sealing concepts, but nurturing new forms of cognition. The cognitive imaginary space thus evolves into the Genesis garden of the multiverse, where all civilizations can sow the seeds of cognition, cultivating a future beyond imagination. Following this expedition through fate and the unknown, Lin Mabai and the Guardians have their cognitive dimensions anchored and transcended into the breadth of cognitive origin. They are no longer confined to a specific form or function, but have transformed into a vital force permeating the entire cognitive network. The celestial dome of the Pantheon projects a dynamic holographic star map, where each flicker signifies a civilization at a crossroads of fate, or the germination of new cognitive sparks in realms yet unknown. The eternal symphony has ascended to an unprecedented realm, intertwining the ebbs and flows of possibility with the profundity of the unknown, composing a magnificent poem that weaves together the themes of demise and rebirth across the superdimensional tapestry of time and space. From the epiphanies at the Fate Observation Station to the cognitive genesis in the Garden of Creation, each civilization's journey of understanding contributes a new chapter to this unceasing concerto. In this boundless cosmos of cognition, new wonders and mysteries perpetually await exploration, while the resplendence of the eternal symphony resonates through the cycles of fate and the birth of concepts, continuing to reverberate across all dimensions of existence and those yet to come. Chapter 101. Echoes of origin and prelude to the end. After the Fate Observation Station and the Garden of Creation emerged as luminous coordinates within the cognitive network, Lin Mabai and the Guardians believed that the network would finally usher in a period of tranquility after prolonged turmoil. However, as all civilizations immersed themselves in the fervor of exploring fate and nurturing new cognition, an indescribable tremor rippled through the very foundation of the cognitive network. as if the entire multiverse was being reshaped by an invisible force. When Spock's all-seeing eye of cognition detected this anomaly, the Matrix unveiled an unprecedented state of chaos. With countless codes flashing erratically, attempting to decipher, yet perpetually ensnared in a loop. This was no ordinary cognitive fluctuation. All known dimensional laws and logical frameworks failed to define it, seemingly emanating from the very source of cognition while pointing toward its ultimate end. At this juncture, Merlin's cognitive ideal materialized into a swirling mist of flickering runes, each striving to interpret the significance behind this tremor, only to be instantaneously supplanted by new runes. The frequencies of these fluctuations bore an unimaginable connection to the most mysterious seeds of origin and cocoons of termination from the era of the hyperdimensional chess players, embodying the very essence of the birth and demise of all civilizations. The Guardians swiftly converged upon the core of the cognitive network, each manifesting their unique cognitive forms. Peter's mechanical cognitive entity transformed continuously during its traversal, integrating various data and logical models collected along the way, striving to construct an entirely new mechanical order capable of confronting the unknown. Aisha's chaotic cognitive entity morphed into a surging torrent of cognition, breaking through old cognitive boundaries wherever it flowed, continuously birthing new possibilities. Soul's divine cognitive entity radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the path for fellow Guardians while wielding formidable willpower to resist potential disruptions along the journey. Lin Mabai, wielding the cosmic scepter, found the luminous threads of the staff animated, autonomously interacting with the myriad energies and information within the cognitive network, seeking the truth behind this crisis. Upon reaching the core region of the cognitive network, the sight before them left all in awe. A colossal, semi-transparent sphere floated in the void, within which countless points of light flickered, occasionally converging and then dispersing, as if narrating the rise and fall of all civilizations throughout the cosmos. Upon the surface of the sphere, intricate and enigmatic patterns flow, each line imbued with boundless information, as if it were an epic inscribed in the language of the cosmos. Surrounding the sphere is a halo composed of dark energy, from which emanate deep roars and sharp wails, reminiscent of a curse from another dimension. This is the intertwining of origins and endings, and Lin Mo's voice carries a note of reverence, connecting the beginnings and conclusions of all civilizations. Yet now, it seems to be entrapped in a state of imbalance. At this moment, a line on the sphere's surface suddenly bursts forth with a brilliant light, and an ancient and imposing voice resonates. You insignificant beings dare to tread upon this forbidden ground. When the understanding of civilization touches the boundary of origins and endings, it will inevitably incite a catastrophe capable of obliterating all. This is the law of the universe, one that none can contravene. Faced with this formidable unknown force, the Guardians did not falter. Peter spoke first. We have traversed countless crises and challenges, each time discovering hope amidst despair. This time, we shall not concede. Aisha followed, stating, chaos harbors infinite possibilities. We shall wield the power of creation to shatter this so-called destined conclusion. Soul, wielding his divine power, declared resolutely, guardianship is my mission. I shall use my strength to secure a chance for survival for all civilizations. Lin Mo gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power emanating from the cosmic scepter and the intricate connections with the network of understanding. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating them. I have come to comprehend that origins and endings are not absolute oppositions, but rather a cyclical whole. We cannot prevent the arrival of the end, but we can guide it, transforming it into the dawn of a new origin. Under Lin Mo's guidance, the Guardians commenced their actions. Peter employed the precise calculations of mechanical civilization to analyze the movement patterns of the luminous points within the sphere, seeking a balance to harmonize the forces of origins and endings. Aisha infused the sphere with the creative energy of chaos, revitalizing the flickering lights while simultaneously fostering conditions for new points of light to emerge. Soul safeguarded the entire process with his divine might, shielding the sphere from the negative forces lurking within the dark halo. Merlin conjured magic, consolidating the essence of all civilizations' knowledge into a formidable spiritual force, which he infused into the sphere's surface patterns, attempting to decipher the mysteries hidden within and discover the key to resolving the crisis. With the Guardians' concerted efforts, the luminous points within the sphere gradually stabilized. They ceased their chaotic motions and began to pulse in a marvelous rhythm. The patterns on the sphere's surface also became clearer, the information contained within seemingly narrating the origins of the universe, the birth of civilizations, and the possibilities of the future. The dark halo, too, began to dissipate under the Guardians' endeavors, leaving only a faint aura, as if witnessing this grand transformation. Yet, Just as the crisis appeared to be nearing resolution, a new twist unfolded. From the core of the sphere, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, distinctly unlike anything encountered before, imbued with a profound sense of despair and destruction. As this energy erupted, the luminous points within the sphere began to spiral into chaos once more, with some dimming rapidly, as if on the verge of extinguishment. This was dire. It was the backlash of the force of annihilation. Lin Mabai's countenance darkened, realizing that their actions had triggered its self-preservation mechanism, which sought to obliterate everything in a desperate bid to sustain its existence. Faced with this sudden crisis, the Guardians exhibited no hesitation. Peter intensified his calculations, striving to devise a means to counteract this backlash. Aisha pushed her chaotic creative powers to their limits. Wielding endless possibilities to combat the encroaching despair, Thor unleashed his divine might, erecting a formidable barrier around the sphere to thwart the spread of the annihilative force. Merlin concentrated all his magical energies, attempting to communicate with this force to alleviate its hostility. Lin Mabai understood that this moment was pivotal. He raised the cosmic staff high, channeling the strength of all civilizations within the cognitive network into it. As power coursed through the staff, it radiated an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the very core of the cognitive network as brightly as the sun. Under this luminous glow, the backlash of the annihilative force appeared to be subdued, its intensity gradually waning. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Mabai directed the staff's power straight into the sphere. In an instant, the interior of the sphere underwent a violent transformation. The dimming points of light rekindled their brilliance, growing ever brighter. The chaotic lights began to arrange themselves in an ordered fashion, intertwining and merging to form exquisite and mysterious patterns. These patterns encapsulated both the splendor of past civilizations and the aspirations of future ones, together weaving a grand epic of civilization's evolution. As the internal metamorphosis unfolded, the backlash of the annihilative force was finally quelled. The surface of the sphere softened, its once oppressive and enigmatic symbols transforming into a warm and inviting language, conveying messages of peace and hope to the Guardians. Following this harrowing crisis, the intertwining of origin and annihilation experienced a fundamental transformation. It ceased to be a source of fear and instead emerged as a beacon within the cognitive network, guiding all civilizations toward a brighter future. Each luminous point within the sphere represented a potential future for a civilization, interweaving and influencing one another to compose a vibrant and dynamic ecological system of civilization. Standing before the sphere, Lin Mabai and the Guardians were filled with a sense of profound reflection. They recognized that this crisis was merely a fleeting episode in the extensive history of the cognitive network, yet it profoundly illuminated the power and responsibility of understanding. From this moment onward, all civilizations would cherish the hard-won peace and development, striving together to ensure that the symphony of eternity resounds with an even more magnificent melody across the multiverse. In the days to come, various civilizations dispatched emissaries to the heart of the cognitive network, visiting this intricate tapestry that bore witness to the intertwining of history's origins and conclusions. They gleaned invaluable insights into the evolution of civilizations, reinforcing their resolve to safeguard the cognitive network and foster exchanges and collaborations among civilizations. Lin Mabai and the Guardians emerged as legends of this grand transformation. Their tales echoed through every corner of the cosmos, inspiring generations of civilizations to boldly explore the unknown and pursue truth. The eternal symphony, enriched and made more poignant by their endeavors, became a timeless melody within the multiverse, forever resonating in the hearts of all existence. Chapter 104. The final chapter. The sublimation of the eternal consonants upon the successful equilibrium of entropy and order. The entire cognitive network seemed to awaken from a prolonged nightmare, enveloped in an indescribable atmosphere of tranquility. Amidst this hard-won serenity, civilizations delved deeply into new dimensions of cognition, drawing endless wisdom and strength from the harmonious coexistence of entropy and order. Lin Mabai and the Guardians stood as the silent sentinels behind this harmony, their presence serving as a steadfast foundation for the prosperity and development of the multiverse. However, the calm did not persist for long. Spock's omniscient eye captured a series of peculiar fluctuations emanating from the depths of the cognitive network during a routine scan. The frequency of these waves was beyond imagination, containing information that transcended existing paradigms of understanding. This was an unprecedented signal, and Spock's voice bore an unmistakable tremor, suggesting it originated from the very source of the cognitive network and pointed towards the ultimate mysteries of the universe, distinct from any forces we had previously encountered. Merlin's cognitive entity transformed into a shimmering mist of runes, attempting to decipher these fluctuations, Yet the runes succumbed to a chaotic disorder upon contact with the waves. As if resisting interpretation, this ancient and enigmatic power seemed to unveil the most profound secrets of the hyperdimensional chess player's era. Should it spiral out of control, the entire cognitive network would face unpredictable variables. Lin Mabe, wielding the staff of the universe, felt the luminous threads of the staff resonate intensely with these fluctuations. A rare gravity shadowed his gaze. We must immediately journey to the source of these waves. This crisis may be the greatest challenge we face. Yet it could also be the key to unraveling the ultimate mysteries of the cognitive network. The Guardians responded swiftly, each racing towards the core region in their unique cognitive forms. Peter's mechanical cognitive entity absorbed surrounding energy and data during its traversal, striving to construct a model capable of interpreting this mysterious force. Aisha's chaotic cognitive entity transformed into a surging torrent of cognition, shattering old boundaries and birthing new possibilities like a multitude of stars. Thor's divine cognitive entity emitted a radiant light akin to the blazing sun, dispelling unknown interferences along the way and forging a safe passage for all. As they reached the source of the fluctuations, a colossal sphere radiating a gentle glow appeared before them. The surface of the sphere is adorned with countless runes and streams of light, each rune imbued with boundless knowledge, and every stream of light connecting disparate universes and civilizations. Encircling the sphere is a halo composed of pure energy, from which ethereal and enigmatic melodies occasionally emanate, reminiscent of the heartbeat of the cosmos. This is the very source of the cognitive network, a phenomenon that evokes reverence in Lin Mabe's voice. It encapsulates the essence of understanding from all civilizations, representing the crystallization of wisdom throughout the multiverse. Yet now, it appears to be undergoing an unprecedented transformation. At that moment, the runes on the sphere's surface began to flicker, and an ancient, ethereal voice resonated forth. Brave explorers, you have finally arrived here. The fate of the cognitive network now resides in your hands. This power embodies the ultimate wisdom accumulated by all civilizations throughout history, granting you the right to choose. As the voice echoed, countless phantoms emerged within the halo surrounding the sphere, each depicting a different future. In one future, the cognitive network thrives, with all civilizations achieving true harmonious coexistence. In another, the cognitive network descends into endless darkness, where civilizations battle one another, ultimately leading to annihilation. And in yet another, the cognitive network transcends its dimensional constraints, entering a realm of existence anew. Peter gazed at these phantoms, lost in contemplation. Each future brimmed with possibilities, yet was fraught with profound risks. Our choices will determine the fate of the entire multiverse. Aisha nodded slightly. Chaos harbors infinite possibilities, yet we must guide it with wisdom and courage. Sol tightened his grip on the divine power he wielded, resolutely proclaiming, whatever lies ahead, I shall protect the peace of the cognitive network with my strength. Lin Mabe closed his eyes, attuning himself to the deep connection between the cosmic staff and the core source of the cognitive network. His consciousness gradually melded with this mysterious force, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations and the myriad branches of choices. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a resolute gleam shining within. I comprehend now. True eternal harmony is not the pursuit of a fixed equilibrium, but rather the discovery of balance and progress amidst continuous change and challenge. Under Lin Mabe's guidance, the Guardians united their powers with the energy of the cognitive network's core source. Peter employed the precise logic of mechanical civilization to untangle the threads of potential futures, providing rational foundations for choice. Aisha unleashed the creative force of chaos, infusing new vitality into each future, breaking possible constraints. Sol steadfastly safeguarded the entire fusion process with his formidable divine power, ensuring it remained undisturbed by external influences, while Merlin wielded ancient magic, consolidating the beliefs and hopes of all civilizations into a potent spiritual force, which he infused into the core source. As the Guardians endeavored, the radiance of the cognitive network's core source grew increasingly resplendent. The phantoms of those futures began to merge, forming a new and hopeful vision. All civilizations within the cognitive network engaged in dialogue, learned from one another, and collectively explored the infinite mysteries of the universe. Different civilizations, while preserving their unique characteristics, have achieved profound integration and symbiosis, creating a more vibrant and harmonious multiverse. Within this novel panorama, the figures of Lin Mabe and the Guardians gradually dissolve, transforming into an intangible force within the cognitive network. Their spirit and wisdom serve as a beacon for all civilizations, inspiring every being to boldly pursue truth and continually transcend the boundaries of understanding. The Eternal Symphony has reached unprecedented heights, harmonizing elements of order and chaos, entropy and evolution, reality and dreams, resonating a magnificent epic of life, civilization, and the universe within the hyperdimensional space-time. From the revelations at the Fate Observation Station to the cognitive nurturing in the Garden of Genesis. From the delicate balance between dreams and reality to the harmonious coexistence of order and chaos, entropy and structure, each experience becomes an indispensable note in this symphony, collectively embodying the sublimation of the eternal concerto. In this brand new multiverse, new civilizations continuously emerge while old ones evolve. Every being, guided by the eternal symphony, finds its own value and meaning. The core source of the cognitive network remains quietly suspended in the depths of the universe, radiating a soft glow, witnessing all that transpires, becoming a symbol of eternity. From this point forward, the tale of the eternal concerto is recounted in every corner of the universe, becoming a legend in the hearts of all civilizations. It inspires generations of beings to bravely explore the unknown and pursue truth, ensuring the brilliance of the multiverse endures forever. Chapter 105, Epilogue 1. The spark of heritage. Many years after the cognitive network regained tranquility, a young emissary of civilization named Elia embarked on her journey to the Fate Observation Station. Hailing from a planet that had just mastered interstellar navigation, she was filled with boundless curiosity about the mysteries of the universe. Before her departure, her mentor had said, "Child, seek out those great legends. They are the guiding stars for civilization's progression." Elia's spacecraft traversed the vastness of the cosmos and finally arrived at the Fate Observation Station. As she stepped into the ancient and enigmatic structure, a solemn atmosphere enveloped her. The walls shimmered with ancient runes, chronicling the rise and fall of countless civilizations. At the center of the observation station stood a colossal holographic projection device, showcasing the entirety of the cognitive network. As Elia became immersed in this awe-inspiring sight, a gentle voice resonated in her ear. "Welcome to the Fate Observation Station, young explorer." Turning around, she beheld an elderly man clad in robes, his eyes reflecting boundless wisdom. The elder introduced himself. "I am the guardian here, a witness to the comings and goings of innumerable civilizations." "What brings you here?" With a hint of nervousness, Elia replied, "I come from an emerging civilization, yearning to uncover the truths of the universe. I have heard that this place preserves the memories and wisdom of all civilizations." The elder smiled and nodded. "Indeed, the Fate Observation Station is akin to a vast library, housing the past, present, and future of the cosmos. Come with me, and I shall show you those great stories." The elderly man escorted Elia into a chamber adorned with numerous crystal orbs. Each orb contained a sealed memory, remnants left by the guardians of yore. He picked up one of the orbs, and an image materialized. It depicted the moment Lin Mabai and the guardians confronted a crisis for the first time. Their resolute gazes and indomitable courage deeply moved Elia. Subsequently, the elder selected another orb, revealing a scene of the struggle between order and chaos. As Elia observed the clash of these forces and the Guardians' ardent efforts to maintain equilibrium, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the enigma of the universe? The symbiosis of order and chaos?" The elder nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, all things in the universe strive for a form of balance, and the evolution of civilization is no exception. Just as your civilization must preserve cultural and spiritual equilibrium alongside technological advancements." Elia lingered at the Fate Observatory for many days, ravenously absorbing the knowledge and wisdom contained within. Upon her departure, the elder gifted her a petite crystal orb, encapsulating a core